In this day and age, school violence is getting totally out of control. Studious kids are getting bullied, left and right, and when teachers try to call them out, they just get a smack to the head. To put an end to this mess, the school chairman launched a project called Dominance, or in other words, fighting fire with fire, controlling violence through violence. The big question is, who's actually capable of running this project? And it's none other than this guy right here, a legend known as Gun. After he graduated, he immediately gave the school bullies a massage they'd never forget. Some ended up with broken arms, some with bent backs, and others, well, let's just say they suffered some sensitive injuries. He brought long-lasting peace to the school, so naturally, he was invited to join the project. Once again, he's putting on the uniform to clean up the school from top to bottom. He's handsome, shredded with a six-pack. His singing hits hard, and his punches hit even harder, making all the ladies swoon. All right, no more stalling. Let's dive right in. Our story starts in the past with Degun, a totally average student at a very average school. Despite that, because he looked scrawny and was naturally soft-spoken, Degun became the go-to target for the neighborhood punks. At first, when those troublemakers started flicking eraser bits at him, Degun just assumed it was an accident. "Oh, my bad. I think I threw that eraser at you," they'd say. "Sorry, man. I was actually aiming for the guy in front of you." They'd laugh and say that to Degun, but in front of Degun, there wasn't a single soul. So he realized what was really going on. But realizing it is one thing. Actually fighting back is a whole different story. Even though he kept taking it, the punk just kept pelting him with eraser bits. You know what they say, patience is a virtue. But when you've had enough, there's only so much you can take. So after a while, Degun finally turned around and asked the punk to quit the games. Hearing that, the punk didn't feel a hint of remorse. Instead, he got all defensive and aggressive. To him, the fact that Degun dared to talk back was completely unacceptable. So, to save face, he didn't feel like he needed to listen to Degun at all. When he saw Degun approaching him with an angry look, Degun suddenly felt terrified. He tried to explain that he just wanted to be left alone and had no intention of insulting him or starting a fight. But that punk, he was the type who preferred fists over words. Instead of listening to Degun's reasoning, he stopped throwing erasers and went straight for a slap to Degun's face. Feeling like something was definitely wrong, Degun tried to apologize just to move past it. But instead of stopping, that little thug kept slapping the heck out of him. Watching from the sidelines, the other classmates just stood there watching the show, without caring at all about the bullying. Only when a teacher arrived did one of them run over to pull the bully off. As soon as the teacher showed up, Degun thought his life was saved. But the reality was the exact opposite. Even though he tried to signal for help, the teacher just turned a blind eye, telling both of them to stop playing around. Degun was in total shock. He couldn't believe his own teacher could look at what just happened and dismiss it as nothing more than a joke. It was hopeless. He couldn't get the bully to stop, and he couldn't get anyone to help him out of this nightmare. All Degun could do was bite his lip and endure it. Even when the bullies stuck a piece of paper on his back saying, "No, Mom," he couldn't fight back. The reason was simple. He had no one to share his pain with. Adults didn't care, and nobody wanted to help him. He was truly alone in his own classroom. However, things started to change when another bully showed up in Degun's class. It wouldn't have been a big deal, but he walked in asking for a cigarette and spotted the paper on our guy's back. Since he wasn't into childish games, the guy in the white shirt grabbed Degun and read what was written on the note. As soon as he saw no mom, the thug got furious, started questioning everyone, and found out that Degun's classmate was the one behind the bullying. Without a word, the guy in the white shirt blew up. Sensing that a storm was coming, the little punk tried to justify it by saying he was only targeting an orphan, not mocking the guy in the white shirt. But hey, stupidity is a death sentence. The guy in the white shirt was also an orphan, and that jerk's childish game was absolutely unacceptable. So, without further ado, he absolutely wrecked Degun's classmate mercilessly for being a weakling who loved playing dirty. He beat that bully until his own parents wouldn't recognize him. Watching everything unfold, Degun was scared at first. But thinking about how the guy in the white shirt defended his own dignity with overwhelming strength, Degun decided to become stronger than anyone so that no one could ever bully him again. Time flew by, and Degun's hard work and growth began to pay off. From martial arts books to intense physical training and studying combat techniques from televised matches, Degun's skill level and physique improved significantly. The training kept getting harder, and he memorized even more books on martial arts. Over and over, his height, weight, endurance, and strength grew at a breakneck pace day by day, until, finally, he completely transformed into a new person. After being gone for a while, Degun finally returned to school. But unlike the soft-hearted kid he used to be, He was now turning heads with his brand new, upgraded body. Still, not every girl wanted to get close to him, because he was now a school boss, someone who used violence to fight violence. That was Degun's past. But now, he has changed and is just a regular guy working as a clerk at a small convenience store. School violence, what they call the Wu Jin, will no longer be under the control of teachers. But even so, those bullies are becoming dependent on the Wu Jin, the ones stronger than them. That's the main topic of the project the lady named Sa wants to present, titled Wu Jin Dominance. Through this project, Sa-im will form a team responsible for managing the In from the shadows. Or you could say this is a project to control In by using In itself. Based on Sa-im's presentation, the plan sounded pretty interesting, but controlling violence with more violence is completely insane. So, some council members at the meeting urged the old chairman to reject Sa-im's ridiculous project. But the old chairman didn't care if Sa-im's plan was actually a bad idea or not, because after hearing what his employee had to say, all he wanted to know was whether anyone had the guts to take over Chin. Back to Degun. Even though his part-time job was fairly stable, Degun still felt completely miserable and couldn't even focus on his work. On top of that, he had to listen to his boss nagging him with life lessons all day. It was sickening. Degun wouldn't be in this situation if he hadn't dropped out of school, but it's too late for regrets now. That's why, right at this moment, he really just wanted to find somewhere to clear his head. Cutting to an alley near the convenience store where Degun works, a group of bullies is, as usual, cornering some weak kid to shake him down. But to a weak student, they might be sharks. But to someone stronger, these tattooed punks and their crew are just small fry. So, when they heard their senior Bao tell them to stop and go buy cigarettes, the tattooed guy and his girlfriend obeyed immediately without daring to say a word. Back to Degun. After a long session of being lectured, he finally got some peace. When those two walked in, the store owner broke into a cold sweat, looking for an excuse to check the staff room and the accounts, just to slip away and leave Degun alone at the register. The moment his boss left, he had to deal with some genuine punk customers. Just by looking at the pair, Degun realized right away they were just high schoolers. Feeling it wasn't right for these kids to be buying cigarettes, Degun asked the guy to show him some ID. But, being just students, they didn't have any. So, to deflect, the tattooed punk started giving him a bunch of nonsense. Knowing exactly what this keyboard gangster act was about, Degun told them both to get lost. Getting told to get lost by a part-time clerk didn't sit well, so the punk's girlfriend started mouthing off to threaten Degun. Next to her, the tattooed guy jumped in to back her up, throwing money right in Degun's face. He hadn't seen a brat dare to act like this in years, and deep down, he really wanted to punch the guy's teeth in. But for the sake of his paycheck, Degun kept a polite face and asked for ID again. Hearing that, the loudmouth punk not only ignored Degun but blatantly grabbed 2 more bottles of alcohol just to show off for his girlfriend. It was infuriating. Degun told him to cut the crap, since he was getting such a hard time over just buying cigarettes and booze. The punk, acting on impulse, grabbed Degun by the collar and barked, "Do you even know who my old man is?" He told him to lower his tone, or he'd break his jaw so Degun couldn't run his mouth anymore. Watching from the back, the store owner already knew the tattooed guy was trouble, so to avoid any unnecessary mess, he ran out to intervene. Knowing he couldn't reason with the punk, he apologized and suggested Degun go outside to settle it so it wouldn't affect other customers. Even though he hated how his boss let things escalate, he had no choice but to deal with the punk. The idiot kid thought that once they were outside, Degun would change his attitude and start trembling in fear. He glared at Degun. "Hey, you mutt. Say what you just said again. We're outside now. You want me to beat you to a pulp?" Getting beaten up outside meant this part-time gig was no longer safe. But reality isn't like a movie. Not only did Degun ignore the threats, he actually acted even more arrogant, ordering the guy to let go of him. Degun gave the punk 3 seconds to take his hand off his collar. Hearing that, the punk's girlfriend laughed mockingly. "Ha ha. Are you giving us 3 seconds? This guy's an idiot. Is he crazy? Are we being filmed?" She thought Degun had to be completely out of his mind to speak to her boyfriend like that. Degun started counting down from 3. The tattooed punk prepared to give Degun a slap to show him who was boss. And just like that, he was out like a light. The punk heard his girlfriend's voice calling him to wake up. When he finally opened his eyes, the tattooed guy realized he'd been knocked out in a heartbeat. A true keyboard warrior. Even though his face was a mess, he still refused to accept it, claiming it was just a moment of carelessness and that Degun had sucker punched him. He insisted that in a fair fight, Degun would be missing teeth by the mouthful. But even while bragging, the punk didn't forget to signal his girlfriend to call for backup. But because he couldn't speak clearly, The girl asked him to speak louder. Hearing that, the punk shouted at her to get more people to come and jump Degun. Getting yelled at, the girl scurried off to find their gang. On the other hand, the punk started acting all high and mighty again, asking Degun, "Haha, damn, you loser. Don't you live in this city? Do you know who I am? Do you know who our group is, that you dare to talk back to me?" It sounded pretty intimidating, but Degun had dealt with plenty of these keyboard gangsters. Ignoring the bluster, Degun kept his tone, calm and gentle, asking the guy about his age. He still refused to say. Feeling the guy didn't want to talk nicely, Degun pinched the punk's collarbone and squeezed hard. In less than 3 seconds, the tattooed guy let Degun know he was only 17 years old. Despite the guy screaming in pain, Degun calmly threatened that if he ever showed up to buy cigarettes again, he'd make sure his own parents wouldn't recognize him. Just then, the girl showed up with the gang. While the punk looked pretty embarrassed as he saw his friends, Degun stayed totally relaxed to him. Having a few more chickens to deal with made no difference. "Friends, huh? That's a lot of you. Quite a gathering, isn't it?" Degun said calmly. Even so, looking at the big guy standing in front of him, Degun knew there was no way he was just a high school student, so I was pretty curious if that young punk was going to call his uncle over or not. Hearing that, the fatty immediately retorted that he was Owan, a student from Namdon High. He spoke with such a cocky attitude. "I don't know who you are, but I'm going to punch you first." Right after saying that, the fatty didn't even care who was standing in front of him and just planned to deck Degun right in the face to show him who's boss. And then, poof, with just a flick of the cheek from Degun, that delusional kid had his mouth completely twisted and rolled onto the street, passed out instantly. The princess next to him was bewildered, not understanding how it happened. Who would expect someone as big as an ox to collapse after just one strike? As for Degun, since he still had a lot to do, he told them he couldn't stay there any longer. "All of you, come at me at once so we can get this over with." Insulted, the tough-talking thugs were furious and moved in to settle the score with Degun. However, because they only had the appearance of middle school bullies, while their actual skills were as weak as a twig, it was no trouble at all for Degun to serve them a beating. Degun kept dodging their attacks, then countered with incredibly fluid, yet lethal strikes. Not a single wasted motion parrying, dodging, using elbows, and uppercuts. The thugs kept rushing in, only to be left gasping for air under Degun's hands in a flash. Trying to avenge the beating he took earlier, that guy Sam Cho decided to go all out against the guy with a bottle he picked up. He got what he wanted when Degun turned around, and the punk truly went all out, meeting Degun's gut-wrenching punch, and flew like a kite in the wind, straight into a corner. In less than 3 minutes, the whole pack was licking their wounds on the ground. The leader saw that and immediately realized that the only person around here this strong could be one man. Not wanting to play the fool anymore, the leader of the tough talkers softened his tone and greeted his senior, Degun. "You used to go to the same school as him in the past." Hearing the name Degun, that princess immediately realized that he was the one who controlled the Incheon area during its bloody era 2 years ago. But he had been wiped out by this guy in just 1 week. "I heard that getting shot is better than getting beaten by Degun. But he looks pretty handsome, so as expected, rumors are just rumors, right?" Seeing Tai-sun, the leader bowed his head to apologize and promised never to cause trouble in Daegun's territory ever again. So, he hoped Degun would let him and his underlings go this time. Fed up with the noise, Degun grabbed the leader by the hair and told him not to spout nonsense anymore. As for the princess, because she was so obsessed with playing around, her life might be spared, but she would still have to pay the price. As for the idiots lying scattered on the ground, the leader volunteered to take the whole gang to the hospital, but thinking he was smart, there was no hospital at all. A moment later, the leader had to slap the fatty in the face to wake him up, ignoring the fact that the fatty had no idea what was going on. The only thing the leader wanted the fatty to do now was to bow and accept his punishment. As for Degun, after the lesson, he warned the whole group not to act up at the convenience store ever again, otherwise they would know what it feels like to say goodbye to their lives. Hearing that, they all said in unison that they understood, because no matter how stupid they weren't crazy enough to mess with the legend of Incheon one more time. From afar, while Degun was handling the punks and talking about why he dropped out, a figure had been lurking and watching him for a while. A moment later, while he was lost in thought about the events of the past that kept him from finishing school, "Because of those bullies, I never had time to study, but man, it felt good to vent after such a long time." Right then, Degun bumped into Sa-im on the street. Since she had prepared beforehand, as soon as she walked past, she requested a conversation. However, since he didn't have the time, Degun wasn't very interested. But Sa-im didn't seek out Degun just to chat. With a business card in hand, she wanted to make Degun an offer he couldn't refuse from Kim Long Education. Just like that, Sa-im did not betray the expectations of Tran Kim Long in finding the right person for the Incheon control project. Conversely, when the opportunity arose, Degun also seized the chance to return to high school to fulfill his dream of graduating, even though he was already pushing 20 years old. Standing before the school gate, Degun exclaimed that he couldn't believe he was starting high school at 20. Back to the exchange between Degun and Sa-im. Earlier, Degun had been presented with the plan to dominate Incheon that Sa-im was trying to carry out. Through this, she also laid out the details of the plan. That's right, just like the name of the project. Incheon Domination. She asserted that her project was completely feasible after seeing Degun's abilities. Even so, Degun thought Sa-im was doing something stupid under the guise of managing education. No one has ever used violence to control violence. Hearing that, Sa-im retorted, "Of course we investigated your background, Mr. Degun, right?" Degun asked who she was. She didn't hold back and spoke bluntly. "You are more useless than anyone else, so don't try to act tough anymore. Even if you think it's absurd, I know you aren't capable of refusing. This isn't the time to brag about the past. Isn't this the chance to make up for all your past mistakes?" This was the chance to make up for his youth, so if Degun refused, he'd be left with nothing. Facing her sharp arguments, because Degun knew his situation. Even though Sa-im's project seemed ridiculous, Degun had no choice but to accept her offer. Back to reality as a transfer student, Degun's appearance quickly attracted the attention of the girls at Kim Long High. Inside an 11th grade class, while the blonde Dongmin was still enjoying his bullying, Bang Ho-dong, the big boss of the 11th grade, was more interested in the new transfer student. Speaking of transfer students, coincidentally, someone in the 11th grade had just left because of the bullies. First, that giant elephant dropped out. Next, I don't care what it is, but that's a crappy rotation game. Why did he drop out? I like that. Didn't Bakgu pull down her panties earlier? Shut up, that was just an accident. The girl next to her chimed in. Why are you demanding a bread rotation for any other reason? You need to be careful so he can focus on buying bread for us. Hey, stop hanging around and get inside. Oh, the transfer student should be here by now. While the whole class was busy chattering away about picking on their classmates, the new kid finally arrived. Hey, cut the chatter and take a seat. We've got a new student today. Introduce yourself. I'm Degun. I'm from Incheon. Nice to meet you all. All the girls were blushing instantly. One of them even borrowed lipstick from her friend. And the boys? They were absolutely stunned by how good-looking Degun was. Even Juri, one of the school's popular girls, was completely smitten by Degun's looks and hurried to fix her makeup just to impress the new guy. On the flip side, Bang Ho-dong was feeling seriously annoyed. Some random new kid had just shown up and stolen all his spotlight. He was already itching to teach this new student a lesson. As for Degun, the teacher pointed to an empty desk, the one left behind by a student who'd dropped out, and told him to take it. To get up to speed with school life, Degun quickly struck up a conversation with the guy sitting next to him, Min-soo, who started filling him in on the school. Meanwhile, as soon as the teacher left the room, Bang Ho-dong came strolling toward Degun's desk with a fake, smug grin. Wait. Correcting that. Ander. The teacher left. Bang Ho-dong came strolling toward Degun's desk with a fake, smug grin. With his typical, trashy personality, he silently walked up and suddenly smacked Min-soo on the back of the head, telling him to get lost. Min-soo was just minding his own business before that fat guy showed up to scare him. Degun had no idea what the hell this fat guy was trying to pull. Instead of beating up the new kid right away, the fat guy ordered Min-soo to shut his mouth and go buy some sausage buns. The reason was pretty simple. He said, "Your old buddy used to be in charge of my snack runs, but he dropped out without even bothering to say goodbye. And now that the little parasite is gone, you think you can just get away? Honestly, you should be taking responsibility for your friend. Don't you think? Congratulations, you're officially my new errand boy." On the sidelines, Degun kept quiet and watched, sticking to his commitments to Sa-im. Meanwhile, abusing his power as the class boss, Bang Ho-dong forced Min-soo to follow his orders. Being put on the spot like that, Min-soo really just wanted to comply to avoid trouble. But since there was a study session right after, he desperately begged Bang Ho-dong to let him off just this once. Nearby, Dong-min couldn't help but laugh his head off when Min-soo mentioned the study session. To a guy like Bang Ho-dong, it didn't matter what time it was. So, responding to Min-soo's pleading, he ordered everyone to close their eyes while he did his thing. Very quickly, to Daegun's surprise, every single fool in the class closed their eyes just like Bang Ho-dong asked, and right after, the self-proclaimed king of the 11th grade slapped Min-soo square in the face for daring to talk back. Watching from the side, Degun really wanted to teach that fat guy a lesson he'd never forget. But to keep the project under wraps, Degun had to follow the ridiculous rules Sa-im had set. According to Sa-im, school is just a kingdom for the weak and the strong animals to battle it out. In the animal kingdom, a regular lion could never become the king of the monsters. That's why Sa-im demanded that Degun shouldn't just be an ordinary lion. Back in reality, Degun was already getting a headache from the terms of his contract with Sa-im, which is why he completely forgot to close his eyes like everyone else. To discipline the new kid, Bang Ho-dong brought up how Degun was filling the spot of the errand boy who just quit. So, to make it a pair, he suggested Degun go buy those buns with Minsu. Degun looked pretty annoyed. In his mind, one person was enough to do the shopping, so there was no reason for him to go along too. Thinking Degun was just acting like a smart aleck to get out of doing work, Bang Ho-dong and his blonde lackey laughed mockingly. But laughing was all they could do for now. Buying the buns wasn't a request, it was a demand. So the fat guy gritted his teeth and ordered Degun to get up and go buy them right now. Since he didn't want to make a huge scene, Degun decided to follow Bang Ho-dong's order and stood up. Even so, he had to ask for the money first. Degun held out his hand, expecting them to cough up the cash for the buns. Being a boss for this long, no one had ever dared to ask him for money before. The fat guy grabbed Degun by the head and barked, "Are you crazy? Don't point your finger at me. Obviously, I'm taking the money from you. You think I'm a charity? You don't have money for buns? Your parents don't give you an allowance? Or what? You don't have parents? Big mistake." He touched a nerve by bringing up Degun's parents. Bang Ho-dong was about to get a bitter reality check for being stupid and trying to act tough. One punch to send them packing, 2 punches to put them to sleep. In an instant, the guy took the full force of Daegun's lightning-fast punch. The poor fool Bang Ho-dong was immediately dazed by Daegun's tender love taps. To the absolute shock of everyone else in the class, Degun stopped caring about all those ridiculous rules in his contract with Sa-im. To him, his fists were the only law in this school. So, to show everyone who the real boss of the class was, Degun easily scored his first victory over Bang Ho-dong, the current king of the 11th grade. Unbelievable. That's what Jury and the rest of the losers in the class were thinking. As for Dong-min, seeing his best buddy taken down in a heartbeat left him shocked and furious. But honestly, it didn't matter if he was mad or not. After taking care of the loud-mouthed fat guy, the next chicken on the chopping block was none other than that smart aleck, Dong-min. Being targeted, the blonde guy was already sweating buckets. Even so, he tried to act like he was fine. But when Degun closed in, Dong-min started flailing around, trying to land a preemptive strike. He threw punches and kicks, but not a single one was worth a damn. To Degun, those cat-scratch moves were just pathetic. So, after easily dodging every one of the guy's amateur attacks, Degun's fist buried itself straight into Dong-min's stomach. One punch was all it took for him to lose it. Before Degun could finish him off, Dong-min clutched his stomach and surrendered completely, looking absolutely pathetic. Unlike Dong-min, that knucklehead Bang Ho-dong had more guts than brains, and he was still trying to fight back against the main character. He grabbed a chair and tried to smash Degun with it, but unfortunately, after this, even his own parents wouldn't recognize their beloved son. And then, there was no then. With a punch that hit like a bullet to the face, Degun ended the fight with the fat guy in the swiftest way possible. After relaxing for a bit, Degun felt his muscles loosen up. Anyway, things were going to turn out like this sooner or later. Ruling over the school is all the same thing. Really. That's why Degun wasn't really worried about the school project. Turning to the bullies, Degun grabbed the fat guy by his hair and asked, "The bread at the cafeteria is pretty good, right?" The fat guy looked confused. "Huh?" Degun replied. "I'm just curious. Is it so good that it's worth causing all this mess?" "Get me some," Degun ordered. But Bang Ho-dong didn't feel like he had to listen. Even though he'd been beaten, he still wasn't the real leader of this 11th grade class. Bang Ho-dong spat out, "Damn it, you think just because you took us down you can run this place?" Degun looked puzzled, not sure what this idiot was babbling about. The real leader of this class? He'll be back soon. "You're a dead man, you punk." After all the commotion, the big boss finally showed up. This was No Man Ho, the leader of the class's rowdy fighting group and the guy backing the fat kid. The two locked eyes, and it felt like something major was about to go down. "Bleeding on your first day, huh?" No, Man-ho was genuinely surprised that the new kid was going all out. And what shocked him even more was that Degun alone had managed to absolutely wreck both Dong-min and Bang Ho-dong. Even crazier, Degun didn't have a single scratch on him, so No Man-ho couldn't figure out how his two goons managed to fail at landing even one decent hit. With his smooth talking skills, No Man-ho managed to draw everyone's attention. Even though they'd been saved, Bang Ho Dong and Dong Min weren't sure if No Man Ho could actually take Degun down. No Man Ho, ever the smooth talker, asked if any of the other lackeys wanted to step up and solo Degun. As for No Man Ho himself, he claimed he wouldn't go all out just yet. But despite his casual talk, from what Degun observed, No Man Ho's stance was wide, his center of gravity was set, and his toes were pointed right at him. His shoulders were loose, ready to strike at a moment's notice. To the untrained eye, the red-haired guy looked relaxed. But it was clear to Degun that his opponent was holding a kickboxing guard. Reading No Man Ho like an open book, Degun knew that one wrong move would leave him wide open to a world of pain. "Alright, let's do this," he thought. Watching from the sidelines, Bang Hodong figured if Degun didn't know who No Man Ho was, he'd definitely run away. Because No Man Ho was in a completely different league compared to him and the blonde guy. Looking forward to the show, the fat kid ordered a classmate to go get him some popcorn, but his command was ignored, as he was no longer the top dog of the 11th grade. It was infuriating. Before he could even vent, he caught Degun's eye and immediately switched back into good student mode, ditching his attitude and daring not to cause any more trouble. Seeing that the other students weren't even afraid of the fat kid anymore, No Man Ho was a bit surprised. Still, he kept his cool as he introduced himself to Degun. To be polite, Degun gave his own name. Sensing an opening, No Man Ho suddenly struck out, pointing his fingers straight at Degun's face. It was a feint, a total distraction. The real killer move was the low kick coming from below. Realizing the target was his crotch, Degun recognized the deadly nature of No Man Ho's dirty trick. Simply put, it was a cheap shot aimed right at the privates. If it landed, the victim would be in agony and out of the fight for good. It's a cowardly tactic that everyone looks down on. Given the situation, Degun hadn't expected his opponent to be this shameless. Driven by pure masculine survival instinct, Degun's body reacted on its own, dropping his hand to guard his family jewels. And that's exactly what the guy wanted. Using the moment Degun's hands were occupied protecting his bits, No Man Ho lunged for a heavy punch to the face. Still, with his insane reflexes, Degun managed to dodge most of the impact. Nearby, the two idiots, the fat one and the skinny one, were cheering for their boss's dirty move. Even though everyone in class knew No Man Ho's tricks, they thought for sure Degun wouldn't be able to handle it. It might have looked like No Man Ho was winning, but in reality, he was struggling against Degun's mix of offense and defense. Not lasting long, the red-haired guy left an opening, and Degun swept his leg, throwing him off balance. Just like that, he was toast. Degun grabbed No Man Ho by the collar and tossed him into the corner like a piece of trash. Even though the match was clearly going Degun's way, the dirty style No Man Ho used kept him on his guard, especially since the guy was still acting confident on the sidelines. Seeing his ace move get shut down so easily, Dong Min grew worried about his buddy's chances. Unlike Dong Min, the fat guy figured No Man Ho hadn't shown his true strength yet. After getting beaten up by the third years, he'd started training in kickboxing, so who knows how this would end. Back to the fight. Just as No Man Ho wanted, after that initial warm-up, the second round was starting. And as usual, the crafty red-haired guy initiated with a sudden attack. He threw a metal object at Degun's face. Degun dodged by reflex, but that movement created a massive opening for No Man Ho. Yet, with his superior skills, Degun wasn't bothered by the red-haired guy's punches at all. Swinging away and hitting nothing but air, No Man Ho started losing his patience. But he was still a sly one, pretending to look behind him, and telling his lackeys not to interfere. Hearing that, Degun actually thought someone was trying to sneak up on him, but when he glanced back, he only saw the four-eyed idiot looking suspicious. Just looking at that guy's face, you knew something was off. So, before getting hit a second time, Degun anticipated the move and countered. A quick look told Degun that his opponent was nothing more than an amateur. You could say No Man Ho's tricks were child's play to Degun. He could tolerate it once or twice, but Degun was getting tired of the games. To make him quit the nonsense, Degun decided to get serious and land a solid, loving punch right to No Man Ho's face. So much for being a big deal. He threw a flurry of moves to drain his mana, but his opponent didn't lose a single drop of health. On the contrary, with just one punch, No Man Ho was already knocked out cold. For some reason, Degun started feeling unimpressed by how incredibly weak No Man Ho was. Meanwhile, the fat kid Bang Ho Dong, the blonde guy Dong Min, and the entire class were completely stunned by Degun's lullaby performance. One light touch to the cheek, and he was out. Degun had no choice but to tell Manho's two lackeys to wake him up and take him to the infirmary to recover. After that, all three of them would have to come and have another chat with Degun. Terrified, the two dim-witted kids didn't dare move an inch, fearing they'd get logged out of the server permanently. As Saeem walked by, she witnessed the whole thing and thought, Degun. He's more important than I realized. Normally, I wouldn't let my guard down just because a new student transferred in. But because of what happened with you today, we've had to hold extra meetings. I have high expectations for you. Is this the end of these tragic bullying cases? A female student realized Saeem is the planning director for the organization and wondered why she was here. Back to Degun. He was currently teaching the bullies a psychological lesson. School is for learning. Get it? So quit playing these childish games. Degun stood there with his arms crossed, looking cool while lecturing the little punks, but they still stubbornly argued back. Bullying? In this day and age, we're just taking care of the other kids. That's all. Degun warned them. Option 1. Be my friend and listen to me. Option 2. Die by my hand. Choose. The blonde kid immediately tucked his tail and obediently chose the first option, though he wasn't happy about it, and cursed Degun under his breath. As for the fat kid, when Degun suggested he stop bossing people around, Bang Ho Dong agreed, though he still looked hesitant. But knowing that acting out meant getting punched instantly, he had no choice but to follow Degun's orders. After dealing with the troublemakers, Degun announced to the whole class that if No Man Ho and his crew dared to bully or bother anyone else ever again, he would crush the trio and mold them into new people. So, everyone could finally study in peace. From now on, after everything, with the appearance of the war god Degun, even though Mino still felt a bit intimidated by this new friend, he believed the atmosphere in class would be much less tense from now on. Elsewhere, the group from class 1 to 3 started gossiping about Degun's fight. However, seeing the clownish display Degun put on with No Man Ho, Sim Sang Bo, the ringleader of class 1 to 3, assumed that Degun just got lucky. Agreeing with him, Sim Sang Bo's 2 lackeys claimed that No Man Ho had been getting his butt kicked by Sim Sang Bo lately, so he started taking kickboxing classes, but since he'd only finished the beginner course, it was no surprise he lost to Degun. Hearing this, Sim Sang Bo mocked that No Man Ho was just a straw dummy, always pulling dirty tricks, so he never stood a chance against him in the first place. Then, Sim Sang Bo stood up, took off his jacket, and asked who would be his punching bag today. As always, Sim Sang Bo viewed his classmates as his personal punching bags, and this time was no exception. An unlucky student from class 1 to 3 was forced to offer himself up to this narcissist. He moved fast. With just one punch, Sim Sang Bo made the poor guy spit out his lunch. Feeling his own punch was incredibly fearsome, Sim Sang Bo wore an extremely smug expression. Even so, he wanted his lackeys to bring him more bags to warm up before going all out against Degun. Entering the second day of his high school life, Degun realized deeply how much of a mistake it was to look down on his education in the past. So now, Degun was determined to seize the opportunity Saeem gave him to wash away his shameful past. To do that, he needed to control the bullies at Kim Long Academy in secret. Even so, for Degun, studying was still the top priority. So, right after class ended, he asked Minsu to let him copy the beginning and the parts he missed during the lesson. Bang Ho Dong was still himself. Even though he promised to stop, the habit of bossing people around was hard to break. Still, with Degun present, the fat kid didn't dare cross the line. Just like his cohorts, who were used to bullying friends in class, Dong Min also forgot his promise to Degun and started playing piggyback. However, the blonde kid realized that what he was doing wasn't allowed, so he tried to change to keep Degun happy. But changing isn't something you can do overnight. Being suddenly banned from bullying made Bang Ho Dong and Dong Min feel restless. So, they both really wanted Man Ho to go all out and fight Degun again outside the classroom. Who knows, maybe No Man Ho could actually take Degun down. Hearing this, Juri sarcastically mocked her pathetic friends. In her eyes, Degun was the absolute best. So, to get his attention, Juri walked over, sat opposite Degun, and suggested they go study jujitsu together. Having been friends for a long time, every time Juri used that seductive voice to flirt, the 3 guys couldn't help but sigh, thinking she just wanted a hug, not a jujitsu lesson. As for Degun, because he was all about raw strength, he just thought she was inviting him to a studio to train. So, despite Juri's excitement, the only thing Degun cared about right now was the writing on the blackboard. The beauty wasn't being looked at. He kept turning back and forth to look behind him. Juri sensed something was off, turned her head, and realized she was just blocking him from seeing the notes on the board. It was frustrating. She'd invited him for a hug, for a workout, but Degun only cared about his studies, leaving Juri speechless. She couldn't stand it, so she told Degun to keep studying hard and become a useful citizen. Taking her anger out on the 3 guys, Juri didn't forget to vent. She told them they should focus on their studies instead of thinking about revenge. Mentioning revenge made No Man-ho suddenly realize that the transfer student beat him to become the boss of the 11th grade. That meant Kim Min-dong from 12th grade and Sim Sang-bo from 13th grade would try to fight Degun. This way, No Man-ho could reclaim his spot as the top dog without having to fight Degun himself. He believed the bosses of 12th and 13th grade were a big deal. However, that was exactly what Jury was worried about, because if they took Degun down, the whole group would end up under their rule instead. This was a terrible scenario for the 11th grade. The bosses of the 12th and 13th grades had awful personalities, so Bang Ho-dong looked quite concerned about the prospect of having to be a lackey for such losers. Speak of the devil, and he appears. No Man-ho was a bit surprised by the sudden presence of Kim Min-dong. Speak of the devil. Man-ho was actually a bit surprised to see Min-dong show up. The Class 12 bully was already annoyed the moment he saw that brat Kim Min-dong's face. To make matters worse, that guy was just looking for an excuse to talk trash and mock others. Bang Ho-dong really wanted to teach that arrogant guy a lesson. But in this world, if you win, you're the king, and if you lose, you keep your mouth shut, so he just endured the insults. No Man-ho, still calm, told Bang Ho-dong to stop wasting his breath on Kim Min-dong. To the red-haired guy, if the opponent was here for a fight, there was no need for talk. If they really wanted to go at it, he'd just send Kim Min-dong back to the hospital bed. Seeing the opponent pick up a weapon, Kim Min-dong hesitated. Since they had clashed many times before, even though he was slightly stronger, No Man-ho was known for fighting dirty, so Kim Min-dong wasn't foolish enough to mess with him. Just as the confrontation was heating up, their posturing was cut short when Degun spoke up. Hearing the author's kid say he couldn't study because of the noise, even though he was itching for a fight, No Man-ho had no choice but to back down and end the verbal sparring. Ugh, I should get back to studying too. No Man-ho muttered. Unlike him, the blonde guy didn't seem to care about what Degun said at all. On the contrary, upon hearing that Degun was the new transfer student who was making waves, he was actually happy, thinking that after taking down Degun, he and his gang would naturally be ranked above No Man-ho. No Man-ho and Bang Ho-dong would rather cheer for Degun than fight Kim Min-dong. Their time had come. The Class 1-2 boss spoke up and headed toward Degun to pick a fight. At first, Kim Min-dong thought his opponent would be some kind of tough guy, but when he saw him up close, Degun looked like nothing more than a bookworm. Thinking it was an easy win, Kim Min-dong leaned in and mocked him, calling him a coward who was all talk, but wouldn't dare open his mouth when he actually met him. Even after being insulted like that, Degun didn't say a word. Kim Min-dong thought Degun was paralyzed with fear. The blonde brat reached out, intending to stop Degun from copying his notes. And that was his mistake. Degun was just busy studying. To someone like Degun, small fries like Kim Min-dong could be crushed into the dirt in a heartbeat. Kim Min-dong liked to talk big, but he couldn't handle the pain. Not even 2 seconds later, the delusional guy was crying and begging him to let go. Some boss he was, crying before the fight even really started. The students in Class 11 were shocked by what they were witnessing. Degun was as calm as ever. He only cared about finishing his lecture notes during the break. So, if Kim Min-dong didn't want to lose a few fingers, Degun advised him to come back to pick a fight another time. Hearing that, Kim Min-dong pretended to agree just to save his fingers. However, that was just an act to get out of a tight spot. That's why, the moment he saw Degun was distracted, the little brat Kim Min-dong immediately turned on him and launched a surprise attack. And just like that, he was down for the count a second time. Compared to No Man-ho, Kim Min-dong's strength was nothing, and he couldn't even fight dirty like No Man-ho. So, Degun just gave him a gentle slap to the face, and the blonde guy was out of the game instantly. So much for the Class 1-2 boss. He took one slap, rolled his eyes back, and passed out cold. But that was fine. Degun was actually looking for him anyway, so he told Kim Min-dong's lackey to drag him away. When he woke up, Degun would teach Kim Min-dong a lesson just like he did to the trio of deadbeats from Class 11. On the sidelines, Minsu felt much more relieved thanks to Daegun's overwhelming power. Degun, on the other hand, was genuinely surprised that the Class 1-2 situation was unexpectedly easy. Over with No Man-ho's crew, those who were planning to cause trouble just minutes ago were now breaking out in a cold sweat. If they started anything now, they'd be lucky if they had teeth left to eat porridge. So, the big guy decided that forgiveness was easier than revenge. He decided to let the transfer student be. Sharing the same brain cell as the big guy, Dongmin also gave up on bullying, declaring he'd focus on his studies instead, knowing full well he'd get wrecked if he pushed back. Standing outside the door, seeing the No Man-ho brothers getting pummeled by the new guy, Sim Sang-bo couldn't help but mock them. Having been humiliated all day by guys from other classes, No Man Ho was ready to pull out his pen and fight to the death. However, Sim Sang-bo didn't come to mess with No Man Ho this time, so he ignored Bang Ho Dong's provocations. The whole class 1 to 3 group only cared about the new transfer student, Degun. They couldn't even copy notes in peace. Even though he didn't want to interfere with his studies, Degun would probably have to stop writing now. The group of upperclassmen surrounded Minsu and Degun's desk, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Sim Sang-bo patted Minsu's head and asked politely, "Hey buddy, I need to talk to this guy for a bit. Can you move?" Minsu replied, "Oh, sure." Sim Sang-bo sat down next to Degun, his expression unchanged. Sim Sang-bo smiled slightly. "Hey, are you studying? You're a strange one, aren't you?" The student following him mocked. "Hey Degun, do you want to be called a pretty boy or a bad boy?" Another reminded him, "Hey, don't go complimenting him." Sim Sang-bo leaned in and whispered, "Oh, transfer student, let me introduce myself. I'm Sim Sang-bo from class 3. I heard you defeated No Man Ho. I'm just afraid you beat him and started thinking you're the boss." After defeating that idiot, Degun finally put his pen down. He quietly took off his glasses and turned to warn him. "You sure talk a lot. Just say what you need to say. I'm busy." Sim Sang-bo was slightly shocked. A new student daring to tell him he talks too much? He gave a cold laugh. Pretty bold words, huh? I like it." Degun looked at Sim Sang-bo and warned him, "I've never seen big guys hanging out with such useless people. You look pretty pathetic, though." Sim Sang-bo was furious. He replied, "All right, this new student is actually quite interesting. That means you're not an idiot, right?" Finishing his sentence, Sim Sang-bo stood up and said firmly, "New guy, let's meet after school. You'd better prepare yourself well, because I'm not a fool like No Man Ho." With that, Sim Sang-bo ordered his 2 allies to return to class, his gaze firm, appearing deeply annoyed. Degun scratched his head, feeling a bit irritated. Seriously, what a weird way to say hello on the first day. It seemed like he wouldn't be having a normal school life after all. Juri stroked his chin, looking worried. Damn, Sim Sang-bo is really strong. The new guy is doomed. Seeing this, Dong-min asked, "Are you still worried about him at a time like this?" Juri replied, "It's just that I don't like Sim Sang-bo. Honestly, I like the new guy more than him. Besides, do you want to be Sim Sang-bo's punching bag?" Dong-min heard this and hesitated. "Yeah, you've got a point." Suddenly, No Man Ho jumped up and said, "I don't agree with that." Finished speaking, he put his hands in his pockets and stepped forward. Dong-min called after him, "Hey No Man Ho, where are you going?" Juri rushed to catch up and asked, "Hey, wait! You're supposed to be on the side of the new student, right? Do you want me to join your side?" No Man Ho didn't even bother answering. He turned to Degun and asked, "Can I sit here for a second?" Degun naturally gave him a blunt refusal. "No." No Man Ho ignored him, casually pulling out a chair as he said, "I heard your conversation with Sim Sang-bo. I hate his guts, but I'll give him this. He's not like the other guys in class 2. He's trained in martial arts, so he can actually throw down." Degun gave him a sharp look. "Hey, I told you not to sit down. I'm not interested in that." No Man Ho looked at Degun with a serious expression and said, "You should know that I'm trying to help you." No Man Ho's lackeys looked shocked. Juri covered her mouth in surprise. Degun replied coldly, "You want to help me? Did I hear that right?" Class 1-1 fell strangely silent. Degun asked, "What are you planning?" No Man Ho answered firmly, "I'm analyzing Sim Sang-bo's attack patterns for you. What else?" Degun adjusted his glasses calmly and replied, "I don't need it." No Man Ho didn't listen. He folded his arms and began, "Sim Sang-bo, right? He's been training in boxing since middle school." Degun felt incredibly annoyed. "I told you I didn't need it, didn't I?" "Man, you're stubborn." No Man Ho ignored him and kept talking. "That Sang-bo guy isn't even into boxing matches. The only reason he trained was to bully others." At the same time, in another classroom, Sim Sang-bo took off his shirt, revealing a body covered in tattoos. He shouted, "All right, where's my punching bag?" 3 students immediately appeared, their faces full of exhaustion and sorrow. Sim Sang-bo looked them over and asked, "Where's punching bag number 4? One of them replied timidly, "Punching bag number 4 is in the hospital right now." Sim Sang-bo looked stern. "Huh? Why is he in the hospital all of a sudden? Is it my fault?" The terrified student lowered his voice. No, not at all. He just tripped somewhere." Sim Sang-bo frowned and continued, "Really? I was just helping him train to improve his health. It's not my fault, he's just weak." "Well, I guess the 3 of you will have to try your best then. Now, can we start today's training? You all know what happens if you don't fight properly, don't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the three students raised their fists, though they didn't look like they had any intention of actually giving it their all. Everyone was filled with fear and anxiety. Sim Sang-bo warned them, "I told you, fight for real. If you guys die, it won't be fun anymore. Get it? Alright, come at me." One of the three rushed forward, and Sang-bo immediately caught him with a brutal uppercut to the chin. The first student staggered backward, and no one reached out to help him. The second one saw this and broke into a cold sweat. He was terrified but didn't know what else to do. He raised his fists, but there was absolutely no power behind them. The result was pretty much the same. Sang-bo easily landed a blow to his waist. The student stumbled back. Sang-bo roared, "Damn it! Why can't you ever fight properly?" Right after that, the second student collapsed, and again, no one helped him. The final student hadn't even thrown a punch yet, but his limbs were already shaking. Sang-bo frowned and warned, "Let me tell you something, fight properly. Come on, why are you just standing there? Hurry up, don't piss me off." Just those few words were enough to make the student turn pale with terror. He lunged forward out of desperation, but the outcome wasn't any better in fact. It was even more pathetic. The last student took a barrage of punches to the face and body from Sang-bo. Sang-bo yelled while striking him, "Damn it, you can't even stay alert? You're supposed to dodge my hits, you idiot. If you don't want your arms to break, keep moving." Everyone else in the classroom stood by watching the whole thing, but nobody dared to make a sound. The students who had been beaten earlier sat on the sidelines, not daring to breathe. Sang-bo noticed and cast a side glance at them. "Oh, look at these cowards. Do you really think you can just sit down? Where do you think you are? Stand up, you bastards. I'm hitting you to help you build up your endurance. But you guys just sit there acting like you've been defeated. Humph, how cute. I told you to do it properly, but you wouldn't listen. Today, I'm sending you all to the hospital." Hearing this, the faces of the two students turned rigid. Both wondered, is he planning to keep hitting us? Outside on the school grounds, in the cafeteria area, everyone was buzzing about the new, extremely handsome transfer student. Minsu, walking behind Degun, felt a bit awkward as everyone's eyes, both guys and girls, were fixed on them. Degun placed his tray on the table. Looking at the food, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Wow, it's been so long since I've eaten school cafeteria food, he thought. I've missed this. Lately, I've just been living off the stuff about to expire from the convenience store. He remembered that cowardly old guy telling him, "I was supposed to throw this out, but you seem like a good kid, so I'll leave it for you." As if any normal person eats this stuff. At the same time, two girls were watching Degun from a distance. The one wearing glasses exclaimed excitedly, "Jae-in, look at the new student. He's so handsome." Jae-in looked in the direction her friend was pointing. Huh? That transfer student? Suddenly, Gina turned back, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. She muttered, "Why does today feel so coincidental?" At another table, a few male students watched Degun with curiosity. One said, "Is that him? He's the one who beat No Man Ho and Kim Min Dong? Look at that arrogant attitude. He probably thinks he's the king of the school the second he stepped foot in here." Someone else smirked. "But I heard he only used one move." The guy in the black shirt immediately countered, "Don't exaggerate. Who's going to believe that? I think he just got lucky. I heard he's supposed to fight Sim Sang-bo later too." Gu Sunga, the boss of Class 7, finally spoke up. "Is that so? That's worth waiting for. Whether it's luck or actual skill, we'll find out soon enough." Degun was preparing to eat when Juri walked over with a big, friendly smile. "Degun, why are you eating alone? Let's eat together." She then looked at Minsu and gave a subtle hint. "Hey, could you scoot over a bit?" Minsu thought to himself. Am I invisible or what? He was sitting alone for a reason. As soon as Juri sat down, No Man Ho's gang sat down right along with her, acting as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Dong Min even chuckled. "Oh, this food looks delicious today," Degun said with a headache. "What the hell are you guys doing?" At the same time, another group was debating Degun at a nearby table. One said, "Hey, that's him, the handsome new transfer student, right?" The other looked over and replied, "He's already hanging out with No Man Ho's crew? Unbelievable." Kwak Duich, the boss of Class 8, sneered. "Regardless of everything else, if we're talking about looks, I still win." His sycophants immediately responded. "Of course. Is that even a question?" Manho kept urging Degun to eat up, warning him that Sim Sang-bo wasn't as easy to chew on as guys like him or Min Dong. As soon as Degun took his first bite, he asked, "If you've already beaten the guy, why are you so worried? And why are you trying to help me anyway?" Manho looked pensive and admitted that, well, it's a bit hard to explain. Back then, Sim Sang-bo and I were in the middle of a fight. It was just the two of us, one-on-one, in a secluded spot, and he was relentless. Honestly, I thought I was going to end up in the hospital. My face was covered in bruises. I still remember him grinning at me, telling me I looked like I was about to pass out. He even said he'd toy with me until my face was purple and blood was flowing like a river. I had to risk it all just to land a single hit. He beat me to a pulp. Oh, and I forgot to mention, he's a boxer, a completely different league than me. He was incredibly fast, dodging every strike and countering instantly. I thought for sure I was done for, but, luckily, I managed to corner him. I felt like it was now or never. So, using a move I never intended to use, I grabbed. Degun went blank, his own area instinctively twitching. He looked at Manhwa and said, "No way. Tell me what I'm thinking isn't what you actually did." Recalling the look of agony on Sim Sang-bo's face, Manhwa confirmed it. "Yeah, that's exactly what I did." He was screaming, begging me to call it a draw. But now they're acting like it never happened. It's so frustrating. I swear to God, I've never felt so ashamed of anything. But no one will admit that fight ever happened. Degun kept eating, thinking to himself that no one would admit to such a move except the guy who actually did it. Manhwa looked back on the fight with Sim Sang-bo and sighed. Anyway, point is, the guy's a skilled boxer. His punches aren't heavy, but he targets your weak spots. Ever since he lost to me, he hasn't dared to challenge me again. That's why. Mindong thought to himself, I think he's just scared of getting hit down there again. Manhwa looked at Degun with a dangerous glint in his eyes. He wants to take you down and wipe out the whole group at once. Mindong got annoyed and snapped. That bastard has no right to do that. Degun said calmly. Hey, didn't you go for his family jewels first? That's pretty low, man. Just then, 2 male students walked by their table, loud enough for the whole room to hear. The guy in the white shirt said loudly, Wow, Sim Sang-bo can still play even without eating. If we didn't eat, we'd be useless. Degun sensed something was off. Are they picking a fight with me? He thought. Whatever, who cares? The student in the uniform next to him chuckled. True. Sang-bo seems really strong today. The guy in the white shirt intentionally raised his voice. Come on, when is Sang-bo ever weak? He's got that match against the new transfer student today. He'll definitely win. As they passed Degun's table, they dumped something into his lunch tray. The guy in the white shirt pretended to be startled. Oh my God, so sorry. My hand slipped. Degun gave them a cold, hard stare and asked, What do you want? Jury, sitting nearby, was getting annoyed. Hey, are you guys crazy? What kind of game are you playing? Degun's face darkened as he picked up whatever they had dropped into his tray. The guy in the white shirt waved his hands dismissively. I already apologized. Don't get so uptight. Sorry. Whether you eat it or not is up to you, man. With that, the 2 students walked behind Degun. The guy in the white shirt looked at Degun and smirked, urging his friend in black. All right, let's go. They thought Degun would just stay quiet and let it slide, but he didn't. He suddenly reached out, grabbed the guy, and growled, Hold it right there. Where do you think you're going? That's not dried squid, that's a bellflower root. What the hell do you want? The tension spiked instantly. A girl with glasses sitting with Gina called out, Gina, look. I think the transfer student and those bullies are arguing. Looking at the group they were sitting with, she added, I think he's one of the bullies too. Look at his face. Definitely looks like a bully. Gina watched, feeling the tension rise. A group of 7th graders in blue shirts saw the scene and got excited. Whoa, a fight? The 7th grade leader kept a straight face. Nice. Show me what you've got. Degun was furious, his eyes burning into the 2 guys, and his voice was icy. I asked you, where's the dried squid? The guy in the white shirt panicked. He tried to pull his arm away, his voice shaking. Wait, what the hell are you doing? It's just a small thing, and I already apologized, you jerk. Degun had no intention of letting go. He gripped the guy's arm so hard his veins were popping out. You apologized? The guy in the white shirt was sweating bullets from fear. Degun continued. You apologized to me, but whether I accept it or not is my call, isn't it? Just then, his phone rang, startling Degun. He let go of the guy's arm, glaring at him as he warned, Stay put. Wait for me. The message was from his manager. Are you adjusting well to school? Are you free after school? Reading those lines, Degun immediately felt something was off. His anger from a second ago suddenly vanished. He remembered what she told him. Once you finish this mission, you'll receive a full scholarship to college after high school. We will cover your school expenses. And the rules I mentioned aren't just to restrict you, Degun. Because secrecy is the top priority for this project, I need you to act with restraint. If the project risks exposure due to inappropriate behavior, it will be cancelled immediately. And you will go back to your old life. Degun, you'll be back working at the convenience store. Looking at his phone, Degun thought, she's probably reminding me via text to keep my cool and focus on the mission. Still, even if he punched these two losers, the risk of exposure was pretty low. The two students, seeing Degun let go, immediately bolted. By the time Degun turned around, they were already halfway across the room. He sighed. Those bastards. Look at them run. Pathetic, right? Bang Ho Dong shoved a spoonful into his mouth and pointed elsewhere. Chewing loudly, he reminded him, just let it go. The real problem is over there. The strong ones just stand still. It's the lackeys trailing behind who cause all the trouble. Suddenly, he looked at Minsu. Seeing Minsu staring back at him, he cleared his throat. What? Why are you looking at me? Minsu replied, trembling slightly. Nothing. I wasn't looking at anything. Degun rubbed his head and reminded himself, right. I shouldn't get distracted. If I finish this project, I could achieve things I wouldn't even dare to dream of. As he thought this, he looked at the three faces he had just knocked out that morning, now looking completely dazed. He thought again, though, that he'd already fought too much on his first day, so he needed to save his energy. The two 7th graders in blue shirts nearby chuckled with amusement. Man, why did they stop fighting? What a letdown. The 7th grade bully watched him and sized him up. This guy wasn't like the rumors. He didn't seem like the impulsive type. Degun hadn't finished eating yet but stood up. He told everyone, I'm full, I'm taking off. Sim Sang-bo shouted after him, hold on, I haven't shown you my Sim Sang-bo style attack yet. Degun shot back, throwing cold water on his enthusiasm. I don't need it, thanks. Dongmin whispered into Sim Sang-bo's ear. Hey, his mood changed after looking at his phone, didn't it? Sim Sang-bo watched him go and sighed. Man, this guy is hard to read. Degun wandered outside alone, hands in his pockets, thinking, I've already stood out too much on the first day. I wonder how the management will take this. Degun reminded himself, all right, I'll just be really polite today. No sooner had he said that than the guy in the white shirt who liked causing trouble came out from inside. The coward immediately turned around and tried to head back inside. Of course, Degun didn't miss the chance. He ran over, grabbed him by the neck, and said, Where do you think you're going, huh? The student yelped. Eek! You've got the wrong guy. Wait. Degun gave a cold laugh. The thing you did earlier? That was the real mistake. Don, that was the white-shirted student's name, said earnestly. Look, you're the new kid, so you probably don't know. There are rules. You can't just touch other students. You can only touch me if you win against Sim Sang-bo. Degun looked at him with a blank expression. What the hell kind of rule is that? The white-shirted student continued. It's a long-standing tradition. If you don't follow it, you'll become the target of the whole school. Suddenly, someone approached. Degun warned him, Hey, someone's coming. Where should we go? Somewhere quiet to talk. The white-shirted student balked. Where? If I follow you to some quiet spot, you're going to kill me, Degun whispered. So, you want to get beaten up right here? The guy in white agreed immediately. In a corner of the school, the sound of thwack. Thwack echoed. The guy in white took a few punches to the stomach from Degun. He lay on the ground, clutching his gut in pain. You! Damn you! You're going to regret this. Degun looked around and clicked his tongue. Tisk. This place is quiet enough. I think I can handle this here. He turned back and told the guy, Go call your boss. The guy in white was stunned. Huh? Are you serious? Degun laughed. Like you said, if I beat Sim Sang-bo, I can beat you up as much as I want, right? Call him over so I can beat him and get it over with. The guy in white hesitated. Well, I mean, in theory, that's true. But I don't think he can come right now. He's busy using someone as a punching bag. Degun's face turned serious. A punching bag? Is he making other kids act as punching bags? The guy in white mocked him. Well, look at you, acting all smart. I bet you've been one too, haven't you? Degun didn't answer. He just asked, Is he in the classroom? The white-shirted student replied, Yeah. Degun cracked his knuckles and muttered to himself, Damn it, I can't let him keep doing that. As he walked, he thought, I guessed wrong. This isn't the time to worry about the location. At classroom 1 to 3, Degun stood outside the door, thinking, Is this the third-year class? He leaned his head in to look inside. Immediately, a student was thrown against the door, his face bruised and swollen. By now, Sim Sang-bo seemed to notice someone lurking by the door. He asked, Who's there? Another guy raised his hand and said, Let me check. But before his hand could touch the door, it swung open. Degun's face appeared. He said, Move aside. The student was startled. It was the new kid. Sim Sang-bo stood there with his hands in his pockets, speaking casually. But I told you I'd see you after school. Degun looked at the student sitting on the floor and thought, His punching bags are different too. He targets kids who won't fight back and just beats them up. Sim Sang-bo saw Degun and was a bit surprised. He asked, "Why are you here? You want to fight now? All right, you punching bags, get lost." As he finished, a student stood up, looking like he was in immense pain. Sim Sang-bo saw this and warned, "Hey, are you trying to act like a smartass? Don't make such a big scene, you bastard." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed the student by the throat. Yet, the student didn't resist. He even cried out, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to look like I'm in pain." Sob, "I'll tell them I tripped on the way home. It's my fault. Please just forgive me." Sim Sang-bo heard this and felt immediately satisfied. He gave a cold laugh. "Exactly. It's just because you guys are too weak." Degun heard this and turned his gaze toward the others with curiosity. It was just as he had predicted. Even if you or your friend are treated like a punching bag, Degun understood that feeling of being powerless to do anything. Suddenly, Degun fell into a trance. He could understand that feeling of powerlessness, the punches to the stomach, the times he was hit in the face until it swelled up. The Yin Gang kept bullying everyone without pause, and the students at the time couldn't rely on the adults, who either pretended not to see or dealt with things half-heartedly. Surprisingly, the one who solved that problem was another bully, someone even stronger than the ones bullying Degun. It was just a careless remark he made while venting his anger. But surely, it was thanks to his words back then that Degun was saved. That was something Degun kept in his heart, never to be forgotten for as long as he lived. Solving one Eugene with another Eugene, I'm not sure if that's a good thing, but perhaps it's the best solution. And now, Degun would be the one to carry that out. The student, beaten until his face was swollen, looked at Degun intently. Everyone in the class was staring at him as well. Degun stood alone in front of the classroom door. He said to Sim Sang-bo, "Stop pretending to be tough by hitting weak punching bags. Instead, why don't you try hitting someone who's actually strong?" Sim Sang-bo heard this, felt a bit annoyed, frowned, and said, "Are you talking about yourself?" Degun immediately pointed at his friend and teased, "Well, if you're tired of hitting that punching bag, why don't you turn to your friend here? Can I use him as a punching bag instead? Wouldn't that be fair?" Sim Sang-bo's sidekick was so angry his veins were popping. He shouted, "You crazy bastard! What are you talking about? You're saying I'm your punching bag?" Degun replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, you're big, so you're worth hitting." As soon as he said that, the ally charged at him with a fist, cursing, "You damn piece of trash." Degun instantly caught the guy's fist with one hand and grabbed his collar with the other, using all his strength. Degun shoved him back. Then in the next second, he quickly attacked the big guy with a punch. The big guy took Degun's punch squarely under the chin. The result? The big guy collapsed on the floor, blood spraying from his mouth. Everyone gasped. Someone shouted, "Whoa, did you hear that thud? Did you see that?" Everyone looked completely rattled. Degun stood there calmly with his hands in his pockets, teasing, "Not bad, kid. I thought you were punching a machine back there. So, what's next? Which punching bag should I take on now?" Watching the scene, the veins on Sim Sang-bo's face popped, and his entire body suddenly stiffened. Sim Sang-bo observed him, thinking, he actually used his opponent's own force to slam them into those lockers. He's no pushover. He even knows how to handle the weight difference. With that thought, Sim Sang-bo rubbed his head and chuckled maliciously. Well, finally a real opponent. This guy is getting interesting. Who knew you'd provoke me like that? Ha ha. He turned to his remaining lackey and ordered, "Push the desks to the front." The lackey immediately replied, "Got it." He turned to the other students and barked, "Clear the desks, move them all, as far as you can." Degun glanced at Sim Sang-bo. Does he think he's fighting some top-tier pro? Looks like he's trying to make as much room as possible. Meanwhile, outside, the student in the white shirt was limping down the hallway, leaning against the wall. He groaned. "Damn it. That hurts." He called out to another student, "Hey, wait, help me out." The classmate stepped in to support him. The white-shirted kid muttered, "Let's head to Class 3. I have a feeling the new guy and Sim Sang-bo are going to throw down." Some of the Class 7 thugs overheard him. One asked, "Did you hear that? Let's go watch." Gusunga replied, "Yeah, let's head over." The No Man Ho crew was still in the cafeteria, eating ice cream and drinking soda. Bang Ho Dong complained, "Seriously, why is the ice cream so small these days?" Dong Min teased him, "Maybe it's just because you're a giant, you fat pig." Suddenly, someone screamed near the cafeteria entrance, "Hey! Sim Sang-bo and the new kid are fighting. Let's go, it's in Class 3. The three members of the No Man Ho crew were visibly stunned. Dong Min shouted, "No way! For real?" "No, No Man Ho," urged them. "Come on, let's go see." The area outside the Class 3 door suddenly became chaotic as everyone rushed to get a look. No Manhwa opened the door and wondered, "What the hell is going on? He said they'd fight after school, didn't he?" Bang Ho Dong asked, half asleep. "Hey, did it start already?" Dong Min replied, "Look, Degun is still standing tall. Sim Sang-bo is just getting into his stance, so it must have just started. Damn it, I should have brought some popcorn." Sim Sang-bo kept his eyes on Degun, thinking, I knew he beat No Manhwa, but in the video, his technique didn't look like much. I don't know what his fighting style is, but I'll start by testing the distance. With that, Sim Sang-bo suddenly lunged at Degun, catching him slightly off guard. A punch was thrown immediately, but Degun dodged it with lightning speed. Degun shifted his feet to stabilize his stance. Man, that hit was fast. But Sim Sang-bo followed up with another tricky blow that grazed Degun's cheek. After dodging, a thought flashed through Degun's mind. Holy crap, this guy is faster than a pro-level fighter. Degun moved his feet constantly. Every time he closed the distance, Sim Sang-bo danced away with incredible speed. Sim Sang-bo kept attacking, aiming for Degun's vitals. Degun leaned back to evade. Sim Sang-bo's fist whipped over his head, and Degun quickly crouched to avoid it. Sim Sang-bo's strikes were packed with raw power. One clean hit would tip the scales of the fight immediately. Just then, Degun raised his fist. He keeps closing the distance, so I can use the opening between his attacks to strike back. Seeing Degun prepare a counter, Sim Sang-bo was taken aback and instantly hopped backward. The distance was just right. Sim Sang-bo looked at Degun and smirked. "Whoa, you timed that opening perfectly, but sorry I don't plan on getting hit." Degun frowned, deep in thought, watching how he moves and manages the distance. Like No Manhwa said, he's not normal. He was born with sharp instincts, and with proper training, he's become an expert at maneuvering to dodge attacks. Above all, he strikes incredibly fast. Thinking this, Sim Sang-bo immediately launched a barrage of attacks at Degun's face, but Degun successfully dodged them all. No Manhwa watched from the sidelines, sighing, "Damn, if he keeps up that relentless pace, he's going to back himself into a corner. I don't see any chance to counterattack." As soon as he thought that, Degun suddenly raised his fist, his gaze becoming rock steady. The fist shot towards Sim Sang-bo's face, surprising him. He frowned. "Damn it, I can't dodge at this range." A second later, Sim Sang-bo was violently knocked backward. Sim Sang-bo managed to get his hands up to block the punch just in time. His feet skidded and slammed into the floor. Sim Sang-bo couldn't believe his eyes, his hands still shielding his face. What the hell? Is that even human strength? I blocked it, but the impact still hurts like hell. Dongmin and BH shouted together, "No way! What was that? I thought he was supposed to be fast. He got hit before he could even react." Degun dusted off his shirt after the hit. Tsk. This guy's reflexes aren't ordinary either. His observation skills are fast too. Sim Sang-bo lowered his hands, glaring at Degun with burning eyes. My hand is bruised, he thought. But it's fine. Just by that moment, I've gauged his reach. At the end of his strike, he's one step away. I'll wait for him to throw a punch, then I'll counter. Thinking this, Sim Sang-bo's feet shifted, and Degun noticed it immediately. Sim Sang-bo rushed at Degun with everything he had, looking like a bloodthirsty predator. Degun braced himself for the attack. Seeing this movement, Sim Sang-bo thought with confidence. Just as I predicted, he's about to throw a punch. The moment Degun swung for his face, Sim Sang-bo stepped back to dodge. Looking at Degun's fist hanging in midair, a corner of his mouth curled up. Perfect. Just like I thought. But there was one thing he hadn't accounted for. Right after his punch missed, Degun's leg swept up. At this distance, landing a kick on Sim Sang-bo's leg was easy. Sim Sang-bo winced in pain, teeth gritted as he wondered, did this guy just use a low kick? Thinking this, Sim Sang-bo seemed to lose his cool entirely. He lashed out with another punch, cursing, "You son of a beat!" Degun dodged effortlessly. He looked at Sim Sang-bo, realizing he had lost control, and didn't miss the chance. Degun delivered another brutal kick, slamming into Sim Sang-bo's knee. The seventh graders watching from the sidelines gasped, "Damn, that's gotta hurt." Gusunga chimed in from the side. Sim Sang-bo knows his way around a punch, but he's got no clue how to handle those kicks. What a major oversight. It's definitely going to mess with his footwork. After taking the hit, Sim Sang-bo's leg buckled, dropping him to the floor. Even with his hands on the ground, he glared up at Degun with pure, seething frustration. Degun gave a cold reminder, "Get up." Sim Sang-bo froze. "What? Are you telling me to get up?" With that, he slowly hauled himself to his feet. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Damn it, you bastard. You think you can keep acting like this? I despise you. As he finished, Degun immediately slammed another kick into the same leg, taunting him. What was that? You want to get up again? The members of the No Man Ho group watched with their jaws dropped. Dongmin exclaimed, "Whoa, look at that attitude." He hit the exact same spot again. No. Man Ho clicked his tongue. What a waste. He should have just kicked him in the head. Bang Ho Dong joined in. Whoa. This is an eye-opener. He isn't even letting his opponent get back on his feet. Degun, his face expressionless, stared down at Sim Sang-bo and warned him, "Your leg is shaking way too much. If you can't fight anymore, just stay down." Sim Sang-bo, of course, refused. He forced himself into a fighting stance on his trembling leg, still talking tough. You dog. Don't act like you've already won. Your fighting style is straight-up trash. Degun didn't waste words. He raised his leg, replying, "Thanks for the compliment." Sim Sang-bo shifted to the side, thinking, damn it, he's going for the same spot again. But contrary to his expectations, Degun's leg stopped mid-air. The next second, Degun unleashed a flurry of strikes at Sim Sang-bo's face. As he raised his hands to block, Sim Sang-bo thought bitterly, damn it, that last one was a feint. Suddenly, Degun paused. Sim Sang-bo thought, barely managed to block that. He's got his hands up. If I eat this next one, I can counter. That was his plan. But no, Degun hit him with another heater. He shoved his hand right in front of Sim Sang-bo's face, leaving him too shocked to react. And sure enough, the next second, Degun kicked that same old injury, sending Sim Sang-bo sprawling backward. Everyone in the classroom who saw it had their mouths wide open. No Man Ho widened his eyes and blurted out, "Holy crap, that attack was insane." Dongmin leaned on No Man Ho's shoulder and added, "It's that special move of his, isn't it? The one they call blinding the eyes?" No Man Ho nodded in approval. "See? I told you, this guy doesn't have a fixed pattern. He's terrifying." The 7th grade bosses looked on and asked each other, "How many times has his leg been hit now?" Yuze replied, "Must be 4 times in the exact same spot." Another guy added, "Wait, if that's the case, there's no way he can walk anymore." Sim Sang-bo was now down on one knee, staring at Degun with pure rage. At that same moment, a hidden camera on the ceiling was live-streaming the fight between Degun and Sim Sang-bo. An older man was watching the match intently. He puffed on his cigarette and muttered, "Just as I expected. Nothing beats watching a real fight." Degun, his expression unchanging, urged him, "What are you doing? Get up and fight me. Move it." Sim Sang-bo, feeling the agony, looked up with fury written all over his face, but luck was not on his side. His leg was completely numb now. He grit his teeth, trying to endure the pain in front of the entire class. Damn it, he thought, this is so humiliating. The 7th grade thugs started whispering. One said, "If he's a real fighter, he should be standing up." Gusunga replied, "Even if he stands, can he even fight? Because of those baggy pants he's wearing. We can't be sure, but his legs have to be seriously damaged by now." When people think of boxing, they usually fear the fists, but the real terror is all about the footwork. First, it's about measuring distance to avoid attacks, and then it's about delivering as many punches as possible. That's what the footwork is for. If you compare a fist to a bullet, the footwork is the gun that fires it. Sim Sang-bo was a pro at that, and he had a better gun than anyone else. But with his current legs, he wouldn't be able to step into a fight anymore. Just as they said that, Sim Sang-bo managed to stand up. However, one leg was trembling slightly, because it wasn't just a regular injury. Sim Sang-bo took his stance, preparing to attack with a worried expression, though his mouth was still talking trash. "You aren't finished yet, you bastard." Degun looked at Sim Sang-bo with icy, murderous eyes. He wanted to end the fight quickly. But since Sim Sang-bo refused to quit, he had no choice. Degun cracked his knuckles and asked one last time, "You really want to keep going?" Without waiting for an answer, Degun lunged and kicked straight at Sim Sang-bo's face. He was fast enough to block it, but Degun's power was so immense that it still pushed him back several steps. Sim Sang-bo stayed in his defensive stance, thinking, "Even if I block these shots, the impact is overwhelming. I can't use my legs to dodge. I have to strike back and find some balance." Just as he thought that, Degun immediately attacked with a left-handed kick. Sim Sang-bo blocked it again with his hands. The sheer force of the strike shook Sim Sang-bo's confidence. The 7th grade thugs debated again. The one with black hair said, "Look at that. He's about to punch right through that guard. Is he planning to launch a kick after keeping his distance like that?" Ungwa watched closely and added, "Good idea. That way, he doesn't have to get within Sim Sang-bo's reach." Sim Sang-bo felt a bit unsteady. He looked behind him and realized he was getting closer and closer to the wall. He told himself, No, this is bad. I need to get away from here. Just as he thought that, Degun charged. Sim Sang-bo, expecting another kick, threw his hands up to shield himself. Degun surged forward with everything he had, but contrary to Sim Sang-bo's prediction, Degun landed a brutal punch right into his underarm, sending waves of agonizing pain through him. Sim Sang-bo started losing energy, his breathing becoming ragged. Degun kept up the pressure, landing rapid-fire strikes to his face left, then right, until Sim Sang-bo had to accept his fate, clutching his head with both hands and gritting his teeth to endure. No Manhwa, watching from the sidelines, grew anxious. It's over. He's pinned against the wall and can't get out. That direct body blow was the finishing move. He doesn't have the strength to fight back anymore. Dongmin turned and asked, so what should he do now? No Manhwa replied, raise his guard and curl up. He has no other choice but to keep blocking the attacks. Otherwise, he's going down. Dongmin looked confused. Huh? Just keep taking hits like that? Bang Ho Dong jumped in. Doesn't that just make him a punching bag? Exactly. Sim Sang-bo is turning into nothing but a punching bag. Nothing more, nothing less. A punching bag that can't fight back, just waiting for the beating. Before, whenever Sim Sang-bo went to boxing practice, he always wore one red shoe. He trained incredibly hard at the gym. Others watching him would whisper to each other, his punches on the heavy bag are insane. Some even asked, is he really just a high schooler? Someone else added, I bet if he got into a real fight, he'd beat people to a pulp. That's when their coach chimed in. He told me he's not interested in fighting. The male guest was surprised. Really? That's a waste if he doesn't compete with skills like that. Just then, a male student walked in and bowed politely. Hello, I'm Sim Sang-bo's friend. The student walked in and called out, hey, Sim Sang-bo, let's go. Sim Sang-bo stopped and replied, oh, you're here? As he approached the nearby locker, Sim Sang-bo showed off, what do you think of this tattoo? I'm going to choose this one. His friend nodded in approval. Whoa, looks tough. The two of them bowed respectfully to the coach before heading home. Coach, we're heading home now. The coach called out after them. Sim Sang-bo, you're not bullying the kids at school, are you? Remember, only use your fists in the ring. You know what's most important for a fighter, right? Hearing his coach's reminder, Sim Sang-bo hesitated for a moment before replying, of course. I remember. In class, Sim Sang-bo repeatedly punched a classmate hitting his stomach, then driving an elbow straight into his face. It looked incredibly painful just to watch. While his classmate was, in agony, Sim Sang-bo just wore a menacing grin. He thought to himself, that's it. This feeling is so much better than a heavy bag at the gym. Just like that, one student after another was called in. Sim Sang-bo always thought he didn't need to step into a ring because here, there were plenty of toys to beat up freely. Plus, he always got that feeling of victory. Who would complain? His best friend chuckled and reminded him, Sim Sang-bo, his stamina is pretty solid, so you can go harder. Sim Sang-bo looked over and grinned excitedly. Oh, really? That's awesome. And then, the thwack, thwack, boom, boom sounds started up again. The student standing next to him smiled with satisfaction, muttering, poor heavy bag. That student was none other than the guy in white who had been beaten by Degun earlier, and now, he was witnessing Sim Sang-bo become a heavy bag for Degun. Seeing Degun beat Sim Sang-bo from side to side, he really looked no different from a punching bag. Degun didn't hold back at all, even when Sim Sang-bo was in so much pain that even breathing was a struggle. Watching this, the guy was stunned, whispering to himself, Sim Sang-bo, how did you end up becoming the heavy bag? He continued to watch Degun land his strikes, but not on Sim Sang-bo anymore. This time it was on an actual heavy bag. Degun struck the vital spots repeatedly and then kicked the bag with all his might. The bag was sent flying back and forth, over and over. Sim Sang-bo felt increasingly dizzy and lightheaded. Degun just kept on hitting, feeling more pumped with every blow. Degun hit it so hard that the chain holding the bag snapped. It was a perfect metaphor for Sim Sang-bo. Sim Sang-bo felt every ounce of his strength being drained away. He slowly slumped over, his eyes vacant, completely out of it. Finally, the heavy bag crashed down in a painful heap. Sim Sang-bo collapsed onto the floor. He was panting like a dog. Inside, he first thought, I can't win. I really can't beat him. This is it. I have to stop. Sim Sang-bo looked up to see Degun approaching, and he wondered, is he going to keep hitting me? No, I can't take any more. Degun glared down at him and said, I'll give you 10 seconds to get back into your original punching bag position. Sim Sang-bo froze at those words. He never expected to hear someone else say that to him. These young kids, they really know how to fight, don't they? Inside and outside the third-year classroom, the atmosphere was more tense than ever. Bruises started to stand out clearly on Sim Song-bo's face. Degun stared intently at Sim Song-bo. Degun's gaze was terrifying. Sim Sang-bo was in so much pain he couldn't even stand. He just sat there, dazed, his eyes filled with fear. The rest of the class finally erupted. What the hell? Can he not even stand up anymore? Is he actually scared? The students who had been beaten earlier couldn't hide their shock either. All three of them just stared blankly, realizing that the Sim Sang-bo now and the Sim Sang-bo from a few minutes ago were two completely different people. The student in white from earlier saw this scene and felt anxious. He thought to himself, I actually knew it all along. The reason he didn't go to that match, even though he tried so hard in boxing and used all sorts of tricks to run away as fast as he could, and the reason he wouldn't challenge No Manhwa again, even when he said he could win. I even know why he likes heavy bags that don't fight back. It's because he himself is just trying to look stronger than anyone else on the outside. He looks like that, but he's actually terrified of getting beaten in a fight where the outcome is already clear. Thinking this, the student in white ran over to stop Degun. Hey, stop it. We lost. Degun shot a death glare toward the guy in white, then turned back to look at the pathetic, dazed Sim Sang-bo sitting in front of him. He commanded, say it yourself. Sim Sang-bo clenched his teeth, his face full of resentment. Yet, a second later, he hesitantly muttered, I lost. Just stop. As soon as he said it, everyone in the classroom was shocked, eyes wide, their faces filled with disbelief. Once Sim Sang-bo spoke, Degun turned and walked away. You mock others, but you're a boxer? Don't make me laugh. I can't even use you as a replacement for a heavy bag. Hearing Degun's words, Sim Sang-bo hung his head, staying in a kneeling position on the floor, ignoring the students whispering around him. Some said, man, Sim Sang-bo lost the fight, while others said, the new student is too strong. Sim Sang-bo gave up after getting beaten to a pulp. The students who had been beaten earlier watched Degun's retreating back and asked each other, did we get spared because we were like punching bags too? Another replied, I don't know, but that new kid is definitely a bully. Degun walked out of the classroom, brushing past No Manho's group. No Manho watched him go, wondering, just how strong is that guy? Degun, the silver-haired student from the 7th grade, asked Songa, what do you think about that new kid? Songa replied, he's definitely a beast, but I don't know what his main technique is. He might be hiding it, since he knows everyone is starting to pay attention to him. We'll probably have to dig a little deeper. As Degun walked down the hallway, he ran into someone else. This guy saw Degun and immediately started taunting him. Hey, why are you lurking around the 3rd grade classroom? Are you hiding because you're scared of getting pounded after seeing him destroy that punching bag? Just as he said that, a piercing scream erupted from the 3rd grade classroom, making him jump. His eyes went wide as he realized it was Sim Sang-bo's voice. A second later, he rushed to the door, pulled it open, and shouted in shock, huh? What the hell is going on? Degun watched without a word. The terrified student turned back to look at Degun with a bewildered expression, stuttering, What just happened? Did Sang-bo actually lose to this new kid? Degun glared at him and asked, you got anything else to say to me? The student, naturally scared out of his wits, immediately changed his tone. He raised his hands and replied, no, it's all good. Yeah, everything's fine. Forget it. I'm getting out of here. As the student turned to bolt, he ran straight into someone else. It was No Manho's group, and they collided with him. The three of them barked in unison, watch where you're going. Don't just stand there blocking the door. The pushy student, despite his earlier arrogance, acted all polite. Oh, sorry, my bad. But in his head, he was cursing that son of a bitch No Manho. He only wanted to be a hanger-on for the new kid, but he knew he'd just end up getting pushed around. With that thought, he ran into the classroom and shouted, Sang-bo. He quickly hurried over, hovering nervously. Sang-bo, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Should we go to the hospital? Sang-bo shot a death glare at the chatterbox. The look in Sang-bo's eyes terrified the student, so he quickly turned around and barked at the rest of the class. Hey, you idiots! What are you staring at? Why don't you get lost already? At that same moment, Sim Sang-bo was grinding his teeth so hard it made a sound, muttering under his breath, damn it, I am never letting it end like this again. Over at the office, the projector screen was still on, with the manager and the chairman in the middle of a meeting. The chairman stroked his thick beard and said, his name is Degun. He's got quite a sharp mind, really impressive. Director, wait. Sa-im. Sa-im put on a serious face and said, I'm listening. The chairman continued, regarding this project, your reckless idea really touched my heart. I'm glad you're working on this. The old rules are obsolete. Scrap the whole thing. Sa-im was stunned for a moment, but she immediately stood up to object. I can't let you do that, sir. You don't know what that guy did in the past. If we don't have rules, it's definitely going to spiral out of our control, and the success rate will be incredibly low. Seeing Sa-im so sensitive, the chairman warned her, Hey, stop it. Why have you been acting so high-strung lately? Sa-im realized it then and fell silent. She didn't even understand why she was getting so worked up. The chairman continued. Don't worry too much. We can set it up right here in the school. Honestly, what kind of power does someone with nothing in their hands really have? He's just a cat catching some filthy, disgusting rats. Besides, that cat is still within our reach. So, just let them act crazy and run around however they want. Sa-im just listened without responding. Outside, the school looked completely peaceful. Then, in the 4th grade classroom, a loud bang echoed as someone slammed a desk. 4th grade boss Park Dojin jumped up, grinning. Aha! I get it now. Heh, hurry up. Give me my 40,000 won. A friend asked. Park Dojin, what are you planning? Park Dojin laughed while counting the money. Who knows? Who cares? I'll give you 10,000 back. He looked at the group. Meanwhile, in Class 9, a student in glasses asked, So, the class rankings are officially starting, right? Can I get in on this? This was Lee Sung-hun, the leader of Class 9, the class for exam prep. He looked pretty authoritative with those glasses on. Next up was Class 6. Boss Yu-jok had his hands in his pockets as he called out, Hey, Kim Gun-yuong, stop playing games and listen to me. I don't care that No Man Ho beat the 3rd grade boss. I feel like I could take him down if I wanted to. Hey, I'm planning to wipe out all 6 classes. You listening? Kim Gun-wong couldn't care less. He just kept playing his game and replied, Whether you do it or not, I couldn't care less. Yu-jok twirled a lock of his hair and continued, That transfer student is a bit weird. I feel like we should come up with a plan. If we don't take this seriously, he might actually take us down. Just then, a busty girl standing next to Yuji So, her name was Baek Suji, spoke up. Hey, I'm so bored and tired of you guys acting like big shots. I'll let you know if you and the others get caught. Yu-jok scratched his head and replied, don't be like that. I can't exactly send a 53 to fight a freshman, right? Finishing his sentence, Seo started to walk away, but patted Kim Gun-yuong on the shoulder as a reminder. Hey, Kim Gun-yuong, think about what I said. By the time school let out, gossip was flying everywhere. Man, the guys in the other classes must be nervous right now. I can't believe Degun was able to swallow up 3 classes so quickly right after transferring. Degun was heading home. He turned back and asked the guys following him, Why do you guys keep following me around? Dongmin chimed in quickly. Of course we are. We're all in this together now, aren't we? Bang Ho-dong laughed. Heh. We're like a family now, after all. No Man Ho, walking in front, turned back with a serious look. They're being really cautious right now. But since you're the one who sparked this fire, I'd bet they're already planning something. Whether you want it or not, you're going to get dragged into a fight. So, you'd better get yourself ready. I don't know about other places, but this school is a mess. Degun kept a cold face, seemingly indifferent. Bang Ho-dong trotted after him, trying to persuade him. Just think about it when the time comes. Anyway, let's go to the internet cafe. I got some silver ranking yesterday. Dongmin laughed. Haha, crazy. How many years did it take you to get silver? No. Manho noticed Degun was busy looking at his phone and asked, Hey Degun, you're coming with us, right? As they walked out the gate, they saw a familiar car. Degun thought to himself, That's the manager's car. He turned back and declined. I'm sorry, but I have an appointment, so I have to go. As for the gaming, you guys work it out yourselves. Besides, I wouldn't play games even if I didn't have plans. Don't ask me about gold or silver rankings. Once he said that, Dongmin and Bang Ho-dong felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped on them. As soon as Degun left, Bang Ho-dong cursed. Damn it. Just as expected, we have to get back at that jerk. Dongmin agreed. Yeah. Man-ho, what kind of brick do you prefer? Just as Degun got into the car, a female student watched him. It was Gina. A friend noticed Gina's strange expression and asked, Gina, what's wrong? Gina kept her eyes on the car, thinking, I'm sure that's the manager's car. Yeah, that's definitely her car. But why is she with the new kid? Gina watched the white car drive away, her mind racing with thoughts. I have a really strong gut feeling that she's up to something else. Especially with how things have been going lately, I'm sure of it. Sa-im's car cruised down the street. She glanced over while driving and asked, Starting trouble on your very first day? That's a new record. Degun felt a bit awkward. I was just looking for a reasonable excuse, that's all. Sa-im kept a stone-cold expression, so Degun decided to come clean. I was just greeting the new students. Then, I don't know why, but everyone just started brawling. I was just trying to defend myself. Degun kept a close eye on her reaction while he spoke. She stayed silent, which made him nervous. He scratched his head, looking repentant, and sighed. Fine. You're gonna punish me, right? Just say it. Contrary to what Degun expected, Sa-im praised him. Punish you? Why would I do that? You did a great job today. We've reviewed the incident and decided to shift our strategy a little. From now on, we're going to lower the requirements for your expulsion. Degun went blank. He stared at her and asked, What does that mean? Sa-im replied with a deadpan expression. It means from now on, it'll be just like today. Degun started mulling over her words. Does she mean I have to throw down every single day? One guy, two guys, then three? Thinking this, his lips curled into a smirk. Good. That means I don't have to bother holding back anymore. Sa-im sighed, looking at him. Since when have you ever held back? Suddenly, a thought crossed Degun's mind, and he turned to ask, Hey, wait, how did you know what happened today? Have you been tailing me? Sa-im looked a bit flustered, adjusted her glasses, and looked away. Don't be ridiculous. That's not something I can tell you. Degun's classmate, Minsu, flashed into his mind. He wondered, surveillance? But how would that work in a school? Unless Minsu is some kind of spy. But that's hilarious that idiot couldn't be a spy. If he were, there would definitely be rumors around school by now. Sa-im pulled the car up in front of an apartment complex. Degun watched her unlock the door, wondering, Is this my place? Degun stepped inside. The room was spacious, airy, and clean. Sa-im said, This is where you'll be staying from now on. Degun was uneasy. Really? As soon as she finished, he happily rushed over to the sofa to relax. Looking around, he couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, I can't believe it. I'm actually living in a place with a real sofa. This is great. I'm a secret agent, but they're treating me this well? It's nice, but something feels off. Why does this place feel like someone lived here before? Sa-im adjusted her glasses and replied, Well, I used to live here. At that, Degun turned bright red and blurted out, Wait, what did you say? You mean, you and I are living together? I can't deal with this. How is that possible? Aren't 7-year-olds supposed to have boundaries? Sa-im glared at him, warningly. What on earth are you talking about? Who said we're living together? Degun stood there, dumbfounded, thinking to himself, Damn it, I must have heard her wrong. He stammered, Oh, I see. My mistake. Sa-im opened up some files to get back to the point. She said, The center is very pleased with your performance. Therefore, we've decided to relax the rules and put our full trust in your judgment, Degun. But, of course, the school can't be held responsible for any force you use outside of campus. Also, even at school, the teachers are unaware of this project. The center will back you up, but don't take things too far. Listening to Sa-im, Degun thought to himself, Man, in short, she's telling me to keep it in check. Just as he thought that, Sa-im placed a black card on the table. She said softly, You'll be living alone here. You can use this card to cover your daily living expenses. With that, she turned to leave, but paused to add, Getting used to a new environment is probably stressful. Anyway, get some rest. Good luck, and remember what I told you. Degun looked away and muttered, Yeah, got it. He thought to himself that he hadn't remembered a single thing. She talked so much it gave him a headache. He just knew he'd do whatever they pointed him at. Sa-im walked out into the hallway. Instead of the elevator, she chose to take the stairs down to the lower level. She moved calmly and naturally down to the floor below. She unlocked a room right beneath Degun's apartment. Inside, there were several smaller rooms, each secured with a keypad. Sa-im used her fingerprint to unlock the main door. It was a dark room filled with countless computer monitors turned on. Back upstairs, Degun was resting. Sa-im sat down at the console and began observing. It seemed that Degun's room was completely under Sa-im's surveillance. The next day, under clear skies and a light breeze, Degun went to school, but he couldn't stop yawning. He was exhausted. Because he'd been sleeping on floors for so long, sleeping on a real bed left him feeling sore. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. Hey, you! Degun panicked and replied, Yes, sir. The teacher glared at him and scolded, You have the nerve to close your eyes while I'm talking to you? Starting fights on your very first day? You troublemaker, I have to call your parents. Oh, wait, you said you don't have anyone, right? Degun looked away. That question made him hesitate. Yeah. As soon as he said that, the teacher coldly added, Naturally, tell me, do you think your parents resting in the ground would be happy to see their son out there fighting? Those words hit Degun like a truck, leaving him furious, though he had to hold it back. The teacher, indifferent to his students' feelings, continued, "My teacher used to scold me way worse than this, you know?" At that young, chaotic age, the scene caught Gina's attention. She was holding her assignment, but her eyes kept drifting toward Degun, getting chewed out by the teacher, until the teacher called her, "Hey, you're the top student and class president, right?" Gina replied with a shy smile. "Yes, sir," the teacher said. "Remember what I told you?" Gina beamed. "Yes, teacher." She walked away, but her eyes never left Degun. He was still getting lectured. As she walked, she thought, "Man, I heard a rumor that the new transfer kid started a fight. Tisk, he really is suspicious. But the real question is he really just trying to be a bully?" Thinking this, Gina leaned against the door, quietly observing him. In Class S, Baek Suji asked Yuji So to take a picture of her. She arched her back to pose and covered her face with her hand, asking, "Hey, do I look pretty?" Yujok replied, "You look good, but why are you covering your face with your hand?" Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Jock turned around to look at him and asked, "Humph, are you guys here to see me?" The male student, a close friend of Sangbo, looked at Yujok and replied with a sly smirk. "Say, have you heard about what happened to Sangbo?" Yujok replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, I heard. I haven't been able to get in touch with him at all." "Just leave that idiot alone," the white-shirted student asked again. "But hey, there's a new transfer student. Are you planning on doing anything?" Yujok answered with indifference. "What about him? Since Sangbo ended up like that, all those losers on the first floor will end up the same way." Sangbo's friend tried to keep prodding, hoping to stir the pot. He said, "If we just leave it like that, then eventually." Just as he said that, Kim Gun Yuong suddenly turned back and growled. "Eventually what?" The student looked at Kim Gun Yuong, and the second he recognized that familiar face, he was terrified. He hurriedly raised his hands to explain, No, I didn't mean you guys would lose. Whether it's you, Jock, or Kim Gun Yuong." Kim Gun Yuong didn't take his eyes off his phone, waving his hand to call the student closer. As he approached, sweating bullets, he kept trying to explain, "I didn't mean you'd lose. It's just that eventually, we might have to fight." The moment he said that, Kim Gun Yuong smashed his fist right into the center of the guy's face. The student's nose started bleeding. Kim Gun Yuong saw it, but gestured for him to come closer again. The student obediently stepped forward once more, and, as expected, he got hit with another punch straight to the face. Both the student and his friend stood frozen, their faces showing clear signs of fear. Kim Gun Yuong glared and warned him, "Watch your mouth." The student hurriedly stuttered, I'm sorry." Kim Gun Wong went back to his game, sighing, "What a bunch of idiots. Leave it. I'll deal with them later. Get lost." The student and his friend left, but they didn't forget to take one last look at Kim Gun Wong, feeling incredibly annoyed. Once they were outside the classroom, the two started whispering about whether they should transfer schools. Yujok shoved his hands in his pockets, teasing, "Man, you look super cool right now. And honestly, you're doing the right thing." Kim Gun Yuong, eyes glued to his phone, replied, "Actually, I just want to bully some poor kids." Yujok spoke up again, "But we can't just ignore what they're saying, right? Maybe we should take it slow." Kim Gun Wong suddenly shot a mysterious glance at Yujok and said, "Hey, do you know that away from keyboard autoplaying is the trend in gaming these days?" Yujok leaned against the window and sighed. "Yeah, I do. If a game doesn't have an autoplay feature, I can't play it." Kim Gun Yuong's screen showed the game running in auto battle mode. He chuckled. "Exactly. So why is away from keyboard so popular, I wonder?" Not seeing a response from Jock, Kim Gun Wong turned to look at him and answered his own question, "Because we don't even need to use our own hands." Outside, the school looked incredibly peaceful. Degun slightly adjusted his glasses. He was thinking to himself, "I just noticed. Why is Minsu suddenly wearing glasses today?" Thinking that, he bluntly asked Minsu, "Hey Minsu, are your glasses a camera?" Minsu was extremely surprised, staring blankly as he asked, "What do you mean? What kind of camera? Why would you think that?" Degun saw Minsu's confused face and felt like he was overthinking things too much. He gave an awkward laugh. "Haha. In spy movies, cameras are often hidden in glasses, you know? But anyway, why are you wearing them today?" Minsu answered honestly, "Oh, well, back in the day, I used to wear glasses a lot." Minsu reminisced. He told a story about a chubby friend who was bullied by having a padlock clamped onto his glasses. The bully was none other than Bang Ho Dong. Bang Ho Dong forced that chubby guy to wear them like that while running errands to buy bread for him. "I saw that and was so scared I'd be the next victim," so I switched to contact lenses. But ever since you transferred here, I don't have to be scared anymore." Hearing that, Degun felt a surge of irritation and sighed. This guy, seriously. Bang Ho Dong, who was eating bread, suddenly felt it get stuck in his throat. Seeing Degun's gaze, he wondered, "Huh? Are you looking at me? Is it me?" Seeing that, Bang Ho Dong immediately put the bread away and turned to Dong Min. "Hey, Dong Min, I'm bored. Want to play something?" Dong Min coldly replied, "Screw off." Degun saw this and stood up, raising his voice. "Use your brains for once. I already told you to stop eating bread." As soon as he finished, Bang Ho Dong suddenly dropped to the floor in a military-style push-up position, like those used in the South Korean army in the 2000s. Dong Min was startled and cursed. "What the hell are you doing?" Minsu felt something was off, and he reached up to adjust his glasses slightly. Unfortunately, that exact moment didn't escape Degun. Degun looked at Minsu and asked tactfully, "Minsu, you're adjusting your glasses kind of weirdly, aren't you?" Minsu looked at Degun and replied, "What do you mean?" "I haven't worn them in a while, so I'm not used to them, that's all." Degun felt awkward, scratching his head and ears, confusedly saying, "Ah, right, I've been a bit sensitive lately. Sorry. While he spoke, he thought to himself, "But why do I keep getting the feeling that someone is watching me?" At that same moment, outside, a student with a scar on his right cheek was looking into Degun's classroom. He peered through the window frame at Degun for a moment and wondered, "Is this Degun? Looks like a total nerd." At the same time, someone else was thinking about Degun. Gina. She was also standing at the window, looking inside. Both of them were looking at Degun and thinking, "He looks pretty ordinary, doesn't he?" Gina kept moving forward while the guy with the scar kept his hands in his pockets with no intention of moving. The unfortunate incident happened. Gina's arm bumped into the guy with the scar. She hurriedly said, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to." The scarred thug glared at her in warning. "Don't you dare get close to where I'm standing. Get lost." Gina quickly replied, "Fine, I'm gone." As she walked away, she looked at his face and thought, "Geez, what is he? A thug?" Right at this moment, an unfortunate thing happened to the chubby guy, too. Hearing some noise outside, Degun turned around and saw him, their eyes meeting. The chubby guy was startled and hurried away, cursing as he went. "Scared the crap out of me. I wonder how long that guy Degun has been watching me." Back in the classroom, Gina's friend tapped her on the shoulder and asked, "I heard you went to the first-year class earlier?" Gina stammered, "Huh? Yeah, but how did you know?" Her friend excitedly recounted, "You're not the only one. Every girl here is heading over there just to catch a glimpse of the handsome new student. You're just like them, too. I thought you only liked studying. Turns out you like pretty boys, too?" Gina was stunned and wanted to explain. She stammered, "What? Hey, wait." Before she could finish, her friend cut her off. "It's okay, I get it. He is really handsome. Even I was shocked when I saw him. No joke." Gina gave a bitter laugh and shyly replied, "I guess you're right." As she spoke, she thought to herself, "All right, if I just accept this, I'll have a reason to keep an eye on that new student." Outside, it was already late afternoon. Gina followed Degun, seeing his tall silhouette, and thought, "His name is Kwon Degun, transferred from Incheon. Ara said so." Thinking of this, she remembered Ara's expression just a moment ago. Ara knew everything, from his home address to which floor of which building he lived in. "Which route does Degun usually take to get home?" she whispered, flashing a twisted grin at Gina. Gina felt a shiver run down her spine, fear creeping into her heart. Why does her smile look so creepy today? Gina thought. Dressed in a gray hoodie, she carefully hid behind a street pole. This is so lame, she thought. Do I look like a stalker right now? She carefully peeked out to watch Degun walking ahead. He had been walking alone the whole time. Gina wondered curiously. Huh? Isn't he with his manager today? And what exactly is their relationship? I really want to know the real reason he transferred here too. At the same time, a group of students from the student council was huddled together, discussing something. The guy with the scar, Jiang Jin Mo, had a blank look on his face as he asked, "What? Why would we do that?" Kim Gun Yuang didn't look up from his phone, just glanced at Jiang Jin Mo and replied, "Just do what I said. Are you telling me the four of you can't handle one guy?" The guy with brown hair seemed hesitant. I mean, this is the student council, but we don't have the leader here. We aren't the ones in charge, you know? If we attack those third-year kids from behind, we're going to be in huge trouble. Kim Gun Yuang frowned, clearly annoyed, and gave a cold smirk. So what? You guys weren't half bad back in middle school. You only couldn't show your real strength in that 6th class because of me and Jock. If you guys had gone to a different class, you would have wiped the floor with half of them. Why do you care so much about the rules those guys set anyway? Jock and I are going to be running things soon enough. What are you worried about? Fine. I'll stay back and watch. You guys just get it done quickly. Kim Gun-yuong's tone was a mix of push and pull, and the four boys felt they had no room to refuse. Seeing no one object, Kim Gun-yuong immediately stood up, phone in hand, with a grin. Call me when it's done. One guy quickly replied, Got it. As soon as Kim Gun-yuong left, the four of them started jabbering all at once. Jiang Jin-mo shouted, Kim Gun-yuong is on another level. When I saw him back in class, I knew he was the real deal, and he's good-looking too. Whatever, let's take this chance to get his number. Right after he said that, Degun walked by. Jiang Jin said, Hey, is that him? Someone replied, Yeah, that's him. Let's do it. Just as Degun passed Jiang Jin, the heavy-set guy chugged his drink, tossed the empty cup onto the sidewalk, and signaled his buddies to follow him. They hadn't walked more than a few steps before Degun noticed them. He immediately led them down a different path. The thugs followed Degun from one small alley to another major road. Gina, watching from behind, felt terrified seeing the group tailing Degun. What the hell? She thought. Are they from our school? Why are they following him? With that, she scurried after them to see what was going on. Unfortunately, the noise she made caught Jiang Jin-mo's attention. He turned around, saw Gina looking all weird and acting even weirder, and barked, Hey, what the hell are you doing? Gina panicked, pulled out her phone, and pretended to be on a call. Huh? What? Hello? After that, the heavy guy ordered the other three. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up in a second. Jiang Jin-mo stepped right in front of Gina and said, Stop pretending to be on the phone. Be honest, have you been following me this whole time? Gina replied, trembling with fear. No, I'm just taking this route home too. That's when Jiang Jin-mo finally got a good look at her face. He remembered she was the one who bumped into him earlier. Jiang Jin-mo growled, Hey, why the hell were you following me? Externally he looked calm, but inside, he was screaming with joy. This girl must be obsessed with me, he thought. I've hit the jackpot. Haha. She's pretty cute too. Thinking that, Jiang Jin-mo stepped closer and said point blank to Gina, Hey, I get it now. You're pretty cute, so why are you following me? I'm pretty busy right now, you know? Gina stood there, stunned and speechless. The heavy guy kept rambling on, totally oblivious to Gina's discomfort. He said, Hey, you want to come watch me work or something? Gina was confused. Huh? What kind of weird thing is that to say? Work? The guy then casually put his arm around Gina's shoulder and whispered with a grin. Hey, how about we go get a room and have some fun when we're done? What do you say? I've even got some booze. Gina felt her skin crawl at his words. She shoved him away hard and shouted, Are you crazy? Get your hands off me, you creep. Jiang Jin-mo didn't like being rejected. He glared at her and snapped, You BTH. He lunged at her, raising his hand to strike. You little brat. You've been following me because you like me, so don't act all high and mighty. Gina quickly covered her face with her hands and yelled, As if. You look like a monkey. Right after she said that, a blood-curdling scream echoed, drawing the attention of the other three guys. They didn't see their buddy, and turned back. Degun also turned to look. Jiang Jin-mo was clutching his face, wailing, Arg, my eyes! You demon, what the hell did you do? Gina stood there holding a can of pepper spray, yelling, You brought this on yourself. The other thugs ran back. They asked Jiang Jin-mo, Who the hell is this? Jiang Jin-mo spat back, This girl is insane. She sprayed pepper spray in my eyes. The others glared at Gina and barked, Are you from our school? Let me warn you, before you get your butt kicked, drop that thing and get over here now. Gina, anxious but holding the spray tight, said, Wait, hold on. He's the one who started it. Two other guys moved closer to her. One guy said, Fine, we don't mind roughing up a girl, so just come with us. Gina was terrified. She backed away, making a weak threat. Wait, don't come any closer, or I'll spray you. Just as things were about to boil over, a voice rang out. What are you guys doing? Degun was standing behind them, hands in his pockets, having appeared out of nowhere. His tall stature and cold, stoic expression were enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. Gina looked at Degun as if he were her savior. Tears were welling up in her eyes. The new kid? She thought. Is he here to help me? Degun asked again, his face stern. What are you guys doing? Two of the bullies puffed out their chests and shouted, What's it to you? Get lost. The guy with the buzz cut joined in. Damn, what the hell is this? Jiang Jin-mo was still crying, clutching his head. Boo-hoo, why? What's going on? One of the guys replied. Degun actually talked to us first. We were lucky to lead him here. Degun lifted his head, scanned them all, and continued, I was wondering, you guys have been following me for a while now, haven't you? The two thugs actually tried to argue back, getting all worked up. What? Don't go blaming us. Degun pointed in another direction, his voice icy. I have some business to take care of. Why don't we go somewhere else? What do you think? Jiangjin Mo, still rubbing his eyes, replied, Fine, let's go. Follow us. Gina stood there frozen, wondering, Huh? What is he planning to do? Is he really going to go through with this just to save me? In a small alley, surrounded by piles of trash, two students emerged. The uniforms are from Bangho Donggun High School. One of them is a freshman at the public Bangho Donggun High School named Zhang Man, and the other is also a first-year student named Cha Jinggu. Zhang Man smirked. Ugh, what are you nerds doing in here? We already called dibs on this spot, so get lost. Jiang Jin-mo replied with a slightly awkward tone. Do you guys happen to know a guy named Kim Gun Yuong? I'm doing a little favor for him. Upon hearing that name, Degun's gaze shifted. He thought to himself, who the hell is Kim Gun Yuong? The two students from Bangho Donggun School waved goodbye, but not without leaving a warning. Fine, we'll leave, but only because it's for Gun Yuong. But if you guys go around using Kim Gun Yuong's name loosely, you know exactly what's going to happen to you sooner or later, right? Haha, have a nice day. Jiang Jin-mo gnashed his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. What kind of shitty luck is this? Running into these guys today of all days. A student named Cha Jinggu walked past Gina and immediately turned back to ask Jiang Jin-mo, Hey, is that girl working with you guys too? Jiang Jin-mo replied, No, not her. Cha Jinggu sighed. Man, that's a shame. All right, later. Degun overheard all of this and sighed, thinking, these guys have some weird-ass priorities. At the PC cafe, Yu-jok and Kim Gun Yuong were casually gaming. Yu-jok asked, Didn't you say you were going to deal with that transfer student? What are you doing here? Kim Gun Yuong replied nonchalantly, I told Jiang Jin-mo and his crew to handle it. Yu-jok was surprised. Huh? Jiang Jin-mo? Can you even trust those guys? Besides, that transfer student isn't exactly easy to take down. Is he? Kim Gun Yuong replied, Yeah, I admit he's strong, but even if he isn't, if those first years get their hands on him, the new guy won't even make it to school. Those first years fight like they're seniors. Plus, if those guys do their job right, the new kid will know better than to mess with us. And if he doesn't get the hint, well, he's finished anyway. At that same moment, the fight on Dagon's side was beginning. Dagon stood in the corner. Gina, afraid of getting dragged into this, asked nervously, Can I leave if I'm not involved? Jiang Jin-mo shouted back, Shut the hell up, bitch. Just shut your mouth and watch me beat him down. Gina panicked. Degun set his backpack aside, looking at Gina and wondering, why has she been following me around since school started? Did that guy tell her to tail me? Should I just tell her to get lost? Thinking that, he told Jiang Jin-mo to let her go. Jiang Jin-mo retorted angrily, Who the hell do you think you are? Gina suddenly had a change of heart. She wanted to see exactly what this transfer student was capable of. Jiang Jin-mo, fired up, took off his white uniform jacket. He puffed out his chest. Thinking he couldn't lose face, he had to show the girl how strong he was. Jiang Jin-mo reached into his pocket for something, taunting Degun, You came here looking for a beating, huh? Degun loosened his collar slightly, and replied, I don't know who's actually here to hand over their life. Degun stared at Jiang Jin-mo without blinking, thinking, From what I just heard, did he say Kim Gun Wong? Did that guy personally send these thuggish nobodies after me? Jiang Jin-mo lit a cigarette, and Degun stepped closer, warning him, Just so you know, if you try to blow smoke in my face, I'm going to knock your lights out. But the fat guy didn't listen. He arrogantly blew his foul-smelling smoke right in Degun's face. Degun warned him, I told you, don't try to spit in my face just to look tough. With that, he grabbed the guy's jaw to cut off his air, and in the next second, he slammed him to the side. The two accomplices stood there stunned, realizing their opponent today was way too strong. Degun gave a swift kick to Jiang Jin-mo's leg, then followed up with a heavy blow. Jiang Jin-mo, caught off guard on the ground, couldn't react or dodge, and then, the inevitable happened. A punch landed square on his face. Jiang Jin-mo's face looked crooked. It was as if one more hard hit would make his eyeballs pop right out of their sockets. Eugenia watched the scene, speechless. The remaining guys whispered to each other, Damn, am I seeing this right? He's so strong. I had no idea he was this terrifying. Degun slowly stood up and growled, That's what happens when you don't listen to me. Take a good look, boys. You know you're about to end up just like him, don't you? The remaining cronies gritted their teeth, determined. They figured it didn't matter what happened to them if they couldn't take him down. Kim Gun Yuong would just beat them up anyway, so they might as well charge in. Thinking that, the whole pack rushed toward Degun at the same time. Despite all their big talk, they all froze in front of Degun. The brown-haired guy asked, "Hey, why aren't you going in?" The buzz-cut guy urged him, "Why don't you go first?" The other one hesitated. Well, Degun mocked them. "What are you guys doing? You called me out here to fight, didn't you? Fine, I'll go first then." As soon as he finished, Degun moved. He looked at the buzz-cut guy, but his fist shot behind him, straight into the face of the guy closest to him. The buzz-cut guy panicked. Damn it, he's playing look left, strike right. Thinking this, the buzz-cut guy lunged forward with a punch. Degun dodged him and moved straight toward the brown-haired guy behind him. Seeing that, the brown-haired guy froze up, thinking, "Oh man, I'm screwed. This is the end." And just like that, a thunderous punch landed right in the middle of his face, sending him flying several meters away. The brown-haired guy went down, out cold. Degun looked at the remaining two, but they still refused to give up. The buzz-cut guy shouted to his buddy, "Damn it, he's out. You can still fight, right? It's still 2-on-1. Let's hit him at the same time." No sooner had he finished speaking than Degun kicked him right in the neck. The result was no different from the brown-haired guy. Only one guy remained. He started backing away in fear, cursing the lunatic. But deep down, he thought, "Damn it, if I don't fight, Gun Yuong will beat me to a pulp anyway, so, screw it." Thinking this, he gathered all his strength and charged forward, screaming, "Die, you piece of crap." Degun easily caught the thug's bicep. He asked, "Who did you just call a piece of crap?" With that, Degun used his other hand to pummel his gut, scolding him mockingly. "If you're asking me for something, you should at least show some manners. Don't you know that's the bare minimum?" The guy's eyes bulged from the pain. He was in too much agony to even fight back. Degun gripped the thug's arm tightly, tossed him aside, and raised his knee toward his face. However, just inches away, Degun stopped. He said coldly, "That was close. Almost killed him by accident." At the same time, in the noisy PC cafe, the results of the match popped up on Kim Gun Yuong's phone screen. He had lost. Kim Gun Yuong cursed at the result. "Damn it, this is some bad luck." Jock leaned over and teased him. "Maybe don't come to a PC cafe just to play mobile games." Kim Gun Yuong sighed. "Damn it, I set it to autoplay, and it still lost." Jock chuckled. "Well, yeah, there's only so much autoplay can do. How could you possibly handle this better than me?" As he said this, Kim Gun Wong's phone rang. He picked up and said, "Hello? You're taking forever, man. Do you know how long I've been waiting?" Suddenly, Kim Gun Yuong's expression changed. He was stunned and shouted, "What? You mean all of them?" Jiang Jin Mo woke up covered in sweat, as if he were running away from something, his feet scurrying through a dark tunnel. He ran for his life, constantly looking back to see if anyone was chasing him. The footsteps behind him kept getting closer, and Jiang Jin Mo grew more and more terrified. Suddenly, a massive hand reached out from behind. Jiang Jin Mo screamed, "What the hell is that?" Tears began to stream down his face, but he didn't slow down one bit. He squeezed his eyes shut and shouted, "Get lost! Boo-hoo, just get lost. Leave me alone." Suddenly, an exit appeared ahead. Jiang Jin Mo thought, "Wow, there's the light. If I can make it out, I'll survive." He smirked. "Ha ha, once I'm out of here, you're dead meat. Buddy, don't talk too soon." That massive hand suddenly reached out, brushed his cheek, and in the next second, clamped over his mouth and nose. Jiang Jin Mo couldn't breathe. He ran even faster, staring at the exit and whispering to himself, "Come on, just a little more, almost there, keep going, keep going." Finally, Jiang Jin Mo managed to escape the dark tunnel. He exclaimed, "There, I'm out. Haha, thank the heavens, I made it." No sooner had he finished speaking than he looked up and froze. Degun was standing right there, looking several times larger than before, his hand raised, ready to land a punch on Jiang Jin Mo. Jiang Jin Mo stopped dead in his tracks, wondering, "Wait, why is the transfer student here?" Degun's fist came down. Jiang Jin Mo had no choice but to run for his life again. Suddenly, he heard someone calling, wake up, you monkey." Jiang Jin Mo opened his eyes, drool still hanging from his mouth. Degun leaned in close and asked, "Oh, finally awake?" Jiang Jin Mo looked dazed and asked, the transfer student?" As he looked around, he saw his buddies rubbing their sore spots. He muttered, "These guys don't look so hot, do they?" Degun kicked the fat guy. "Get up, hurry up and go line up over there, you jerk." Degun ordered the four of them to line up and scolded them. "Damn, are you cowards all friends with each other?" At that same moment, someone was watching them from afar, holding a phone and saying, "Yeah, you heard me right. He's handling all 4 of them at once. Cha Jinggu asked quietly. Is there anyone here as strong as Kim Long? Jongman replied, don't even ask. He's a transfer student from the countryside. On the other end of the line, Kim Gun Yuong was fuming. I know he's strong, but taking on 4 guys at once? Does that even make sense? Whatever. Thanks for letting me know. Back at the scene, Degun placed a hand on Jiang Jinmo's shoulder and asked, all right, talk. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Jiang Jinmo replied, who ordered me? Nobody. That's not how it is. Degun said bluntly, I recall you mentioning Kim Gun Yuong earlier. Jiang Jinmo got goosebumps, thinking, oh, damn it, I shouldn't have said that. I'm going to die by his hand. Oh, my head. Jiang Jinmo stammered, you misunderstood. It wasn't Kim Gun Yuong. As he spoke, Degun's hand tightened. The next second, Jiang Jinmo felt paralyzed. Degun said softly, oh, is that so? Do you think I'm stupid? Jiang Jinmo recalled the look of Kim Gun Wong, thinking, damn, Kim Gun Wong is scary, but this bastard is way worse. What do I do? What do I do? Screw it. I'll just tell the truth. Thinking this, he looked at Degun, pleading, his voice trembling. Okay, it's true. Please don't tell him I snitched, okay? Gina stared at Degun without blinking, thinking to herself, this new student is truly fearsome. He actually got him to talk. Degun suddenly turned to look at Gina and asked Jiang Jinmo, by the way, why is this girl here? Jiang Jinmo quickly replied, oh, she keeps following me around saying she likes me. Gina was annoyed and snapped, the hell? I do not like you. I've told you over and over, why are you like this? Are you crazy? I hate you. Don't you ever look in a mirror? You look just like a gorilla. Is that even a human body? It's repulsive. Every word Gina spat out felt like a knife to Jiang Jinmo's heart. His mood plummeted. He muttered, I get it. So please just stop. I'm sorry. It's just, I really felt like you were secretly following me. So I thought. Degun listened, glancing at Gina with a suspicious look. Gina nervously explained, following you? Have you been watching too many movies or something? It's a misunderstanding, I swear. Without waiting, she turned and stormed off, adding, by the way, I hate getting involved in this kind of violence, so I'm leaving. Seeing that no one said anything, Gina hurried out of the area. Degun watched her go without a word. Outside, Gina bumped into Zhang Man, who was standing there. She brushed past him. After walking a bit, she thought, everyone here is a thug. It's so scary. Cha Jinggu couldn't take his eyes off Gina, a small smirk playing on his lips. So, what do you think? Pretty, right? Zhang Man replied. Yeah, she's decent. Definitely different from the other girls at school. All right, let's go. We're done here. At that same time, Degun was getting the others' phone numbers. He gave instructions and exchanged numbers, saying, so, once you step foot in school tomorrow, bring that bastard Kim Gun Yuong to meet me. As he spoke, Degun glared at Jiang Jinmo. Jiang Jinmo replied in terror, yes, I understand. The next morning at school, Degun sat in class, feeling irritated, thinking, the third period is already over. Why hasn't he shown up? He opened his phone to see a message from Jiang Jinmo. Degun, I'm sorry, but I can't find Kim Gun Wong anywhere. I don't think he's coming to school. It's true, please believe me. Degun wondered if he should believe him, but in the next second, Degun stood up, sighed, and said, if he's not coming, I'll go find him myself. I wonder if that bastard is going to call Kim Gun Yuong. Whatever. I'll know when I see him. In the 6th grade classroom, Degun firmly kicked the door open without hesitation. Jiang Jinmo, who was busy on his phone, turned around to see Degun, now wearing glasses, walking in. He placed a hand on Jinmo's shoulder and asked, hey, where's Kim Gun Yuong? Jin didn't recognize him at first and asked, who are you? Degun didn't answer, just gently squeezed his shoulder. Jin recognized him immediately and screamed, ah, it hurts. I know you. I remember this feeling. You're Degun, right? Boo-hoo. You're wearing glasses, so I didn't recognize you. Boo-hoo. Please have mercy on me. His loud wailing drew stares from everyone in the room. He couldn't care less and kept talking. I clearly said yesterday that you'd better be here right away. Just then, Bak Suji walked into the classroom. She warned, hey, what's going on here? Why are you causing a scene in someone else's classroom? And you, Jiang Jinmo, why are you just sitting there taking it? Bak Suji continued, break it up. You two, can't you see everyone is staring? She turned and grabbed Degun by the collar, warning him, wait a minute. Now that I think about it, aren't you that new transfer student who's been causing all sorts of trouble lately? Who do you think you are, just walking in here? Degun replied coldly, Why are you suddenly sticking your nose into my business? Are you tired of living? Without hesitation, Baeksuji slapped Degun, sending his glasses flying, followed by a sharp curse. Are you out of your mind? The glasses hit the floor. Baeksuji crossed her arms and frowned. I bet you have no idea who I am, do you? And you're old enough to know better, don't you know how to speak politely? Degun bent down to pick up his glasses and replied, I don't know who you are, but if my glasses had broken from that slap, what would you have done? Baeksuji brushed back her thick, long hair and nonchalantly told him to let it go, assuming he didn't know better since he was new. Do you even know who Baeksuji, the captain of Gold Dragon High, is? Degun hadn't put his glasses back on yet. Once the glasses, which acted like a seal on his true appearance, were removed, his face glowed with striking intensity. He looked at Baeksuji and asked, So what if I don't know? Faced with such perfect visuals, Baeksuji froze. Her body suddenly flushed, her cheeks turned bright red, and she started stuttering. Baeksuji is my lover. As she said it, she thought to herself, what the? Is he really this handsome without his glasses? Degun replied with total indifference. So? What does that have to do with me? Just then, another male student walked in, brushing past Degun. Degun wondered, who's that? Kim Gun Yuong? The student was indeed Kim Gun Yuong. He walked straight up to Jiang Jinmo and kicked him hard in the stomach. Poor Jiang Jinmo. Degun turned back, startled, thinking, damn it, what is that guy doing? Kim Gun Yuong grabbed Jiang Jinmo by the hair, and a second later, punched him so hard his face jerked to the side. Kim Gun Yuong raised his hand again and slapped the other side of his face. Hearing the loud thuds and smacks, Degun couldn't help but feel restless. He muttered, why is this suddenly happening? Jiang Jinmo looked up at Kim Gun Yuong, holding his face, looking absolutely pathetic. Jiang Jinmo whimpered, Kim Gun Yuong. You. What are you doing? When Degun heard Jiang Jinmo call the student Kim Gun Yuong, he growled, Kim Gun Yuong? So you're Kim Gun Yuong? Kim Gun Yuong turned around with a confident smirk and replied, yeah, I'm Kim Gun Yuong. I heard you were looking for me? The atmosphere in room 6 became more heated than ever. Kim Gun Yuong kept that bright, cocky smile on his face. He asked, all right, I'm Kim Gun Wong. What do you want? Degun stared at Kim Gun Wong without blinking and replied firmly, that's right. I was looking for you. He turned to look at the others. Everyone was watching them with wide eyes and open mouths. Degun felt a bit awkward and thought to himself, ugh, too many people are watching. Annoying. He remembered what Sa-im had told him. From now on, we've decided to loosen the restrictions on managing you. Degun had asked, does that mean I can do whatever I want? Sa-im confirmed. That's right, do whatever you want. Back in the present, Kim Gun Yuong gave a cheeky, handsome smile. He looked at Degun and asked, you're that transfer student, right? What reason could you possibly have to look for me? What business do you have here? Degun rubbed his head and replied, business? This business. As he spoke, Degun's fist flew out. Kim Gun Yuong was caught off guard and just stood there frozen, until suddenly, another arm blocked Degun's punch. It was none other than Jock. Kim Gun Yuong was so shocked he couldn't move. He realized he'd been far too careless with his opponent. Jock warned, hey, we were in the middle of a conversation. Why are you just going around punching people? Degun turned to look at Jock and asked, who are you? Don't interfere in my business. Jock replied, Jock, class 5. Even if I'm from a different class, this is still my business. After saying that, Jock tried to pull his hand away, but he couldn't. He gritted his teeth and thought, what the hell? I can't push him down. I can't move even a centimeter. Damn, this guy is really strong. Degun maintained his calm demeanor, assessing the situation. Jock, you've got good hip power. Want to take me down? Go ahead and try. Jock awkwardly pulled his hand back and rubbed his arm. He crossed his arms and continued, whatever, it doesn't really matter. If this place is going to turn into a chaotic battlefield, I should at least know why, shouldn't I? Kim Gun Yuong regained his composure, threw an arm around Jiang Jinmo, and laughed. Ah, is the new transfer student looking for me because of yesterday's incident? He pulled Jiang Jinmo's hair and whispered, hey, you damn errand boy, you've got some explaining to do. I think this guy knows I was the one who ordered you to do that. Jiang Jinmo stammered. Well, about that. Before he could finish, he got hit by Kim Gun Yuong again. With another thud, Jiang Jinmo was sent flying backward. Degun watched this, feeling a bit confused. Kim Gun Yuong made Jiang Jinmo curl up on the floor like a dog, kicking him while cursing. Just thinking about this makes me feel humiliated. How dare a trashy errand boy like you bring me such shame? Jiang Jinmo clutched his head, And even though he hadn't done anything wrong, he kept repeating, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please stop hitting me. I promise I won't mess up again. I'm sorry. Please, don't hit me anymore. Kim Gun-yuong. I'm sorry." Kim Gun-yuong was so furious his face turned beet red, and he shouted, "You little brat, what do you have in your head? How dare you get me misunderstood like this?" Watching this, Degun felt something was off. Kim Gun-yuong finally stopped and said, I admit I didn't manage these guys well." He turned back to look at Degun, eyes narrowing as he asked, "Why would a guy like you pick a fight with an innocent person without any proof? I didn't do it. But being misunderstood like this is absolutely humiliating." Degun found it strange. He stammered, "Proof, you say?" Degun crossed his arms and looked at Jang Jin-mo, who was slumped on the floor. Seeing him struggling to breathe, Degun sighed. "Who's right? It's true, I don't have any evidence." Kim Gun-yuong glared at Jang Jin-mo, ready to strike again. He cursed, "Stop pretending to be in pain. You dog. What can you even do, right?" Yoo-jok pretended to intervene. "Kim Gun-yuong, calm down. I know you're frustrated." He turned to look at Degun and said, "Look, you've clearly got the wrong idea. We don't care about the ranking, and it'd be better if you didn't either." Just then, the bell rang. It was time for class. Degun rubbed his head and thought, "He's right. In this situation, there's nothing more I can do." With that in mind, Degun turned back toward his class. Kim Gun-yuong looked at Jok and smiled. "Hey, you handled that well." Yoo-jok replied, "Yeah, I was a bit worried too. I only got a little taste of it just now. But that guy is strong. You were right, it's best not to face him head on." Kim Gun-yuong opened his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and sighed. "All right, then there's only one way left. This time, I have to do it right." During first period, as the teacher was lecturing, Degun couldn't focus at all. He kept thinking, "I know for a fact that the person behind all this is really Kim Gun-yuong. But the way those guys steer the conversation, I can't even get a word in edgewise." Ever since Kim Gun-yuong started beating up Jang Jin-mo, and that scumbag Yoo-jok from the 5th grade joined in later, that guy keeps denying he's the culprit. So even if I manage to beat someone who claims not to care about rankings, it would only make me look like the villain. Jang Jin-mo is the only one who keeps getting beaten by him, because in this situation, it's hard to pin down the victim. Internal investigations under the guise of being a top delinquent are tough too. On the blackboard, the teacher is still lecturing about war history. The excuse is incredibly important. Of course, people seeking benefits is obvious, but you still need an excuse to make it happen. Degun hears this part and ponders for a moment. An excuse, huh? An excuse? The teacher on the blackboard continues. All right, now let's learn about the excuses used to spark wars. Degun sits below, listening intently. He thinks to himself, "Damn, is he helping me figure out a plan? What a coincidence." In a secluded corner of the school, one guy, 2 guys, 3 guys, 4 guys, each one gets punched in the face. Only Jin gets an extra hit on his other cheek. He thinks, "What the hell? Why did I get hit twice?" Kim Gun-yuong paces around with his phone, cursing non-stop. "You idiots, 4 of you couldn't take down one guy?" Jang Jin-mo thinks to himself, "Damn it, why don't you fight him yourself?" But he obediently replies, "I'm sorry, Uong, but that transfer student isn't a pushover." Kim Gun-yuong, still on the phone, turns back and orders Jang Jin-mo, "Shut your mouth." Jang Jin-mo cowers and replies, "Yes, sir." On the other end of the line, Jongman picks up. "Hey, Kim Gun-yuong, what's up?" He stands up, walks toward the hallway, and gives orders to his lackeys. "All right, I'm taking a call. You guys keep going." Jongman asks Kim Gun-yuong, "Oh, I'm curious about something. What happened yesterday?" Kim Gun-yuong sighs. "I think we need to gather Cha Jinggu's crew too. I intended to handle this internally, but it's not working. None of these guys are any good. Just beat that guy until he's half dead, and I'll handle the rest later." Jongman replies, He's strong, but there are plenty of us ganging up on him, should be fine." Cha Jinggu suddenly leans close to Jongman's ear, wanting to say something. Jongman tells Kim Gun-yuong, "Jin has something to tell you." Kim Gun-yuong is puzzled. "Cha Jinggu, what is it?" Kim Gun-yuong turns to look at Jang Jin-mo, and he calmly asks, "That girl from yesterday." Jang Jin-mo, who was he talking about? Jang Jin-mo breaks into a cold sweat, remembering the image of Ina from yesterday, and thinks, "Wait, she has nothing to do with this. Why?" Jang Jin-mo frowns and asks, "But what about her? She doesn't have anything to do with this, right?" Kim Gun-yuong gets annoyed and retorts, "Damn it, what do you mean, what about her? We beat her too, obviously." On the other end of the line, Cha Jinggu speaks bluntly, "Oh, That girl is totally my type. While you guys deal with that transfer student, I'm gonna go have some fun with her. Having said that, Cha Jinggu wears a twisted, somewhat perverted grin. Kim Gun Yuong hears this and laughs. Ha ha, that sounds interesting. Alright, I'll bring her along too. Yeah, sounds good. See you later. After hearing that, Jang Jin-mo's face is filled with unmistakable panic and worry. What is he thinking? What does that mean? She has absolutely nothing to do with any of this. Kim Gun Yuong orders Jin-mo. There, did you hear that? He wants us to bring that girl along. Jin-mo frowns and says to himself, no way. I won't let her get into danger. Jiang Jin-mo is sweating bullets. When suddenly he gets an idea. He thinks silently for a moment. Well, the school rule is that unless you beat a class leader, you can't swallow that class, and you can't mess with students from other classes. Thinking that, he decides to tell Kim Gun Yuong, since that girl is in the 9th grade, Lee Sung-hun, the leader of that class, probably won't let this slide. Kim Gun Yuong replies nonchalantly, Lee Sung-hun? Doesn't matter. He doesn't even pay protection fees anyway. Jiang Jin-mo awkwardly scratches his head. Kim Gun Yuong recalls meeting Lee Sung-hun before. The guy looked like a total nerd. He chuckles. Even if he is the leader of those pests who only made it into the 9th grade because of the entrance exam, after this incident, I'll swallow the 9th grade right up. Stop worrying about useless stuff, and make sure you bring those two along. Jiang Jin-mo scratches his head and grunts in agreement. Yes, sir. As he finishes, he thinks, damn it, how the hell am I supposed to bring those two along? In class 1, a loud voice echoes, I am truly sorry for what happened yesterday. Degun nudges Jiang Jin-mo, who is kneeling in front of him. Hey, what are you doing? You're making me lose face. Jiang Jin-mo bows his head and says loudly, I'm sorry. Things like this will never happen again, Degun. At the same time, the No Man Ho group whispers from below. Dongmin said he heard that yesterday, all by himself. Degun took down both Jiang Jin-mo and 3 of his lackeys. No Man Ho asks in shock, huh? Without even using a weapon? Bang Ho Dong hears this and exclaims, damn, he really is a legend. Dongmin sighs, oh man, I really want to be friends with him. Is there any way? Bang Ho Dong shakes his head. Forget it. We barely have any chances to talk to him anyway. Degun stands up, gently kicks Jiang Jin-mo, and scolds him. Hey, don't you realize this is your fault? Jiang Jin-mo reflexively covers his face with his hands, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Suddenly seeing this reaction from the fat guy, he remembers the time this guy was beaten by Yuang, and a sense of pity stirs in his heart. He thinks to himself, this bastard is actually quite pitiful sometimes. Degun sits on his chair and commands Jiang Jin-mo, at attention. Jiang Jin-mo obeys his orders. Degun continues, I'm fine with it. But you need to go apologize to the girl from yesterday. Jiang Jin-mo looks away awkwardly and replies, well, of course. But Degun, could I treat you to some delicious tteokbokki to apologize? Degun looks stunned and replies, huh? Treat me? You and I are going out together? Dongmin watches and, seeing the look on his face, truly finds it extremely pitiful. Thinking that, Degun puts his arm around Jiang Jin-mo and laughs. All right, if it's for food, then sure. Jiang Jin-mo is startled. Really? Thank you. Degun smiles mysteriously. Hey, you're the one treating, so I should be the one saying thank you. My friend, you've been working hard too. At class 9, Ina leans against the wall and asks Jiang Jin-mo, huh? You want to treat me to tteokbokki as an apology? I'm not going. Why should I go? Jiang Jin-mo hurriedly waves his hands to explain. No. I know you don't like me, but I don't mean anything else by it. I swear, I just feel bad about it. I want to invite you and the transfer student too. Degun. Hearing the name Degun, Ara comes out from the classroom and says loudly, what was that? The transfer student? Gina sees this and reminds her, hey Ara, cool it. Ara ignores Gina, her eyes lighting up as she says, awesome, let's go. Jiang Jin-mo is frustrated. But I didn't invite you. Gina sees this and warns, hey Ara, that's not good. It's going to be really awkward. Let's go grab some tteokbokki, just the 2 of us. Ara was crushed when she heard that. She turned to her with a pleading look. Gina, that was my one wish. There won't be any other chance to hang out with the new student. Seeing this, Jiang Jin-mo scratched his head and stammered, aha, how about I invite your friend along too? Let's go, it'll be a double date. Ina glared at Jiang Jin-mo. He quickly backpedaled. Whoa, I'm kidding. My bad. Gina couldn't bring herself to refuse Ara's begging. She sighed. Fine. This really isn't a good idea, but, alright, I'll go. As soon as she said that, Ara cheered. Yay, Gina, you're the best. Jiang Jinmo gave a stiff, awkward smile. Okay, I'll come to pick you guys up after school then. As he walked away holding his head, he muttered to himself, Damn it, you idiot. What the hell are you doing? What am I supposed to do now? I actually convinced them we're really going for Teokbokki. Damn it, I can't believe I even invited a girl who has nothing to do with this. Damn it, what do I do? As he walked and thought, Minsu suddenly brushed past him. Jiang Jinmo recognized him immediately. He remembered seeing Minsu sitting next to Degun in class earlier. An idea popped into his head. He wondered, are those two actually close? Later that day, at Bangho Donggun High, a junior asked Zhongman, Hey, this is Jurian High's internal business, isn't it? Is it really okay for us to get involved? Even Kim Gun Yuang isn't even coming with us. Zhongman replied, That's exactly why Kim Gun Yuang has to hide behind us. On the surface, this has nothing to do with us, but that transfer student will definitely know it was Kim Gun Yuang's doing. But what can he do about it? If we beat him to a pulp, his reputation will be ruined. If that happens, he'll have to transfer again or drop out. After Kim Gun Yuang takes over Jurion, he's going to help us take over Bang Hodong Gun too. He'll line our pockets with more cash. Every one of them was just a student, yet they all rode heavy motorcycles. Zhongman sighed and said, Honestly, I'm so sick of having to ride on the back. And of course, to make that happen, we have to make sure we crush that new kid into the dirt. As the sky darkened in a small alley, Jiang Jinmo and the other three walked briskly forward. Degun kept glancing at them, thinking, What kind of freakish group is this? Gina was thinking, Ugh, I feel so uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Ara's eyes were glued to Degun's back. She was thinking, Wow, I can't believe I'm getting to eat tteokbokki with the new student. And so soon, too. Seeing the stalls ahead were all closed, Degun asked Jiang Jinmo, Hey, you're going the wrong way. Everything here is closed. Are you sure we're supposed to eat tteokbokki in a place like this? Jiang Jinmo stuttered, his voice trembling as he replied, Yeah, of course. It's supposed to be like this. Ara chimed in excitedly. But the best restaurants are usually hidden in places like this. Sometimes they don't even have a sign. Jiang Jinmo scratched his head. Aha, you really know your stuff. Ara smiled. Of course, I know all the good spots. But I didn't know there was a good one in this neighborhood. She looked around, and indeed, this area was very strange. Impatient, Degun turned to Jiang Jinmo and asked, Hey, what's the name of this place? Jiang Jinmo felt guilty and stammered, The name? Degun glared. What's with that look? Why are you so restless? It's like you're planning something dirty. As he said that, Degun turned his head to the right and saw a bunch of students from another school standing there, waiting. He frowned, feeling like they were waiting for him. 10 guys, this couldn't be a coincidence. He turned to Jiang Jinmo and demanded, Hey, Jiang Jinmo, explain yourself. Damn it. Jiang Jinmo immediately dropped to his knees, clasping his hands. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You can kill me after this, but I couldn't say no, he sobbed. Please, just have some mercy on me. Gina stared at Jiang Jinmo, eyes wide. Hey, what are you doing? Don't tell me you brought us here for this. Ara turned to Gina, terrified. Gina, what's going on? Gina didn't answer. She glared at Jiang Jinmo and scolded. You are absolute trash. Jiang Jinmo didn't know what to do. He just kept his head down, mumbling, I'm sorry. I really didn't want to drag you into this, but if I didn't, I'd get beaten to death. Gina snapped. What the hell is this? At the very least, you shouldn't have brought Ara. She has nothing to do with this at all. Just then, Cha Jinggu, watching from afar, laughed loudly. Wow, how cute. She looks so adorable when she's angry. Zhongman smirked. But isn't the guy kneeling one of Kim Gun Yuang's lackeys? He's kneeling in front of someone he's about to get beaten up? How ridiculous. With that, the man walked over to Jiang Jinmo. Hey, you coward. What are you kneeling for? You gathered us here so that he would be the one kneeling, right? Degun finally spoke up, his voice cold. Hey, Jiang Jinmo. If you don't call them off, I'm going to kill you once this is over. Degun shot a bullet-like glare at Jiang Jinmo, who broke into a cold sweat. Zhongman's group finally realized, hey, wait, is that the bastard who won that 4-on-1 fight? Another one looked Degun up and down and clicked his tongue. I guess his 4 opponents were just idiots. Look at him. That bastard looks incredibly weak. If someone like that came to Bangho Donggun, he would have been finished a long time ago. Cha Jinggu replied coldly. That loser is really making Jurian look pathetic. But don't let your guard down. Zhongman and I have seen it before. That guy's strength is nothing to joke about. Degun took off his backpack, thinking, time to throw hands again. I really didn't want to do this. One of Jongman's guys mocked, haha, he looks like a toothpick. Are you sure the rumors about him being strong are true? A guy stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, and said confidently, hey guys, before we all jump in, can I go first? I want to warm up a bit. I'm curious just how strong the boss of Jurian really is. Min Bin Gon stepped forward with his lazy eye and a cocky attitude. He bragged, let me tell you something before we start. I'm in the top 10 of the first-year class at Bang Hodong Gun Technical High. Even if you are a Jurian student, I won't be disappointed, since your skill level is at least boss's grade, right? Degun looked around and cursed. Damn it, I'm talking to him and he's looking somewhere else. Min Bin Gan got annoyed, veins popping as he shouted, God damn it, you pathetic, cheeky bastard. I don't know what you think I'm looking at, but let me tell you, I'm looking straight at your face. Degun replied nonchalantly, yeah, I didn't know you were actually looking at me, but if you're planning on hitting me, hurry up and get it over with. Degun answered nonchalantly, look, I didn't know you were actually watching me, but if you're planning on taking a swing at me, then hurry up and bring it. Minsu intimidated Gun by flashing his hands and revealing his abs. He added, man, with my special skill, a skill nobody even knows about, I've developed a vision far beyond that of ordinary people. Sooner or later, you'll be the one to taste bitterness when you look into my eyes. As he spoke, the burly guy charged quickly toward Gun. Closing in on him, he kept running his mouth, confidently declaring, you little brat? Since you're going to be begging on your knees for mercy sooner or later anyway, you'd better kneel down now before I smack the hell out of you. Jongman had been listening and was already getting a headache. He sighed. Damn it, he almost turned me into a cripple back then. Min Bin Gon might look like a total scam artist, but you've got to be careful with what he says. Back in the day, when I fought him, I had a really hard time dealing with those eyes of his. You have to focus on the opponent's eyes to counter their moves. But his eyes are terrifying, they look like a bull's. That's why it's so hard to dodge his attacks. Even if I can hold my own with my grappling skills, I don't know what he's going to pull in this situation, but I'm sure of one thing. It won't be easy. Just as he said that, Min Bin Gon was suddenly caught in a chokehold by Gun out of nowhere. He was clutching Gun's arm, thrashing about. Gu Kim saw this and frowned, saying, oh, what the hell is that? Gun was squeezing his neck hard, making it nearly impossible to escape since his arm was locked tight around his throat. Yet the guy was still staying perfectly conscious. Is that even possible? Jongman was so pissed off seeing that, he clenched his fists and shouted, damn it, his eyes are darting around like springs. You can't tell if he's out or not. This is so annoying. Seeing Min Bin Gon struggling like that, Jongman yelled, hey, it's over. Just give up. Waiting for exactly that moment, Gun tightened his grip even more. Min Bin Gon let out a scream, and a second later, Gun slowly let go, and Min Bin Gon's arms went limp. The rest of them witnessed this and fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The fat guy collapsed to the ground. Gun spoke in a low voice. Do you guys think I'd just let you off if you admitted defeat? Never. Min Bin Gon lay on the ground, white foam starting to spill from his mouth. Gun didn't care, he continued. You came here with the intention to kill me, didn't you? You even dragged innocent people into this. If you guys keep crossing the line like this, I'm going to beat you down with the intention to kill you, too. The high schoolers from Bangho Donggaeun were a bit terrified, but they still bluffed. You dog, is he trying to act all cool? I don't think you realize what's happening right now. Taking down one guy doesn't mean it's over, you bastard. Gun said nothing. Another guy in a gray uniform sneered. Hey, are you blind? There are 9 people standing right in front of you. You think you're the last one standing? Wake up, you idiot. Gun handed his bag to Crystal. He told her, I'll handle this myself. Could you hold my bag for a sec? It's going to get dangerous, so get out of here. Crystal replied, sure. Okay. A second later, as Crystal imagined 1,000 CEO-style scenarios in her head, her face turned bright red. Gina knew exactly what she was thinking and warned her, hey, now is not the time to be all romantic. Gun stretched his body to warm up and shouted, come at me, all of you. The gray uniformed crowd started strategizing. The guy with the bowl cut ordered, first, surround him, and then have 5 guys attack him at once. Do that so our formation doesn't break. If he goes down, we'll make sure he ends up in the hospital for a few months. With that, the whole lot of them rushed in. 5 guys surrounded Gun. He stood in the middle, looking around, calculating in his head, if they surround me, I can use the wall to my advantage. Without a word, Gun lunged forward, grabbed the guy standing near the wall, and repeatedly slammed his head against it. Seeing that wasn't enough, He followed up with a few punches straight to the face. The bowl cut guy saw this and rushed forward, cursing, "Damn you, you bastard." Gun quickly grabbed the dirt from a nearby flower pot and threw it right into the bowl cut guy's face. The bowl cut guy couldn't dodge in time and shouted, "Oh, damn it, that's cheating." The blonde guy also lunged in, aiming to land a lethal kick on Gun, but unfortunately for him, Gun was faster and grabbed the blonde guy's leg. He flipped him over to the side, and then another guy rushed in. Gun quickly finished him with a punch from under his chin. The blonde guy scrambled to get back up to keep fighting, but before he could even stand, Gun kicked him so hard it practically knocked his brain out. Jiang Jin Mo Hyuk was watching the whole time, muttering, "Damn it, I knew he was strong, but I didn't know he was this strong." Looking at the situation, he might actually beat Kim Gun and Yu Jok. Could he even end up being the freshman boss? I'm sure of it. Gun quickly took down another guy. Another one lunged at him, but Gun's expression didn't change. He dodged the guy's punch and successfully landed a heavy blow to his neck. By now, the guys in gray uniforms were getting a bit scared. Chae-won-sok reminded them, "Hey, what are you guys doing? You should move in too." With that, those idiots charged in. Gun didn't even take a break and ran forward to meet them. Another guy got a straight punch to the gut from Gun, followed by a punch to the waist. The final blow was to his cheek. As soon as he dealt with that guy, another one jumped him. Gun decisively kicked him right in the stomach. With just one blow, the guy was foaming at the mouth, stopping to pant like a dog. Gun didn't let him off, landing a horizontal kick to his head that sent him flying to the side. Finally, he lay unconscious on the floor. Gun stood in the middle, breathing heavily. Only the two leaders left. Gun wiped his sweat and said, "7 down. Honestly, fighting 7 people at once is pretty tough, but hey, it's good for the health. Now, just you two left, come on." Chae-won-sok laughed, a glimmer of fear in his eyes. He shouted, "Who? Haha, okay, is that really all you've got? Even if you are a monster." Right then, Gu Kim suddenly chimed in. "Chae-won-sok, I think he's beaten so many people at once because he knows how to use tactics. When both of us run straight at him, he always stays in one spot to force them into a single line. This way, they can't corner him from any position. Then, the people in the back get blocked by the ones in the front and can't attack him. That's how he takes them out one by one. When we surrounded him the first time, he immediately backed up against a wall. He's experienced someone who knows how to fight a crowd and make them fall into his pace." Just then, loud footsteps approached. They whispered, "Damn, I have to admit he's strong, but that's only as strong as he gets." Gun's face darkened, and he cursed. "Damn it, what the hell is it now?" There were still gray uniformed guys left, and the leader was even holding a weapon. Chae-won-sok asked the guy in the brown outfit, "You staying?" He replied, "Yeah, but wait, those idiots already got taken down?" Then he scanned Gun from head to toe, clicked his tongue, and said, "Geez, just how strong is this guy?" With that, he casually grabbed his bat and stepped forward, grinning brightly at Gun as he said, "Oh, I'm so stoked to finally put this baseball bat to good use. Honestly, my dream has always been to smash guys like you with it." Jongman smirked. "Hey Gun, you're pretty good, but who told you there were only 10 people here? Even if you managed to take down those idiots, you're as good as dead today." Gun scratched his head, already feeling annoyed. He asked back, "So, what's the grand total of you losers anyway?" Seeing Gun acting so chill, they shot back, "You think you can take all of us by yourself?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind Gun. "Who said he's by himself?" Both Cha Jinggu and Jongman looked toward the sound. Gun turned around, curious. It was Minsu. Gun asked, "Hey Minsu, what are you doing here?" Before Minsu could answer, footsteps echoed behind him. Gun was startled, saying, "Wait, how did you guys find out?" No Manho and his 2 best friends replied, "Well, if our boss is getting jumped, we've got to come join the fun, right? We couldn't just leave you hanging." "No," Manho laughed. "Yeah, we're here to back you up. You can't handle these punks all by yourself." No Manho stepped up, eyes wide with intensity. "You looked like you were about to bite the dust, so we came to help out. I don't exactly love that you stole my top dog spot, but I can't just stand by and watch you die." Gun, hearing this, looked puzzled and suspicious. "But how did you even know where to find me?" Besides that, Gun noticed a familiar face nearby. "Are you here because of Jinmo?" The guy, Jinmo, held up a hand in a shush gesture. The current situation was starting to confuse Jongman, who had to rethink everything. "Wait, what? Didn't you tell me Gun was in danger? But hey, at least I brought no Manho along." Jinmo awkwardly scratched his head, looking flustered. "I was just muttering to myself while walking. Man, that guy has some sensitive ears. How did he even hear me?" Jongman grew irritated, his face twisting in anger. You damn bastard. Are you messing with me? Hey you. This is all because of you. I'm speechless. Well, doesn't matter. I'm killing you anyway. Jongman wouldn't stop, his voice sharp and aggressive. Just watch. I'm gonna take care of you and that other piece of trash too. You're all done for. The arrogance of the enemy was starting to piss off Jin. Damn it. Look, that guy always forces me to do his dirty work. It's not like I actually like him. Jin started shouting. I'm not some tool for you to stomp on, and I'm done working for a piece of trash like you. Kim, you guys prepare to die. You dog-hearted Bangho Donggun. These declarations left both Jongman and Cha Jinggu completely stunned. Damn it. No Manho seized the moment, his eyes fixed on Jin as he said, All right, so you're on our side now? Cool, we've got an extra man. Assessing the situation, No Manho analyzed. There are about 7 or 8 of them. Who's the toughest? Obviously, it was those two, Jongman and Jinggu. After a quick calculation, No Manho gave the orders. Gun, you can take those 2 on, no problem. Can we handle the rest of them? Then, he carefully added, and Minsu, you just stay here. Minsu, knowing his limits, nodded immediately. Fine by me. I don't know how to fight anyway. Staying here is for the best. No Manho could only helplessly agree, answering pretty fast. Aren't ya? On the other side, Jongman was busy sizing them up. That red-haired guy is their old gang leader. He's still swinging his arms around like he's something. Looks like he's still on par with their leader. And the guy next to him? He's got that middle-aged vibe, how pathetic, hiring a mercenary uncle to do their dirty work. Suddenly, the main character looked toward Manho and spoke up. Thanks for going out of your way to help, guys. But, sorry to say, aside from looking cool, I don't exactly trust you guys. Gun was always focused on the practical reality. He saw that everyone would have to take on 1 or 2 guys each, but the enemy had weapons. Hearing this, the determination in Manho only grew. He affirmed, I'm no Manho, the relentless warrior. These weapons in front of me are nothing but mosquitoes. Don't even worry about it. No Manho immediately dropped his school bag on the ground with a loud, heavy thud. He declared war. Ready to start yet? The other comrades began reaching into their bags, sounding prepared. It's been a while since I've used these. They each pulled out mysterious items from their bags. Their confidence was soaring. Even if there was a wall of iron and steel in front of them, it didn't matter. No Manho pulled out a massive weapon. Even Dongmin was ready, a metal object in hand. A spiked club sat comfortably in the hand of the chubby guy, Jong. From this moment on, No Manho asserted himself to the opponent once more. I might have lost in school, but this is the real world now. The main character looked at his teammates with a questioning gaze, thinking, what the hell is up with these guys? Their backpacks are full of weapons. Why did they even bother coming to school? In the heat of the moment, a fat guy propped his chin up and speculated, I heard that red-haired guy is a master of every weapon, a total weapon virtuoso. His comrade looked annoyed, wanting to choke him. What the hell are you talking about? You fatso, you've been playing too many games. Despite that, the fat guy just kept rambling. But I don't think that guy is even our age. Dongmin caught snatches of the enemy's conversation and quickly leaned into No Manho's ear. I think they're talking about you. No Manho's tone instantly sharpened as he called out, Hey, you with the baseball bat. Do you even know how to use it? The guy flared up immediately. I only need to know how to smash someone's skull in. What else do I need to know? Taking advantage of the guy's frustration and confusion, No Manho threw out a provocation. Typical idiot. Doesn't know a thing. Come on then, I'll teach you a lesson. Right after that, Kim Do-hyun lunged forward, shouting, Damn it! If you get brain damage, don't blame me. No Manho was fueled by the excitement. Prove it if you're so good. Kim Do-hyun, despite a hint of fear, suppressed it and pressed on. I'll kill you. By observing the enemy's movements and arm posture, No Manho realized, Gotcha, he's right-handed. A total amateur with a baseball bat lifts it to the right and swings diagonally. To block this attack, even without knowing what was coming next, Degun unleashed his move, starting with a handful of stone dust. The dust that had just risen made Kim Do-hyun shut his eyes tight in pain. The golden opportunity had arrived. Manho raised his arm high, building momentum for an attack. A direct strike to the chest. Drop dead. The blow was powerful, landing straight in the gut, and causing Kim Do-hyun to spit out some strange things. But the situation didn't stop there. No Manho followed up with a kick straight to his opponent's vitals. The kick was precise to the millimeter. Things were becoming unbearable. Kim Do-hyun couldn't hold his ground for even a second longer. His knees buckled in pain. No Manho. He's always been careful, but he even threw in an extra kick that sent his opponent's face flying toward the sky. The brutal actions unfolding right before their eyes terrified the other guys. They looked uneasy, thinking, "This is insane, this guy plays so dirty." Ignoring the criticism around him, No Manho boasted to himself, "Man, I'm actually really good at this." No Manho became even more fired up as he fought. He turned his gaze toward the 4 guys in front of him and challenged them. "All right, all you losers, come at me." The rest of the team started losing their cool after watching No Manho in action, whispering to each other in fear. "Are they doing a tag team attack? What the hell are you talking about? I don't have time for that garbage." One of them analyzed the situation. "That guy is carrying all kinds of weapons. We need to find a way to deal with his dirty tricks." No Manho, seeing his opponents acting cowardly, shouted at them impatiently. "If you guys won't come at me, then I'm coming for you. If you want to live, get down here and beg." The small fry started rushing forward, spouting empty threats. This jerk was in his own head, thinking, "If I defend and attack at the same time." However, before he could finish his thought, No Manho closed the distance like a predator on its prey. A strike to the hip sent his entire body flying through the air weightlessly. The chubby otaku didn't give up, rushing forward with a competitive look on his face. However, that was just wishful thinking. The middle-aged guy, Jong, smacked him with a wrench, asking harshly, "Where do you think you're going?" The fatty took a hit from the wrench, his face twisted in pain. You suddenly jumped in to do what?" By this third arrogant question, a ready-to-use stance was already aimed straight at the fat otaku's head. The situation grew tense. The weaker side began to crumble, and the others grew even more terrified, backing away. "Hey, these guys are crazy. Find something to use as a weapon." One of them pulled out a weapon. "I've got a bottle of soju here." "This isn't too dangerous, right?" The other guy replied hastily. "This isn't the time to be thinking about that." Just as their plan was forming, Dongmin shut it down. A massive punch left his opponent completely dazed. But while Dongmin was dealing with his teammate, the last coward tried to sneak a kick in. "Die, you jerk." However, he immediately faced instant karma. The big guy, J.R., delivered a kick to his stomach. "You go die instead." Our protagonist just stood back and watched, sighing, "Damn, this is total chaos." He walked straight toward Jongman and provoked him. "Looks like the other side couldn't do a thing. Are you all just going to stand here and talk trash? Come on and fight me." Jongman and Cha Jinggu struck some cool, boss-like poses and said, "We were going to step in last, but if it's 2-on-1, that works too." However, Jongman had to clarify after Cha Jinggu's remark. "Actually, I prefer a one-on-one duel." At this stage, Jongman was still very full of himself. He acted confident, thinking that even if he had to fight 10 people, they would lose to him if they didn't know how to box. Jongman headed straight for Degun's position. Before that, Jongman told his teammate, "I'll go first. If it doesn't look good, you back me up." Jongman had a very confident look in his eyes, thinking, "I only need 1 or 2 punches to mess these guys up, so I'm bound to win this." Jongman's first move, like a headbutt, slammed straight into our protagonist's stomach. However, there wasn't a single injury or flinch from our protagonist. The situation left Jongman frozen, unable to comprehend it. Could he really neutralize my attack that easily? Realizing Jongman was struggling, Cha Jinggu ran to help. He cowardly snuck an attack on our protagonist. Kicks came raining down simultaneously. The protagonist tried to dodge, but he couldn't avoid them all. He was surrounded from behind. Jongman grabbed Degun tightly and declared confidently, "You're done for. Do you know what being caught from behind like this means in wrestling? It means it's over." The protagonist was suddenly confused. A wrestler? Our protagonist's feet dangled uncertainly off the ground. Dongmin, behind him, was still arrogant as he held on to Degun tight. "I'll teach you some manners." He noticed our protagonist was trying to shift his movement and shouted, "Where do you think you're running to? You're not getting away, you dog." That muscular figure was determined not to let go. He held on like a leech. "Now, let's end this here." The situation was spiraling beyond Degun's expectations. The muscular Jongman lifted our protagonist into the air. It was because of this attack that Degun realized it was a suplex attempt. To explain the suplex. It's a wrestling technique, where the opponent is grabbed and thrown backward by the attacker. Sure enough, things went just as the protagonist expected. Jongman was trying to put all his strength into lifting him up like a toy. That dangerous situation made our protagonist determined not to give up. He gripped onto the wall to anchor himself. A strange moment occurred. Everything seemed to freeze in place. Jongman looked back in confusion, wondering, "What the hell? Why can't I move?" After a moment, the smooth-brained Jongman noticed Degun's arm, and he cursed in frustration. Did that bastard intentionally get close to the wall? As soon as he realized our protagonist's plan, Jongman struggled violently. Damn it. With just one move, He ripped the protagonist's arm off the wall, and both of them tumbled to the ground. Even though the current situation seemed to lean in Jongman's favor, he was still scared, whispering to himself, I only managed a weak suplex. I can't let him get away. Although the big and fat Jongman was pinning the protagonist down, Degun tried his hardest to resist, refusing to submit. It was a desperate struggle between the two, one trying to hold on tight, the other trying to break free. After rolling around for a moment, their positions suddenly shifted. The protagonist went from being underneath to being on top, overpowering him. No matter what, Jongman couldn't have imagined Degun would counter with such terrifying speed. He was terrified. Jongman's face turned pale with forced thoughts. No, if I'm the one underneath, he's way too dangerous. Our protagonist brought his fist down. However, Cha Jing-gu was still rushing in from behind. He always takes advantage of our guy being distracted to fight dirty. What a pathetic cheater. A brutal kick knocked away the arm Degun was prepping for a punch. He couldn't just keep attacking recklessly. Jongman backed away, staying on high alert. Degun thought to himself with a sigh, this is annoying. Those two work way too well together. Cha Jing-gu had just landed and immediately called out to his teammate, Jongman, you okay? Jongman still couldn't shake his fear and collapsed onto the ground. Thanks, Jing-gu. That was a close one. Looks like we need to be careful when closing in on this guy. He even gave his teammate a tip. Jing-gu, you're gonna have to hit him with that hit-and-run style. You're good at that. This Cha Jing-gu is a ranker from Bangho Donggun Technical High School, specializing in Taekwondo. Cha Jing-gu's eyes hardened with determination. He told Jongman, I'll keep the pressure on him, so watch my back. Right after that, Cha Jing-gu charged forward, burning with intensity, while the protagonist stood his ground, his eyes showing no fear at all. Cha Jing-gu's rapid-fire kicks were truly unpredictable, incredibly fast and powerful. Luckily, the protagonist managed to dodge the first few. In the next few seconds, Cha Jing-gu picked up the pace, his legs moving with ruthless precision. Thousands of stances seemed to form in just seconds, and finally, those kicks managed to land on Degun. Our guy's arm looked like it took some damage. Jongman watched from the sidelines, looking worried. Hoon, are you sure this is working? Come to think of it, Jing-gu's fighting style isn't exactly simple either. Maybe they're pretty evenly matched. The protagonist and Cha Jing-gu were locked in a fierce head-to-head. The fight just kept dragging on because they were so evenly matched. At one point, Cha Jing-gu even managed a 180-degree kick. Right then, the protagonist realized, wait, his specialty is kicking. Huh. Degun quickly figured out his next move. In that case, I'll just close the distance. However, Cha Jing-gu was sharp and observant. His eyes darted around, reading the flow of the fight. The gap between them widened again, and he threw a heavy punch. But the protagonist shifted his footing, determined not to let him get what he wanted. The two faced off, locking eyes for the final showdown, and the tension in the air hit its peak. Looking back at his recent movements, Degun analyzed. So he's trying to keep his distance, huh? Is that a basic Taekwondo skill? He's trying to maintain range to land those kicks. Whenever I get close, he either kicks or punches and backs off. The protagonist looked further out, catching sight of Jongman as well. He analyzed the situation in his head. I think he's just observing for now. He'll rush in when he has the advantage, or finds an opening. The battle was in a tense stalemate when suddenly, all three paused, and a strange, heavy atmosphere hung in the air. Cha Jing-gu was feeling pretty confident about himself and his teammate. The strategy seemed to be working, and they actually had a shot at winning. At the same time, the protagonist smirked. Tch, I've got the gist of it now. Time to finish this dog. With that, Degun charged straight at Cha Jing-gu, full of aggression. The protagonist's main goal in this rush was to close the distance. Once the range was shortened, all of Cha Jing-gu's punches and kicks would miss their mark. Cha Jing-gu's arm desperately tried to reach Degun. Blows rained down and overlapped, but unfortunately, despite putting everything into this flurry, he didn't score a single hit. On the contrary, Cha Jing-gu's face was covered in wounds, his nose was bleeding, and he was left wondering, did I just get hit? Jongman saw that Cha Jing-gu was losing the upper hand and rushed in to save him, his punch swinging wildly toward our guy. Cha Jing-gu watched in shock, not even processing what happened. What the? Did I just black out for a second? Damn it, I let my guard down. But thanks to Jongman, the guy didn't take him out. While his teammate jumped in, Cha Jing-gu kept trying to calm himself down. Stay cool while Jongman buys time. This time, I'll find the right distance. On the other side, Jongman was trying his best to grab the protagonist, but his move was immediately seen through. There was no hope for it to work. Degun teased, hey, that's too obvious. Even if you try to fake it with your wrist, I know exactly what kind of hold you're trying to use. Just like that, the protagonist seized on his weakness and fighting style, his arm tightening around Zhongman's neck. The moment Zhongman was taken down was when Cha Jinggu regained his composure. He gathered all his courage and rushed in, but the look of hatred on his face made Degun's skin crawl. Your friendship is honestly gross. You guys aren't giving me any time to breathe, are you? Ignoring the protagonist's words, Cha Jinggu pushed his legs to their limit. As soon as he found the right distance, he unleashed a kick straight ahead, with absolute determination. However, the protagonist faced it calmly, analyzing. I already know all of your moves. Because he knew every skill his opponent had, most of the protagonist's following actions were focused on countering. A single punch had already left Cha Jinggu looking dazed and confused, his body unable to take any more, his heavy frame crashing into the ground. Taking the opportunity while his opponent was down, Degun unleashed a kick straight into the ground. Cha Jinggu looked like he knew what was coming. Without a second of hesitation, the protagonist's finishing move landed perfectly. Unlike the confidence he had earlier, Cha Jinggu's face twisted in pain, and he couldn't help but drool. Seizing the moment with pure intensity, our guy combined a leg strike with a massive, earth-shaking punch. Wherever that fist traveled, light seemed to follow, and the opponent's face vanished into a mess of blood and impact. In an instant, Degun had knocked him out cold, his arm finally dropping. The blood on our guy's hands was still dripping. He beckoned to the others. Hey, you're the last one standing over there. Come on in. Cha Jinggu, who Zhongman initially thought was the protagonist's equal, was now lying flat on the ground. Minsu watched from afar, terrified, acknowledging the strength. Degun is strong, man. Whoa, he's like a protagonist out of a webtoon. Du Yin, standing next to him, shook his head, denying it. Protagonist? What the hell are you talking about? Over on the other side, Baek Suji stroked her hair, looking cool, and let out a sigh. I've already dealt with one guy. Where's the other one? Have you woken up yet? Right after the main character's provocation, Zhongman finally sat up, his eyes burning with pure hatred. Damn it. Degun didn't want to waste any more time on this nonsense. He closed in on his opponent, every movement swift and hurried. He spoke right in the guy's face. Let's wrap this up. What a total waste of time. Why don't you crawl out here yourself and face our guy's pride and confidence? Zhongman couldn't suppress the pain, and he was told to shut his mouth. Zhongman kept racing through his thoughts. The guy was like a monster. He couldn't punch him, couldn't grapple him, he didn't think he could win. Even knowing his own limits, Zhongman still wanted to give it everything he had. He picked up the pace, muttering his resolve. One last go. It was now or never, and his objective was clear. The protagonist saw it coming and called him out. Trying to take me down again? Degun calmly prepared his move, planting a massive fist right in front of Zhongman's face. The punch landed, twisting his opponent's face into a grimace. I'm sick of this. Even though Zhongman was muscular and had started off arrogant, he was finally left reeling by our hero's punch. His face was swollen and puffy, his teeth protruding grotesquely. Zhongman was at his limit, his legs lost their balance, and he fell backward, completely unsupported. Our hero wanted to pile on the pain. He grabbed Zhongman tight and slammed him onto his back. In an instant, Degun had achieved his goal. He pinned his opponent to the ground, the impact making Zhongman's back crack loudly. The tide had completely turned. The protagonist sat heavily on top of Zhongman, and no matter how much the guy struggled, he couldn't break free. Terrified, he thought, damn it, this position is dangerous. I've got to find a way out. His legs trembled as he tried to fight back, but the protagonist was firmly in control. He questioned his opponent. What are you doing? You aren't strong enough to escape. Your friend got in the way earlier, so I didn't finish the job. You want me to wrap it up now? With his back against the wall, it was as if Zhongman had nothing left to lose, and he started spewing curses. Damn it, damn it. The words only served to provoke Degun further. He unleashed a punch with maximum power. Wherever our hero's fist landed, the opponent's face was left distorted. Drool and sweat flew like rain. All the frustration our hero had bottled up for so long was finally being released. These punches were like a therapeutic remedy for him. Jin, watching from afar, couldn't help but change her expression. The indifference from before was replaced by sheer shock. Our hero wasn't done yet, his fist raised for another blow, but a voice stopped him. Stop. I give up. All right? Zhongman collapsed at Degun's feet, unable to bear the pain anymore, begging him to stop. I was wrong. I won't mess with you again. The protagonist wanted to dig for more information, so he looked the bastard straight in the eye and spoke. Zhongman started whining and shouting again. Are you thinking of getting involved with Kim Long again? Right after that nonsense, he was met with another flurry of punches, each one leaving his head looking more battered. His jaw and face were stiff and numb. Our guy sensed his opponent still wasn't being sincere, so he put him in a chokehold to shut his filthy mouth. It was excruciating. Jongman could only beg. Stop. Just stop. Degun gave him a warning. Stop being so stubborn. You're going to die today if you keep chasing after a guy named Kim Gun-wong. What did that bastard do to you, anyway? Did he even do anything at all? Facing these questions, Jongman remained silent, save for his constant shrieking. Our hero looked down at the fat guy and spoke with gravity. The reason you came to this school is obvious. You're here to disrupt Kim Long, aren't you? So, who do you think can bring stability to Kim Long now? Degun gave Jongman two choices, Kim Gun-yuong or the guy currently choking him. At the park, Jiang Jin-mo glared at Kim Gun-yuong in anger. Seeing Jiang Jin-mo with his hands in his pockets, Kim Gun-wong frowned and snapped. What's with the attitude? Get your hands out of your pockets. Jiang Jin-mo said nothing and took a few steps forward. Kim Gun-yuong found it strange, looking up at Jiang Jin-mo with a confused expression, then looked down to see him clenching his fist. Kim Gun-yuong looked puzzled, thinking, what the hell is going on? The very next second, Jiang Jin-mo threw a punch straight at Kim Gun-wong's face, but unfortunately for him, Kim Gun-wong dodged it quickly. Another side punch came, but Kim Gun-wong luckily dodged again. He couldn't help but curse. You son of a bitch, Jiang Jin-mo. He followed up by slamming a kick into Jiang Jin-mo's waist. The guy let out a cry of pain. Seeing this, the redhead lunged in. Kim Gun-yuong gritted his teeth, muttering, damn these guys. The redhead kicked Kim Gun-yuong, and then the gray-haired guy jumped in too. This time, Kim Gun-yuong couldn't dodge, and the gray-haired guy's fist landed squarely on his cheek. The last guy with black hair took the chance to strike. Taking advantage of Kim Gun-yuong being dazed from the hit, the black-haired guy kicked him, sending him falling backward. Jiang Jin-mo added another punch to his face for good measure. Kim Gun-yuong's face was swollen, and he cursed internally, you damn bastards. Kim Gun-yuong stood there like a statue, while the four of them swarmed him like zombies, looking to tear him to pieces. At the hospital, Ina looked incredibly sad. She remembered when Degun led the crew to fight, wondering to herself if everything really had to be solved with violence. Back to Kim Gun-yuong, he really couldn't take on all four of them alone right now. Running was the best strategy. Thinking that, Kim Gun-yuong hauled ass and took off. Seeing that, the other four gave chase, their long-standing grudges making them act like rabid dogs. Kim Gun-yuong ran for his life, with Jiang Jin-mo's gang hot on his heels. Running from one alley to the next, Kim Gun-yuong kept checking behind him to see if he'd lost them. Unfortunately, he tripped over an obstacle in the street. Jiang Jin-mo saw this and quickly raised his fist to land a hit, but luck was on his side. Kim Gun-yuong kept his balance, dodged Jin's attack, and successfully slapped Jiang Jin-mo back. But the truth was, it was hard for one to fight four. Kim Gun-wong was kicked hard in the stomach by someone else. His body slammed into a nearby wall. The gray-haired guy frowned and shouted, "We'll go easy on you, you bastard." Jiang Jin-mo laughed along with him. Haha. Why are you running away so pathetically? Nobody even did anything to you yet, right? We haven't even touched you. Like I said, you reap what you sow. Didn't it feel good to push us around all this time? Look at this jerk's face, it's all wrinkled like a monkey's ass. Haha. Kim Gun-yuong sat slumped against the wall, watching them, feeling a flicker of anxiety in his chest. Jiang Jin-mo frowned and continued. You can't do anything on your own anymore. I still can't believe you managed to lose like that. I was such an idiot for always listening to you back then. Kim. Let's never see a jerk like you again. At the hospital, a young man lay in a coma, completely unconscious. Gina looked at Ji-hwan with a heavy heart. The more she looked, the more crushed she felt. She bit her lip, feeling a wave of frustration. She thought to herself, Ji-hwan, I will make those who did this to you pay. So please, Ji-hwan, can you just wake up? I'm begging you. At school, a male student held up his phone and said, Hey, did you hear? I heard Jiang Jin-mo beat Kim Gun-wong to a pulp last night. As soon as he finished, he played the video for his friend. The friend watched and exclaimed, Whoa, Kim Gun-wong is such a loser. He always loves acting so tough, but look at him now, what was all that about? Right then, a hand pushed the classroom door open. Jiang Jin-mo and his gang strutted in, their noses held high in the air. Their classmates whispered to each other, Damn, the class boss has officially changed, huh? Jiang Jin-mo kicked his feet up on the desk and announced loudly, Hey, is that dog Kim Gun-yuong not here yet? He let out a laugh. I guess he's too scared to even show his face in school. Ha ha. Two students, acting all obedient, approached Jiang Jin-mo politely. Jiang Jin-mo, what about the errands? Do we need to keep doing them like always? Jiang Jin-mo, feeling smug, turned to his black-haired henchman. What do you think? How should we handle this? The guy with black hair grinned. Let's hold a race and let the winner be the new errand boy. Just then, footsteps echoed at the door. Jiang Jinmo jumped, startled, and turned to see who it was. Seeing Degun, he immediately started trembling and stuttering. Ah, Degun, good morning. A second later, Jiang Jinmo pulled his hands out of his pockets and took his feet off the desk, assuming a timid posture instead. His tone turned incredibly gentle. Jiang Jinmo stammered, What? What are you doing here? He. Degun smiled lightly. Congratulations on becoming the new boss. You seem to be having a lot of fun. Jiang Jinmo scratched his head, looking awkward. Well, I've just never experienced this kind of feeling before, you know? But thanks, Degun. I'm only where I am now because of you. Suddenly, Degun's expression turned serious. He glared at Jiang Jinmo and said, Make a choice. Do you want to fight me with your status as a boss, or do you want to take a beating and call it a day? Jiang Jinmo obediently stood up, covering his crotch, and begged, Degun, please, go easy on me. I'm begging you, Degun replied. Easy? Sure. The others standing nearby didn't dare breathe. Degun raised his fist and smiled. All right, I'll go easy. His fist tapped lightly against Jiang Jinmo's cheek. Suddenly, there was a strange sensation. Jiang Jinmo felt better than ever. One punch from Degun made him feel weightless. He thought, He hit me, so why do I feel so light? Did he actually go easy on me? Why does it feel like my body is floating into the air? I'm flying. Suddenly, Jiang Jinmo realized, Oh, what the hell is this? How far am I going to fly? Stop. There's no way I'd fly this far from just one punch. It turned out that a single punch had knocked Jiang Jinmo down and sent his soul straight out of his body. Degun watched him and sighed. Geez, this kid. He remembered there were others and turned to ask, clearing his throat. Oh, you guys are all in the same gang, right? Should I take you all out too? Seeing that, the guy with black hair hurriedly raised his hands to surrender. Hey, man, we're not in the same gang. We actually disbanded 3 seconds ago. Degun put a hand on the black-haired guy's shoulder and sighed. Fine. He leaned in and whispered a warning. Remember, don't go around bullying people or making a scene. From now on, live quietly and stay out of trouble. Got it? The three of them shouted in unison. Yes, understood. As Degun left the classroom, the redhead scratched his head and whispered, From now on, my dream is to be a crushed soda can. The gray-haired guy joined in. You want to compete to see whose life is more crushed? I'm confident I'd win. As soon as Degun was out of sight, the gray-haired guy changed his tone. Man, he's honestly the strongest person I've ever met. He turned to Jiang Jinmo, slapped him, and called out, Hey, wake up, you jerk. After taking down the boss of 4 classes, Degun walked out into the hallway like a god, handsome, strong, and someone everyone had to look up to. In just 1 week since transferring, he had conquered all 4 classes. He returned to his classroom, put his glasses on, and started his homework. However, the noisy monkeys next to him were screaming like a zoo. Dongmin shouted, Woohoo, go. In this grade, you're the biggest treasure ever. No Manhwa jumped up, laughing. I can't believe it, he took down 4 classes. That's peak performance. He's literally the GOAT. Bang Hodong leaned in and whispered, Oh my god, you're the absolute best. Praise Degun. Degun felt incredibly annoyed. He took his notebook and swiped it lightly against the 3 loudmouths' faces, reminding them to stay quiet. Bang Hodong rubbed his face, thinking, compared to the first time I got hit, that was really just a tap. Degun, when are you finally going to agree to go to the PC Bang with us? I just hit gold rank. Degun adjusted his glasses and sighed. Geez, you guys are so annoying. Fine, let's go try it after school. Dongmin was overjoyed, tears streaming down his face. Oh my god, it's like my prayers finally reached the heavens. No, man. Ho laughed awkwardly. But I'm only a bronze player. Haha. Bang Hodong started making noise again. Don't be a monkey. Keep going. Dongmin, be quiet for a second. My head hurts. Let's just go already. Otherwise, Degun might change his mind. Degun warned, If you guys keep making a scene, I'm staying home. Suddenly, a small hand pulled Dongmin's shirt. I want to go too, Dongmin replied bluntly. But Juri, you don't even play League of Legends? Juri argued. Yes, I do, Dongmin retorted. Nonsense. You're lying. Juri was too flustered to answer. Dongmin took the opportunity to tease her. Hey, you're a liar. You just want to go because you want to be with Degun, right? Before he could finish, the seemingly delicate girl punched Dongmin right in the face and shouted, Shut your mouth. I can just sit there and play Pokemon next to you guys. The chaotic scene unfolded, and No Manho hurriedly pulled Juri back. Bang Hodong tried to intervene, but it was useless. Juri kept kicking and shouting, "Sometimes having a mouth that's faster than your brain is a sin, you idiot." In the 5th grade class, Yu-Jok made a phone call, but the other side kept hanging up. Suji crossed her arms, looking annoyed, and asked, "Is Kim Gun-yuong planning to drop out? He didn't even get into a fight or lose a duel. So what's the problem?" Ayu recalled the words Kim Gun-uong had said before. "Of course I wouldn't come to school. Running into those second-rate losers would be way too embarrassing." Yu-Jok sighed. Honestly, he wasn't sure he'd ever go back to school again. Baek Suji frowned. "But that new kid? He's handsome and can fight, but he's so damn annoying. He's just too perfect." She turned to look at Jok. "So, what's the plan? Don't tell me you're actually planning to just give up to the new kid? Are you losing your nerve now that you're on your own?" Yu-Jok answered sheepishly. "Well, yeah. I'm a little worried, to be honest." Suji sighed. "If you were going to be like this, you shouldn't have been so power-hungry in the first place. Why don't you just form an alliance with everyone else?" Yu-Jok let out a weary sigh. "An alliance? It's not like I haven't thought about it, but the remaining classes are 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9. As he said that, he suddenly felt something was off. He turned and asked, "Hey, didn't you say you didn't care about your reputation?" Baek Suji looked away. "I don't. Why would I care about those silly rankings?" But in Suji's mind, all she could think about was what happened in class that day. Her body suddenly felt flushed. She bit her lip and thought to herself, "I can't believe those words just slipped out of my mouth that day. That jerk. What should I do to mess with him now?" The next morning, in class 1, Dongmin walked in, super hyped, and shouted, "Yo, is Degun here? Did you make it home okay yesterday?" Degun felt a bit awkward, having someone actually care about him like that felt weird. When Dongmin noticed Degun studying, he flashed a mysterious grin. "Whoa, hitting the book so early in the morning?" Degun replied nonchalantly. "Yeah, so?" Dongmin blurted out. "Man, you look more like the type to study than play games, you know?" Degun just groaned. He thought, this annoying guy is taking shots at me again. At the PC bang yesterday evening, Dongmin had shouted, "Degun, now! Hit him! Hit him!" No, not there. With that, a massive defeat sign flashed on the screen. Dongmin, getting annoyed, turned to Degun. "Hey Degun, you said you were going to carry the team. Are you actually gold rank? You're not hacking, are you? How are you playing like this?" Just then, the sound of a mouse clicking filled the air. Dongmin watched how Degun clicked and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Degun warned him, "Don't get too sucked into the game. It might actually get you into trouble in the real world." Juri, who was watching, chimed in. "Seriously, Min, shut up and just play. You trying to die for a game or something?" After scolding him, she turned to look at Degun, her left hand subconsciously brushing through her hair. She said softly, "Degun, don't mind him. At the end of the day, people who lose their minds over games don't know anything anyway." Degun replied, "Yeah, thanks." Suddenly, a loud slamming sound echoed through the room. Juri cursed. "Damn it! No, what are you doing? Blocking my path, are you?" Just a few slams on the desk were enough to change the outcome. Juri blurted out, "Oh, I won." Degun, sitting next to her, was left stunned and speechless. Suddenly, someone leaned their hands on the table, none other than the PC Bang owner. He stared at Juri and warned, "Hey kids, did you not see the sign? No slamming the desks or chairs while playing." Juri looked over where the owner was pointing. A second later, he broke into a friendly smile and announced, "All right guys, you're all banned. Get out." Thinking back to yesterday afternoon made Degun feel a bit embarrassed. He coughed awkwardly and told the No Man Ho gang, "Hey, if we hadn't been kicked out, I would have shown you my real skills." It had been a while since he'd warmed up anyway. Degun stood up and sighed. "All right, I've got to head to another class anyway," Dongmin asked, confused. "Another challenge?" Degun took off his glasses, revealing his incredibly handsome face, and replied coldly, "No, there are just a few things I need to look into." Degun walked alone down the hallway, thinking, the Violence Control Project. It's not just about beating up bullies. The ultimate goal is to clean up the school's image. Degun stopped in front of a classroom and asked, "Where's Kim Min?" Kim Min Dong stood before Degun, scratching his head nervously. "Haha, what are you doing here?" "Like you said, we're keeping it pretty low-key lately." Degun crossed his arms and asked, "Is that so? How's your hand?" "Looks like it's doing all right." Kim Min Dong eagerly made a wavy gesture with his hand and laughed. "Oh, wow. You actually came here to check on me? Don't worry about it. My hand is almost fully healed, see? I can even wiggle my fingers now." As he said that, A sudden flash of light cut through the air. Degun slashed right through Kim Min-dong's wavy hand gesture. Kim Min-dong yelped. Ah! What was that? Degun reminded him. I told you not to get cocky, didn't I? After saying that, Degun turned to leave, but didn't forget to add, it's best if you keep living quietly like this. Don't go doing anything stupid again. Degun headed to class 3, scanning the room. He thought to himself that he really needed to keep an eye on these guys, but the Sim-Sang Bo gang didn't even show up to school. Teesk, teesk. He looked into the classroom, seeing everyone chatting happily, and thought, well, the guy who was hitting the punching bag is gone. They seem to be doing okay now. Everything looks peaceful here, so I guess there's no problem. Alright, moving on to the next class. In class 6, everyone was busy messing around and having fun. Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the desk and yelled, it's way too noisy. Jiang Jin-mo, wearing glasses today and holding a book, shouted, can't you guys shut up so I can study? Jiang Jin-mo's sidekick saw this and cursed. What the hell? A guy who never touched a book in his life wants to study now? Are you on drugs or something? He added that if he'd only taken one pill, he wouldn't be like this. Jiang Jin-mo didn't care. His head was filled with images of Gina. He thought, Gina is the top student in the school. To be the kind of man worthy of her, I really have to study hard. Just then, a female voice rang out. Hey, Jiang Jin-mo. Baek Suji brushed her hair, frowning with clear annoyance. If you want to study, shut your mouth and do it by yourself. Why are you dragging others into it? Jiang Jin-mo turned pale with fear and stammered, oh, I'm sorry, Suji. Ha ha. His sidekick, seeing this, whispered aggressively, why are you being so soft, you idiot? Did you forget Baek Suji is still here? We need to keep our heads attached to our necks, don't we? Baek Suji kept brushing her hair, suddenly remembering what happened the other day. She felt an unexplainable sense of unease. During that fight, when she was face to face with Degun, Baek Suji had accidentally called him Appa. She thought, damn it. I already made up an excuse for that day, but I don't know if they bought it. With that in mind, she turned and signaled for Jiang Jin-mo to come over. Hey, fatty, get over here, now. Jiang Jin-mo scrambled over, clutching his book like a total loser, mumbling, I'm sorry. Jiang Jin-mo leaned in close to Baek Suji and whispered, yes? What is it? Baek Suji asked. Hey, you remember that time, don't you? Jiang Jin-mo looked blankly at her and replied, which time? Baek Suji recalled. Remember that day Degun came looking for you and I showed up to save you? That day, I slapped Degun and knocked his glasses off. While he was adjusting his hair, he picked up his glasses and looked at me. I was so flustered back then that I said some things I shouldn't have. You remember I didn't call Degun Appa that time, right? I didn't call him that. But at that moment, I was thinking about my boyfriend, so I just blurted it out without meaning anything by it. You get it, right? Jiang Jin-mo listened and responded like a robot. Ah, yes, right. I totally understand how you feel. Suddenly, Baek Suji lowered her voice. Hey, the next second, she coldly stood up, grabbed a comb, and shouted, are you even listening to me with that indifferent attitude? Jiang Jin-mo quickly replied, ah, no. I'm listening intently to what you're saying. Baek Suji sighed. All right, I'll let you off this time. Keep listening. What I meant back then was this. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from outside. Where's Jiang Jin-mo? Hearing this, Jiang Jin-mo immediately turned around and ran toward Degun. He said, happily, Degun, were you calling me? Seeing Degun, Baek Suji suddenly felt an indescribable sensation. Her body felt like it was burning up. She gripped the comb tightly and said nothing. Degun stood at the classroom door and told Jiang Jin-mo, all right, do it just like that. You understand what I'm saying, right? Jiang Jin-mo scratched his head and replied, ah, right, I get it. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Degun waved and left, not forgetting to drop one last line. If you breathe a word of this, you know what will happen. Anyway, bye, I'm off. Jiang Jin-mo politely bowed. Yes, travel safely. I'll give it my all. After finishing with Degun, Jiang Jin-mo hurriedly returned to Baek Suji with a smile. I'm sorry. I was following Degun, so I was a bit distracted. But can I ask what you were saying earlier? Suji closed her eyes and commanded, take off your glasses. Jiang Jin-mo sensed something bad was about to happen but still took them off. Immediately after, Baek Suji used the comb to hit Jiang Jin-mo's head repeatedly. She shouted while hitting him. How dare you? How dare you walk away while I'm talking to you? You idiot. Jiang Jin-mo couldn't do anything but cover his head and keep crying out, I'm sorry. Hoo-hoo, it's my fault. It's my fault. Please forgive me this time. Baek Suji finally vented her anger and stopped. She sighed. Humph, I'm sweating now. Because of you, my makeup is ruined. Ah, so annoying. I won't hit you anymore. Jiangjin Momo cautiously looked up. Ah, so I'm free to go now, right? Suji motioned with her hand, commanding them. The remaining 3 guys in Jiangjin Momo's group obediently approached and said, Yes, Suji, you called us? Jiangjin Momo was confused and didn't understand what was happening. He looked back at Suji and saw her face had turned purple at some point. She coldly ordered the other 3, kick him for me. As she spoke, Jiangjin Momo was dragged away by the 3 guys, some pulling his mouth, others grabbing his neck. The 3 guys took turns kicking him while saying, I'm sorry, Jiangjin Momo. Meanwhile, Baek Suji took out her makeup kit and started touching up. She muttered, Tsk, what should I do about Degun? How could he act all high and mighty in front of me like that? Thinking that, she turned to the 3 guys. Hey, stop hitting him. Go to the 5th grade class and tell Yujok to come here. Yujok arrived immediately and asked, What's going on? Seeing Jiangjin Momo slumped on the ground, he asked curiously, What's wrong with this guy? Is he dead? Baek Suji calmly replied, He annoyed me. Yujok pulled up a chair and sat down. Suji asked him, Hey, remember what I talked about last time? Yujok replied, The alliance? I'm thinking about it. Suddenly, a few questions popped into his head, and he looked straight into Suji's eyes. But why do you want to do that? Suji replied awkwardly. What? Why? Because I want to bully that guy. Just because? Yujok continued. If it's what you want, you could just tell your boyfriend and be done with it. Suji suddenly blushed, startled, and replied, No way. I can't tell him. If I tell him, that guy might actually die. That's too much. I just want it to be simple. One day, I want him to kneel at my feet to serve as a footstool. He has to tell me, Thank you, Suji. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be your footstool. When that happens, I'll make him call me, My Lady Suji. Ha ha ha. Yujok couldn't take it anymore and said, What is this? That's ridiculous. Baek Suji grabbed Yujok's collar and shook him. Do you understand what I mean? I just want that guy to crawl to my feet. I don't care how you guys do it, just make it happen. Yujok thought for a moment. If all the bosses from grades 4, 7, 8, and 9 teamed up, it might work. Luckily, he had good relations with them. Fine, whatever, I'll make a phone call to them. There's no other way but to form an alliance anyway. Honestly, I also want to see that punk, Degun, get eliminated. At the golf course, Director Kim led a bodyguard to watch Director Lee show off his skills. Director Kim saw Director Lee finish his swing and couldn't help but praise him. T-esque, as expected of Director Lee. Your golf stance is so perfect, your form is as graceful as a model. You deserve to be a sports model for this classy sport. Director Lai heard this, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. He focused on his next swing and replied, Director Kim, you're too kind. I'm just playing for fun. Director Kim laughed heartily. Ha ha, you don't have to be shy. Even on social media, there are middle-aged men working as models. Director Lai looked at the young man beside him and asked, Who is that next to you? A new employee? Director Kim smiled. Yes, that's right. He's quite capable and gets the job done well. As he said this, the department head walked in. Director Lai continued to praise his employee. Aigu, with a physique like a model. How did he end up becoming a bodyguard? Things really are quite strange these days. The department head approached and politely greeted. Greetings, Chairman. Greetings, Director Kim. Mr. Lai saw this and smiled. You're here? The department head, holding some documents, replied, Yes. I'm here to bring you the draft plan for this project. Do you have time to look it over? Mr. Lai took the tablet, swiped through it for a moment, and said, This is good. This project is quite interesting. It seems Degun is doing his job very well. Progress like this is fine. I probably need to meet with the principal of Bang Ho Dong Gun School to discuss a few things. Please arrange an appointment for me. Same place as always. The department head replied, Yes, I understand. Chairman Lai continued to hit the ball while giving a reminder. Degun is doing good work, but please keep a close eye on him. This is an important project, and we need to limit mistakes. The department head nodded and politely greeted. If you'll excuse me, I'll go take care of business. Have a pleasant time. As the department head left, the bodyguard watched her stealthily. Director Kim laughed and said, Tisk, you seem to have been quite busy lately, sir. Director Lai replied, Yes, I have a few important projects. I'll talk to Director Kim about that later. The department head walked outside, and then suddenly turned back to look inside. A strange sense of unease gnawed at him. In the late afternoon, the school's equipment storage room was eerily quiet. Inside the room, Jock had invited the rest of the ringleaders to discuss things. He kicked off the meeting. Well, looks like everyone's here. Kwok Duich spoke up. All right, there's only 5 of us. So spit out whatever you've got to say and make it quick. Gusunga chimed in as well. You gathered everyone here, so it must be something important. Say it fast. Everyone's busy, and we don't have time to waste. Park Dojin didn't seem to care much about the meeting. He kept staring at his phone, cursing. Damn it, this is so frustrating. I've hit rock bottom, for real. Lee Sung-hoon, who looked like a total nerd, was actually a 9th grade boss. He let out a laugh. I'm guessing this meeting is about that new transfer student, right? He just got here, and he's already taken down the leaders of the lower grades. Everyone knows about it. The whole school is in an uproar. Yujok replied, Yeah, you're right. Aside from that, there's something else. Given the current situation, we also need to get your opinions on forming an alliance between our classes. Gusunga answered with a stone-cold expression. Then I don't agree with that. Yujok was startled and snapped back. What? You got a problem with that? Gusunga glared at him and continued. I don't care about the hierarchy among leaders after an alliance. I want to be free, unrestricted. I don't want anyone bossing me around. It's as simple as that. Kwok Duich also shared his take. Your idea isn't bad, but we haven't really clashed much, and we're not exactly close either. I don't see the point of an alliance. I think we need to rethink this. It's not really necessary. But hey, is it because that guy's been an eyesore lately that you want to do this? Or are you afraid that one day, it'll be your turn to get beaten? Yujok felt a surge of irritation. He tried to lower his voice to warn Kwok Duich. Damn it, keep your mouth shut. You've only got one mouth meant for eating rice, so you'd better watch what you say. Kwok Duich began to mock him. Oh la la, what do you want? I'm down for whatever. Seeing this, someone egged them on. Quit yapping like a bunch of old ladies. If you're gonna fight, just do it. It's been a while since you two faced off, hasn't it? You were tied last time. So why not use this chance? Park Dojin tapped his phone against his palm and laughed. Who's in? It's not often we get a chance like this. I'm down a lot right now. I'll bet 50,000 won. You in? Gusunga replied. If you're game, I'm in. Yujok felt a headache coming on and sighed. It was true that these guys had different ways of thinking, and nobody would back down. Looks like this meeting isn't going anywhere. We should just call it off. Suddenly, Lee Sung-hoon raised his hand in the corner to share his thoughts. I completely agree with that. Park Dojin and Gusunga looked over, stunned that the nerd was actually interested in this. Kwok Duich turned around and asked, Form an alliance? Then what? You gather a bunch of guys together, and every one of them has their own agenda. Who's going to listen to whom? It'll be a total mess. But hey, Jock, since you went through the trouble of calling us here, at least lay out your idea. Jock was speechless. He thought Lee Sung-hoon wanting to ease the tension was completely unexpected. He'd always thought he was a difficult guy who wouldn't listen to anyone, but it seemed that wasn't the case. He looked like a studious kid who hit the books, but he was still a notorious boss in the school. Even with that look, he'd always been pushed around. It seemed this alliance was beneficial for him, so he seemed excited. Kwok Duich nudged him. Hey, you listening? What do you say? Yujok answered calmly. I just think it's simple. I don't know who's better between me and that kid, but he's already taken down more than half of the guys. That's pretty impressive. He just got here and already wiped out some pretty tough guys. That's shattered the order we've had in this school all along. We need to put a leash on him. Gusunga cut him off. You're full of it. Since forever, whoever is the strongest is the boss. That's just how it is. Finishing his sentence, Gusunga stood up and said firmly, That's how it is for me. If he messes with me, I'll fight back. If not, then whatever. That's that. I'm heading out to get some rest. I've got enough to deal with without sitting here listening to your theories. It's giving me a headache. Park Dojin, eyes glued to his phone, saw Gusunga leaving and hurriedly said, What about the bet? I'm already way behind. Gathering, my foot. Who's gonna be the boss? The money isn't even clear, so that won't work. I'm out. Kwok Duich also stood up, stretched, and chimed in. Since those two are leaving, I'm heading out too. It's pretty annoying that the meeting didn't resolve anything. The result was pretty bad, but it wasn't unexpected. Next time you want to hold a meeting, think it through first. All right? Yujok shot a death glare at Kwok Duich as a warning. You're something else. I've been watching you all through this meeting, you know. Kwok Duich wasn't afraid of anyone. He waved his hand provocatively. Oh, so tense. Taking your frustration out because the meeting didn't go your way? I was just looking to stretch my muscles anyway. Come on, bring it on. Lee Sung-hoon saw this and stepped in. Hey guys. We're all on the same team. Let's calm down. Kwok Duich laughed coldly. Huh. On the same team as this piece of trash? Do you hear what he just said to me? That attitude is way over the line. Even if we're all school leaders, don't lump me in with this guy. Hearing that is hilarious. Lee Lai Sung-hun gently adjusted his glasses. He continued, whatever you say. But first, listen to this story. Then you can decide. Things aren't as simple as they seem. In the 4th grade classroom, a desk was slammed, causing the coins to bounce around everywhere. Park Dojin waved his hand at the student sitting opposite him. All right, there you go. Your turn. The guy sitting next to him asked Dojin. So, what did the leaders say at the meeting? Park Dojin replied indifferently, nothing new. Just the usual crap about that new kid. The student also slammed his hand on the notebook, and the coins bounced lightly before falling. The student apologized quickly. Sorry. Park Dojin took the money and said, that's 40,000 total, right? The student replied, trembling. Yes, sir. Park Dojin laughed. Man, you gotta be able to take a loss if you're gonna play. Let's go another round. Park Dojin slammed his hand down on the table again, but the result still wasn't what he wanted. He groaned, ugh, this sucks. The student in front of him slammed his hand down too, and for some reason, his result was great. Park Dojin looked at the coins and sighed. Damn, looks like it's a bit low today. But a second later, he pulled out money, his veins popping out. He gritted his teeth, visibly annoyed. So I have to pay you another 40,000 won, right? Seeing this expression, the student hurriedly raised his hands to surrender. No, it's just for fun. You don't have to pay. Haha. Park Dojin heard that, but still threw the money over in an incredibly foul mood. Damn it, a win is a win, and a loss is a loss. Here's your money. Take it. Let's go again. He tossed the crumpled bills at him and forced him to keep playing. How rude. The student had no choice but to mutter and keep playing. The next round, the result didn't change either. Park Dojin glares at his hand, annoyed. What the hell? What is up with me today? I'm having such a bad run. My hand feels completely numb. The student sitting across from him pipes up. If you're not feeling well, maybe we should take a break. Park Dojin doesn't answer. He just stares at his hand, then suddenly lashes out and busts the student's lip open with a slap. Everyone in class is stunned and wide-eyed, but nobody dares to get close. The guy named Bak Uik flinches and says, damn, that scared the crap out of me. That slap had to hurt. The student clutches his swollen cheek and looks at Park Dojin. Park gives a wicked grin, adding, my bad. I was just a bit worked up, but it feels like my luck's finally turning around. Get back in your seat and let's go again. Hurry up. Before I give you a few more slaps, don't test my patience. This arrogant guy, Pin, speaks up. Are you gonna sit down or what? Better be smart before I lose my temper. Another slap rings out. It leaves the other guy in agony, clutching his face with a bright red handprint stinging his skin. Park Dojin keeps pressing. Why are you being so slow? Or do you want another one? Terrified, the student covers his face with his hands, eyes squeezed shut, not daring to look up. Park Dojin, emboldened, starts pointing his finger at him. Ha, look at you. We barely got started and you're already wetting yourself? You're pathetic. He doesn't stop there. Dojin glares. What are you doing? Keep playing. You think you can just quit now? The student obediently complies, yes, and offers a trembling hand. Park Dojin watches him with a menacing glare. The kid is stuttering, clearly broken and beyond resisting. I'm begging you. I fold. I don't want the prize money anymore. Park Dojin's eyes darken as he snarls. You trying to bail? The student, still shaking, replies, I'm sorry. I'll bring more cash next time we play. Park Do smirks, fine. Then hand over all your bet money to me. The student fearfully holds out the cash, and regardless of what's fair or right, Park just takes it. Park Do insists, don't you know the rules? If you withdraw, you pay the penalty. With that, he blatantly snatches the money right out of the kid's hands. Hand it all over. A straight-up thief with zero self-respect. Park Dojin threatens him. Next time, learn the rules before you play, you moron. But you're smart enough this time. Make sure you bring more tomorrow. After scoring the cash, they leave together, someone whispering, you made a killing, huh? I'm down a bunch. You guys playing online gambling or something? The bullied student stands there stunned, thoughts racing. That bastard acts like a full-blown thug. I'm such an idiot. He just robbed me of 500,000 won. Damn it. As soon as they leave, the student mutters to himself with a vengeful look. Don't blame me for what I do next. Cut to the room, in class 1 to 5. Suji walks in. Yu-Jok, did the leaders have a meeting yesterday? Yu-Jok glances over and greets her. You're here, Suji. The girl next to him waves too. Hey Suji. Suji stays professional, her voice dropping. Could you give us a second? I need to speak with you Jock alone. Gina gets the hint immediately and replies, I understand. You two go ahead. Despite her gentle facade, as soon as Gina leaves, she curses under her breath. Who does that bitch think she is, telling people what to do? Suji's face is tense as she leans in toward Yu Jock to grill him. Is this the time to be flirting? You two look like you're having a great time. Yu Jock sighs. It's nothing. I was just bored. The meeting went nowhere. None of the leaders would listen to each other, so we just broke it up. Suji still can't wrap her head around it. Let's backtrack to the meeting atmosphere. The big boss, Lee Lai-Seung-hun, had explained. It's the end of the month, time to collect protection money. It's time to choose our alliances. Who's going to be the boss? Who's handling the cash? GM Rango has a lot of collections to make. It's a goldmine for whoever is in charge. Lee Seung-hun looks at Yujok and Duik, remarking that they don't have money in their blood yet. But for Park Dojin and Gu Sunga, money is their entire life. Especially that Park Dojin. Anyone who touches his money has to go through his corpse first. They might look like idiots with no brain cells, but wait and see. When there's money on the line, they move fast. Lee Seung-hun continues to analyze the situation meticulously. Then there's that transfer student who manages a whole district. Things will get interesting when he starts collecting. Once these groups' interests clash, a fight is inevitable. With a situation like this, he advised waiting until the collections were over before making any moves. During the meeting, Yujok was thinking hard. Lee Lai-Seung-hun really lives up to his reputation as the brains of the leaders. I need to keep a closer eye on him before he pulls something I don't see coming. Suji, having heard enough, asks curiously. So the meeting just ended like that? Boring as hell. She tries to blame Yujok. You're useless. I guess I'll have to handle it myself. Cut to a small playground. A motorcycle zooms down the road, engine revving and exhaust spewing. A group of guys is waiting, and the second the rider arrives, they start pestering him. You're here. The blonde guy gets off the bike and complains. Hey Dojin, this coin you recommended to me feels like a scam. I'm suspicious. Dojin asks, surprised. What about you? Yujok replies, I sold everything, cashed out the second it peaked. This makes Dojin nearly fall over. Why the hell didn't you tell me? Am I the only one left holding the bag? Damn it, why is my luck so bad? The guy in white laughs at Dojin's pain. Looks like you got scammed, man. Follow my lead this time. Dojin is still distracted. Follow you? The guy in white smirks. Trust me, I've got a lead. It's Luna coin. Looks solid. Let's go all in. Dojin sighs. I don't have a single cent left to follow you with. Guess I'll just accept my fate and go do some deliveries with you? Another guy leans over to Dojin. Isn't it time to collect protection money soon? I'll share a piece of my cut with you. Even with the money coming in, Dojin doesn't look happy. How much are we even talking about? The guy in white doesn't even stay for a second before he's back on his bike. That's it then. See ya, call me. The chubby guy looks after him. He just got here and he's already leaving? But the guy in white is already speeding off, yelling back. Start scraping some cash together. Luna is hot right now. You'll be back in the green if you follow me. The guy next to Dojin suggests, should we head out early to skim a little off the top of these collections? Try to scrape some cash together. This Luna coin is hot right now. Stick with me and we'll be in the money in no time. Park Dojin's friend chimed in. Since we're collecting the class fund, shouldn't we grab a bit off the top? Class funds are peanuts. You wouldn't have enough to invest with that. Park Dojin's eyes lit up the moment money was mentioned. You're thinking exactly what I am. So, which class should we start with? Park Dojin always had a plan when it came to money. I've already got a target. Those big shot seniors have real status. You know, messing with their rice bowl is asking for trouble. That new transfer student, though he looks like an easy target, that bastard is already leading 4 different classes. Haha, all I have to do is beat him up and a pile of cash is mine. I'll have plenty to invest then. His friend kept feeding Park Dojin these schemes. I've got a great idea too. Since you two are going to have a match, we'll set up a betting ring and make even more bank. The fat guy, who had been silent until now, added, haha, not a bad idea. My money's on the transfer student. He managed to take down those 4 classes. He's no amateur. Dojin felt provoked and shot a side eye. You're pretty bold for a friend, not showing any respect at all. Let me give you some sincere advice. You'd better stick with me, or you'll regret it. Just talking about money got him fired up. He was annoyed and needed someone to beat up to stretch his limbs. In the distance, a few people walked by, looking confused when they saw Park Dojin. Is that Dojin over there? The 3 fat guys confirmed it was him. As soon as he saw the 3 big guys, Dojin bowed fearfully. Hello, boss, the fat guy instructed. Yeah, take it easy. Dojin looked at the other guy and said, Hello, sir. I hear business has been going pretty well for you lately, hasn't it? The fat guy brushed him off. Not really. Things have been a bit out of control lately. Mentioning things being out of control made Park Dojin's eyes light up. Oh? What's troubling you, boss? The person who had been bullied earlier suddenly appeared. The fat guy spoke up immediately. Hey kid, what's this about? You're making things difficult for me. I didn't expect the target to be my own little brother. The bullied student replied with a tremble. I don't know, sir. Upon seeing the guy from earlier, Dojin glared in disgust. Hey, Kim Do-hyun, what the hell are you doing here? Kim Do-hyun waved his hand, still sounding terrified. It's not what you think, the fat boss lectured Kim Do-hyun. Hey, why are you scared with me here? He's my subordinate after all. Out in the streets, reputation is everything. If you don't act like it, how are you going to get respect from your subordinates and clients? Kim Do-hyun muttered. Yes, thank you, sir. The fat boss continued. That kid, he has to show me some respect regardless. Your job is just to get the money ready. Dojin heard enough to understand, confirming. So, you took money from that bastard to come and beat me up, is that it? The fat boss tried to deny it. Now, why say such hurtful things between us? Personal is personal, business is business. You shouldn't mix the two. Park Dojin's laughter rang out, sounding like a slap in the face to the fat boss. Dojin kept going. Ha, that's rich, man. Is this what your business has come to? You're no different than those low-life thugs shaking people down in school. Man, you're killing me. Every word from Park Dojin's mouth hit the fat guy right in the face, causing his expression to contort. His friend behind him whispered, Hey, have you lost your mind? How can you talk to our senior like that? Even so, Dojin replied confidently. You're too soft. That was before school's out, and he's not anyone's bosses anymore. The fat boss erupted in anger. You've got a big mouth, you little shit. You haven't been acting like this for long, have you? Guess I haven't taught you a lesson in a while. That's why you're being so disrespectful. I'm going to put you in the hospital for a few months for this. The fat guy's massive hand slammed into Dojin's head, followed by a barrage of scolding. You idiot, Dojin, you need to get your head checked. Gambling has made you stupid. I need to make you remember the painful memories from back in school so you learn some manners. Another punch was about to be thrown. The fat guy kept muttering, You're not getting away. Dojin stood before this dangerous blow without a hint of fear in his eyes. He didn't dodge. He took the punch head on. What happened next left the fat guy stunned. This bastard. He took that punch and he's fine? Dojin even grew more arrogant. Nice try. Since you graduated, your punch doesn't seem to have the same kick it used to. Hitting like that is just a tickle to me. Maybe I should show you what a real punch is. The fat guy, feeling severely insulted, couldn't handle it and lunged headfirst at him. You stupid bastard. He headbutted with such force that saliva flew everywhere. Seeing this, Dojin only wanted to provoke his senior even more. What's the matter, pig? You're so fat now you can't even react fast enough, huh? Dojin countered by landing a heavy blow to the senior's stomach. The impact was brutal. The fat senior let out a pained wheeze. His whole body buckled halfway over. Park Dojin mockingly asked, What's wrong? That was just a warm-up and you're already squealing like a stuck pig. I think you need to work out more. Being this fat just makes you a punching bag for everyone else. Right after those arrogant words, Dojin gifted the senior another punch straight to the center of his face. Every movement was lightning fast. Even his subordinates couldn't intervene. They all stood there in terrified silence. Kim Do-hyun couldn't hide his fear, sweating profusely. Even Dojin's two friends were stunned that their former boss had been defeated by Dojin. Dojin arrogantly declared, How's that? Your nose is smashed in, so stop acting so tough, brother. And the rest of you? Do you need a massage from me too? I've only just started. I'm not even warmed up yet. The fat boss had been thrown down in a painful fall, his eyes swelling up in resentment. His subordinates could only stand there and watch their boss get beaten, feeling useless and weak, their eyes seeming to want to deny reality. Park Dojin's friend nervously warned him, Damn, you're going a bit too far. The other one couldn't hide his fear either, trying to stop him. Hey, Park Dojin, you maniac, what is wrong with you? Dojin wore an arrogant expression as he spoke. What's wrong? They said they were taking money to take me out. If you have enough money to feed 3 pigs, that means you've got plenty of cash, right? Park Dojin's eyes hungrily scanned the pile of money. If you've got that much cash, you should have just handed it to me. You guys aren't involved, so all that money is mine now. The two subordinates of the fat guy started to show their anger. They threatened, You bastard. You're betting your life for a few pennies. However, right after that sentence, Dojin lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. He prepared to deliver a powerful attack on them. The big guy hadn't even figured out what was going on before he took a clean punch right to the face. Park Dojin delivered the blow while reiterating his point. You bet he did. That painful punch really set the heavyset lackey off, and he started screaming his head off, his mouth flapping nonstop. Dojin pounded on him relentlessly, mentioning something about money, saying if he had the cash, he and his crew would be just fine. Anyone who thought about getting in Dojin's way was going to be dealt with, using every move from punches and kicks to bone-breaking twists. During the fight, Dojin was thrown back at one point, his body completely exhausted as he sprawled out on the pavement. But in a flash, he was back on his feet. With eyes wide and locked forward, he bolted toward his opponent. The guy in the white shirt standing opposite him felt the danger closing in. His eyes faltered for a second as he tried to take it all in, but it was already beyond his control. Dojin unleashed a nasty kick, nailing him straight in the face. The big guy's heavy frame couldn't handle the impact. He was pushed back, his chubby face suddenly swelling up, skin bunching into deep wrinkles. Seeing his opponent in trouble, Dojin smirked with sheer delight. But that grin was quickly wiped away. The heavy guy in black rushed over and grabbed Dojin from behind. They looked just like a couple of lovers in an embrace. The romantic scene was short-lived, though, as Dojin's friend ran over, calling out, "I've got your back." Park Dojin brushed him off. No need. With that, the heavy guy in black hoisted Dojin into the air without a shred of mercy. Dojin dangled there for a moment, flailing about. As it turned out, whenever Dojin didn't need help, he already had a plan in mind. He fought back against the big guy with such intensity that even the heavy guy looked fearful when he felt it. Dojin turned the tables, landing back on the ground and leaving the big guy in black stunned and confused. Seizing the chance, Dojin slammed his elbow right into the guy's face. It was such a massive blow, it felt like it would knock every tooth out of his mouth. Then, he went into a series of rapid-fire strikes. Wherever Park Dojin turned, his opponent took a hit. One cheek didn't even have time to recover before the other one was swollen to a pulp. The final result for this big guy was a masterclass in push-ups. Kim Do-hyun was genuinely terrified. Everyone he brought had been wiped out. All that money down the drain, and the number of enemies just kept growing. As soon as he finished off the heavy-set council, Dojin turned right to Kim Do-hyun to squeeze him. "Hand over the money, now. Unless you want to die." Realizing the situation was hopeless, Kim Do-hyun immediately tried to bolt. Dojin was a bit surprised by his reaction and laughed. "Haha, hey, what are you doing?" Dojin blocked his path arrogantly. "You think you can run from me?" Nobody could outrun Dojin's pace. But this time, the big guy in the white shirt had recovered. He pulled out a weapon and went straight for Dojin. Dojin's instincts immediately sensed the lurking danger. Still, the situation happened so fast that he couldn't dodge in time. Dojin took a solid hit to the body. That wooden club packed a real punch. Dojin felt the searing pain from the ambush in his arm. Even so, he kept talking trash. "You bastard. You picked the wrong person to mess with." The heavy-set boss was suddenly blindsided by one of Dojin's friends and hit without mercy, causing him to topple forward. Dojin's gaze turned extremely dangerous, as if he were hatching another scheme. The boss was held in a chokehold by Dojin's group, his face looking completely defeated. Taking advantage of the moment, Dojin rained down blows, driving his fist deep into the boss's face. After taking so many hits, the guy couldn't take it anymore and collapsed backward. Dojin looked around and asked, "Where did that guy go?" The spot where Kim Do-hyun had been standing was completely empty. Park Dojin muttered, "He's faster than I thought." Before leaving, he gave his two friends some advice. "If he doesn't show up at school, there's nothing we can do." His friend asked worriedly, "Are you all right, Park Dojin?" They looked at the debris on the ground and started whispering, "Hey, do you think we're done for? These guys are real gangsters. Damn it." Park Dojin looked at the situation and declared, "Nonsense. They're just putting on a show. Don't worry. My side is stronger." Scene transition to the school. Our protagonist is walking with Minsu. They're chatting. Nothing beats the school lunch, really. Enjoy it, Minsu. Just as they were walking, a figure appeared out of nowhere. The classmate said breathlessly, "Oh, Degun, perfect timing. Let's talk in private for a second." "Minsu, step aside for a bit, will you?" The protagonist stepped forward, skeptical. "What's this about? If there's nothing important, you're not going to like how this ends." No Manhwa spoke up gravely. "I have something we need to discuss. You say you don't care about your grades, but are you really just trying to take out all the freshmen?" Degun was slightly surprised and instinctively asked back, "Huh? Why would you ask that?" Another big guy spoke up. "Well, everyone thinks so, and I think it's possible. Or maybe you." The protagonist cut him off. Do you have 2 lives to spare? I'm pretty sure I told you that you'd be dead if you said anything useless. A hand suddenly reached out to stop them. Wait, Degun, it's not useless. No, no, man, Ho warned him. Listen, you're the boss of the 4th class, and you'll be collecting the management fees from all 4 classes soon. No, no, man, Ho emphasized. I don't know your situation, but you came to Jurian school because you wanted money, right? Our protagonist spoke up. What are you talking about? I came here because I wanted money. What management fee? The class president buys supplies, and if there's any money left over, it gets used to buy hamburgers for the kids. That's what that money is? The blonde guy moved closer and said, Not exactly, Degun. You're really naive. The protagonist turned his head. What? The blonde guy pointed and said, It's listed as a management fee, but it's understood as protection money. On the surface, it's paid under the guise of management, but in reality, it's money extorted from others. It's called protection money, and it's meant to keep you from being bullied by other classes. The money goes straight into the pockets of each class's boss. Memories of the past began to return. A voice echoed, You probably don't know since you're a new student, but the rule is you can't touch other classes. You can only mess with me if you win the boss's rank. Our protagonist pondered. So that's the rule you guys mentioned earlier. Rules began to surface, and the leader of each class would fight to be ranked and establish hierarchy. If you become the boss, the money you receive doubles, so they can't suppress their desire to be the top dog. No man Ho kept running his mouth in front of the protagonist. Now you'll get 4 times as much as the others. Something like that. I'm pretty sure the others will always be tailing you and watching your every move. I appreciate your explanation, but why are you here? The blonde guy responded to No Man Ho with a confident look. Ah, I forgot to tell you. From now on, and they'll target you. So, I'll be your right-hand man. Right after that, the protagonist slams his hand into the blonde guy's face. Degun says bluntly, You don't get it at all, do you? He repeats, From now on, there's no such thing as management fees. Stop collecting them. The other guys just stare, completely dumbfounded. What the? Are you crazy? They try to stop him. You can't just do that. This isn't just about us. If you do this, the money from the freshmen will just end up in the hands of the sophomores and juniors. The protagonist stares him down, coldly retorting, That's exactly why the whole school will turn against you. Even if you're strong, you won't be able to handle that. The words start to sink in. Our main guy thinks, If this were on a school-wide scale, my dad could be in real trouble. But my job here is to get rid of this. And I can't just turn a blind eye to all this filth right in front of me. He's not interested in this nonsense anymore, so he turns to leave. I'm heading out. A chubby guy rushes over, shouting, Hey, can you come with me for a second? Someone wants to meet you. The protagonist is confused, wondering, Why does everyone want to see me? Seriously, you're wearing me out. Degun snaps at the other guy. Jiangjin Mo, you're dead meat if you keep talking this garbage. The scene shifts. The protagonist walks and talks with Jiangjin Mo. You aren't planning to round up a bunch of guys to jump me like last time, are you? Jiangjin Mo shakes his head immediately. No way. Even 10 students couldn't take down Bang Ho Donggun. It'd take at least 100. A girl sits there, watching silently. The protagonist notices her and asks, Is that her? The one who wants to see me? Jiangjin Mo nods. Yeah, that's Bake Suji from my class. The protagonist scowls and interrogates him. Hey, are you trying to die? I told you not to do useless stuff. Bake Suji yells, Let go! The protagonist immediately looks over at Bake Suji. She keeps demanding, Let go, before I lose my temper. Behind the school building, Bake Suji crosses her arms and says arrogantly, Hey, are you deaf? I told you to let him go. Degun, who's still got Jiangjin Mo by the collar, looks blankly at her. Jiangjin Mo tries to hold back his pain, giving a bitter smile. Oh, look, it's Bake Suji. Bake Suji smooths her hair and says, Even if he deserves a beating, I'm the only one who has the right to hit him. Degun replies nonchalantly, Oh, really? Well, according to the rules you guys set, this is my territory now, so I'll do whatever I want with this guy. Bake Suji steps closer. She grabs Jiangjin Mo's arm and sighs, Geez, you must be new here. I'm the one who makes the rules. She yanks Jiangjin Mo toward her and glares at Degun with contempt. You shouldn't be acting like the boss in front of me. Cut the crap and let Jiangjin Mo go. Jiangjin Mo is dragged toward Bake Suji, stumbling like he's about to fall, looking completely clueless. Suddenly, Degun decides he's not backing down. He grabs Jiangjin Mo's other arm and pulls him back. He says coolly, What's the big idea? He's my guy. I'm not handing him over to you. Bake Suji frowns, clearly annoyed. She raises her voice. What? You're not letting him go? You really are an arrogant prick. Elsewhere in the school, the guy in the gray shirt sits in a chair, lecturing 3 students. You guys are out of line. You know that? You're not just reckless, you're greedy. It's truly disappointing. He stands up, sighs, and rubs his shiny bald head, trying to look righteous. He talks about the karma of being a puppet to filthy greed. I'm going to save you from that pathetic personality. I won't kill you. So stop looking so worried. The students look blank and clearly terrified. The bald guy picks up a weapon, his eyebrows arching with visible excitement. He says gleefully, I'm just going to beat you half to death, all right? He's the sophomore leader of the Wanoke gang. Just looking at him is sickening. Next is the sophomore vice leader, Dugong Myung, also from the gang. He stands there with his hands in his pockets and adds, I'll show you why you have to pay your fees on time, you idiots. Park Dojin watches, looking thrilled. Haha, they look terrifying, don't they? Doesn't Wanoke usually beat people one by one? The vice leader replies, only when he's in a bad mood. Park Dojin asks curiously, but if you guys control the whole sophomore block, how much money do you actually make? The vice leader coldly holds up 3 fingers. Park Dojin asks, split it evenly, right? The leader nods slightly. Park Dojin starts fantasizing about the cash. He wears a greedy expression, thinking, man, I wish that were me. I really want to kill that new transfer student. Dugong Myung suddenly remembers and asks Park Dojin, anyway, what happened yesterday? Why did he suddenly snap like that? Park Dojin shrugs. There were some things that just set Wanoke off. You know how it is. Park Dojin looks over and sees him still beating the students half to death. He sighs. Look at him. He always tells me to be patient, but he's beating these guys half to death just because their payment was 1 day late. Everything's going smoothly, isn't it? The vice leader smiles faintly. Yeah, don't worry about it. These guys aren't even trainees. They're just guys from a small gang trying to collect some cash. Wanoke seems to hear them and turns around. It isn't easy to follow Buddhist asceticism. Park Dojin, you must remember not to stray from the path. Park Dojin crosses his arms and laughs. Yeah, whatever. I was thinking we should force the freshmen to pay protection money. But first, I need to take care of that new transfer student. Wanoke finishes with the students and, hearing Park Dojin, can't hide his excitement. Good. Don't put off what you want to do. You students over there, listen up. You have to pay the price for delaying what you need to do, so watch your back. I'll give you until tomorrow. You better shave your heads, shave off your pathetic greed along with it, and then come find me. Your sins are too great. Just fists alone won't set you straight. Got it? You better make sure those heads are shiny bald. Understand? Park Dojin laughs loudly. Haha, he really is a leader, though he's a weird one. Speaking of fighting, I have an idea. Wanoke perks up. What kind of idea? I heard the store has new hot dogs. Park Dojin catches his drift immediately. He replies, sure, let's go get some and talk about it. At the same time, in another corner of the school, the arguing continues. Jiang Jinmo is still being tugged back and forth mercilessly by the 2 of them. He's pretty sure his arms are going to stretch by a few centimeters. Jiang Jinmo feels exhausted, thinking, what is this? Am I really that important? Being treated like this. Honestly, it doesn't feel half bad. Even though he's a little dizzy, suddenly, Baek Suji pulls hard, and she unconsciously presses Jiang Jinmo's arm into her cleavage. She yells at Degun, hey, you! Why are you being so stubborn? Jiang Jinmo makes a blissful expression, his eyes darting around as he thinks to himself, man, that wasn't too bad. But I gotta admit, that spot was seriously soft. Feels like I'm gonna die of pleasure. Seeing Jinmo just standing there like a statue, Degun leans in to take a look. Hey, what's with your face? Why do you look so dazed, yet so satisfied? Jinmo snaps out of it and stammers, what are you talking about? Only then does Suji realize she's been subconsciously letting that chubby guy touch her chest. She glares at Jinmo with eyes like daggers. Jinmo just gives a goofy grin. He honestly didn't mean to, but it was clear she let him do it. Sure enough, a second later, Jinmo gets his karma. She slaps his face so hard his head snaps to the side. He goes flying and lands face first on the ground. Suji commands, you've got 3 seconds to get out of my sight. 3, 2, 1. Jinmo struggles to his feet, clutching his neck and saying, all right, I get it. I'm leaving. Jinmo scrambles away as fast as he can, screaming and acting terrified, but that's just his back. In front, he's running with a grin like he's reached heaven. He thinks to himself, man, that was nice. That soft feeling was really something else. Suddenly, Suji approaches Degun. She whispers, I don't care about that piece of trash, but I have other reasons for calling you here. Degun doesn't get it. He just stands there blankly while she grabs his collar. She pins Degun against a nearby power pole. Suji moves in close. Degun stares at her, still silent. Suji stammers, "You. I want." Degun can't quite hear her, so he leans down to ask again. "What? What do you want? Speak up. I can't hear you." As soon as Suji looks up, she locks eyes with Degun. Her body flares up like a furnace. No matter how tough she acts, the moment she meets that gaze, her fierce temper just melts away. Degun follows her stare, completely confused. Suji bows her head, gasping for air. She thinks to herself, "Man, I just locked eyes with him and I'm already mentally dominated, but I have to do this. Ugh, why is my heart beating so fast?" Suddenly, a loud clattering sound echoes around them. Degun looks around and asks, "Did you hear that crashing sound? Is there some construction nearby?" Seeing that Suji doesn't answer, he gently touches her hand and says, "Look, never mind. Let's wrap this up. I'm a bit busy, so can you just tell me what you want already? If you don't have anything to say, I'm taking off." Suji looks up at Degun, her face red as a tomato, her mouth hanging open in a daze. She bows her head again to explain, "No, it's not like that. That last time I said Appa, I wasn't calling you." Degun sighs in relief. "Oh, okay, I figured. You were calling Bun or something, right? Is that really the only reason you called me out here?" Suji looks straight into Degun's eyes and continues, "Shut up. This is really important to me." Degun starts to feel a bit anxious. He thinks, damn, is it important enough that she had to explain herself? Did she call me out here because she found out my real age? Surely not, right? Suji keeps pinning Degun against the pole and continues, You're so arrogant. You probably don't even know. I just transferred here, but with one word from my brother, he could have this whole school relocated. Do you understand? And it seems like you don't know that. So I'll let it slide since you're kind of cute. But I won't do it again. One word from me, and you're done for." Just then, Degun coldly grabs Suji's hands and jerks them off his shirt. He pins her hands behind her back with one hand and adjusts his collar with the other, muttering, "Ugh, you wrinkled my clothes." Suji stands in this position, feeling a bit awkward. She stammers, "What is this position? What are you doing? You jerk." Degun calmly replies, "I'm handcuffing you." Suji, embarrassed, shakes her hands and shouts, "This is ridiculous. Let go. Damn it, why can't I pull away? Let me go. You're making a huge mistake. If I tell my brother, you're dead meat." She says this while struggling, half wanting to let go and half not. Degun watches her calmly and softly says, "Okay, go ahead and call Baek Suchol out here." Suji freezes, her eyes widening as she looks at him, flustered. "Huh? What? What did you just say?" Degun bows his head and repeats, "You keep bringing his name up. I heard you loud and clear. Call him out here. I've been wanting to meet him anyway." Suji shouts, "What the hell are you talking about? Are you insane? Never. If you meet him, you're actually going to die, you idiot." Degun replies calmly, "Wait, wasn't it you who just used him to threaten me?" Suji is flustered. "Well, yeah, but just forget about it. You absolutely cannot meet him." Degun takes the upper hand now. He leans in towards Suji and threatens, "That's enough. Call your brother out here, or don't expect to be let go." Upon hearing that, Suji's face gets even redder. She whispers, "Handcuffing me? For life. I guess that's fine too. I was kind of hoping for that anyway." The two of them keep bickering. Coincidentally, the Park Dojin gang walks by and happens to see the scene. Park Dojin exclaims, "Oh, is that the new transfer kid?" The vice leader replies, "Oh, you're right." The bald guy sees them and frowns. "Is that the guy? And that girl? She's the sister of Baek Suchul, right?" Thinking that, the bald guy approaches and says loudly, "It's really annoying to see something like this at school. What are you two doing in an educational environment? School is a place for studying. What's with all this flirting?" Degun glares back and says, "Hey, what did you say, Baldy?" Park Dojin and the vice leader try their best to hold back their laughter. The leader goes ballistic, radiating a murderous aura. Degun has just gotten himself into more trouble. The atmosphere behind the school suddenly becomes deathly quiet. The bald freshman leader frowns and says, What did you just say? Say that again." Degun realizes, "Wait, I think I slipped up," he thinks to himself. He remembers working at the convenience store, where he'd look at his boss while studying and say, "Hey, uncle, you've got a white hair there. Let me pull it out for you." The old man would quickly swat Degun's hand away and shout, "Hey, none of that. Everything has its own value, and this hair is no exception." Degun would just stand there blankly, not understanding a word the old man said. The old man would then ask, Do you pull out your dad's hair like this at home all the time? Degun adjusts his glasses and replies calmly. No, I don't. I don't even know who my dad is. The old man suddenly explodes and points at Degun's face, ordering, "Take all the expired items in the store and throw them out today. You hear me?" Degun says sadly. "But sir, you said I could have them." The old man shouts again. "No ifs or buts. Get them thrown out now." Back to reality. Degun thinks he shouldn't be commenting on people's bodies. He brushes his hand off and says, "Oh? Sorry about that, man. I didn't mean to call you Baldy. It's just a habit." Right then, Park Dojin in the back bursts out laughing. He holds his stomach and shouts, "Oh ho ho. I like this funny guy." Park Dojin is laughing so hard he's crying. He turns to the vice leader and says, "But Wanoki, he's not actually balding. He just shaves his head, right? He's not really bald, is he?" The vice leader tilts his head and whispers the answer. "Listen, I'll tell you the truth. He's got hair loss. That's why he shaved his head." Park Dojin looked completely stunned. "Wait, for real? Oh, man. I should apologize then." Right after saying that, Park Dojin poked his head out and waved at Degun. "Hey, you guessed right. He's actually bald. He didn't just shave it." The gang leader was fuming inside, but he just mumbled under his breath. "If I wasn't trying to be a peaceful, Buddha-fearing guy, I would have torn you into 100 pieces." The vice leader waved his hand impatiently. "First years, this has nothing to do with you. Get lost." Degun, confused, turned to Suji. "Hey, who are those guys?" Suji frowned, arms crossed, and replied, "That's Dudugong Myung, and the other one is his friend, Dan Degung. The bald one is a second-year senior named Wanoki." Wanoki then lifted his head, warning, "You, the new transfer student, you'd better know your place and get out of my sight." Degun shrugged, playing dumb. "Oh, is that so? I really don't see your point. I got here first, didn't I? You're the one who needs to get lost." Suji panicked a little, worried that he wouldn't be able to handle all three of them alone. She urged, "Hey, what are you saying? Why are you provoking him?" Wanoke was taken aback. "Oh, did I hear that right?" Park Dojin couldn't stop grinning, muttering to himself, "This new transfer kid is actually insane." Wanoki started loosening up, cracking his knuckles. He went stone-faced. "Damn it, I get it now. I didn't want to get physical, but it looks like you're asking for it." Suji suddenly picked up her phone. "Hello? Yeah, what's up? Where am I?" Seeing this, the vice leader quickly tapped his friend on the shoulder. "Wait, hold on. Suji's senior is bad news. Look, she's probably calling Baek Suchul. He's notoriously tough." Suji looked at the two second years with a provocative glare. She spoke loudly on purpose. "Yeah, are you coming over?" The two second-year leaders looked visibly annoyed. Degun leaned in and whispered, "What's going on? Is Baek Suchul coming here?" Suji frowned at the person on the other end. "Yeah, sounds good. I'm hanging up now." As soon as the call ended, Suji sighed. "All right, that's enough." Suji calmly grabbed Degun by the collar and turned to the other two. "Well, what else do you guys want? If there's nothing else, can we go now?" The vice leader of the highway gang shoved his friend, clearly frustrated. "Wanoke, let it go. Let's just go. It's over. We don't want any more trouble." Du couldn't do much else anyway. Once he finished, he changed his attitude and spoke to Suji. "Suji, it's all just a misunderstanding. You go ahead. Give my regards to Baek Suchul for me." Suji didn't answer. She pulled Degun along and said, "It's fine, let's go. What a pain. But this is the end of it." As Degun and Suji turned to walk away, the vice leader whispered, "Whether we like it or not, we have to be careful. You can't mess with Baek Suchul's juniors. Everything will go according to plan if we handle this carefully." Seeing Wanoke stay silent, he cleared his throat and said, "Hey, are you okay?" Wanoke replied indifferently, "I'm fine," claiming to be peaceful, but his wrinkled, frustrated forehead said it all. He asked, "Park Dojin, do you have any thoughts on this? Is it really over for us?" Park Dojin stared at Degun without blinking, muttering to himself, "What? Over? Let's see about that." Park Dojin was even more annoyed by Degun's relaxed, carefree attitude. He said, "This isn't right. It's a waste to just let them walk away like that. I can't just leave it like this. I have to do something to vent my anger." As he spoke, Dojin wore a twisted, wicked grin. The vice leader turned to him. "Park Dojin, what are you planning? Don't do anything reckless. Just drop it." Park Dojin didn't listen. He licked his lips like a hungry beast. "Just watch me." As soon as he finished, Park Dojin lunged at Degun like a bullet. He thought, I've got to test if this bastard is as dangerous as the rumors say." Degun heard the footsteps behind him and realized what was happening. His eyes turned cold, and in the next second, he reached out and wrapped an arm around Suji's waist. He pulled her into his embrace decisively. Park Dojin missed his attack. Degun quickly pulled her closer to him. Degun hugged Suji and warned her, "Step back." After his first attack missed, Dojin immediately turned around to strike again. Park Dojin leaped toward Degun once more. The first blow grazed Degun's face. Then came the second strike, which Degun dodged quickly. Punch after punch, Dojin kept attacking while laughing constantly. After dodging a few, Degun noticed an opening in Dojin's defense. He raised his palm and he slapped Dojin across the face, leaving a handprint. Dojin was stunned, but quickly broke into a grotesque smile. What a lunatic. He lunged again. That slap clearly didn't hurt him at all. Degun thought to himself, "Damn, he takes those hits like they're nothing." Degun looked back at Suji. She was standing too close. He thought, "Since she's still with me, I need to back up and keep some distance." The vice leader noticed the problem too. He ran toward Dojin, cursing as he went. "This idiot is so annoying. If he hits Suji, that's going to be a real headache." Dojin kept attacking, and Degun kept dodging. When Dojin attacked again, Degun trapped his arm, but Dojin quickly yanked it free. Dojin's eyes became sharp. He seemed to have found an opening in Degun's defense, and a smirk played on his lips. He kicked out hard, forcing Degun to retreat a few steps. Degun managed to plant his feet. Park Dojin looked at him and laughed. "Haha, not bad. To block a strike like that, I'm impressed." Degun felt more at ease now. He saw the vice leader dragging Suji to the side and thought, "Good, she's out of the way now. I can move more freely at this distance." Park Dojin kept waving his hands in provocation. "Well, what are you just standing there for? Don't you get tired of dodging?" Degun looked toward Suji, who was arguing with the second year, and thought, "All right, I'll just warm up a bit before Baeksu Chul gets here." Park Dojin stepped closer to Degun with a cocky attitude. He gave a dry laugh. "Haha, all right, focus up. You girl-obsessed freshman, you've made me very curious." As soon as he finished, Degun lunged to attack. Park Dojin quickly covered his face, narrowly avoiding the opening punch. He chuckled with interest. "Oh my, looks like you've stopped dodging, huh?" Degun rushed forward and kicked Park Dojin straight in the face, right where he was already injured. This time, it was Park Dojin who stumbled back. He looked at Degun in surprise, then laughed. "Wow, you've actually got skills." Not letting him recover, Degun followed up with another kick. Park Dojin went flying backward, his head hitting the ground, but he didn't break. The madman scrambled back up almost instantly, looking wild. He wiped away his sweat and lunged at Degun, yelling, "You bastard, you're really pissing me off." Degun loosened his collar and replied calmly, "Oh, really? Is your hand still okay?" Dojin finally noticed his unhealed injury. He gave a grunt and said, "Oh, my hand is fine, it's nothing." But when Dojin peeled off the bandage, the area underneath was bruised. Remembering his previous fight, he sighed inwardly. "Damn it. It's not really okay. That fat bastard." Degun smiled lightly. "Humph. Whether it's okay or not is your problem." Degun started taking off his jacket. He continued, "Anyway, you'd better watch yourself. I'm finally playing for real now." Park Dojin decisively tossed the object aside, frowning. "Damn it. I only hit him a little bit, so how did it end up like this?" Degun chuckled. "Hope you're holding up well enough to take my next few hits, because I'm just getting started." Seeing Degun take off his outer jacket, Suji covered her eyes in reflex, shouting shyly, "Hey, Degun! Why? Why are you taking your clothes off?" Degun replied nonchalantly, "What? I'm just taking off my jacket." Suji, blushing beet red, retorted, "Well, it's the same thing," she then warned. "Besides, you can't just strip in public like this." Degun looked confused. "Public? What do you mean? There wasn't anyone here a second ago." He glanced around. Before he knew it, a bunch of students were gathered in the corner, staring at him intently. Some had their phones out, ready to record. He thought to himself, "Holy crap, when did all these people get here?" The female students were swooning as they looked at Degun. "Wow, he's so hot. From his build to his face, everything is just perfect." Degun frowned. He didn't really like having an audience while he was fighting, and he thought to himself that he needed to wrap this up as soon as possible. Park Dojin rubbed his injury, smirking, "I think I finally get it now. It's a shame, though. We have to end this here for today, but next time, I'll definitely show you what I'm made of. Just you wait." Degun stared blankly. He had no idea what this guy's deal was. Why was he acting so fired up? So weird. Finishing his sentence, the guy swaggered over to the students and shouted, "Get out of my way, damn it! Don't annoy me." A female student, annoyed by Park Dojin pushing past, snapped, "We're just passing by. Why do you have to be so aggressive?" Someone else muttered, "He's so strong. I think I'm falling for him." The vice leader looked at Degun and gave a cold smile. Humph. You're disappointed too, aren't you? Don't worry, we'll be seeing each other again soon. Degun put his jacket back on properly and replied, Why do you keep yapping? You might as well just kiss up to him. I'm not interested in fighting just you, so don't get the wrong idea. The vice leader was furious. It was clear the words just spoken were full of contempt. The vice leader muttered under his breath, You little brat, how dare you talk to me like that? What a cocky little freshman. Just as he lunged forward with a fist, another hand held him back. The Salo leader warned, Dugong-myung, didn't you say you wouldn't let a freshman get under your skin? We need to go. The two turned to leave, and the vice leader followed, still agitated. Okay, fine. Thanks for stopping me. I almost lost it there. Honestly, my house is closer than yours anyway. 1OK didn't seem to care. He held a bracelet, eyes closed, and whispered to himself, I just realized something. I think I haven't been training enough. I was so arrogant to think I was devoid of compassion. Degun stood there, confused. What are these freaks talking about? At the same time, Suji stood with her arms crossed, calling out, Hey, Degun. Degun replied, Huh? What is it? Suji pulled his sleeve. Are you insane? Did you not hear a word I said? They're second-year bosses. They're dangerous, Degun answered calmly. Dangerous? I don't think it's them. I think I'm the dangerous one here, Suji continued. Wow, you're certainly confident. But seriously, I can't tell if you're just reckless or really that confident. Maybe you are strong, but listen to me. The second and third years are beyond anything you can imagine. With that, Baksuji turned to leave. She walked away, looking hesitant. Anyway, thanks, I guess. But I don't get why you had to grab another girl's hand so hard. Degun felt awkward and said, Oh, really? I thought I just grabbed you firmly. My bad, I'm sorry. Suddenly remembering something, Degun asked, By the way, you said Baksuji was coming here earlier, right? Suji replied dryly. What? That was a lie. Didn't you realize? You're not very observant, are you? I lied to protect you, you idiot. Otherwise, we would have been done for before we even met him. Besides, why would you even want to meet him? What do you want? Degun imagined them getting into a fight. He froze for a second before answering, Well, I can't really say that in front of his sister. Baksuji gave him a warning look. You're a dead man. You're going to be in huge trouble if you get involved with my brother. But, having said that, I do feel a bit worried about you. Let me give you one piece of advice. Stop worrying about my brother. Just worry about those guys. It's not just Park Dojin. All of them are going to team up to take you down. As she finished, she walked away, but made sure to add, Oh, and by the way, since I just saved you, we're even. I'm leaving, so don't follow me. Degun was left stunned, wondering, Wait, didn't you call me here in the first place? And you saved me, so why am I the one worried about you? Suji's face flushed red, thinking, What a stubborn guy. So annoying. He's just making me worry more. Why do I even care about a guy like that? In the fourth-year classroom, Park Dojin walked in with his hands in his pockets, asking, Is Kim Do-hyun here yet? Bad-up answered, If he's not here, he probably went looking for something. But hey, what happened to your arm? Park Dojin sat at his desk, rubbing his arm. Bad-up asked, What happened? Park Dojin replied nonchalantly, I just fought the transfer student. This thing is going to need some time to heal, but I like him. Either way, I have to beat him. As he said that, Park Dojin rubbed his hair, looking troubled. He muttered, I need to observe him as much as possible. But the problem is, I'm broke. And that bastard Kim Do-hyun, I need to find him right now and kick him out. He gestured with his fingers. Hey, class president, get over here. The class president hurried over, looking visibly anxious. Park Dojin asked, Do you have Kim Do-hyun's address? Give it to me, along with this week's collection money. The class president stammered, I have the address, but the money. Bad-up chimed in. Hey, what do you mean by this week's money? Won't they come after you if you change things up on your own? Park Dojin answered leisurely. Oh, that's true, but if you don't contribute, you'll never succeed. The class president reminded him. Hey, Dojin, we can't just do whatever we want. Park Dojin offered, How about rock, paper, scissors? The class president was flustered. Huh? Why? The president, having no other choice, played the first round against Park Dojin. Park Dojin lost. He laughed. Haha, I lost. All right, one more round. The president lost the second round. Park Dojin said, I win. Do it. The president hesitated, looking worried. Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's okay to use rock, paper, scissors to decide on collecting money. Suddenly, Park Dojin thrust his hand toward the president's face, threateningly. Are you going to do it or not? It's not just about collecting money. It's a gamble. Seeing the president still hesitating, Park Dojin urged him on. Are you going to get over here or what? Don't make me stand up. The class president resignedly leaned in. Park Dojin laughed loudly. Heh, ready or not? The guy upside down crawled up from behind and shouted, What are you doing with those fingers? That's seriously disgusting. Park Dojin licked his lips. With a sound like a gunshot, the class president lost his balance and fell backward. Dojin grinned with delight. It had been a long time since he last used this move. All the students in the class stood frozen. The class president clutched his forehead, weeping in frustration. As he looked up, he saw that Dojin had been holding up 2 fingers the whole time. He smiled and reminded him, Remember, I chose scissors. Let's play another round. The class president was drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, Mom, save me. Degun walked into the classroom, muttering to himself, Tisk. In the end, I still couldn't run into Baek Suji. It would have been easier if I had met that bastard at the same time as that bald second-year guy. But Baek Suji has stopped collecting money. Still, that damn Park Dojin, he's driving me crazy. Remembering the time he took a direct hit from his punch, Dojin had just stared back with that unbearable smile. Sure enough, that guy wasn't like anyone he had fought before. His strength was truly formidable. Degun looked at his hand and thought for a long while. Tsk, I didn't expect to be able to handle that. Maybe it didn't get much attention. I haven't had much rest lately, but I think I can handle it now. Thinking about this, Degun smiled faintly. As long as my opponent can take my hits, that's enough. That's how I fight. Ha ha. At a small street corner, it was already dark. A male student stood in the middle of the street, trying to call someone. It turned out to be Kim Do-hyun. The phone just kept ringing with a busy signal. The number he called was out of coverage. He held the phone and cursed. Damn it, why aren't you answering? This is total bullshit. You little scammer. You piece of trash. You said you'd kneel in front of me. You little punk. Because of you, I can't even go to school. Damn it. Is there anyone else who can do this? Kim Do-hyun remembered someone at school saying the new kid was actually pretty good. All the bullies in their class had been taken care of. The bullies were barely even coming to school anymore. Some still showed up, but they were acting much more humble. He hadn't cared at the time, but now, maybe that info was legit. Kim Do-hyun stood with his hands on his hips, thinking, maybe I should pay that transfer student. What would happen if I told him to beat the hell out of that bastard Park Dojin? Alright, it's fine. Everything will be okay. Park Dojin, you just wait. Just as he finished speaking, Park Dojin appeared right in front of him like a ghost. Kim Do-hyun screamed, Holy crap, why are you here? Without another word, Kim Do-hyun was immediately grabbed by the head. Park Dojin took him down with just one move, leaving him barely clinging to life. Dojin shoved Kim Do-hyun into the metal fence and said, Kid, I'm sending you to the afterlife. Then came the desperate screams and pleas for help. Kim Do-hyun couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Alright, stop it. To his surprise, Dojin actually stopped. He laughed. There, I stopped. It's ridiculous. I feel like I'm the main attraction here, don't you? Kim Do-hyun was so scared that tears were streaming down his face. Park Dojin laughed out loud at the sight. Ha ha, why are you crying? Isn't this fun? Come on, let's play again. A new day arrived on campus, accompanied by the sound of moaning. This is too hard. This math problem is actually the result of real mathematicians' research. The students were debating the homework heatedly. I'm not good at math, explain it to me again. Surprisingly, the one solving the math problem this time was no Manhwa. He glanced at his 2 friends and said, Everything has its own principles. Pay attention to how to calculate the volume and the distance in the problem. After hearing Manhwa's explanation, Dongmin perked up. So now I just need to apply it and I'll get it right, right? However, he was immediately refuted by no Manhwa. That's no different. If you don't know the formula, start with your knuckles. On the other side, cheers were ringing out non-stop. I won! This English test was an absolute landslide victory. Lee Sung-hun, sitting next to him, had to add his own praise. Haha, Jiangjin Momo won, while our side is completely helpless. Damn it. Just then, Juri suddenly appeared from nowhere. She instructed the main character, Degun. I gave you a hint, didn't I? Despite that, he replied indifferently, Sorry, I don't get what you mean. Juri tried to find the reason. Huh? Why? That's the place you promised to do jujitsu with me. Degun was confused and tangled. Finally, he spoke up. The question was B, so the answer is bed, right? Lee Sung-hun kept thinking but couldn't understand. I think you've learned a lot. How could you lose to Jin? Jiangjin Momo, standing nearby, couldn't stop being smug toward the main character. Degun, you need to study hard. Right after that sentence, Jiangjin Momo was grabbed by the head and disciplined by our main guy. You don't need to act so high and mighty. Jin apologized in fear. Degun tried to emphasize it by taking off his glasses and telling him to repeat what he said. There was one truth. If he had the status advantage, Degun would definitely be the boss. No Manho and Dongmin watched from afar, and No Manho exclaimed in surprise, "Why did Jiangjin Momo come all the way here to study with Degun? Aren't they too close?" Dongmin replied sarcastically, "Are you jealous?" They were still stunned. The appearance of this character. You came here to study too? It was Park Dojin from class 4. The guy was walking into the classroom with a book. As soon as Dojin entered, No Manho and Ho Dong jumped up to confront him. "What the hell are you doing here? You want to start a fight?" Juri immediately sensed something suspicious, thinking to herself, Park Dojin. He looks very strange. Park Dojin arrived without caring about the gossip or the pointless questions around him. He immediately said loudly, "Stand aside. I want to talk to the new transfer student. It won't take long." Dojin looked straight at Jinmo's seat with calculating eyes. "Hey, get out of the way." Jiangjin Momo was surprised and didn't get it. Me?" Dojin reiterated. "Who else? Don't make me lose my temper. Get out of here, fast." The arrogant words went straight through Jinmo's ears. He thought uncomfortably, that bastard. This is a bit risky. Jiangjin Momo had his own accurate calculations, knowing he couldn't win against him, but if he left, he'd be a coward. He stared straight at his opponent, his question coming out a bit flustered. "Hey, why are you doing this?" Dongmin, standing from afar, also had to fearfully advise Jiangjin Momo. "Hey Jinmo, stop it. You know Degun isn't going to let this slide." Park Dojin's smile flared intensely, his arm raised high, but before the move could be delivered, Jiangjin Momo had already reacted and dodged quickly. Even so, he immediately explained, "I didn't dodge. It was just a natural reflex." Park Dojin's usually relaxed face looked a bit strange. He laughed and explained, "I wasn't hitting you. Let's play rock, paper, scissors." Hearing this, Jin felt a slight sense of relief. "Oh, rock, paper, scissors? Fine, I survived." The two of them quickly played, and Jin lost. He blurted out, "I lost. Fine, I'll leave. You go talk to Degun." Ending the conversation, Jin left, feeling very happy. Wow, I survived. Thank God. Not only did I keep my life, but I also got to hang out with him. Jiangjin Mo quickly concluded that perhaps he was actually a good guy, but no sooner had the words left his mouth than someone intervened. Dojin reached out and grabbed Jiangjin Mo. "Where do you think you're going?" A thunderous slap went straight across Jiangjin Mo's face. The hit was so powerful that Jin couldn't hold it and spat out some food. Dojin quickly explained his actions, saying you have to accept the punishment after losing. Dojin's behavior had always been violent. Jiangjin Mo's large body was instantly sprawled on the ground, motionless. Dongmin and No Man Ho stood far away, discussing. "Wow, that looks pretty painful." He had it coming. After dealing with the obstacle, Park Dojin walked over and pulled out a chair. He plopped down opposite the protagonist and spoke up. "I told you we'd meet again, didn't I?" Degun immediately replied, "Yeah, and? You want to fight or something? Sorry, but I have to study for my English test now." However, Park Dojin clung on like a leech, explaining, "What a coincidence. I just need a little time too, because we're definitely going to fight eventually." Whenever the topic of fighting came up, Park Dojin's excitement couldn't be hidden. "I want to set a condition. Let's play a few rounds." The scene shifted to another location, where whispers could be heard. "Renting the gym?" Sunga replied affirmatively. "Yeah, but we could just do it in my class's music room, which is closed." Hearing this, Du Gongmyung felt a bit appreciative. "That's fine, thanks. But if it's just you and me, stop using formal language. We're the same age, aren't we?" Sunga shook his head in disagreement. "Can't do that. We have to follow the rules of each grade." Du Gongmyung looked at Gu Sunga's current appearance, sighing as he reminded him. "Can you stop doing those weights? If someone sees you, they'll think I'm bullying you." Despite all the advice, Sunga expressed his fear. "I'm afraid these muscles will wither away. Please understand." The two of them continued to drift into other topics. Du Gongmyung brought up the transfer student. "Have you seen him fight? Does he have any potential?" Based on his knowledge and observations, Sunga answered confidently. "He's on par with Sim Sang-bo, so I think he's pretty good, but he's hiding his true strength. He's definitely training, but he doesn't show it at all." Du Gongmyung's eyes flickered, and he brought up another name. "And what do you think of Park Dojin?" Gu Sunga smirked. "That guy is really interesting. I think his strength is truly formidable. In short, that class is full of guys as strong as him, especially when you consider the advantages." Gu Sunga recalled some moments he had witnessed firsthand, asking in confusion, "Park Dojin, what are you doing?" At that moment, Dojin was stretching. His movements were incredibly supple. Flexibility leads to recovery, and recovery brings strength. And that wasn't all. Dojin dove through a high-floor window. Sunga asked in surprise, "Where are you going to practice?" "This is the second floor." Despite the warnings, Dojin shouted valiantly, "Let's go." By instinct, Park Dojin always put all his strength into his attacks. Sunga reaffirmed again, "That confirms our technique is still lacking because it depends on physique. Furthermore, his personality is reckless and he can't control his emotions. Sometimes changes occur depending on the situation," Du Gongmyung pondered. "Park Dojin loves to gamble. Should I trust him? What do you think?" In a short time, Sunga had been asked several difficult questions. His eyes were dazed and confused. "I don't know, but just imagine. That guy started training when we didn't know anything, but he could take down everyone in the gym just with his physique. And the question is, how could he take down Bogerin?" However, on the other side, he was frustrated, exclaiming, "Ugh, I lost. It seems I haven't been very lucky lately." Park Dojin kept his eyes on the protagonist and asked, "How are you so good at this game?" Degun replied emotionlessly, "Are you kidding me? Why don't you go back to your class?" The protagonist was thinking to himself, "It's been a while, but my body still acts on habit, but winning like this is pretty bad. Does he think I'd play fair with him?" The current defeat made Park Dojin unwilling to accept it. His eyes were filled with resentment. "Damn it, let's play one more round." The protagonist didn't want to waste time on these silly games. He warned him, "Playing 100 more times won't change anything. You already lost, didn't you?" Park Dojin was still confused, not understanding the issue. Degun reiterated the conditions they had set earlier. "I accept." Park Dojin was utterly unwilling to accept defeat. He shouted pathetically, "What does it mean that I lost? Who do you think won?" However, Park Dojin suddenly stopped to think. "Wait, this isn't the time to argue." Ignoring the other messy issues, Park Dojin replied, "Okay, you have nothing left to say, right? Fine. This Wednesday, come to the place I told you." Our protagonist remained very calm, facing everything. He replied, "Fine. Take care of your hand. I don't want to see you crying." After a match was arranged, No Man Ho spoke up, "Degun, wait a second." He walked closer to the protagonist and said, "I don't know what winning or losing means to him, but is it okay for you to accept his challenge?" Degun looked straight at No Man Ho and instructed, "I'd appreciate it if you have the rings ready for our match." No Man Ho suddenly spoke with unusual seriousness. He emphasized, "It's not that. Instead, I have some doubts about fighting someone with that much experience. Besides, that guy is a second year." The thing mentioned at the moment was the gym rules, Park Dojin proudly reminded the protagonist. "The second years are coming to watch our match. What do you think? You don't have to worry. I won't play dirty like the others." No Man Ho and Dongmin turned on their curiosity, asking, "Who is he referring to?" Dongmin brushed it off. "I don't know." Our protagonist was feeling very intrigued by what Park Dojin said. "I don't know what you're up to, dragging those two bald guys along, but the more the merrier, right? Everything seems to be going exactly according to Park Dojin's plan." He gave a cocky smirk. "I like your craziness. Fine, it's a deal." Degun looked at him with utter contempt. He had already planned everything out in his head. After dealing with Park Dojin, he'd clean up the sophomores and then handle the freshman fund collection. Kim Do-hyun lay flat on the ground, exhausted. A voice asked, "Hey Kim Do-hyun, you okay? If you're fine, get up and have a seat. Check this out." Kim Do-hyun stayed slumped on the floor, thinking to himself, "I wish the whole world would just disappear. Ugh." Right after Park Dojin left, Kim Do-hyun started looking around, plotting something. He peeked into the classroom and muttered, "There's a transfer student named Degun, following the protagonist's seat." Kim Do-hyun walked over and asked, trembling, Excuse me, are you Degun?" The protagonist was confused, having no clue who this guy was. "Who is this?" He stared coldly and asked Kim Do-hyun back, "What the hell is this? Wait, is his name Degun or not?" Kim Do-hyun immediately felt awkward. Sorry. Sorry for asking about this when we've only just met." Kim Do-hyun pursed his lips and said, "That jerk Park Dojin. He's about to place a bet. A sophomore is betting a ton of money with him that you and Park Dojin are going to fight. And more importantly, you need to lose." Kim Do-hyun's words left our guy looking confused and annoyed. Inside classroom 11, the chatter showed no signs of stopping. Degun looked at the student and asked, "Why should I lose? I have no reason to lose." "Then what?" Kim Do-hyun's face fell, his words stumbling and unable to come out. The scene shifted to a dark, gloomy night. Park Dojin, looking like he owned the place, towered over Kim Do-hyun and mocked him. "What an idiot. You really thought I'd kneel and apologize? You should be moved to tears thinking that. He kept interrogating Kim Do-hyun. How much did you pay these guys? Kim Do-hyun was so terrified he finally confessed, 50. As soon as he knew the guy had money, Park Do-jin started digging for more. That means you still have a balance, right? Give it to me right now. That's only $50 in total to pay off those guys. The scene shifted under the staircase. Park Do-jin had just arrived, only to be met with an unwanted sight, a locked door. Park Do-jin was furious, yelling, "Damn it! My 500,000 won." Kim Do-hyun was even angrier. "That's my money, you idiot." However, in a pinch, Park Do-jin saw something else interesting. He looked excited, his face twisted in a sinister plot. "Kim Do-hyun, I need some money." Beyond just taking Kim Do-hyun's money, Park Do-jin added, "But we'll put it in your name." This info quickly made Degun understand the situation. A personal loan? Park Do-jin didn't bother hiding it. He admitted the truth. "Yeah, but I'll pay it back fast. I'm going to take down that new transfer student. If I win, you'll make a lot of money. Because I, Park Do-jin, am the winner, you know that, right? I'll pay it back to you, so you don't need to worry." Park Do-jin handed Kim Do-hyun a business card, urging, "Contact them, quickly." After recounting the story of that night, Kim Do-hyun couldn't hide his fear. He blurted out, "So if you win, I won't get that money back." Jury heard the issue and understood, confronting Kim Do-hyun. "Hey, you don't want to get beaten up by Park Do-jin because he's too strong, right?" Kim Do-hyun nodded. "No," Jury replied. "Right." She narrowed her eyes, speaking with a hidden meaning. "Suppose Park Do-jin wins. See if I don't bash your head in." Kim Do-hyun was still clueless, not understanding what he did wrong. "What do you mean?" The more she talked, the angrier she got. "Are you trying to die, coming here saying that?" The story continued back in classroom 11. Kim Do-hyun was still trying to explain himself to our lead. "So if you win, I can't pay off the debt." Jury quickly cut in to help Kim Do-hyun see the point. "But don't you also want someone to take revenge on Park Do-jin? Do you even know what you're saying?" At first, Jury stayed calm, but the more she spoke, the more irritated she became, looking ready to pounce. "Say something that makes sense." No Man-ho saw the situation wasn't good and ran over to stop Jury, calling for those around them to do something. "Goi, Bang-ho Dong, Dong-min, please stop them." Jury insisted. "Let me go. I have to teach this guy a lesson." On this side, the protagonist remained calm. He looked straight into Kim Do-hyun's eyes and asked, "What happens if I beat Park Do-jin?" Kim Do-hyun was surprised, asking, "Huh? Can't you humble yourself a little?" Our guy shifted from talking about fighting to academics. "Can you speak English?" Kim Do-hyun replied, "Why are you suddenly talking about English?" "Well, I know a little bit." After gathering the info, Degun made a proposal. "How should I put it? What you're asking for is as impossible as you not being able to speak English fluently. Regardless, I'm still going to beat Park Do-jin. Meet me after school." The protagonist's words quickly terrified Kim Do-hyun. "Huh? Why? Do you want to hit me too?" The protagonist explained his intention. "I have an English test, so I need your help. Is that okay?" Jury ran over to advise our guy. "Degun? I can teach you English." However, Degun brushed it off, reassuring her, "It's not really necessary. No need to trouble yourself." After saying that, the protagonist instructed Kim Do-hyun, "We'll start today." Given the situation, Kim Do-hyun had no reason to refuse. "Yeah, okay." Faced with the current events, our guy had his own calculations. Beating Park Do-jin wasn't the most important thing right now, but the things happening outside of school were definitely beyond his ability to handle. The scene shifted to late afternoon. On the street, the sound of conversation echoed. "Degun, so, what's this about?" Kim Do-hyun expressed his thoughts. "I'm busy thinking about what?" Our guy seemed only focused on translating. Lost in thought, Kim Do-hyun continued, "Ah, okay, so if you really can take down Park Do-jin, what are we going to do about the betting money?" Degun was still focused on translating the money terminology. Kim Do-hyun was curious. "If you beat Park Do-jin, I'll be dead from losing the bet. Can you lend me some money? What do you think?" The protagonist's eyes looked straight at the other person, affirming, "Money. But I don't have any money either." Kim Do-hyun, as if he had guessed the situation, pointed his arm. "Huh? What a coincidence. This is where I usually borrow money with Park Do-jin." Our guy had understood Kim Do-hyun's intention from the start. He took off his glasses and said, "That's why I intentionally brought it up while we were walking." Kim Do-hyun replied, "Yeah, the brain works more effectively when we're walking." Degun brushed off these prompts. That wasn't the issue. Looking ahead, Degun asked, "All right, what do you want? You want me to take out a loan for you?" Kim Do-hyun's gaze was hesitant. his words stuttering. I really didn't think you'd actually take out a loan for me. The protagonist tried to probe into what the other person was being so cautious about. Tell me the truth. I won't hit you. A name tag belonging to Sunday. The protagonist looked at it and assessed the situation. I think they're members of a gang. I should go in and check them out. It'd be better if we tried to get a loan here. I'll go in alone. You just go home. The scene shifted to the arcade. A question was posed. You got the money already? An excited reply followed. That bastard Kim Do-hyun finally agreed to help. Kim Do-hyun and I are going to snatch it from Yun. Park Do-jun's face was treacherous, his eyes darting around as he added, plus, there's the school fund money too. That's more than enough. Oh man, how should I spend the money I make? I think first I'll invest a little and see if I can ride the peak or not. A voice interrupted Park Do-jun's arrogance. Hold on a second. That school fund money. One of Park Do-jun's friends reminded him of the reality. Don't think beating that transfer student is going to be simple. Park Do-jun retorted in a bossy tone. Is that so? His friend tried to analyze the current problem. Until the day of the fund collection, don't think you'll be able to collect all the money from every class. You have to defeat him to control his classes. Ignoring his friend's advice, Park Do-jun was the type to see things through to the end once he made up his mind. He just remarked that high risk always brings high reward. The muscular body of the thug quickly sent the green snake crashing down. He glanced over and continued. If you want to eat big, you have to take risks. Leave that guy to me. Our protagonist was knocking on the door, but it seemed there was no answer. He was confused. Is there no one here? Or should I just head back? Just as that thought crossed his mind, someone appeared and said, Who are you? Are you here to borrow money? This character tried to open the door while complaining. Damn it, I told those bastards not to go chasing girls and to lock up when they leave. Just wait a second. However, the man glanced at Degun, his words probing. But you're a student, right? Why are students like you coming here to borrow money? The protagonist hadn't even had time to explain. When the middle-aged man urged him to come inside, it was already dusk. Stepping into the room, the protagonist sat opposite the man. He was bombarded with questions. What do you do for work? How much do you want to borrow? Wait, hold on. First, tell me how old you are. When the subject of age came up, our protagonist felt sensitive. Degun hesitated. 20. Then he lowered it to 17. The number 17 clearly confused the man across from him. 17? Seeing that reaction from the lender, our protagonist switched back to 20. The more he talked, the more he felt like this was not going well at all. The lender snapped. What are you talking about? Is this a place for you to joke around? You little brat. Degun was so embarrassed by his clumsy lie. He hung his head and said, I forgot I have laundry hanging at home. I'll come back another day. But as the protagonist prepared to leave for good, the lender stopped him. Stay right there. What about your laundry? It's not cold or raining out. Hey, if you want an excuse, use your brain. He tried to pick a fight with the protagonist. With the way you're talking, you're definitely going to be suspicious. Who the hell are you? That question left our protagonist stunned. He tried to walk away quickly with a goodbye. I'll be back later. But things weren't as simple as his arrival. He was grabbed firmly by the lender. The man spoke with an annoyed glare. Wait, I'm not finished yet. Where do you think you're going, punk? You have no right to mess with me. Where are you from? What's your purpose here? The rapid-fire questions made the protagonist increasingly uncomfortable. He gripped the other man's hand and ordered him to let go. Degun emphasized it again. I said, I'm leaving. What right do you have to stop me? Don't you dare follow me, understand? The protagonist warned him while twisting the man's arm, causing him pain. The guy was furious, cursing, Ugh, you dog. The lender's arm reached for an ashtray to counterattack. The blow was about to be dealt with violence. His face twisted in determination. However, the protagonist quickly saw what the other guy was about to do. He swiped the lender's hand away without mercy. The protagonist's arm countered, striking directly at the lender's head. The blow landed like a block of concrete. The lender's head looked like it was being flattened into a square. His whole body slumped into the chair. The protagonist looked at him and muttered, Ugh, I hit him out of reflex before I could even think. Damn it. Degun turned away, saying, I'll come back another day. While he's unconscious, I should check out the loan records. He started rifling through the papers on the table, thinking to himself, this is Kim Do-hyun's name. If I steal this, will the problem be solved? After checking the documents, his eyes widened in surprise when he saw a familiar face. Was that the school principal? Why was his photo here? Just as the protagonist was engrossed in the documents, laughter echoed from outside the door. That place was amazing, especially the girls. Degun sensed danger approaching and muttered in frustration, Damn it. Things aren't looking good. I need to get out of here first. However, just as he reached the door, the group moved inside. This surprise left the protagonist frozen in his tracks. A fat guy walked in and scrutinized the protagonist. Who are you? How did you get in here? Degun found it hard to explain the lender's unconscious state. Oh, him. The lackeys started chattering stupidly. Oh, you're here too? I thought he was just sleeping. Taking advantage of their distraction, the protagonist moved quickly toward the door. Since I'm done with my business, Our protagonist moved out the door. The voices inside still echoed in his ears. Some middle schoolers came here to borrow money yesterday too. Boss? Boss, are you asleep? Those guys were worrying about their leader. No amount of talking would wake him. Boss, hey! You're so tired, wake up! Suddenly, the thugs realized something was wrong and ran toward the door to block the protagonist. Hey, you little bastard, catch him! The scene shifted to the dark of night. Degun sat on a chair, muttering to himself. I shouldn't have run away like that. It's like I poked a hornet's nest, but it seems like they aren't chasing me anymore. The protagonist hadn't even finished talking to himself, his eyes shifting upward as he said, The weather is so pleasant and cool, I shouldn't be thinking about laundry on a day when it isn't raining. He resolved to investigate the principal's photo soon, but first, he had to deal with Park Dojin. Degun prepared carefully, checking the weather before saying, When was the last time he mentioned the fight? Friday, right? It's going to rain heavily this Friday, and rainy days really don't put Degun in a good mood. The rain grew heavier, its sound drowning out everything else. Footsteps echoed in the rain, voices rising in unison. The long-awaited day had finally arrived. His friend asked Dojin, Is your hand all right? Park Dojin replied firmly, I already told you I don't need to go to the hospital. After all, even if Park Dojin couldn't admit it, it still hurt a little. His eyes darted around slyly, his tone arrogant. After all, the fight against the transfer student was the only thing worth talking about. No one can actually hurt me. A delivery bike's taillight moved into view. Dojin grew even more excited. Everyone's here, right? Let's move. The guys following Dojin kept the chatter going. Damn, what is this place? The fat guy gave some instructions. Haha, let's just go in. Park Dojin grabbed down by the neck and said, The auditorium is locked. No one here can interfere. Park Dojin mumbled his explanation while slowly prying the door open. A while ago, this used to be the school's practice room. But now, our group has taken it over. Sunga looked around and frowned. Hurry up. He gave quite a few instructions for the setup. Park Dojin was still trying to probe Kim Do-hyun. It feels like a real fight, doesn't it? What do you think? Who's going to win this? From now on, we aren't playing around, it's a real fight. Kim Do-hyun shook his head. I'm not sure about that. Regardless of the answer, Dojin kept on bragging. I'm kidding, you idiot. You're not interesting at all. I never thought I'd be fighting here. Haven't the other big shots arrived yet? Gu Sunga looked straight ahead and said, Oh, they're here. The arrival of the new big shots surprised the group. Oh my god, they're here. The newcomers were the neutral class group. The others bowed in unison. We're friends of Park Dojin. Hello, seniors. The fat guy tried to look up, exclaiming, Wow, this is intense. Can you feel the atmosphere of the upcoming battle? One senior remarked, Your hair looks like an eyesore. That comment quickly terrified the guy, who replied, I'll cut it right away, sir. The new leader looked at Kim Do-hyun and asked, And you? You're a member of the Class 2 gang, right? Do-hyun looked blank. I don't understand what you mean. That pathetic answer made the leader judge him. You look kind of slow. How did you even become a bully? Gu Sunga instructed. We've prepared a spot for you in the stands. Thanks. No problem. The bald leader looked around with curiosity. Hasn't the transfer student arrived yet? I hope my patience today won't be tested. A group of people was slowly approaching, their umbrellas overlapping as they moved through the rain. It turned out to be our protagonist's group. He was trying to turn his head to instruct his friends. You guys really don't need to follow me. However, Dongmin immediately countered, What are you talking about? Of course we have to go together. Even No Man Ho was burning with determination. We can't let you storm into that second-year den alone. You've always helped us. The protagonist looked closely at No Man Ho's back. He asked, What is that bag for? No, Man Ho was a bit flustered. Oh, this? Your opponent is pretty tough, so I packed some extra gear. No Man Ho's intentions were quickly stopped by the protagonist. Leave it behind. Dojin hurriedly provided some info to Degun before going in. Oh, I just learned about Park Dojin's fighting style from a guy with connections. He thought the information would interest Degun, but the protagonist responded with complete indifference. Whatever. I can figure it out after one punch anyway. Dongmin and Dongho turned to look at each other with confused expressions. They whispered, Huh? One punch? Is something wrong with my hearing? Pushing aside the distractions, the protagonist focused on something on his phone. After looking at it, our protagonist firmly insisted, "Sorry, but you guys have to go on ahead." The statement left his friends gaping in surprise. "What?" Dongmin tried to probe him. "What are you saying? Without you, no matter how hard we try," he was cut off by the protagonist. "I'll be there soon." Scene shift to the designated venue. No Man Ho led the other friends ahead, but the protagonist was nowhere among them. He had truly left to deal with an important matter. In this moment of direct confrontation, both sides looked at each other with zero affection. The big shot Wonok sternly scanned the other side. "Hasn't that transfer student arrived yet? He just left a word saying he'd come, but that doesn't guarantee anything." Park Dojin smirked and interrogated No Man Ho. "Is he so scared he ran away?" Man Ho confidently asserted, "Don't worry, he's not that type of person." The guy suddenly changed his facial expression. His curiosity piqued. "Red hair, you're No Man Ho, right? So we're just waiting for him to show up? Fine, go find a seat." On the other side, Dong Min crouched down, speaking with bravado. "Hey, I bet 100% No Man Ho will save us." Wow, the pressure here is insane. All the top 5 are here. Typical heavy hitters like the 52nd OT, the 3rd rank, Du Sangu, the 4th rank, plus Kim Samuel, the 5th rank of the 52nd district. Dong Min looked at the opening door, gasping. Only the 52nd district guys showed up. Cheers erupted. "They're here." A crowd of second years poured in, all with cold, annoyed expressions. Their greetings were short. "Hey, these are the legendary St. Blood second-year bullies." The St. Blood boss, Monty Seok, curiously stepped forward and asked, "Why did you come all this way just for a fight between freshmen?" Another guy replied, "It's just that he's not your average freshman." Bang Ho Dong suddenly spotted someone, gasping in surprise. "What the? Liam from the low class is here too?" Wanoke, immediately after seeing the newcomer, greeted him. "You're here. Sit wherever you want." As soon as he appeared, this big shot said confidently, "No seats left. Unfortunately, we have to sit at least 1 seat apart." Others chimed in about the seating. "It's fine. 1 seat doesn't really matter." Yu Jock looked around curiously. "So, where is that transfer student? He's not here yet?" More and more questions were being raised about the main character's whereabouts. No Man Ho and Dong Min really didn't know how to respond, sweating and anxious, thinking to themselves, "Degun, when are you finally getting here?" A phone screen flashed with the volatile ups and downs of the currency market. Park Dojin stared at it intensely, his face twisted in frustration. The heavy hitters seemed to be losing patience, their eyelids drooping as they waited. It was infuriating. Dojin couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his phone onto the floor, cursing nonstop. "Why isn't he here yet? I'm bored out of my mind." He couldn't control his emotions, rambling incessantly. "Someone come up here. Anyone, first year or second year, it doesn't matter." Park Dojin's bloodlust was peaking. His friends, terrified, tried to hold him back. Hey, what are you doing?" "Dojin, calm down." Even the others couldn't stand the waste of time anymore. With a brooding look ahead, someone declared, "Yeah, we don't have time to just sit around and kill time here. I think we need some entertainment." Dojin, itching for a fight, provoked them. "Hey, No Man Ho from the 1st class, come on out." It was still pouring rain outside. A figure holding an umbrella approached, muttering about being a bit late. No Man Ho was slightly taken aback by the challenge. "Are you calling me out?" Dong Min, standing behind him, couldn't help but feel anxious. "What do we do now, No Man Ho?" But No Man Ho was more courageous than ever, asserting that as a member of the 1st class, they had to take responsibility since Degun was late. "Pray that I win." The dramatic situation was quickly interrupted by Sunga, who spoke up. "Wait, I have an idea. We need to ensure the fighters are in peak condition for the main event. We can't just waste Pain's energy." However, Sunga's suggestion was immediately shut down by Park Dojin. "Shut your mouth, you bald-headed idiot. I need to warm up before the real fight." No matter how crazy Dojin acted, Sunga remained calm and firm. "No, you're not doing that. My class's 2 members from the special PE program will fight." Park Dojin, ever arrogant, retorted bluntly. "You think fighting those idiots is fun, Baldy?" Faced with all the noise, Gom Dugong Myung advised. "Fighting those lackeys isn't bad. Think of it as entertainment." Everything seemed to freeze for a split second. A figure officially opened the door and walked in. "I'm a bit late, aren't I?" The door opening had No Man Ho and Dong Min waiting with bated breath. Even Park Dojin was excited, thinking it was Degun. But it wasn't him at all. The person who appeared was Young Jung, and the moment he arrived, he couldn't stop blabbering. Did Gun make Park Dojin cry today? If I bet on Degun, maybe I could get a bigger apartment. But what if he gets beaten up by Park Dojin? Yoongjong had just arrived, but every word he said poked at Park Dojin's sour mood. It made Dojin's expression incredibly irritated. What's wrong with this idiot? Dongmin understood Dojin's simmering rage and tried to warn Yoongjong. Hey, shut your mouth and get out of here. Yoongjong just asked back. Hey Dongmin, how's our boss Degun doing? Dongmin could only feel helpless in the face of such a motormouth. Damn this hopeless idiot, just get out of here. This guy Yoongjong was like someone who hadn't spoken in years. He kept rambling. Come to think of it, who should I bet my money on? You guys aren't going to pull a fast one and skip out on paying, right? I have to go withdraw cash for this huge bet. The reckless words were making Dojin boil with rage, and he spoke fiercely. Hey Yoongjong, you were the boss of the second class, right? As soon as he was asked, Yoongjong replied, Did you lose your mind or something? Right now, I'm loyal to Degun. Right after that arrogant statement, Yoongjong was sent flying backward. The owner of that punch was none other than Park Dojin. A savage punch. It left the other guy covered in blood, his face instantly deformed. Park Dojin's vicious nature was fully revealed through that hit. He didn't stop his brutal assault there, grabbing Yoongjong by the neck. One slight shove was enough to make the guy spin and crash. After that life-threatening display, Park Dojin still lunged forward in a frenzy. Yoongjong was terrified now, covering his nose with his hands, the blood refusing to stop. Park Dojin delivered a finishing move, a heavy foot planted firmly on Yoongjong's face. No Manhwa, witnessing the brutal beating, was a bit agitated. Why is he just letting it happen? Is he okay? Another guy replied. Honestly, I think the other bosses are just enjoying the show. Wanoke watched the situation with excitement, deciding that there always had to be an appetizer before the main course, like eating an egg before a steak. No one intervened, and the situation continued, with the blood on Park Dojin's hands staining even more. He looked like he was about to beat Yoongjong to death. A mysterious room door appeared, and a suspicious shadow flickered past. Photos surfaced, including one of the school principal. Next to those photos was a blood-soaked mess, a group of people unconscious. They lay scattered across the floor, blood mixing with flesh. Scene changed to the previously scheduled meeting spot. After a while of tormenting Yoongjong, Dojin's complexion seemed much more refreshed, and he spoke with confidence. That wasn't even a warm-up, you idiot. It's going to take a lot longer for me to get warmed up. The main character chimed in. Next up, No Manhwa. Right then, footsteps approached, and a voice intervened. What the hell is this? Isn't your opponent supposed to be me? That voice caught the attention of the boss, who narrowed his eyes to get a better look. The arrival this time was definitely our protagonist. He stood there with a completely nonchalant expression and asked Park Dojin, Rabid dog? You couldn't even wait until then? Dojin was extremely excited, his voice roaring. Even No Manhwa's group was shocked by the main character's appearance at this critical moment. Others couldn't help but exclaim about the situation. You finally made it. Are you the transfer student? Our protagonist walked deeper inside, apologizing for being late, taking the opportunity to de-escalate. Park Dojin immediately pointed out the flaw. No, you're very late. Because you were late, I was planning on beating up your friends to relax a bit. Degun retorted. Wow. Who said that? A look of arrogant confidence was clear on Dojin's face as he declared, If you had been any later, your friends would have all been done for. Oh, isn't Yoongjong your friend? After being tortured by Park Dojin, Yoongjong's face was bleeding heavily, covered in terrifying, filthy gore. Degun had arrived a while ago and had already grasped the general situation. He kept an incredibly calm expression despite everything unfolding. The protagonist stepped forward, looking cool as hell as he took off his jacket, then said, Well, don't you think? Beating that guy up should have been a good enough warm-up for you. Dojin quickly shot back. Yeah, sure, but one guy just isn't enough. The scene, previously calm, was suddenly filled with the sound of someone hitting the floor. The protagonist had landed a powerful kick. His targets were none other than Dojin's two lackeys. Dojin watched the entire thing, his eyes wide with utter shock. The fat guy's face visibly distorted under the impact of the kick, blood gushing from his mouth, and the other guy was just as badly injured. No Manhwa and Dongmin stood on the sidelines, completely unable to take their eyes off Degun's unique style. Park Dojin's frame began to tremble. The protagonist declared right in front of him, I'm just warming up with your friends, that's all. A hell of a warm-up. It left his opponents wiped out, unable to even twitch. Degun looked super cool. He loosened his tie while talking to his opponent. It's a damn shame we only really messed around last time. Today, I'm not stopping until I take you down. The student's nose was busted, blood everywhere, and his cheek was caved in. Manhwa and Dongmin were startled. just standing there frozen. As the student hit the ground, Degun calmly said, "There. Done with your friend." Park Dojin looked at his buddy sprawling on the floor, taken aback. He hadn't expected Degun to go this far. The smell of copper filled the air from the student's mouth. Degun slowly pulled off his tie and continued, "Remember last time? You said you were bummed because you didn't get to do anything real, right? Well, today's gonna be different." As he spoke, Degun rolled up his sleeves, veins popping, his eyes fixed with steely determination, as he warned Dojin that this time, things wouldn't end the way they did before. Gunhwa watched, feeling so tense he could barely breathe. He muttered, "Here it is. It's finally starting, isn't it? Both of them are going to fight just like the class leader said, and today we finally get to see how it all ends." Lee Sung-hun gave a faint smile, thinking to himself, "Just as I predicted." The leader of Salo stood behind Dojin and gave an order. "Hey, you bunch of slackers, get those guys off the floor already." Park Dojin frowned in annoyance. As the students were being carried away, he called out, "Degun, just as I thought playing with you is actually fun. You're the one guy I've always wanted to have a real go with, which is exactly why I felt so frustrated last time. All the other guys I actually liked. I ended up destroying them all." Degun looked at Dojin, his expression unchanged, as cold as ever. Dojin laughed out loud, thinking back to his previous opponents as if they were just stuffed dolls. "Ha ha, I feel so bad for them. Remember how I tore them to pieces? It still gets me hyped up. That's why I'm honestly worried about you, kid." The students cleaning up couldn't help but peek back a few times out of sheer curiosity. Right then, Park Dojin couldn't hold back anymore. He shoved the other students aside and bolted forward like a madman. He looked like a predator hunting for prey. He shouted, "I can't hold myself back anymore. Degun, I promise, I'm going to toy with you for a long, long time." "Ha!" Degun remained as steady as a rock, his gaze fixed, watching silently. Dojin threw the first punch. Degun dodged it instantly. Degun slipped behind Park Dojin. Dojin spun around and kept attacking. Degun seemed to be calculating something. He coolly chose not to strike back. Dojin saw this and attacked even more fiercely. One punch, two, then three. Degun dodged every single one of Park Dojin's blows. Dojin cursed, "Damn it." He shot a death glare at Degun. He roared in frustration, "The hell? Why aren't you fighting back, you piece of trash?" Degun didn't answer. He just kept dodging. Dojin cursed again. "Seriously? Dodging again? What a coward." Degun still didn't reply, constantly sidestepping while Park Dojin kept swinging wildly. Dojin was losing his mind, his attacks becoming completely reckless. He yelled as he fought, "Damn it, fight me back, you idiot." Bang Hodong's eyes went wide as he asked Dong Min, "What's going on? Why can't Dojin land a single hit?" Dong Min rubbed his chin in thought. Maybe the gap in their strength is just that big. But why does Degun keep dodging? Minsu, who had been watching from the side, finally spoke up. Maybe he's analyzing his opponent. Think about his past fights against No Man Ho, Sim Sang Bo, and that thug from the other school. In one-on-one matches like this, no matter who he's up against, he always dodges first, then figures it out later. Once he's analyzed the opponent's patterns to a certain degree, then he starts the counterattack. Minsu's mouth curled into a slight smirk as he said this, observing the situation like a true researcher. Park Dojin was still giving it his all. Degun looked like he was going to dodge again, but instead, he drove a powerful punch right into Dojin's waist. Dojin was hit in a vital spot, his strength wavering. He spun around, trying to attack Degun again. Degun saw the opening, his face showing no emotion, and delivered a brutal kick to Dojin's knee. On top of that, he landed a solid punch to his face with his dominant hand. Park Dojin slammed into the ground. Dojin was dazed, but it didn't take him long to recover. His madness wouldn't let him give up. He used his leg as a spring to launch himself back up. That hit was damn strong, but it still wasn't enough to keep Park Dojin down. Dojin was furious, screaming as he charged in with another punch. "You son of a..." Before his punch could reach Degun, Degun used the same trick, kicking him in the knee again, then following up with a direct punch to his face. Park Dojin was nearly sent to the afterlife. He wheezed, struggling to breathe. Feeling like his body was falling apart, Dojin realized he was losing his cool. Hands on the ground, Dojin whispered to himself, "Get it together. Calm down. Just calm down." His counterattacks were truly heavy. Just as he thought that, Degun coldly landed another blow. Dojin froze, his vision going white. Degun didn't stop there. He reached out and slammed another heavy blow into Park Dojin's face. Dojin was so stunned, he just stood there like a punching bag. Seeing the slaps weren't doing enough, Degun went back to using his legs. He kicked him straight in the gut. This kick sent Park Dojin flying several meters back. Dojin gasped for air, veins bulging everywhere, his energy clearly drained. The deputy leader saw this and grew anxious, thinking to himself, he just sent a powerhouse like Park Dojin flying with a single kick? Is that guy even human? The 7th grade bully chimed in. Is Park Dojin just gonna keep taking hits like that? He didn't even land a single punch on Degun earlier. If he keeps rushing in like a headless chicken like that, he won't even be able to graze Degun, let alone make him bleed. Park Dojin wiped the leftover blood from his mouth and let out a bitter laugh. Damn, that actually hurt. You son of a BTs. No Manhwa was genuinely shocked to see Park Dojin get back up. He turned to Dongmin. Holy crap, he got kicked that far and he's still standing? Dongmin replied, it's terrifying. Degun is definitely strong, but Park Dojin is a total monster too. If anyone else had jumped in, this fight would have been over ages ago. Degun clasped his hands together and sighed. You can take a hit, I'll give you that. But I haven't even started fighting for real yet. So I hope you can hang in there a bit longer. Park Dojin still wore a confident grin. Oh, so you mean you haven't been using your full power? Well, let me tell you something, me neither. As soon as he finished, Park Dojin stepped back to brace himself, and a second later, he lunged at Degun like a starving tiger. He roared, You're done for, you piece of shta. Degun stood his ground, not moving an inch. Yet, Park Dojin launched an attack before he was even close enough. Degun paused for a second, wondering, wait, he's throwing a move when he's not even within range? Thinking that, Degun rushed in and caught Park Dojin in the gut. The corner of his mouth twitched as he thought, man, this guy is a joke. He really knows how to put on a show. Is he trying to say it's not going to end that easily? I guess he finally realized that just mindlessly attacking isn't working. He's such an idiot. He doesn't even know what really matters. Degun figured no matter how hard his hits were, the result would always be the same. He was just going to get torn to shreds. Look at those eyes. Are you starting to panic now? Degun landed a brutal kick straight into Park Dojin's sensitive spot and followed it up with a barrage of strikes to the same area until his face was completely swollen. The student who had been robbed by Park Dojin watched from the sidelines, feeling pure satisfaction. He thought, that bastard Park Dojin is getting beaten like a dog. Serves you right, you piece of trash. Lee Sung-hun clicked his tongue. This fight is way too one-sided. No one expected it to go down like this. Park Dojin really seemed unable to fight back. Lee Sung-hun watched with a hint of fear, thinking, damn, I knew he was strong, but is he really this strong? At the same time, No Manhwa turned to Dongmin. Do you remember when Degun said he tested Park Dojin with that coin game? Dongmin replied, yeah, what about it? No man. Ho's expression turned serious. I finally get what he meant. Park Dojin and Degun were still going at it intensely. Park Dojin kept attacking, but kept missing. Degun had his weakness down to a science, and every hit landed perfectly. Park Dojin's offense seemed to lack any real strategy. He just kept attacking and missing. Degun, on the other hand, was landing strikes on the most vulnerable spots with ease. No Manhwa continued to talk to Dongmin, not noticing that Lee Sung-hun was listening in. You know, Park Dojin's physical strength is top tier, and he tries to apply that same raw power to the coin game. If we flip the coins with a specific amount of force, all 4 coins end up hovering in the air, which means there's a high chance they'll flip over. That's exactly why he kept drawing that hill in his notebook. Bang Ho Dong chimed in. Hey, sounds like the high jump, right? Dongmin sighed and explained. He means that if you're strong, you have an advantage because you can jump higher, right? No Manhwa replied seriously. Yeah, that's exactly it. Minsu watched the scene and thought, man, they look really serious, don't they? No man. Ho rested his hands, watching the match with a determined look. He muttered, if that's the case, his physical strength should be a huge help. But it's a shame the coin game isn't about strength, it's about technique. To play a coin game properly, you need to master specific skills. You have to track where the coins are, how many there are, aim precisely, and control your force. Park Dojin had zero coin playing technique. Back then, whenever he felt like he needed to do something, he just did it without thinking, and he was applying that same lack of thought to this fight. He wouldn't analyze or try to understand what kind of opponent he was dealing with. He just relied on his raw stamina and wanted to swing whenever he felt like it. That's just plain stupid. Even though he had the physical capacity to soak up damage for a long time, he was facing someone who wasn't just some random thug. His opponent knew exactly how to flip those coins and kept striking his weak points with absolute precision and enough power to end him. Degun really knew how to play the game. He didn't even need to waste much energy to take down that idiot. He was truly a formidable opponent. Back at the school, Hoon shouted, Hey Degun, what are you doing? Ugh, you're so frustrating. Don't just swing blindly and hope for a lucky hit. Degun looked so innocent back then, scratching his head and stammering. Oh, is it not working, hun? Heejun continued. The coin toss is the basic foundation of a fight, didn't you know? Heejun pointed at the desk enthusiastically, telling Degun, look, strike it exactly where you want it with the right amount of force. See? It's not that hard, right? You try it. As he said that, he pulled his hand back to let Degun try. Heejun warned him. Don't let your hand touch the coins, okay? Degun raised his hand, keeping Hun's advice in mind, aiming at the target and staring at it intensely until he was ready to strike. Watching the coins, Degun felt a bit tense. He stared at the coins on the table without blinking, then raised his hand and slammed down. Back in the present, Park Dojin got punched square in the face. Park Dojin glared at Degun. The punch sent him reeling, but he managed to stop himself just in time. The madman lunged again without a single thought. Degun looked him up and down, wondering where he should hit next. Park Dojin gritted his teeth and charged at Degun. Degun smiled faintly. All right, I'll go for that spot. With that in mind, Degun landed a clean punch right in the middle of Park Dojin's face, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Degun held his hand in midair. It was such an effortless move, it barely cost him any energy. The kid with glasses, number 52, started commentating. Wait, didn't you say Park Dojin was strong? Didn't he beat Degun once before? He's not even a match for Degun. It's funny to even bet on a one-sided fight like this. Lee Seung-hoon watched the fight calmly. Thinking to himself, he realized Park Dojin was indeed strong. But his opponent seemed to be on another level. Still, he couldn't help but be grateful that Park Dojin was this capable. He'd managed to hold his own this long thanks to his insane endurance, but that kind of data wasn't enough. It was hard to gauge how strong Degun really was when he was just playing around. Park Dojin looked exhausted. If he pushed any harder, he might break. Park Dojin struggled to wipe his mouth with his hand. I started smelling blood in the room. Looking at Degun, I couldn't help but wonder, damn it, how the hell can't I land a hit on him? Degun looked completely unscathed. He casually rolled up his sleeves and said to Dojin, come on, put in some effort. This is getting boring. Didn't you say you wanted to beat me to a pulp earlier? It seems like you really hate me, huh? But what can you do? I'm clearly stronger than you, that's undeniable, right? Baek Suji, sitting at an internet cafe, shouted, what? Why are you telling me this now? Yujok looked a bit surprised. Oh, why are you so shocked? That's just what I heard from Lee Seung-hoon. Seems like all the sophomores are there too. Suji nudged Dosik. Damn it, I shouldn't have placed that extra bet. Let's go, we need to get there. Yujok was stunned. Wait, what? You want to see the new student again? Suddenly, a boy playing a game nearby shouted, haha. Why? Probably because she's got a crush on the new guy. What else? Can't you tell? The guy didn't pay any attention. Suji was standing right behind him, her hands moving at lightning speed on the keyboard. Her opponent suddenly won. She wondered to herself, wait, I lost? No way. Thinking that, she stood up to look across the way, only to realize the boy had been knocked out cold on the desk at some point. She called out, panicked. What the hell? How did you get knocked out while playing? Yujok watched Suji and wondered, tsk, she left already? Why's she in such a rush? Yujok kept his eyes on Suji as she walked away. He kept asking himself, why? Why is she acting so strange? Baek Suji was holding an umbrella, walking through the rain, her heart burning with anxiety. She thought to herself, that crazy Degun. Why did he go there? If he does something reckless again, what's going to happen? Is he really fighting in front of the sophomores? No, that's way too dangerous. Thinking that, Suji didn't even care about the rain anymore. She ditched her umbrella and ran. Park Dojin was hitting one side of his face, then the other, slapping himself repeatedly. Everyone watching was stunned. Oh, Diu turned and whispered to the leader, okay. No way. I can't believe he's slapping himself. Is this some kind of self-torture? The blonde guy whispered. Hey, why did that idiot end up like this? Kim Do-hyun replied, he's probably trying to taste the feeling of his own hands. Park Dojin looked at his palms, wondering, what the hell am I doing? I haven't even been able to touch that guy's skin this whole time. What is wrong with me? Kim Do-hyun watched Park Dojin, feeling quite satisfied. He thought back to when Park Dojin lost the coin toss. He'd slapped himself then, too, to test his luck. But now, he couldn't even graze Degun's skin. He was sure Park Dojin wouldn't realize it, regardless of whether he could taste his own hands or not. Seeing Dojin just standing there, Degun reminded him, hey, are you done with your little circus act? Kim Do-hyun felt a surge of excitement, his mouth curling into a sly grin. Hehe, that's it, Degun. Money doesn't matter anymore. Just keep beating him. A total gambling addict. Park Dojin breathed heavily, looking at Degun. Damn it, I don't know what's going on, but it's weird that I can only land one hit. Even when a coin falls, eventually it's gotta flip back up. As soon as he finished, he lunged forward like a moth to a flame. He charged at Degun, but Degun stood calmly, watching the fool rush in. Park Dojin swung at Degun's face. Degun dodged, then gently kicked Park Dojin in the chest. Dojin lost his balance and flew backward. Even so, the guy quickly recovered and charged forward like a madman. This time, he changed his strategy. He used one leg as a pivot and kicked at Degun with the other. Of course, Degun dodged easily again. Dojin lost his footing, slammed into the ground, but jumped right back up to attack from behind. Degun dodged and caught him with a brutal uppercut. Park Dojin was in pain and losing his mind with rage. He screamed, "You son of a..." He started losing all control, swinging wildly without landing a single hit. Instead, Degun landed a clean punch right in the middle of his face. Taking blow after blow, Park Dojin was exhausted, his back hitting the floor. In that moment before he went down, Park Dojin told himself, "It doesn't matter how many times he hits me, it's fine." Degun pushed off his feet, lunging toward Park Dojin. Degun's handsome face dodged another swing, and he slammed a fist right into the guy's cheek. Park Dojin cursed under his breath, "Damn it, why is this happening? It hurts. No, I can take it. Come on, this is my chance." Thinking that, Park Dojin put everything he had into a swing, aimed straight at Degun's face. It looked like it would connect, but once again, Degun slipped away with ease. From the start of the fight until now, Park Dojin hadn't even touched a hair on Degun's head. It was humiliating. Just then, Degun's fist grazed Dojin's face. The hit sent him reeling. Blood from his mouth and nose sprayed out like a slaughtered pig. Park Dojin ran out of gas and collapsed to his knees. He asked himself, "Why? Why? I still don't get why I can't touch him." Just like that, Park Dojin sat there, defeated. Blood pooled on the floor. The room was thick with the scent of it. Degun, of course, took the opportunity to finish it, grabbing Dojin by the hair. Park Dojin was powerless, unable to fight back. Park Dojin felt like this fight was just like a coin flip. He slammed his hand on the table, feeling like something wasn't right. He slammed it again. A book on the table shifted to the side. Park Dojin went crazy. He hit the book again. It slid back and forth, over and over. Time after time, Dojin frantically pounded the table. He furrowed his brows, putting all his strength into one final strike, cursing non-stop. "What the hell is this? Why can't I hit it?" Suddenly, another hand grabbed his. It was Degun. Degun held Dojin's wrist and reminded him, "Idiot, that's not how you play smart." Park Dojin didn't understand, his face blank. At the same time, another hand grabbed his head. Degun shouted, "This is how you play smart, you moron." With that, Degun smashed Park Dojin's head onto the table. Back in reality, Degun slammed Dojin's head into the wooden floor. Blood splattered everywhere. It was unclear if Park Dojin was still alive. His limbs weren't moving like they were before. Degun sighed. "Thanks to you, I've finally warmed up." The members of the Holy Blood Gang looked on, tension mounting. The 7th grade bullies were no different. No Man Ho and Dong Min were shocked, muttering, That's brutal." Lee Seung-hun didn't dare move a muscle. The air in the room was suffocatingly tense. Everyone sat in silence, waiting to see if Dojin would move. But it looked like the answer was no. The guys on Park Dojin's side were still training like madmen. The sandbags were constantly shaking. Just as Park Dojin was lost in thought with a scowl on his face, a voice rang out from somewhere. "Hey buddy, why are you just staring at your phone instead of training?" This person kept nagging Park Dojin. Even though the coach wanted to look after him because he said he had special talent, it was all pointless if he acted like this. The coach gestured toward the distance. "Look at those guys over there. They're training so hard. Doesn't that make you feel anything?" Everyone else was focused on something, their gazes locked in one direction. Ignoring the advice, Park Dojin arrogantly retorted, "So what? I'm going to beat them anyway." The other young fighters started sweating as they heard Dojin's bold words. The coach continued to talk to him. "Ahem, well, anyway. What are you even looking at?" Park Dojin didn't take his eyes off his phone, replying, "Checking the market cap." The coach grew even more curious. "You have something you want to analyze and invest in?" Park Dojin furrowed his brows and muttered, "Analyze? Huh, it's just a hunch. Why would I need to understand anything to analyze it?" The coach's expression turned sour as he scolded, "You brat. You're acting just like you do during training. That's exactly why you never improve, because you rely only on your hunches. If you treat trading like that too." Before the senior's lecture could continue, Park Dojin cut him off. "Ugh, damn it. What do you know about it? You're so noisy." The coach was stunned. unable to process what just came out of Dojin's mouth. What? What did you just say? Park Dojin was always full of surprises for those around him. This time, he stood right in front of the coach, chest puffed out, and taunted. Coach, you said you were a former champion, right? Dojin officially threw down the gauntlet. Do you want to have a real fight with me? His words were growing increasingly wild. The coach froze in front of the cunning Park Dojin. No sooner had he finished speaking than Park Dojin took him down in a split second, leaving the man collapsed on the ground. Park Dojin looked down at him and judged, why is he talking such big game when he's this weak? The people around them stood frozen in fear. Even in the middle of the gym, no one dared to challenge the arrogant Dojin. They just watched through gritted teeth. Dojin wiped his mouth and sneered. Even if I use nothing but my gut instinct, I can still win. Only the weak rely on technique. Park Dojin slammed his massive hand onto the table in a display of pure rage. Even though he used immense force, the wooden table barely budged. Dojin was surprised by what he saw and questioned himself. It had no effect? The more he looked at it, the more annoyed he became. He suppressed his attitude, but his eyes betrayed him as he muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, that bastard, Park Dojin, never wanted to lose to anyone. He raised his powerful arms, grinding his teeth in frustration, his mind filled with a murderous intent. This will all be over if I just destroy it. The manic desire of this guy was to destroy everything in his path. With his crazed arms, he snapped the table in two. His face was terrifying once he achieved his goal, baring his teeth like a ferocious tiger. He began to pace across the floor. Park Dojin tried to speak up to prolong the tension. Keep going. Degun was suddenly intrigued by Dojin's words. He asked, what do you mean, keep going? His face was covered in wounds, with blood dripping down, but it couldn't dampen his bloodlust. He declared confidently once again, I've only just started. Nam Man-ho and Dong-min stood on the sidelines, observing every detail of the fight and commented, he got hit that hard and he can still stand up? Another person asked, worried about the situation. Will he be okay? Shouldn't we stop them? Sunga replied hesitantly, I'm sure that hit hurt a lot. But our protagonist looked at his opponent with a confused expression and said with contempt, how disgusting. At least wipe the blood off your face. Following the protagonist's remark, Park Dojin used his own shirt to wipe the blood from his mouth. His shirt lifted, revealing layers of bruised injuries across his body. Even in this state, Park Dojin couldn't stop talking. Now I know why my attacks couldn't touch you, he said. It's because you guessed my fighting style, right? After wiping away the blood, Park Dojin's shirt was soaked and he couldn't stand it anymore. He threw the shirt to the ground and continued to analyze our protagonist's strategy. That's why you dodged all my blows like a bug. You were just trying to slither through the gaps I created so cunningly, weren't you? Park Dojin tried to flip the narrative. He tried to use threatening words to belittle Degun, declaring with a confident gaze, but what if your body can't keep up with your brain? Even if a bug tries its best, it will just get crushed in someone's hand and die. That's the difference in physical ability. Kim Do-hyun stood outside watching the whole fight, listening to every word from the participants. Kim Do-hyun felt disgusted and thought to himself, you're the bug, you damn cockroach, just die. Sunga watched the fight with a tense expression, sensing that from now on, it was a real battle. The person behind him didn't understand, muttering in confusion. What do you mean from now on? A truth was revealed. Our brains limit our physical abilities so that our bodies don't collapse and we don't fall apart on our own. Therefore, those who can create conditions that push their bodies to the brink can gain speed and strength that transcend human limits. Sunga looked at the current events and affirmed, it's the same thing. If the emotional tendency reaches its peak, driven by an absolute desire to win, he will trade his body for power. Just looking at his haggard appearance, you can see in his fierce eyes how much he craves victory. His feet didn't stop moving forward as he tried his best to handle the incredible strain of training. The protagonist felt his opponent gathering all his strength to launch an attack. Dojin was betting everything on his split-second intuition. He was attacking beyond human limits. Even our protagonist was terrified when witnessing this brutality. His eyes wavered with concern, a concern, in reality, for his opponent. The protagonist quickly grasped the direction of Dojin's movement. He landed a strike that knocked Dojin out in an instant. Our protagonist still tried to ask, what are you talking about? The protagonist quickly read the movement and neutralized the attack, taking Dojin down in a split second. Our protagonist then asked, what the hell are you talking about? The impact of that punch made Dojin's bloody face look even more pathetic, his expression one of utter panic. Degun looked at his opponent and calmly stated, I told you I was just warming up. I'm not interested in you anymore. No Man-ho and Dong-min were stunned as they watched the fight nearing its end, their jaws dropping. What? The other gang leaders watching couldn't hide their shock either. Wanoke was completely frozen, his brows furrowed in confusion. The kid behind them was curious about Sunga's earlier speculations, though Sunga himself didn't know how to explain it. He spoke up, looking troubled. Look, a character's traits can be fabricated, but Dojin is just a human. After temporarily knocking him down, the protagonist turned to talk business with Wanoke. I've heard everything you guys are collecting, protection money, right? Our protagonist confidently pointed out their crimes. You aren't even real gangsters, so why are you out here collecting protection money? The protagonist looked at the students and asked, You're still students, aren't you? From now on, the extortion stops. Anyone who resists me will become the second Park Dojin, which means I'll smash your head in. No sooner had our protagonist finished speaking than the boss, Wanoke, retorted, You only know one side of the story. The money is just a formality. Only after receiving mental stability through the protection fees can they feel comfortable walking down the street. These nonsensical words drifted past the protagonist's ears, leaving him disgusted. Dojin provoked him. You crazy monk, come down here. I'll smash your skull. Upon hearing this taunt, Wanoke's face turned bright red as he snapped back. There's a procedure for everything. Du Gong Myung, standing outside, also tried to chime in to challenge Degun. After hearing him talk, he probably thinks he's something special now. Who the hell do you think you are, you brat? At least try taking down all the freshmen before you start talking big. The other boss also tried to act superior, huffing. Seriously, kids these days have no manners at all. Jiho muttered some explanations in front of the protagonist. He's just a new transfer student, yet here he is, trying to wipe out the tradition of collecting protection money. The rules of this school? We're only a year apart. Why are you being so stupid? It's not that simple, kid. And it's hard to explain everything clearly with just words. Right after that, Yujok's expression changed, a twisted smile creeping onto his face. He hadn't broken our protagonist yet, so he decided to let him experience it with his own body. Yujok ordered his lackeys to attack, shouting, Teach him a lesson properly. Hearing the order, each of them stepped forward aggressively, their faces bloodthirsty as if they wanted to swallow Degun alive. No Manhwa watched as the situation grew increasingly complex. He couldn't just sit still anymore, his body trembling as he yelled, Degun! The sophomores fight dirty will help you. But the scene before him left No Manhwa frozen. The strikes were incredibly decisive, the movements so fast they were like wind cutting through the air. Jock's lackeys were taken down in a split second. Each of them lay sprawled on the ground, looking miserable. The protagonist glanced over at No Manhwa and warned, You don't need to. The remaining ones kept staring at the protagonist. They're signaling each other, What are you doing? Surround him. The others weren't letting the protagonist go, skulking around to attack from behind. Degun caught on instantly, his eyes darting toward them. He found them annoying. Even with just a flick of his hand, our protagonist was enough to make his opponents collapse. One hard slap was enough to send someone to the hospital. Degun dealt with the situation while confidently commenting, I don't need to warm up anymore. You guys have plenty of lackeys. Keep charging in like moths to a flame. The protagonist complied with their wishes, gifting each one a brutal punch. Degun didn't just throw simple punches. He used a variety of attacks, including grabbing throats and using his hands. He could deal with many people at once. Seeing the protagonist's ability to fight off the sophomores with his own eyes, Yujok stood frozen, blurting out, What the hell? Girung was sweating bullets in fear, his mouth only managing to mumble. He's fighting that whole crowd. All by himself? Indeed, that was the protagonist's intent. He didn't need any help, his limbs constantly dealing with the annoying crowd around him. An arm reached out, grabbing a chair tight. This guy was trying to sneak an attack on Degun from behind. He rushed over in a panic, seizing the moment while the protagonist was busy dealing with the others. No Manhwa couldn't just stand by and watch the protagonist get into trouble. He ran over quickly and shouted, Deg, behind you! They're using weapons, the cowards. However, once our protagonist is focused on a fight, the others are just dust beneath his feet. He understood the situation, spinning around and slamming his hand into the face of the coward. His body was sent flying far away by Degun, landing on the ground in an incredibly ridiculous pose. No Manhwa and Dongmin were stunned to the max. The situation kept throwing one surprise after another at them. The protagonist turned his gaze back, his expression showing confusion. Sure enough, that Dojin character was standing back up, creating an unsettling atmosphere for everyone present. The long-haired guy questioned, What are you doing? Are you crazy? He tried to demand an answer. A sharp voice rang out, You bastard! What the hell are you doing? The noise was beyond acceptable levels. Park Dojin couldn't stand it, his arm sweeping back without hesitation. With just one swipe, Dojin showed the long-haired guy what the taste of the ground was like. Yujok stood frozen, his voice full of confusion and a bewildered expression. What the hell is going on? The others couldn't hide their surprise either, questions pouring out. What was that just now? Did he defeat all the sophomore leaders? Park Dojin dragged his body toward the protagonist, his voice rasping. This isn't over yet. Our protagonist understood the hatred and the fighting spirit of Park Dojin. He had no choice but to comply, as Degun's defensive stance appeared for the last time. Sunga looked at the protagonist's current stance, his thoughts spilling into words. The first time he's used a stance this incredible. What kind of athlete is he? That standing posture isn't normal at all. No Manhwa asked himself, bewildered. Is everything he's shown us so far just a joke? Returning to the bloodthirsty Park Dojin, he was holding his head, muttering, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about that. But right now, my body feels light as hell. If I'm in this state, Park Dojin yelled as he charged headlong toward Degun. I can tear you to shreds. The protagonist held his position, stating quietly, It's been a while, hasn't it? It feels like it's been a while since our protagonist last really let loose with his fists. With this guy, Park Dojin, acting like a total lunatic, it's unfortunate. But our guy is determined to wrap this up today. He's going to end this whole confrontation with just one strike. For a split second, something that looked like a gun flashed. The protagonist shifted his weight back, and a thunderous sound echoed out. Park Dojin's body took a massive hit. That huge, hulking frame of his actually got lifted off the ground by Degun's strike. Dojin's face, already a mess of blood, looked even more pathetic now. You couldn't even see his real skin tone anymore. After landing the blow, the protagonist remained completely unfazed, not even a single drop of blood on him. This time, Park Dojin seemed completely knocked out, lying flat on his back, covered in blood. The boss, Wanoke, looked at the scene in shock, trying to process what just happened. He felt like he had just seen something. Something else. It wasn't just him, even Jay was stunned, mumbling, What was that attack? It sounded like a gunshot, and it happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone was curious. What the hell was that? Kim Do-hyun couldn't figure out anything unusual about the protagonist's punch. He only cared about one thing. Is that bastard Park Dojin finally finished? Our guy looked at his opponent's battered body and felt even more certain that this hit had ended it. Shifting scenes to somewhere else, the place looked like a total mess, and everyone was acting extremely secretive. A question hung in the air. Are you ready yet? The other guy replied, The seniors will finish it. The photos the protagonist had been curious about were finally coming to light. Those people were planning something really shady. All those photos? Yeah, I just need to burn them now. The protagonist even appeared in one of the pictures. These guys were doing their job well. Yeah, thanks for all your hard work. The boss, Wanoke, looked at the scene in shock, trying to process what just happened. He felt like he had just seen something else. It wasn't just him. Even Jay was stunned, mumbling, What was that attack? It sounded like a gunshot. It happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone was curious. What on earth was that? Kim Do-hyun couldn't figure out anything unusual about the protagonist's punch. He only cared about one thing. Is that bastard Park Dojin finally finished? Our guy looked at his opponent's battered body and felt even more certain that this hit had ended it. Bang Ho Dong and Dong Min couldn't hide their shock, shouting, Degun, if you say it like that. Gusunga's group was swept up in the wave of fear. Their expressions were filled with a strange, deep worry. Park Dojin was lying on the ground, his body stiff and unable to move, while blood wouldn't stop streaming down his face. The protagonist stared at his opponent, speechless at how stubborn this guy was, constantly asking for more. Degun started walking away, feeling more and more certain that this was indeed the end. Seeing Dojin in such a miserable state, our guy couldn't help but think to himself, even though he'd already landed plenty of hits, honestly, the guy probably only had one more hit left in him. Everything was nearing its conclusion. The protagonist walked over to the blonde kid and asked, You're Park Dojin's friend, right? The kid was terrified, his voice stuttering and shaking. Yes. All right then. The last thing the protagonist wanted to say was for him to take his friend and get out of here. Following Degun's orders, the blonde kid rushed over to hoist the massive Park Dojin onto his shoulders. He struggled with all his might just to lift the wrestler up. The remaining people at today's fight were shaking so hard they couldn't control it. Dugong-myung glanced to the side. Dugong-myung saw his friend next to him sweating uncontrollably, so he tried to ask, Wanoke? In the current situation, Wanoke couldn't help but think of the past, silently realizing, for some reason, he feels so much like that person. Jurung didn't understand who the guy was talking about. Who was this person? Wanoke's dark memories resurfaced. A muscular man from back then had told him, It's up to you. Take care of the sophomores later. Dugong Myung, seeing Wanoke freeze up, tried to shake him back to reality. Wanoke, aren't you going to answer? What's wrong? Where are you looking? Why are you staring up, instead of looking at Boss Baek Suchul? It seemed like his mind was lost in old memories. Wanoke shouted in fear when he saw the figure appearing in front of him. It was Asura. He recognized him instantly in his mind's eye. I see Asura. Outside, Dugong Myung tried to shout to wake Wanoke from his trance. Hey, Wanoke, hey, Wanoke. Wanoke kept muttering to himself. Asura was getting annoyed with this spacey friend. Dugong Myung slapped Wanoke right across the face. You crazy bastard. That painful slap finally brought Wanoke back to his senses, and he clutched his face, crying out. Dugong Myung was still curious had he finally sobered up. As soon as he saw Wanoke regain his composure, Dugong Myung asked him about the current situation. How are we going to handle the transfer student? You two need to step up. Wanoke brushed all those ideas aside. It won't work. The spirit he's displaying is so far beyond my level that I can't even read him. After everything that happened, Wanoke had to accept the reality and declared, nobody here can beat that guy. Dugong Myung was shocked that his usually aggressive friend was backing down like this. He shouted, what are you talking about? So, what are you planning to do? The protagonist called out from a distance. I'm done with Dojin. Who's next? Shifting scenes. Someone was running in a rush. The girl reached out, desperately trying to flag down a taxi. She looked like she was in a massive hurry. The car door slammed shut quickly. The girl settled into the car. As soon as she got in, Suji urged the driver, Mister, please hurry. The man looked in the rearview mirror and said on purpose, Ho ho, you're not carrying an umbrella in this rain? Oh my, your shirt is all soaked. Suji didn't like people prying into her personal business, so she sternly reminded him, Mister, if you have time to talk nonsense, use it to step on the gas instead. While they were driving, Suji couldn't stop worrying. She thought, Degun, that idiot always makes people worry. Huh? In reality, Suji didn't realize that the protagonist was actually the one making everyone around him feel terrified and anxious. The sophomores were gradually collapsing under Degun's attacks. The long-haired guy who was acting all tough earlier was now lying there the longest, his eyes glazed and vacant. The others had swollen faces, their lips puffed up like they'd just had bad cosmetic injections. After fighting for a while, the protagonist was still full of energy, taunting them. Who's next? Everyone was dead silent, not daring to make a sound. The more they acted like that, the more our guy enjoyed messing with them. Everyone lost their tongues? Nobody? All right, I'll choose then. Degun glanced to the left, then to the right. He said loudly, who should I pick? Right at that moment of choosing. A VIP, our protagonist suddenly receives a phone call. The caller is Sa-im. Without a moment's hesitation, Degun picks up. The voice on the other end is so startling it makes him freeze. Degun? He snaps back, totally caught off guard. Why are you yelling like that? Sa-im demands. Degun, what on earth are you doing? Where are you right now? Our lead paces back and forth, responding to the voice on the other end. What's the problem? The project I'm working on is going great. Sa-im sternly reminds him, from now on, you're going to do exactly what I tell you, first things first. As the call cuts off, the scene shifts to the expressions of Hodong and Dongmin. They are whispering. What's going on here? Hodong shakes his head in annoyance. I have no idea. He just trashes a bunch of second-year seniors and now he's on the phone. Sa-im emphasizes through the line. Do you understand? I'll call you back later. Ending the call, our lead's face looks heavy with melancholy, his eyes full of existential doubt. Over on the side, Sa-im can't stop complaining about Degun's actions. Seriously, why did he have to go alone? He could have just played the bait for a second, but he always does these unnecessary things. The phone conversation ends, and our lead prepares to move. You guys are lucky today. I'm busy, so I'm taking off. He grabs his jacket, tossing a warning to the others. I was planning to wipe out all you idiots in the second year today, but I'll let you slide for now. What do you call this again? Compassion, right? His words sting like a slap to the face of the guy named Wanoke. The more he hears, the more humiliated he feels, his face contorting in frustration. Before leaving, our lead calls out to his friends. Let's go. Dongmin is excited. Oh, we're leaving? Kim Do-hyun seizes the moment, scrambling after him to beg for favors. I'm coming too, one guy says, mocking the situation. I thought Park Dojin was the strongest, but what's the deal with this transfer student? What's going on? Can Gu Sunga beat him? Gu Sunga's face is constantly twisted in a scowl. He replies, yeah, he's unbelievably strong, but when you're up against superior technique, no matter how much strength you have, it becomes meaningless. And to perfect my own technique, Don't you know how brutally I've had to train? When it comes to pure skill, who knows who's really better? The lead hasn't quite left yet. He reaches the door and remembers to drop a warning to the second years. Oh, right. Collecting money next week, right? Degun declares to the harsh debt collector, I'm going to find you and kill you. The eyes of Du Gongmyung and Jock go wide with absolute terror. Their expressions go wild with fear, completely losing their cool. The lead's hand swiftly opens the door, ready to walk out. The moment the door swings open, Suji lunges inside. Her body slams into our protagonist. Degun is shocked to see who it is. He asks, Beck Suji? She replies, Degun. Suji looks frantic and deeply worried. She questions, Are you okay? Why are you acting so normal? Why so normal? These questions leave our lead confused, not knowing how to answer in a way that satisfies her. What is it? Are you hoping I'm not normal? Suji's jacket is soaked from the rain. She leans against Degun and peeks inside. It's not that. There were clearly second years here. But when she looks closely, at the floor, she gasps in surprise, realizing they've all been knocked out. The more she looks, the less she understands what just happened. She tries to pry information from him. What? Did you do all this? Our lead is in a rush. He replies dismissively. If you aren't here to see me, I'm leaving. Suji stands there blankly, not even processing his words, lost in her own thoughts. No way. Is this even possible? Is he really this strong as just a freshman? Before the lead truly leaves, he gallantly hands his jacket to Suji. Here, wear this. It just fell on the floor. But, Suji exclaims, Degun's jacket. On the surface, she tries to refuse. You've already worn this dirty jacket. Why should I put it on? But deep down, Suji is strangely thrilled. What the? This is amazing. Our lead tries to encourage her. Just put it on. You look embarrassing right now. The lead is actually just shy looking at Suji's messy appearance. But she starts imagining sweet, romantic scenarios. Where do these lines come from? Like an illusion. It suits you. That dress really suits you. Suji imagines herself in a wedding dress, side by side with Degun, responding with sweet words. It's true, I could have put it on myself. Why are you putting it on me and making me so shy? So, about our honeymoon. Suji's sweet daydream is quickly interrupted by a shout. Not coming? Jin calls out. Suji, you okay? Not coming? We're leaving now. Suji rushes to catch up. I'm coming too. Jock is bewildered watching the scene. What was that? Who was that transfer student? What kind of relationship does he have with the BI? What a headache. Another guy laughs and replies, Nah, you can see the second years are no match for him. We should take advantage of his relationship with Baek Suji. Or maybe manipulate Bihi. On the other side, Suji scurries after them, shouting, Hey, wait up. The scene shifts to another area. The streetlights have illuminated the whole neighborhood. Kim Do-hyun follows the lead and says, Degun, congrats. You won, right? Our lead purposefully asks to gauge Kim Do-hyun's true intentions. Not happy about it? Kim Do-hyun wouldn't dare defy him. No. Seeing Park Do-jin get beaten up like that, it was worth the money. And for him, it's nothing short of hell. He can't even move properly now. But is that really all there is to it? Jangjin Momo scratches his head. I guess so. Inside, Yongjong is lying on the ground thinking, Damn it, I missed my chance to wake up. How much longer do I have to pretend to be knocked out? Even though he's faking unconsciousness, his greedy nature shines through. Degun, I knew you'd win. I chose right. But the only regret is that I didn't bet any money. The lead is busy handling everything, looking around and asking, Is Kim Mi-young out yet? Jangjin Momo then remembers Young Jong's presence. Before leaving, Degun instructs, Sorry, can you keep an eye on him for me? I have to go. Hodong watches our lead's back and says, He seems so busy, and he even showed up late earlier. No Manho blankly adds, Yeah, he's probably off to meet a friend. The scene shifts back to the wreckage from earlier, and a voice rings out. The boss is here? The director walks over, speaking arrogantly. Oh, well, what's this? If you beat him half to death like this, he can't even talk anymore. How pathetic. What kind of mess is this? That's why you shouldn't dare stab people in the back. The subordinate spoke up, asking for permission to leave. I need to step out for a moment. The boss was curious. Isn't everything finished already? Haven't the kids taken care of it all? However, the subordinate explained, It's not about work. I have some personal business to take care of. The boss looked confused, watching his subordinate walk away while muttering to himself, Why does he suddenly have personal business? Is he meeting a friend from back home? The others replied, That must be it. The scene shifted to a dimly lit area, where the sound of voices echoed. How many times have I been here? Our protagonist was still intently talking on the phone. I already sent my photo to that suspicious number earlier. This is the only place I could think of, and here I am. Degun headed up to the upper floor while responding to the person on the other end. You didn't have my information back then, did you? I'll have to verify that myself. As expected, they really cleaned things up thoroughly. As the protagonist walked up the floor, his eyes widened in surprise and he froze. A suspicious group of people was busy searching for something. He reminded the person on the phone, "I'm hanging up now." The group of men in black simultaneously stepped forward, posing a bizarre question. "Why are you here? Get lost." Our protagonist stood still for a moment, glancing around to assess the situation. The thugs became increasingly arrogant, and seeing Degun stay silent, they aggressively pushed him. "Hey you, I'm talking to you. Are you mute? What are you staring at?" It didn't stop there. The thug raised his arm, spewing curses. "You little brat, you're still glaring? You bastard." The protagonist had had enough of their noise and immediately slapped him hard across the face. Each of the protagonist's strikes hit like a falling boulder, causing his opponent to collapse to the ground instantly. Seeing their comrade defeated, the other thugs' mouths went dry. They were too terrified to move forward. Our protagonist glanced at the remaining ones, reminding them, "I told you to wait a second." Although they were furious, they couldn't do anything, their mouths just trembling. "Damn it, how dare he?" As the situation turned tense, a voice called out to stop them. "Hold on, this guy is dangerous. It's better not to mess with him." The thugs looked confused, asking each other skeptically, "Dangerous? That brat? Seriously?" The newly arrived character put a hand on his subordinate's shoulder, his voice dropping as he emphasized, "When I say he's dangerous, what do you think I mean? You get it, right?" After speaking to his subordinate, this new character faced the protagonist directly, adding, "Long time no see. You've been well?" As Degun received the greeting, he slowly realized who it was. Park Hyun. The scene shifted outside the room. The protagonist and Hyun were sitting alone together. Degun sighed. "I didn't expect to run into you here." He slowly pieced together a few hidden details. "You're the one who sent that message, right?" The moment he received the text, the protagonist had rushed over. "I got here as fast as I could, but it was just a mess." The scene left behind only those who had been knocked out, and a wave of confusion followed. "What's going on?" The protagonist, curious to know the truth, demanded an answer from him. "Was this your doing?" The man answered firmly without holding back. "That's right." Hyun admitted it. "They were the ones secretly investigating my organization. Just as I was handling that, I got information about you. They probably investigated and suspected you were one of ours." Hyun reassured our protagonist. "Don't worry, only I know that." Hyun looked at the protagonist with curiosity, probing further. "But what on earth are you doing? Is that a school uniform?" Our protagonist replied with a hint of sadness. "What am I doing? Going to school. What else?" Mentioning school caused Hyun to freeze in surprise. "School? You?" Degun had no intention of hiding anything and admitted, "That's right. It's nothing unusual." The bastard Hyun kept puffing on his cigarette, his gaze fixed on the protagonist. He continued, "All right, I won't ask you anymore. I don't know what you're up to, but at least I know it has something to do with that woman named Sa-im. You shouldn't trust her too much." After hearing the warning, our protagonist quickly brushed it off. "Hyun, that's just your own paranoia." Sitting there for a long time made the protagonist bored, so he slowly stood up, reminding him, "You've forgotten how to see things normally. I just want to live a normal life." Living normally, the protagonist currently had very simple wishes: graduating, going to college, things everyone else does. Before actually leaving, our protagonist warned him, "It was nice to meet you this time, but next time, who knows? Don't interfere with my life anymore." As Hyun tried to call out before he left, Daegun wondered, "Is school worth it?" As soon as that question crossed his mind, Degun thought about his class lessons and Jin Mo's laughter. "Haha, when it comes to English questions, I'm the best." Because of those memories, the protagonist looked at Hyun with contempt and warned him, "Don't ever show your face to me again. What would you know about English questions anyway?" Wait, a thought suddenly crossed the protagonist's mind. Park Hyun said he had handled all the information. So how did Sa-im find out? Cut to the next morning. The protagonist had just arrived and spoke firmly about his next plan. "I need to study English vocabulary." His other friends chimed in with advice. "You've studied enough, take a break. It's the weekend, go have some fun." Dongmin excitedly stepped up. "We have to celebrate beating class 4. Degun, right?" No Man Ho didn't just congratulate him, he also gave him a gift. "Degun, take this." The object No Man Ho handed over was a pen. The protagonist happily accepted the gift. "A pen? Oh, thanks. I'll study hard. However, No Man-ho gave a completely unexpected use for the pen. What are you talking about? It's for fighting. He held the pen upright and stabbed downward from the top. They were all excitedly talking in the hallway. What are you doing? Hurry up. Are you going to throw it straight? No Man-ho replied confidently. Of course. Degun, hurry up too. Oh, did you buy a new stick yet? The protagonist watches his friends, thinking to himself. In this normal life, you guys are definitely the biggest source of trouble. Juri suddenly tugs on the protagonist's arm from behind, urging him, Degun, let's go up there too. Cutting to the scene above, baseball bats are gradually pulled out from inside the bags. No Man-ho has always loved playing these games. He quickly tests how well balanced they are. The protagonist stands nearby, observing every move Man-ho makes, while a thought crosses his mind. Man-ho actually swings the bat pretty well when he's fighting. I guess it's worth seeing. The ball that Man-ho hits always creates an incredible trajectory. No Man-ho's stance is incredibly focused on the ball, with every contour of his body leaning forward to hit it as accurately as possible. The protagonist stands outside with his arms crossed, commenting, "Why is he so bad at this?" Dongmin adds, "Hey Man-ho, aren't you going to use that?" No Man-ho immediately replies, "I just wanted to try swinging my new bat for a sec. I'm using it now." As soon as he feels the familiarity of the bat in his hands, No Man-ho uses a provocative gaze and voice, "Come on, bring it on." The ball is quickly hit, spinning in a highly unpredictable trajectory. This time, the ball doesn't just fly a short distance. It travels straight out, further and further away from the player's sight. It flies toward the high-rise buildings, and after a long time, it still shows no sign of landing. The protagonist asks curiously, "What the hell? Why are you suddenly playing so well?" Receiving this compliment, No Man-ho nods proudly. Too kind. Degun looks on, a bit curious about what kind of technique Man-ho just used. No Man-ho confirms, "That's a move I came up with. Want to know?" "Let me tell you." The protagonist tries to refuse, but fails. No, man. No Man-ho manages to cut him off. He explains, "You just have to do this." No Man-ho meticulously instructs him on the technique. He says you just have to widen your eyes and look cross-eyed. These confusing actions make the protagonist's face stiffen. He asks, "Why do that? Is there even a reason?" Man-ho coaxes. "Just try it and you'll understand." Even so, the protagonist dismissively waves him off. Forget it. No Man-ho feels his explanation isn't convincing enough. He quickly offers an explanation. "I'll tell you. When you open your eyes wide and squint like this, your vision starts to blur, and you can see two of everything. No exceptions. Even the ball, you'll have a much higher chance of hitting it if you see two of them. That's why I lock onto the target. See?" After hearing No Man-ho's ridiculous tricks, the protagonist sighs in frustration. "You really are crazy." Degun walks over, pats No Man-ho on the shoulder, and advises him, "If you ever end up fighting someone in the future, remember to call me." No, Man-ho looks confused. "What do you mean?" Bang Ho-dong suddenly calls out from afar. "Is it my turn yet?" Balls fly continuously after his swing attempts. The swing earlier was thought to be practice for Ho-dong, but in reality, that guy is trying to numb the pain whenever the ball hits him. The ball rolls in every different trajectory, while Ho-dong tries his best to avoid and then collide with the ball. Degun stands outside, curious. "Ho-dong, why are you doing that instead of hitting?" Ho-dong replies to the question, "Did you forget I didn't bring my bat today?" Degun continuously judges every expression on Ho-dong's face. Whoa, his face looks like it's aged. Ho-dong tries to explain the current changes. "I'm training my endurance. I'm Bang Ho-dong, the guy who took a punch from Degun." Having survived bloody life-or-death battles, the protagonist even gives Ho-dong a compliment. "You've got good endurance." At this very moment, Ho-dong realizes, "I woke up after seeing that jerk endure that terrible attack. From now on, the path I'll take is endurance." Looking at Ho-dong's current appearance, the protagonist seizes the opportunity to intimidate him. He picks up a baseball bat and says, "As for what you just said, let me help you with that." Bang Ho-dong starts to back away in fear. The protagonist keeps moving forward, provoking him. "Come on, go. I'll hit you." Degun and Ho-dong hide to one side, bickering. "Degun, relax. I already said no." Juri is standing there when suddenly, some provocative sounds reach her ears. Hey, I'm going crazy. He's so handsome." Other girls are staring at the protagonist in admiration. "Look at that arm holding the bat. I want to be hit too." Two girls push each other. "Go get his number. Get your hands off my shoulder." For a brief moment, Juri turns to stare at those two girls. They quickly understand the hint and start whispering unpleasantly. "That girl, she's annoying. Is that her boyfriend?" The sounds of the noisy disturbance grow louder. Whoa, still acting cocky, huh? Wanna die? Another group of guys pulls up. The leader speaks up irritably. What are you guys looking at? Who touched Bang Ho Dong gun? You guys? Do you want to die? Jury looks over, tiredly lamenting. Are they here again? This leader is very arrogant, his cunning eyes asking, which school are you from? Do you know who we are? Manho starts focusing on the group that just arrived, his judgmental eyes thinking. A primal instinct warns him to be careful. No Manho's next move will be almost instinctive. He makes the opponent shrink back in fear. The guys following behind are surprised by the leader's attitude. Hey, what's with that stuttering stance? Manho greets this group with questions. What? Have we met before? What do you want to say? The guy in blue smirks like a thug. What to say? Are you crazy? The leader behind him fearfully tries to stop his teammate. Hey, don't. Let's just go. The guy in blue still refuses to listen to his teammate's advice. What are you talking about? The arrogant guy in blue accuses them. They were teasing my Minji. They've got eyes, don't they? The guy in blue growls. Let go. He doesn't understand what his teammate is doing. What? What's wrong with you? The other guy explains to calm him down. The fact that you want to live happily and have kids with Min is just a dream. The guy in blue angrily retorts. Why are you telling me that? I already told you. You can't have kids. Degun and No Man Ho stand far away, not understanding what all the noise is about. Huh. What's with them? No Man Ho predicts, I don't know. They just started causing trouble out of nowhere. The noisy sound keeps rising. I told you I knew. Now let go. Minji tries to run out to blame the protagonist. What are you doing? That guy was teasing me. The protagonist, having been minding his own business, suddenly gets dragged into trouble. His eyes look far away in confusion. What's going on? This time, the protagonist confronts the group directly. The leader from before is terrified. He realizes this protagonist is the one they're afraid of. He pushes the arrogant guy in blue. Hurry up and go fight. Don't push me. I'll fall. Great. The noise is really starting to annoy the protagonist. Degun watches and asks, isn't that the same guy from when we beat up that Bang Ho Dong gun group? Ho Dong even keenly notices, I think he was among the ones who got beaten to death. Look at him run. The scene slowly fades to black, and an ominous sound rings out. I told you, running is useless. Those steps of yours aren't going to stop them. There's a whole mob chasing us down right behind you. Park Dojin scrambled to find an escape, his face a mask of panic. After running for a while, he found himself cornered in a dead end. Paralyzed with fear, Park Dojin let out a desperate scream. What do you want? Why are you chasing me? The gangsters were quick to scoff at Dojin's attitude. He's still acting cocky. Huh. Backed into a corner, Dojin scrambled to make promises. I told you I'd pay. I just need a little more time. Despite Dojin's desperate excuses, the guys lunged at him, following orders to take him down. As the trap snapped shut, the thugs raced to grab Park Dojin. They were already mapping out their plan. Look at him, just a student. Someone, bring me a bat. Suddenly, Hoon stepped in. No need. I'll handle it. As Hoon moved forward, Park Dojin stammered in terror. Who the hell are you? Heejun shot back bluntly. You don't need to know. You think you can fight back? Right after that, Hoon got into his stance. I'll end this quick. That familiar posture made Dojin's face drain of color as he realized who it was. You. That stance. And sure enough, because of that very stance, Park Dojin was taken down yet again. Heejun loomed over him and said, if you've got no money to pay, then I guess you'll have to pay with your body. A new day at school began. Kim Do-hyun arrived in class, looking confused. Wait, Park Dojin isn't here today? Back at the school, Park Dojin hadn't been seen since that incident, and he hadn't shown his face in class since. From that day on, Kim Do-hyun actually enjoyed coming to school. He thought to himself, man, I can't believe how peaceful my school life has become. Did I finally make it out? That guy, Park Dojin, is really gone. However, some people still hadn't gotten the memo. Like this guy with the bowl cut. Today, he strutted over to us again, nagging us about not keeping our hands in our pockets. Of course, times have changed. I glared at him. The bowl cut didn't seem to realize he was in trouble. I casually pulled out my phone and pretended to call Degun. The bowl cut immediately started begging for mercy. This is what school life should be like. In class 1, Kim Do-hyun met with Degun to discuss the task Degun had assigned him investigating the bullies and reporting back. Kim Do-hyun stood in the library, secretly setting up a private club for Degun. The password to join was, Bullies will be shot. Kim Do-hyun named the club the Anti-Bully Association. He sat at a long table, diligently taking attendance for each class. The club members were all people who had been saved by Degun in their respective classes. In the middle of the meeting, a member suddenly asked, "So, is Degun ready?" Kim Do-hyun immediately stood up and smacked him on the head. "You idiot! How dare you mispronounce the name of our savior? Tisk, such an ungrateful brat." Kim Do-hyun told himself, "Every now and then, there are a few idiots like this, but since I'm the association president, I have to be patient." On his way home, Kim Do-hyun couldn't stop thinking. There were still a few things bothering him. It seemed the special classes, 7 and 8, couldn't attend the meetings because they were busy with after-school practice. And as for Class 9, it seemed like no one was getting bullied at all. Are they all just bookworms? Well, that makes sense. If you're smart, why waste time bullying others? Man, I'm going to sleep so well tonight. It was a strange, peaceful feeling being able to go to bed without worrying about going to school the next day. Just as he drifted off, Park Do-jun's face suddenly flashed in his mind. Kim Do-hyun bolted upright, breaking into a cold sweat. He stammered to himself, "It's okay, it was just a dream." The next morning at school, there was an eerily peaceful vibe. In Class 9, everyone was sitting quietly, studying hard. Suddenly, a male student in the back of the class got the urge to stir up trouble. He threw a small pebble at the back of the head of the guy in front of him and yelled out. The student wearing glasses turned around, annoyed. "What do you want? If you're just itching to talk, keep it to yourself." The other guy just mocked him. Yeah, if you're just itching to talk." He let out a loud, obnoxious laugh. Haha. "Hey, are you guys really studying during break? Even if you keep studying, your grades won't go up. You're supposed to play during break, you idiots." Innie immediately turned around to reprimand him. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you acting so childish?" The guy shrugged and retorted, "Whatever, top student. Mind your own business and keep studying." Inna furrowed her brows and shot back. "How can I not care when you're acting like this? If you're bored, go outside and play by yourself. It's break time, why can't you let people be? Why do you have to butt into other people's business? I'm honestly curious. And when it comes to grades, aren't you the last person who should be talking about them?" At that moment, a pair of feet was standing outside, having heard the entire conversation. The guy was fuming, his veins popping, muttering to himself, "This broad is so loud. I'm only holding back because you're a girl." Suddenly, Lee Seung-hun stepped in front of the guy, smiling. "Oh, so this is where you are? Can you do me a favor? I'll explain it on the way. Let's step out of the classroom." The guy was stunned, but he still nodded in agreement. In a secluded corner of the school, Lee Seung-hun started beating the guy mercilessly. He barked, "Why the hell were you running your mouth like that in class, you lunatic?" The guy could only cover his head and wail. Ah, it hurts. I'm sorry. Lee Seung-hun kept shouting. "If you want to be an idiot, do it alone. Why are you trying to drag others down with you? And what's with the fake bullying act? Don't you ever look in the mirror to see what you actually are?" Lee Seung-hun shoved his hands in his pockets, stopped hitting him, and let out a long sigh. "You moron. Guys like you give the school a bad name. You know that? From now on, you'd better watch your behavior. School is supposed to be fun." As he spoke, Lee Seung-hun fixed his clothes. The guy looked up, his face completely swollen. Seeing that, Hun advised, "You should go home early today. You look hideous." With that, he pulled out his phone to check a message. Lee Seung-hun ordered the guy, "All right, get lost." He lifted his phone, a smile playing on his lips. Lee Seung-hun said to the person on the other end, "Let's meet up. Since there are only 3 of us, we need to meet often, right?" A while later, in the school warehouse, Kwak Do-ich sighed. "I heard he took down Park Do-jun easily, but how is he strong enough to take down all the second years too? And he said if we keep collecting protection money, he'll kill us? Is he crazy?" Yoo-jok continued. "Yeah, the leader of the second years, Wonok, was just standing there. It's hard to believe." Lee Seung-hun smiled coldly. The new transfer student is strong, all right, but he's crossed the line. Now he's telling us not to collect protection money? He's made himself an enemy of the whole school." Yoo-jok sighed. "Man, we can deal with that guy whenever, but we really need to settle the collection issue before he finds out." Kwak Do-ich looked at Yoo-jok mockingly. "What? Are you scared? Are you admitting you're a coward? Even with Yoo-jok, you're that terrified? Why don't you go suck up to the new kid instead of collecting money?" Lee Seung-hun saw the tension rising and stepped in. All right. Stop worrying. I've already taken care of it. Before we collect the money, we'll deal with him. We'll have a solid plan. I've said it before, that guy has crossed the line. Protection money? No. He's basically trampled over the unwritten rules of Jurian High. Now, He's just digging his own grave. Degun spoke with Kim Do-hyun, who frowned and asked, the girls from Class 8 didn't show up? Fine. Just keep an eye on them and let me know if anything happens, Kim Do-hyun replied. Degun Juri stood nearby, teasing, Oh, wow, you actually remembered his name, huh? Kim Do-hyun puffed out his chest. Of course. Who do you take me for? Ever since Degun showed up, a lot of kids are actually enjoying school. Plus, Degun's fan base has grown significantly. Baek Suji suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She reminded Kim Do-hyun, Hey, can you move out of the way for a second? Kim Do-hyun turned pale and stammered, Oh, yeah, sure. Baek Suji glanced at Juri before turning to hand the shirt to Degun. Here, I washed your shirt, but it had some makeup on it. Degun reached out to take it. Juri intentionally said loudly, Wait, what? How does a shirt someone's wearing get covered in makeup? Did you sniff it or something? Baek Suji was startled. She imagined herself holding Degun's shirt and inhaling it like a drug, feeling like a total creep. She blushed and snapped, Hey, watch what you're saying. Why the hell would I do that? She softened her expression slightly. Anyway, Juri, are you still practicing judo? I've got a message to pass on from my brother. Do you still like him? Juri crossed her arms and frowned. That was ages ago. I don't even remember. Suji didn't back down. She said mockingly, Oh, really? It was just last year and you've already forgotten? Huh, right. I guess you're not that bright, are you? Always thinking about fighting and nothing else. Juri turned red with anger. She cracked her knuckles and hinted at Suji. Hey, it's been a while since you've had your butt kicked, right? Want to spar? Suji feigned innocence. Oh, I'll be sure to tell my brother about that. Juri snapped. Don't you dare bring up Baek Suji again. No Man Ho turned to Degun and asked, Hey, Degun, are you really planning on taking down every single one of those bullies? Even the third years are shaking people down, and you haven't even finished with all the first years yet. Degun thought to himself that it was for the best, as he had to finish this before living a normal school life. Degun's gaze darkened as he remembered the chairman and the department head. He whispered to himself, I promise, I will do exactly what you want. I will complete this mission no matter what. Back in Class 8, the blonde guy busy preening in front of his phone was Cha Yu Joknu. He stared at his screen, thinking to himself, Wow, the protection money deadline is coming up. Once I get the cash, I'm gonna go get my shots. On his phone screen, he was using a rabbit filter. He clicked his tongue and praised himself. Man, this filter looks insane. I could literally be an idol. But how come my followers aren't going up? With that in mind, he turned to a male student nearby. Hey, class president. You know why my followers aren't growing? The class president gave an awkward smile. Yeah, I have no idea. You look like a boy band center. Seriously. Maybe you just aren't getting enough promotion? Cha Yu Joknu didn't answer, instead turning to look at some girls in class shaking their hips. Hey, shut up. You guys are ugly as hell. Why the hell are you even filming TikToks? A girl in a yellow shirt argued back. So what? That's why people have more followers than you. Suddenly, someone walked up to the classroom door. Kwak Du-shik walked in with a can of Coke and said loudly, What's with all the noise? This class is like a damn marketplace. Where's the class president? The girls saw him and grabbed his arm, acting coy. Du-shik, film a TikTok with us. Just put your face on camera for a second, please. Du-shik replied bluntly, Get lost. He walked straight to the class president and asked, Did you finish collecting the money? The class president froze, stammering, We were supposed to collect money? Kwak Du-shik looked annoyed and pressed further. What's wrong? Why are you stuttering like that? The class president's mouth twitched, and he blurted out, Well, haven't you heard about the new kid who isn't paying? Kwak Du-shik responded nonchalantly, Yeah, so what? How does that concern our class? What are you trying to say? You don't want to collect the money? The class president lost all his courage the moment he heard that. Kwak Du-shik added, Do you think I'll lose to him? Is that what you want? The blonde guy saw an opportunity to stir the pot. Wow, you're acting like that because you don't think Kwak Du-shik can handle the new kid, right? You don't think he's the real boss, do you? The class president panicked and waved his hands. No, that's not it. Kwak Du-shik is so handsome and tough, he's totally a boss. Kwak Du-shik gave a cold laugh. He grabbed the half-empty Coke can in his hand and poured it over the class president's head, saying, Humph, you sure have a silver tongue, don't you? Is your mouth greased? The crap you're spewing doesn't sit right with me. Let me tell you something. I don't like Zero Coke. It's fake, just like your constant bootlicking. The class president stood there, paralyzed, not daring to make a sound as the soda dripped off him. Once the can was empty, Kwak Du-shik gave a final warning. This soda is sweet, but it's full of toxins. Just like you. You'd better listen to me and go collect that money. The girls who were filming earlier hid their phones, and a short-haired girl whispered, "Oh my god, that's so pathetic. I'm going to record this and post it to defend him." The class president remained silent. Kwak Du-shik turned to leave. He didn't forget to add, "Clean this up. Don't make me ask twice. Have the money ready by tomorrow, you hear?" As he reached the door, his phone rang. It was a text from P.H. saying he had to transfer the money by tomorrow. Kwak Du-shik snapped angrily. Damn this dog. Always nagging. It's so annoying. Back in class 5, the atmosphere was suspiciously gloomy. Ujok was playing with his hair, thinking, Du-shik hasn't met Degun yet, so he doesn't know. No one in this group can beat Degun. If I collect the money and Degun comes looking for me, what then? But if I don't, it shows I'm afraid of him. And that would be the end of me too. Suddenly, a girl in front of him held up her phone. Look at this. This shirt would look so good on you, right? Ujok looked at the phone and exclaimed, "Oh, that actually looks nice. But it's expensive, huh?" The girl replied casually. "Aren't we about to collect protection money anyway?" Ujok blurted out, "Oh, yeah, you're right. Send me the link." Once he said that, he thought, all right, let's just collect the money first. Lee Seung-hun will probably handle the rest. In class 9, a student stood in front of Lee Seung-hun and said, "Hey, I didn't know you were collecting money. Even though I'm the vice president, I'm sorry I couldn't help you. If you're not busy, should I do it for you?" Lee Seung-hun pushed up his glasses and replied, "Oh no, that's the class president's job. Thanks anyway. As for the protection money, our class won't be collecting any, so don't worry." School felt unusually peaceful today. In the empty school library, the Class 8 president looked around and wondered, is this the place? Kim Do-hyun popped out from nowhere and asked, "Hey, you still planning on collecting money after everything that guy said? But whatever, you coming here is a good start. If you accept my offer, I promise you'll have a freaking bright future ahead of you." The class president looked at Kim Do-hyun's arrogant expression and thought to himself, damn, what is this guy's problem? Kim Do-hyun continued, "Our next target is Wadu-shik from Class 8. The class president's eyes lit up as he asked, "If it's him, are we also taking out his buddy, Cha-yu John-gun?" Kim Do-hyun sighed. "Well, that depends on the person. You can't just beat someone up whenever you feel like it, right?" Out in the schoolyard, a voice rang out, "I just collected the protection money." Wadu-shik stood with one hand in his pocket, talking on the phone. "I'm definitely getting that money, but there's one more issue. The new transfer student is giving me a massive headache. Don't worry, you don't need to show your face. You're busy enough. I'll figure it out." Just then, Wadu-shik's eyes darted around, clearly paranoid about being overheard. Suddenly, Lee Seung-hun popped up out of nowhere and asked, "Who are you talking to?" Wadu-shik jumped, startled, and cursed. "What the hell? You scared the crap out of me." The person on the other end of the line asked, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Wadu-shik quickly covered, "Oh, no, not you. I'm hanging up." He turned back to Lee Seung-hun, annoyed. "Hey, don't do that again. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Lee Seung-hun chuckled. "Haha, relax. I just wanted to know who you were talking to." Wadu-shik frowned. "What? Are you my dad? Why do you need to know everything?" Lee Seung-hun held up his hands in surrender, laughing awkwardly. "Geez, I was just asking politely. So sensitive. My bad, my bad. I thought we were close since we're on the same team." With that, Lee Seung-hun's expression turned serious. "Anyway, did the money collection go smoothly?" Wadu-shik answered casually. "It was all right. What about you? Did you deal with that new kid, Degun?" Lee Seung-hun continued. "Yeah, of course. Everything's under control. Don't worry about the transfer student. I've got a solid plan. You just keep living your life as usual. Degun won't be able to do anything now." In Class 1, Kim Do-hyun was reporting. "His name is Wadu-shik. He's the boss of Class 8 and is desperate for fame. I heard he's out collecting money today," Degun replied. "Still collecting money? I don't think he'll ever be famous." He stood up and headed to Class 8 alone. Degun's tall, handsome frame was truly heart-fluttering. As he walked, he muttered, "Well, since he's still collecting money, I'm going to go collect his ears like I said I would." In Class 8, the blonde guy was smoothing his hair, thinking to himself, "Wow, if I become a VPR idol, I'll aim for Billbot. I'll be famous across the entire universe." The class president could only fake a laugh. "Haha, I think so too. Not only are you handsome, but you've got a great personality too." But inside, he was screaming, "Damn you, I want to punch your face in so bad." The blonde guy frowned, and the class president, thinking that wasn't enough, added, "Oh, and that's not all. You're one of a kind, man." The blonde guy's expression changed immediately, thinking, I feel like I'm floating on a cloud. This guy really knows what he's talking about, right? As expected, I'm incredibly handsome. Haha, he blurted out. This guy might be ugly, but he's got a good eye. The class president forced another smile. Not at all. It's because you really are handsome, so handsome that even Sun Tung MTP would have to admit defeat. Cha Yu Jong-gun turned to two girls who had been twerking and asked himself, but why don't they compliment my looks? Do they have nerves of steel or something? Why are they holding back? The class president gave a friendly smile while thinking, you really think they're holding back? You idiot. Yu Jong-gun frowned and sighed. Aish, these kids, they should just be honest. The two girls looked annoyed. The girl with short hair whispered to her friend, that freak actually thinks he's good looking. I'd rather get insulted or punched than have to deal with this. Her long-haired friend agreed. Ugh, for real. I feel so sorry for whoever has to be his class president. Cha Yu Jong-gun kept checking his reflection in his phone and asked the class president, Hey, president, which part of my face do you think is the best? The class president didn't hesitate. All of it is ugly as hell. The blonde guy immediately stared at his desk mate. The class president shut his mouth, thinking, oh, I'm screwed. My mouth moved faster than my brain. Someone save me. Cha Yu Jong-gun said nonchalantly, What's wrong with you? I wasn't asking about my face. I was asking about yours. Suddenly, footsteps approached. It was Degun. The class president thought, oh, why the hell is the new kid here? The short-haired girl turned toward the door. Degun opened the classroom door and asked, Which one of you is Wadu Sheik? Cha Yu Jong-gun felt annoyed and said, What's the new guy doing here? Unlike the blonde guy, the class president couldn't hide his excitement, thinking, wow, he finally showed up. The two girls suddenly became strangely gentle and soft toward Degun. The long-haired girl asked what Degun wanted with Wadu Sheik. The short-haired girl nodded eagerly. Yeah, what's up? Wadu Sheik isn't here right now, Degun said, sounding bored. So when is he coming back? Both girls said they didn't know. Degun looked outside. Guess this trip was a waste of time. He whispered, Fine, I'll come back later. The class president couldn't stand it and got impatient. He gritted his teeth. No, you can't leave. Punch this Cha Yu Jong-gun idiot first. Luckily, the girl pulled Degun back, boldly suggesting, You're the new student, Degun, right? You're so handsome. Degun replied a bit awkwardly. Oh, thanks. The girl continued. You must be used to hearing that, right? Oh. Are you planning on becoming a teen idol? Degun looked blankly and said no. The short-haired girl shamelessly suggested, Can you help me film a TikTok video? You're tall, so you can get the perfect angle. It'll be flawless. Cha Yu Jong-gun saw Degun getting all the attention and barked, Damn it, I feel so irritated right now. The class president thought, Oh, thank goodness he's staying. Great. Now, just wait for that guy to get back to class. Degun swiped the girl's hand away and flatly refused. No, I'm busy. Let go. The class president was shocked, thinking, Holy crap, that's savage. Turning down a pretty girl like that? Just as Degun was about to leave, a loud voice shouted, You're ugly as hell, Cha Yu Jong-gun. The class president stood up, pointing directly at the blonde guy. You're as ugly as a dog. Let me tell you something. I know my place. But you, Cha Yu Jong-gun, you're hideous. You fool. Everyone knows you're ugly, only you don't know it, you idiot. The girls were stunned. The short-haired girl's eyes widened. What's wrong with the class president? He's got guts today. The other girl, hiding behind her, laughed. Scold him more, so he stops being so delusional. The blonde guy froze after being cursed out. He didn't say a word, just stared at the class president, and a second later, he burst out laughing like a madman. He laughed loudly. What the hell? This is hilarious. Haha. The class president saw this and turned pale. Do you get what's wrong with this guy? He says that, and gets away with it? Fine, I'll keep tearing him a new one. Thinking this, he felt a surge of strength. Am I just your punching bag? Why do you keep coming to me to get your rocks off? And calling yourself an idol? You're not even smart enough to study, yet you act like such a big shot. Hearing that, the blonde guy suddenly jumped up and snapped. That's enough. Even if you're joking, I'm not finding it funny anymore. The blonde guy turned to glare at the class president, his veins bulging as he cursed. Did you take the wrong pills today or something? You dare raise your voice at me? Surprisingly, the class president felt a weight lift off his chest. He chuckled to himself. Wow, I feel so much better. I guess you really have to be honest with yourself to live a decent life. No sooner had he finished speaking than a punch landed right on the class president's cheek, accompanied by a deafening, "You lunatic!" The class president immediately hit the floor and curled up to protect his head, while Yu Jinho, furious, started stomping on him and shouting insults. "You little bastard! You've got some nerve!" Even while getting beaten, the class president thought, "You're done for. It stings, but the new guy is going to come save me." With that thought, he glanced toward Degun. But Degun was just standing there calmly, watching the class president get beaten without batting an eye. It seemed he had no intention of interfering. As Yu Jinho kicked him in the cheek, the class president cursed under his breath. "Damn it, did Kim Do-hyun lie to me? He clearly said the new kid would handle all the bullies." At the same time, two female students asked, "Should we step in and stop it?" The other stopped her, saying, "Wait, let's keep filming for a second." Seeing them with a camera, Degun figured they were recording. "Are you two really filming this? Well, that makes it hard to get involved." He turned back to look at the class president being beaten. "Tisk," he thought. "But I can't just let this happen. All right, I'll just tell him to stop." With that, Dagon walked toward Eugene. Seeing this, the girls whispered to each other, "Whoa, get a close-up. He's definitely going over to Degun reached out and tapped Eugene on the shoulder. "Stop it. I know he talks too much, but you don't have to go this far." Eugene frowned and replied, "Why do you care? Get lost." The girl with short hair whispered to her friend, "Wow, Jinho looks like such a loser when he's standing next to the new guy, doesn't he? And his sidekick, the class president, is just as ugly." Heh. The blonde guy heard every word. Enraged, he turned back to glare at the girls as a warning. But the girls weren't afraid at all. One remarked, "Oh, look, he's staring at us. He can't do anything. Ha ha. But seriously, he is so ugly." Furious and embarrassed, the blonde guy lost his cool. He shoved Degun and barked, "Get your hands off me, you dog! Who do you think you are?" Then, Eugene even grabbed Degun by the collar and demanded, "Who do you think you are? How many followers do you even have? You're not even that handsome." Suddenly, the moment he finished, the whole classroom went silent. The two girls were stunned, whispering, "Holy crap, does he think you have to look like him to be handsome?" Degun smiled faintly. "Pff, forget your face. Let's talk about your personality. Hey buddy, don't you know how to control your emotions? Or are you just trying to show off because there are girls around?" With that, Degun gently locked the blonde guy's arms. The blonde was in a pathetic position, struggling and yelling, "Hey, jerk, let go of me right now. Why won't you let go, you idiot?" Degun leaned in and whispered in Eugene-ho's ear, "I'm giving you a chance while I'm still being nice. You should sit down and get ready for the next lesson, unless you want to embarrass yourself in front of these girls." Eugene-ho broke into a cold sweat, dripping like a waterfall. The girls were still holding their phones up, wondering, "Huh? What is he doing?" The other replied, "Who knows? Maybe he's powerless because his arm hurts." "Wow, the new guy is really good, and so handsome too." Heh. Eugene-ho heard this and felt incredibly annoyed, muttering, "Is he for real?" He looked at Dagon and pouted, thinking, "If I can't use my hands, I'll use my mouth." Dagon was bewildered. "Whoa, what the? Don't tell me you're actually doing that." Before he could finish, he snapped the guy's head to the side just as the spit flew out of his mouth. Degun let out a sigh of relief. "Wow, that was close. That's disgusting." Just then, the short-haired girl's phone dropped, and the spit landed right on her chest. She shouted, "Ah, what the hell, you jerk? That's so gross." The other girl rushed to get some tissues. Degun's expression suddenly changed, and the blonde guy noticed it too. "Oh crap, this is the end of me." Degun didn't keep him waiting. He controlled his strength and landed a punch that twisted the guy's jaw. "Oh man," he thought, "this hit feels weird. It feels like my brain just rattled out of my skull." Just one strike, and Eugene-ho was down flat. The class president scrambled back up, staring at Eugene-ho without blinking, unable to stop himself from exclaiming, "Holy crap, that's insane. One hit and he's out cold." The long-haired girl returned, handed the wet wipes to her friend, and asked, "What happened? I didn't see anything. Did something happen?" The other sighed in frustration. "Ugh, what a bummer. That looked like such a good shot, and I didn't even get it on camera." Just then, a voice came from the door. "What's going on here?" It was Kwak Jihan. He walked into the classroom and asked, "What's all this mess?" He suddenly froze when he saw Degun. "Oh, new kid? What are you doing here?" Degun's face hardened. "You're Kwak Jihan, right? It seems like you weren't in the auditorium last week, huh?" Jihan didn't answer. He looked at the class president and Eugene-ho, then turned back to Degun. "What did you do to them?" Degun thought for a second he was too lazy to explain, so he just said, "Yeah, let's just say that. What are you going to do about it?" The story continued in classroom 1 to 8. Amidst the chaos and the people sprawled on the floor, the protagonist stood tall and challenged him. "You're Kwak Jihan, right?" The guy opposite him replied, "Yeah, it's me. But why are you here causing trouble?" A female student standing nearby spoke up to explain the situation. "Kwak Jihan, Jonggu, and the class president started it. It's true, I even recorded it. Don't blame the new student." Upon hearing this, Kwak Jihan felt a bit more reassured. "Oh, I see. But why are you here?" Degun got straight to the point. He said, "I have a proposal for you. Why don't we go somewhere private to talk about it?" Right after receiving the proposal from the protagonist, Jihan stood there, frozen in thought. "A proposal? What is this all about?" Lee Sung-hoon said he'd handle this loser, but if he made it here, that means he lied to me. That cunning Lee Sung-hoon, what is he planning? Rows of books appeared. It looked like a library. Kim Do-hyun was startled when someone greeted him. He stuttered in response. "Huh? Oh, hello. Ninth class leader Lee Sung-hoon?" Sung-hoon gave a smirk. "Huh? You know me?" Kim Do-hyun was genuinely curious. "What are you doing here?" The other didn't let Kim Do-hyun wonder for long. He explained, "I heard the kids supporting Degun were gathering here. I want to join you guys." It was a completely unexpected proposal at such a time. Kim Do-hyun's jaw dropped. "Huh? But you're the ninth class leader. Why would someone like you come here?" Lee Sung-hoon just chuckled and said, "What do you mean, someone like me? You think you know me that well?" The situation was getting more complicated by the second. Kim Do-hyun stood there, anxious, his sweat pouring down non-stop as he stuttered. "No, wait, let me get back to the main character. He was giving orders to the other guy with incredible authority. You weren't there, so I'm giving you one chance. If you pay me back, I'll let you off the hook. I don't really want to hit you. I hear you're about to get famous, so you'd better protect that pretty face of yours." Kwak Dusik was red with rage at the protagonist's words. This bastard. He really knows how to get under people's skin. In the end, Dusik stubbornly refused. "Sorry man, but even if I wanted to, I can't give you the money." Faced with this disrespectful reply, our protagonist turned to him, furious, his eyes burning with rage. Dusik kept babbling, "I already spent it all." That line made his unconscious friend's eyes snap wide open in shock. Even from their passed-out state, they struggled to sit up, incessantly questioning, "You spent it all? But I still have to pay for my next treatment." Kwak Dusik ignored everything else and stood his ground. "Whatever. Anyway, I don't have the money now, so thanks for the offer. But you should get lost." The protagonist closed his eyes, intending to let it go, his voice filled with weariness. "Fine, I'll head out today. But before I leave, Degun didn't forget to show his power with a final warning. I'll give you until tomorrow. Think it over carefully. It's hard to get famous with a scarred face. And there's other stuff too." As soon as the protagonist left, the female students breathed a sigh of relief. "I really thought those two were going to fight. Thank goodness. Why do handsome guys always want to fight?" Suddenly, the look on Dusik's face shifted. He smirked cunningly, his feet slowly shifting backward as if preparing for something. At the same time, our protagonist moved in the opposite direction, but his instincts sensed something dangerous behind him. He glanced back to check. As expected, things didn't go beyond the protagonist's prediction. That hot-headed Dusik had made his move. He raised his leg high, as if trying to take Degun down with a single blow. The first strike didn't seem to land successfully. Dusik landed back on the ground, wobbling, getting back into a stance to try again, his eyes burning with a desire to challenge him. In the face of such amateur moves, the protagonist always had the perfect counter-strategy, standing tall in any situation. Dusik still refused to give up, complaining, "Why does everyone think I'm going to lose?" Responding to his confusion, the protagonist replied, "They're actually pretty smart for noticing the obvious." The situation was escalating into a full fight. Everyone was fixated on them. The surrounding chatter grew louder. Are they actually fighting? But Dusik really shouldn't get scars on his face. The girls watching couldn't hide their curiosity. Why are two good-looking guys fighting? I have to record this for TikTok. The friend next to her asked, confused. Can you even post that? The other replied, who knows, just record it first. Dusik's legs once again charged forward arrogantly without hesitation. He threw a punch straight toward the protagonist's position. However, our main character quickly read his movements and blocked it. After the punch failed, Dusik switched it up and lifted his right leg, swinging it toward the protagonist's neck like a deadly weapon. After countering for a while, our protagonist began to get a feel for the rhythm. He thought to himself, he's fast and flexible. Not bad. Kwak Dusik's kicks were still very strong, coming with high frequency and intensity. Our protagonist scanned the area and thought it would be easy to handle. However, The moment he saw the female student's phone recording, Degun felt it was such a hassle. To avoid being caught on camera, he made up his mind to move out of that angle. Even though the protagonist tried his best to stay out of the frame, the girl kept screaming, "What the heck? I can capture every angle." Right after she said that, our protagonist shifted his attack, dashing quickly in front of the phone, looking puzzled. Through some maneuvering, the person blocking the frame was now Kwak Dusik. The girl, still recording, started screaming, "Huh? Why can I only see Kwak Dusik's back?" Kwak Dusik became more and more furious as the fight went on. He thought, confused, "How the hell does this bastard dodge everything? I'm supposed to be fast!" But the protagonist was just as quick, his combat level always surprising others. His friends outside tried to yell, "Kwak Dusik, let's go." He even grabbed his friend standing behind him. "Hey, you! Cheer for him." Degun's gaze sank once more. He was trying to survey his surroundings. Just as the protagonist grabbed Kwak Dusik's leg, he pulled it hard and charged toward the guy cheering loudly. Degun's hand squeezed the cheering blonde guy's face tight, his expression distorted. Because of his weak physique, the blonde guy was shoved directly into the girl, recording the video. The phone flew high into the sky. The girl screamed in panic. "What are you doing, you Joku? You lunatic." While our protagonist was dealing with the recording issue, that Kwak Dusik ran over to remind him, "You've still got time to get distracted?" Right after that prompt, our main character turned back to the confrontation. He lunged straight at Kwak Dusik. Instead of attacking his head, he ducked low. "I'll avoid your face." Degun used his agility. He quickly shifted behind Dusik, unleashing a barrage of powerful punches, leaving his opponent writhing in pain. Kwak Dusik's face showed clear agony, his eyes filled with hurt. Unable to take any more, Dusik completely lost his orientation, wobbling before collapsing to the ground. Our protagonist told him beforehand that one more hit was needed. The punch landed, forcing Dusik's mouth open, his face turning a terrifying shade of red. The protagonist always looked cool after a fight. He didn't even want to look back to see how his opponent was doing. The other friends, who had been busy fighting and arguing, shifted their attention toward the protagonist. Before leaving, Degun gave a final order. "Bring the money tomorrow. This isn't a suggestion anymore. If you don't listen, I'll smash your face in." The powerful words sank deep into Dusik's mind. His confidence faded, his face pale with anxiety. Everyone around was shocked by the fight, their mouths wide open. In their heads, they thought, "Degun is so cool. He really is a legend." Having finished the business in Class 8, our protagonist looked ahead and asked, "Class 5 next, right?" The scene in the 5th grade classroom comes into focus, filled with chatter. A female classmate speaks up. "You jock, I'm heading out with the others later. You coming?" You jock asks curiously. "Just girls?" "Nah. Count me out." The classmate looks surprised. "Why not? They all really want you to come." You jock, having no intention of going, dodges the question with a distraction. "Does my jacket look good?" The girl glances over and praises him. "It looks great. My taste is just spot on." She still doesn't forget to push Yujock to go, just so he can show off the jacket. They'll definitely scream and tell you how handsome you are. The female classmate hits a nerve with Yuck. He agrees. "Fine, I guess I can stop by for a bit." Suddenly, the girl screams in terror. "Oh my god, Jay! They're saying that G from the 8th grade got beaten up by the new transfer student." Hearing this, Yujock freezes. "What? Just now?" The classmate sounds even more certain. "Yeah. And he's heading this way. Is he trying to beat you up too?" As the rumors reach Yujock, he gets mad as hell, cursing under his breath. Lee Lai-Sung-hun, that bastard. The scene shifts to a meeting between Kim Do-hyun and Lee Lai-Sung-hun. Lee Sung-hun asks, "So, this group has no specific goal?" Kim Do-hyun shyly explains, I'm still figuring it out. My brotherhood with Degun is rock solid though." Suddenly, Lee Sung-hun asks, "What about me?" This random question leaves Kim Do-hyun confused. "Huh?" Lee Sung-hun, step by step, starts manipulating him, suggesting that he should lead the group for Kim Do-hyun. Kim Do-hyun answers flatly, "No, I'll take orders from Degun." Suddenly, Lee Sung-hun's voice drops, and his expression shifts. He's trying to remind Kim Do-hyun, "Are you slow or something?" This remark makes Kim Do-hyun hesitate and step aside. "Lee Sung-hun, you're the leader from now on." In just a blink, Lee Sung-hun has finished his negotiation. He pats Kim Do-hyun on the shoulder. "Ha, don't call me that. I'll do my best. I just want Degun to wipe out all the bullies, that's all. They just ruin the school atmosphere, don't they? Some of them don't even realize they're being bullied." On the other side, Yujock is somewhat panicked. He declines the hangout. "I have to get home early. Family stuff came up." The girl nods. Oh, okay. You'll come later though, right? Yoo-jok quickly makes his way out of the classroom. However, as he reaches the door, he runs into our protagonist. Degun has just arrived, his eyes locked onto the other guy. He reminds Jock, "School isn't over yet. Where are you going?" The scene continues right there in classroom 5. The main character walks up and repeats the reminder, "School isn't over yet. Where do you think you're going?" As soon as Yoo-jok sees the main character, his face goes pale. He glances behind him, not daring to meet his eyes. Knowing he can't dodge this anymore, Yoo-jok suggests they go outside to talk. The scene shifts outside. Degun is curious about the current situation. Why so far? Yoo-jok replies to the main character's question, asking if it's better to handle these things in a quiet spot. Degun feels that aligns with his intentions. Yoo-jok furrows his brows in discomfort, silently hardening his resolve, thinking to himself, "This guy beat Kim Gun-yuunk. I have to take him down today." Yoo-jok looks around, trying to analyze the situation. He's definitely strong, but what if I launch a surprise attack? Even though Jock knows what he's about to do is cowardly, he decides he has no choice. The closer he gets to the main character, the more tense he becomes, gritting his teeth. He is fully aware of his own limitations. Damn it, there's no way I can beat him. Yoo-jok's legs are shaking. It seems he's almost abandoning the idea of a cheap shot. He asks, "Is this about the money collection?" Yoo-jok's hands clench into fists, and after thinking it over, he speaks up. "I don't know the reason, but I'll do as you say. So, what do I need to do now?" The school setting shifts to late afternoon. Our protagonist packs up his books, lost in thought. 7th grade, 9th grade, then the 5th graders. I did threaten them, sure. But before I start throwing punches, I have to find the right targets first. Degun carefully recalls Kim Do-hyun telling him to just ask them straight if they're collecting money or not. But when the main character asks, unpredictable things happen. "Are you collecting money?" The guy answers bluntly, "Yeah." Right after that answer, the main character strikes. Then, drop dead. If they'd just come clean, it would be easy. But if they deny it, I don't know anything. It gives Degun a headache, and it's hard to argue back. "Oh, is that so?" At that point, our guy just has to walk away, while the others laugh and think, hey, what a fool. I'm raking in the cash." The more the main character thinks about the angles, the more messy it all feels. He realizes it would be way easier if he had someone to scout ahead for him. Scene shifts to classroom 9. Everyone is packing up to leave. Before heading out, classmates remind the last one left, Lee Seung-hoon, "Remember to lock the door when you leave." Lee Seung-hoon replies, "Yeah, get home safe. See you tomorrow." "Yeah, bye." As soon as the class clears out, Kwak Do-sik runs into the classroom, face twisted, shouting, "Get out of my way. Lee Seung-hoon, you son of a BTH, what kind of game are you playing?" Lee Seung-hoon seems to have anticipated this, facing him with a completely calm expression, then tries to act concerned for the other, speaking in a condescending tone. "Everyone's watching. Aren't you embarrassed? You have no sense of decorum." Do-sik, having just walked in, gets criticized and freezes. "What do you mean? Have you lost your mind?" Along with Kwak Do-sik, Jock shows up too. He asks in surprise, "Kwak Do-sik? You're here too?" Everything is spiraling into chaos. Do-sik screams, "What the hell is going on?" Lee Seung-hoon welcomes them with a smirk, his voice arrogant. "You Jock is here too? You guys aren't exactly on friendly terms, are you?" Lee Seung-hoon keeps attacking them with words. "Are you losers planning on teaming up?" Do-sik, being hot-headed, hears this and loses it, declaring, "Hey you Jock, I'm not letting this guy slide today." Ignoring the threats, Lee Seung-hoon watches them, completely calm. Kwak Do-sik lunges wildly, his fist aiming straight for Lee Seung-hoon. Jock's face is twisted in determination, set on taking Lee Seung-hoon down. But that determination is quickly crushed. Lee Seung-hoon strikes faster. The punch leaves Do-sik's handsome face crooked and distorted. Not stopping at the punch to the face, Lee Seung-hoon ruthlessly spins around and kicks the guy away without a hint of mercy. Yoo-jok, standing to the side, watches, eyes wide with shock, as Do-sik collapses to the floor. Lee Seung-hoon, what the hell are you doing?" No sooner does Yoo-jok finish the sentence than his own face takes a massive blow. This fight just makes Lee Seung-hoon more confident. He taunts them directly. "What are you doing? Get in here and fight. Don't just stand on the sidelines." He sneered dismissively. "Getting beat up again and you still haven't learned your lesson?" Yoo-jok took a direct hit to the face, his eyes burning with pure resentment. "You bastard." The tension hit a breaking point. Dui-seok wasn't going down without a fight. He lunged forward, throwing a punch straight at Seung-hoon. But this guy Seung-hoon was fast. He dodged backward, and in that split second, He grabbed Jock's hand and didn't let go, completely overpowering him. No matter how hard Jock struggled, he couldn't break free, his face flushed red with rage. It didn't end there. The brutal Seung-hun shoved Jock's face back. He winced in pain, his whole body forced backward. At one point, Jock's head was practically sticking out of the classroom, but Seung-hun quickly yanked him back in. Everything happened so fast, leaving no trace behind. Students passing by heard a noise and glanced over, but they didn't suspect a thing. The classroom door was firmly shut, acting as a cover for Seung-hun's shady business. Cutting to the gym, it was incredibly rowdy in there. "What are you doing? Get back in there and fight." In the center of the scene, two guys were brawling while someone else shouted, cheering them on. "Fight back. Come on. Give it a rest. He's already lost." The guys in the ring were just bullies picking on someone weaker, while the people outside were just gossiping. "Hey, stop that guy. They're in completely different weight classes." The match looked increasingly lopsided and dangerous. People kept trying to intervene. "Hey, stop. The other kid is already out cold. Why does he keep hitting him?" The frantic punches forced people outside to rush in and intervene. "Hey, cut it out. Is that guy insane or what?" Sunga watched the guys in the ring and offered his take. "Looks like he can't control his adrenaline. Is he playing football or something?" The guy next to him gave a firm answer. "Yeah, it's a PER." Sunga added, "He knows how to use his strength, but he's not a fighter, so he can't control it." After overdoing it with his opponent, the guy started whining, "Ugh, my bad." Before ending the session, Gu Songa gave instructions for the coming days. Starting tomorrow, they were doubling the training intensity. "Go comfort those guys who are all worked up. That's enough for today. We're back at classroom 9. The weakling was lying slumped on the floor, and Jae had been beaten to a pulp, blood dripping down his face non-stop. Seung-hun stepped forward, looming over him, and asked, "Do you know your place yet?" Seung-hun was feeling more confident than ever. He declared, "I'm going to make Kwon Degun the boss around here. You just need to know that, because fake people like you don't get to choose." The sun began to set, the light fading into a golden hue. The protagonist was walking along the street, heading straight home. However, as he walked, Degun sensed footsteps following him. He froze, thinking to himself, "Someone's tailing me again? Who is it this time?" He knew he had plenty of enemies, and he didn't want to alert them, so he kept walking, planning his next move. "This building is tiny. I'll just stick to the usual route." He walked slowly, then veered into the area behind the wall. Degun dashed behind it, which made his pursuer speed up. Just as the guy poked his head around to look, the protagonist carefully climbed the wall. In a flash, he landed right behind his follower. The pursuer looked around, confused about where Degun had gone, because it was a dead end. Right then, Degun spoke up, interrogating him. "Why did you come to a parking lot? There isn't a single car here." The face of the person following him was revealed. It was Ara. She looked flustered. "Degun?" The protagonist was a bit surprised, asking, "Is that you? Why were you following me?" Ara answered shyly, "No, I just wanted to tag along for a bit. I saw someone following you, so I trailed them because they looked really suspicious. But then that person just vanished, so it was just me." Even so, our lead pointed out her mistake. "So you were following me?" Ara was embarrassed, stumbling over her words. "I'm sorry, Degun. I didn't mean anything bad by it. I just never had the chance to thank you for saving me." Our hero replied, "I'll give you my number. If you need anything, just call me." Hearing this, Ara's eyes went wide with joy. "Huh? Really?" Ara mumbled while punching it in. "My number isn't very pretty. I should have changed it to something nicer." The protagonist was baffled. "What are you talking about?" Degun was busy, so he excused himself. "I'm heading out. It's not dark yet. You can get home on your own, right?" Still, Ara pouted. "Walk me home." Cutting to the protagonist's apartment complex. He muttered as he got home, "It's really late now. Glad I walked her home. I don't know if it's just me or if the whole world is going crazy." Degun grew more confused as he thought about it. He complained about his luck. "And another thing, how many times have I been followed now? Since I got involved with Kim Gun Yuong, Yang Jin Mo, his crew, and then those 2 ninth-grade girls. Luckily, they're just kids. But it's not just them, there's also Pari Jun and the private investigators hanging around me." He kept thinking while he showered. "I didn't even notice I was being stalked. It'll be a real pain if this happens all the time." Bak Hee-jun suddenly popped into his head. I don't know why he came all the way to Zong, but it's definitely related to the manager. What's his deal with her, and why did he tell me not to trust her? The more Degun thought, the more his head spun. I really don't get what he's talking about. But I guess I only have to do one thing. Early the next morning at school, the internal monologue began. "I really don't like Lee Seung-hun." Du Hai-hun was analyzing him. His eyes are so shifty. I know it. He's not a loser like me. He's a bully. How dare he interfere with my relationship with Degun? I have to badmouth him to Degun. Kim Do-hyun was determined to win. The position of club president had to be his. However, as Kim Do-hyun walked into the classroom, he froze in his tracks. The protagonist looked at Kim Do-hyun and said, "Oh, you're here. I already heard." Sung-hun was pretending to be friendly. "Hey Kim Do-hyun, I just told Degun about that thing." As soon as he heard that and saw Sung-hun's face, Kim Do-hyun felt crushed, screaming internally, "Degun, don't believe him." Flashing back to that sunset, on the way back from walking Ara home, he looked around and asked, "Where are we?" "The atmosphere is totally different from the alley back there, isn't it?" Ara answered hesitantly. "Yeah. Degun, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. Thank you for saving me back then." Degun responded to the thanks. "If you're talking about that, what is there to thank me for? I'm the one who feels bad that you got dragged into it." Bringing up that day, Ara seemed to remember it very clearly. Jaein said some harsh things back then, didn't he? I thought you'd be hurt. The protagonist didn't really care about those harsh words though. What could he even say? What he said was true though. It's a fact that you guys got dragged into this because of me, so I'm not hurt. Don't worry about it. Ara raised her hand, looking flustered as she spoke. Actually, Jaein feels really guilty about it too. I can't tell you the exact reason, but Jaein was pretty shocked. Everyone has their own weak spots, you know. Degun seemed to understand the situation well. He nodded in agreement. That's true. Depending on the circumstances, anyone can end up feeling desperate. Ara became more animated, grabbing the protagonist's arm as she cautioned him. Even if you can't think clearly right now, he'll come to apologize eventually, so please don't hold a grudge. Can you wait for him? Our main character agreed right away. Still, he remained skeptical. I'm curious about something. Ara's eyes lit up as soon as she heard Degun agree. Huh? Really? Go ahead. Ask me. I like spicy buns and watching mystery movies. Degun brushed that answer aside, focusing on his main question. That's not it. Is grade 9 the class for top-tier university admissions? What's the atmosphere like in that class? There aren't any troublemakers, right? Ara quickly answered all the protagonist's questions. At first, sure. All the girls couldn't compete with Jaein in a fight, and all the boys listened to Sung-hun. With that, Sung-hun made our protagonist even more curious about his identity. According to Ara's explanation, this guy was the class president of her grade. If Sung-hun takes the time to discuss things, everyone just obeys. He has natural leadership skills. Everyone listens to him, so the atmosphere is pretty good now. The protagonist just replied indifferently. Is that so? Ara tried to pull on Degun's arm. Are you curious about that? Anything else? Degun responded coolly. I guess so. Scene shift to the school. The protagonist was thinking to himself, even though he was with the sophomores back then, he might not be a bad guy after all. Since he'd heard about the extortion scheme from that position, he had to go verify it sooner or later. Just as our main character was about to leave, Sung-hun stepped forward and called out to him. Degun was surprised and turned his head. He took off his glasses to look at the guy. The moment he arrived, the guy started chatting him up. I'm Lee Sung-hun from grade 9. Let's talk for a bit. The story continues in classroom 1. Kim Do-hyun was still looking surprised at what was happening in front of him. He asked, "You two have already met?" That was fast. Our main character informed Kim Do-hyun, even though it was a short time, "You've worked hard. What you've been doing, this friend will take over now." Do-hyun tried to point out some of Sung-hun's flaws that Degun should know about. Sung-hun is the big boss of grade 9. A big boss, huh? You mean a bully? Sung-hun immediately put on a friendly face and explained, "Just because I'm the big boss, you're calling me a bully?" You could think of it that way. This guy Sung-hun deliberately twisted Kim Do-hyun's words. Degun is the big boss of grade 6. If that's the case, is Degun also a bully? This putting words in his mouth tactic made Do-hyun flustered and dismissive. No, that's not what I meant at all. Our main character felt a bit of a headache. He waved it off. Forget it. I know what you're worried about. Actually, I had that same prejudice at first. Flashback to the earlier conversation. Our main character had just spotted Seung-hun and stepped up, asking, "You said you wanted to talk?" It's a good thing, because I was wondering whether to settle this with my fists or not. Before the protagonist could even make an accusation, this guy Sung-hun asserted that he wasn't extorting money. Our main character was confused. That was clearly him. You said don't, right? This Sung-hun was a clever one. He had used sweet words. Degun, you're truly incredible. I really admire you. Degun just stood there, face blank, as if he didn't know what was happening. Yeah, what is this? Seung-hun kept saying soft things. Thank you. Thanks to you, I don't have to collect money anymore. I was really suffering. He was trying to play the victim and vent his troubles. As the class president of grade 9, I had no choice but to collect money to protect the kids in my class. Wearing the big boss title, I couldn't avoid the bad reputation of being a bully, but I've always looked for a way to break that prejudice. He put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, whispering, "Just knowing you exist gave me hope. Could you give me a chance to help you?" After listening to his explanation for a while, the protagonist replied, "Since you put it that way, I can feel your sincerity. There might be a prejudice that you're a bully, but I've already decided to delegate this to Sung-hun." Kim Do-hyun immediately pushed back against that delegation. "Huh? No, the protagonist continued. "Anyway, let's officially delegate this to Sung-hun." After saying that, he even facilitated it. "Come on, both of you, shake hands." These two, one pretending to be friendly, the other feeling awkward. "Is that okay?" I'm counting on you." Do-hyun followed the protagonist's lead on the outside, but he was incredibly bitter towards Sung-hun. This jerk Sung-hun tried to act like a good person, his voice full of excitement. "Anyway, from now on, before we officially start, wouldn't it be better if everyone gathered together?" The scene shifts to a quiet room. Dongmin looked around, confused and judgmental. "What's this? Why are we suddenly showing up like this?" Ho-dong was also puzzled. When did those two get close? The guy Sung-hun stood tall, speaking up to grab everyone's attention. "Everyone's here. I see. From now on, I'm starting the meeting for the Anti-Bullying Association." Young Do, sitting below, asked, "What? An alliance? If you've got money, you can do anything. Speak clearly." Sung-hun smiled friendly and explained, "It sounds grand, but it's nothing special. Just an anti-bullying association." He declared his goal in front of many people. Bullies must be caught. Furthermore, they must be eliminated. That's what it means. Sorry for calling you all here just to say that. There it is. No Manhwa, after listening, raised his own question. Let's say that's true, but why is the grade 9 big boss in charge? The protagonist stepped in to explain, "I'm the one who asked for it. I want to break the extortion laws in this school. To do that, I think Lee Sung-hun is very suitable." Sung-hun, trusted by the protagonist, chimed in, "I have the same goal, and I can also help Degun a lot." He proudly introduced himself again. "I'm both the big boss and the class president of grade 9. As you know, money collection is carried out by the class presidents. I've joined the school's cadre association, which links everyone, regardless of their grade level, so I can track the cash flow, which class is collecting money that year, and find out who to hit. No matter how strong the gun is, if the target isn't clear, it's useless. You have to set a clear target and aim precisely." Seung-hun sounded like he was applying a speech to the meeting. He believed that if Degun was the gun, he was the scope, setting the target accurately. Hearing this, the others reacted with unanimous annoyance. "Oh, nice and cozy, huh?" Dongmin cut in. "Hold on, what's your relationship with the sophomores anyway? Why are you hanging out with them?" Sung-hun raised a hand to calm him down. "Look, I get how it looks, but don't worry, we just ended up together after the student council meeting with the teachers." Do-hyun, sitting nearby, sighed in boredom. "Can we wrap this up? I don't have all day. I still have to study my English vocabulary." "So, what's the actual plan?" Sung-hun replied, "If we want to stop the extortion, there's only one way. The boss of the 53rd District, Bu Hyuk." According to Sung-hun, for reasons unknown, the 53rd year student leaders, including Bu Hyuk, were currently absent. That's why we're going to strike the 52nd. If we stop the sophomores from linking up with the 53rd year, those rats hiding in the shadows, well, since it might pull the 53rd into this. Sung-hun laid out his plan. "Before the extortion stuff, we have to clean house first. We aren't done with the freshmen yet. Even though they've started collecting money, I see it as a necessary evil we have to clear out." Kind-hun suddenly chimed in. "Is that what you think? I haven't heard anything special. I just train after school. I don't bother those guys. You're really clueless." Sung-hun planted the thought in everyone's mind. Cruelty without malice is the purest form of cruelty. His obsession with technique has turned him into a monster. We need to look at what he does after school. The person Sung-hun was referring to was Sunga. Because it was a special physical education class, all kinds of athletes were gathered in one place. Gu Sunga had been using that to satisfy his own twisted desires. The others were dying to know what those desires were. Seung-hun claimed those desires involved fighting others. It made people think of brutal, hand-to-hand combat. Did he really analyze every martial arts discipline? Does he have data on how to exploit them? Kim Do-hyun asked, his curiosity piqued. Why go that far? The baseless analysis of Sunga continued. Information. He wasn't satisfied just training his own technique. He'd probably go after Degun first, using the info he gathered to make others bleed just to sharpen his skills. This realization left the protagonist feeling a bit uneasy what was going on. Seung-hun doubled down. It's obvious. He saw that technique back at the lecture hall with Pak Parjin. That's a technique-obsessed freak would see for the first time. You think he'd just let that slide? Right now, over at the PE department, Sunga is probably grabbing that maniac by the shoulder. He asked, "What are you doing? You can stop now." The maniac replied with something stupid, but he still hadn't collapsed. Sunga frowned, raising his arm to signal. Wrong move. With that, Sunga's hand went straight to the unruly guy's throat. His entire body was lifted into the air. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Sunga told him, "Seems like you need to experience what a limit really is, huh?" The friends behind them panicked and shouted, "Sunga, what are you doing?" Sunga kept choking him, his words cold and sharp. "You can't break through your limits with a half-hearted attitude. You have to push past them to reach the peak." By late afternoon, the sun was setting over the school. No Man-ho's group was heading home together. Dongmin muttered, "I don't like Lee Seung-hun." No Man-ho asked, confused, "Why?" Dongmin, "You think he's too full of himself, acting like he's in charge?" However, No Man-ho argued, "He's right though. Truth is, he can help Degun." Dongmin knew that perfectly well, but Dongmin had his own perspective. "That's not it. It's just a feeling. Anyway, I don't like that guy with the glasses." He glanced over and reassured him. "Minsu, I'm not talking about you." Eventually, Daegung Min brushed it off. "If Daegun is okay with it, then fine. Let's just go play some video games and relieve some stress." Other friends teased, "Are you really relieving it? Or is it making you more stressed?" "Haha, shut it." The sky turned dark. An image of a building appeared, and someone opened the door. Daeksok sat inside and said, "You're here?" Seung-hun was the one who opened the door. As soon as he entered, he said, "Praying, huh? Did you go see Bitch Baeksu-chul? You're late because of that?" Daesok replied, annoyed, "Yeah, didn't see him." Seung-hun remained incredibly confident while talking. He analyzed, "I told you it wouldn't happen, and it's been a while since I stopped caring about school stuff." Yoo-jok was getting more curious. "Why are you here? So? Tell me your plan." Seung-hun, ever the schemer, slowly revealed his hand. "Don't worry, everything will go my way. The signal will come soon, so be ready until then. We have to prepare for the storm coming." The scene shifted to the residence area. A voice called out, "Hey, what's wrong? Is dinner ready?" "Damn it." Suji opened the rice cooker and yelled in frustration, "You maniac! I told you not to put protein in the rice. I don't like it. You eat all of it." Suji looked around, surprised. "Huh? Money on the table? You should have told me sooner." "Fine. I'm hanging up." She counted the money, bewildered. "What is this? What's up with that Beichu Hyuk guy lately? Where is all this money coming from?" The scene shifted to the PE building. It was extremely chaotic inside. A fight was breaking out. One side looked terrified, while the other was going berserk. Relentless punches slammed into the opponent's face. He kept hitting him from the time the guy was standing until he was slumped on the ground. The fighter's eyes were bloodthirsty, his fists always ready. The onlookers started whispering, "Sunga, that BXO guy. Ever since you choked him until he passed out, he seems to be fighting better. I thought you'd suddenly gone crazy, because you did something you'd never done before. So, from now on, do we have to choke them before we fight?" Sunga scribbled notes, retorting to his friend. "Nonsense." His friend still didn't seem to get it. "Huh? What?" Sunga frowned and explained it away. "Based on the analysis I've done so far, the limit is clear their physicality is no different from an ordinary person." His friend jumped, disbelieving. "What are you talking about? That kid fighting right now? The level has to be different from an ordinary person. The guys you're researching are the ones who got in with special skills." His friend kept obsessing over the issue, trying to dig deeper. "Why all of a sudden? You've been doing this for years since that time, so why say it's nonsense now?" Sunga suddenly shouted, and everyone stopped. The shout grabbed everyone's attention. He called out the 10 people with the best special skills, including BXHO. Everyone gathered. When BXHO heard he was included, his face went blank, as if he had no idea what was going on. Sunga stood before the gathered group, his expression grave as he spoke. "I need you guys to help me with some special research." Sunga approached BXHO, placed a hand on his shoulder, and asked, "BXHO, when I knocked you out earlier, what did you feel? Was it misery? Or did you reach your limit? Or did you feel something transcendent?" Seunghwa watched the other's silence and changed his line of questioning. "Not really? Then maybe you couldn't feel anything at all. But that's okay, because you have a special role to play." Cut to a dilapidated housing complex where a group was gathering. They looked around, confused, whispering to each other. I don't even know what Sunga is thinking anymore. That's what I'm saying. Sunga's close confidant arrived and spoke up to settle the noisy crowd. What are they talking about? Is this some pointless thing Sunga's doing? Everyone has different ideas, so let's just confirm what's actually going on. The confidant walked up to Beeks-ho and said, Beeks-ho, your role is important. As the crowd focused their attention on Beeks-ho, someone else sent a message to Sung-hun. The message read, You're Lee Sung-hun from the 9th grade, right? Need to let Degun know about the 8th grade Sung-hun? The guy has lost his mind. Sunga's confidant shouted to gather everyone. Is everyone ready? If not, hurry up and get started. Faced with this, BX-ho was flustered, his expression fearful and speechless. Do I really have to fight? The others looked at him brazenly and said, We're just following orders, don't hold a grudge. Immediately after those words, punches rained down on BX-ho's face. Cut to another location. In a room, the question was asked, How's the walk situation lately? Kim Samuel replied dejectedly. Pretty chaotic. We tried to get Dugong Myung and Bi-hyu involved, but they haven't crossed paths yet. Regardless, the rumors about the third years seemed true. Sung-hun was distracted from the conversation. He kept checking his phone screen, then immediately stood up and waved goodbye. Sorry, I have to go. The others left behind were slightly confused. Leaving already? What about the ceremony? Kim Samuel added, Funny, I wanted to hang out with you too. Seung-hun responded with a fake friendly attitude. Me too. Anyway, we'll see each other next time. As soon as Sung-hun stepped out of the room, he picked up his phone to make an urgent call. Our protagonist's phone rang, and Kim Do-hyun, sitting next to him, reminded him. Hey Degun, Lee Sung-hun is calling. The protagonist immediately picked up. Yeah, what? Kim Do-hyun, sitting nearby, couldn't hide his bitterness, thinking to himself, why is this guy Sung-hun calling? Is he trying to take back the president position by any means necessary? I'm not even taking money for English tutoring anymore. Degun seemed surprised by what he heard on the other end. What? You're reporting news? Where? I'm coming right now. Sung-hun, after informing the protagonist of the current issue, walked while intently watching his phone. Updates on the physical training group were playing on his phone. Sung-hun looked at them and thought, Are the 7th graders ganging up on someone? Did Gu Sunga order this? Sung-hun understood his opponent well, and thought to himself, even though I know he does anything for his research, he's not the type to enjoy low-level bullying like this. I have a rough idea, but let's cooperate for now and see. The English book on the table was closed, replaced by the sound of voices. That's exactly it. Do-hyun kept talking on the phone, repeatedly confirming. His face looking serious. You know it. That Lee Sung-hun guy is super suspicious. Who knows what he's hiding? Kim Do-hyun glanced back and forth while talking on the phone. If I call Lee Sung-hun directly, well, something scarier might happen. Actually, you calling him is better than me. No Man-ho, on the other end, responded calmly. I got it. Let me call Lee Sung-hun. Dongmin was sitting nearby, and upon hearing the name Sung-hun, he asked excitedly, What's going on? No, Man-ho quickly explained the current situation to his two friends. Kim Do-hyun called. It looks like Lee Sung-hun called Degun. The gist of the conversation I heard was that there's some kind of fight at the construction site. Dongbin was genuinely surprised by the news. She reacted strongly. What? He could have just called Lee Sung-hun directly. Tisk, that's really suspicious. Dongmin was flustered. Yet looking at his friend, the guy was still stuffing his face. Hey, stop eating already. Get up quick. Hodong tried to finish his last bite of noodles and asked, Do you even know where to go? Dongbin thought about the situation and pointed the way. They said the construction site. Are we supposed to take a bus or fly there? There's only one construction site you can walk to. Footsteps gradually moved toward the construction site. The person appearing this time was Sung-hun. He was watching his phone and thinking, First off, that's the construction site where that guy sent the location. Nothing beats arriving early. There's still some time until Degun gets here. I'll observe for now. The spot where Sung-hun was standing was in a building. He determined that this building had a clear view of the construction site. His gaze stayed fixed on the site, a sinister look in his eyes as thoughts raced. That Sunga guy is more interesting than I thought. At the center of the fight, punches were landing non-stop, striking BX-ho's body. The barrage of hits was so intense that BX-ho couldn't even lift his head. The person throwing the punches hesitated, curious. How long do I have to keep hitting him? The others shook their heads. Don't know. Just keep hitting. The group was in a state of confusion, whispering questions. When is Gu Sunga coming? He might be here already. Who knows what he's doing somewhere else? It seemed Sunga was in the building across the way, using binoculars to monitor the situation at the construction site. His close confidant appeared at the same time, asking curiously, "Sunga, how's the research going? Any progress yet?" Sunga replied dejectedly, "Not yet." The confidant brought more news. "A moment ago, I told that guy to pretend to call for help. He already called Lee Sung-hun. Both Lee Sung-hun and that Degun will be here soon. Should be here any minute." Right at that moment, the confidant spotted something. "Gu Sunga, look over there." The figure below was the protagonist. They were confused. "That's Degun, right? Did he come along?" Our guy had just arrived and picked up his phone to call. "I'm here. Where are you?" "That jerk," Sung-hun replied with a lie. "Degun, you've arrived? Sorry, something came up. I'll be late." He said the top floor. "Why don't you head up first?" the protagonist replied to the person on the other end. "Don't bother. In that case, no need to rush." Lee Sung-hoon tried to keep up the charade. "No, it's dangerous alone. I'm coming right now." Degun, however, couldn't care less whether he showed up or not. He replied coldly, "Whatever." Lee Sung-hoon was enjoying the leisure, his voice cheerful. "The rooftop is so refreshing. And the view is great. Honestly, it's nice up here." Whatever the case, was the reason fake after all? How short-sighted. From the building across the way, Seung-hwa had seen through the whole thing. He silently mused. "Standing there just to observe Degun? Not bad, huh? Then I'll just stay here and watch the both of you." The construction site was in total chaos. The mob continued to fight under orders. The protagonist started climbing the stairs from below. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed relentlessly. Degun sped up to the higher level, finally closing in on his opponent. He walked up and said, "Not a bad spot to pick, is it? I like it here too." Degun loosened his tie and declared to them, "Even if I beat you all to death, nobody would know." The thugs started to get scared, glancing at each other, then at the protagonist. "How do you know about this place?" They were panicked. "What's this? Nogu Sung-ah?" Degun was curious as well. "Where's Sung-ah?" "Oh, never mind, you guys don't need to answer. Watching you fight, I guess she's already here." On the other side, the close friend kept questioning Seung-hwa. "It's starting. So, what kind of research is this? Using a fake excuse just to beat up those guys?" Seung-hwa observed everything intently and replied, "A normal person like them can't break their limits. It's determined that only the chosen can. You can see that the chosen ones are only those with a clear goal for enhancement, and a will to constantly train themselves." The friend still didn't understand the ultimate goal. "Even if they're quite strong in the 7th class, second only to us, is it really enough for you to have such high hopes?" Seung-hwa dismissed it. "No, I'm not hoping they get stronger. They're just going to be sacrifices for Degun soon." However, the information gained from them being sacrificed, Degun learning about that technique and leveling up, that's what I'm actually looking forward to. At that same moment, a new character appeared, judging them, treating friends like pawns. "How truly despicable," Seung-hwa replied. "Right on time. Sim Sang-bo, is it?" This guy, Sim Sang-bo, seemed eager. "I'm not too late, am I?" Seung-hwa confirmed that the timing was just right. On the other side, the thugs were rushing in. Degun provoked them. "Once is fine, but you want to go one-on-one?" The guy retorted. "Just getting in the way is enough. Because I'm an outboxer, just like you." The story continued at the construction site. Murmurs and chatter filled the air. The question arose, what does it take to be a good fighter? Seung-hwa explained it. The answer usually requires two things. The first is physical factors, muscle strength forged through movement and conditioning. If you train hard, you get muscle strength. Talent isn't strictly necessary. Sim Sang-bo was curious about the next part. Seung-hwa didn't hesitate to explain. The second thing is in the boxing you're practicing. The boxing that Sim Sang-bo practices daily is technique, with punches that can inflict damage on an opponent, by using techniques to control the opponent, or techniques to break bones so the opponent loses the ability to fight, or techniques to knock them unconscious. Physical fitness and technique, that's what people usually talk about. But there's one more important thing. You don't need to use your body for it, but your brain. Information. Seung-hwa broke it down for Sim Sang-bo. Before every match, you need to investigate the opponent's information, from technical advantages to their habits. Then, analyze that info and come up with a suitable fighting strategy to knock them out. The fight doesn't just happen in the ring, it starts before you even step inside. Finally, Seung-hoon teased him. You've never even competed, how would you know? Hearing that, Sim Sang-bo looked annoyed and replied, What did you say? Mocking me? Seung-hwa kept rattling off fighting theories. You think I've got nothing better to do? Remember, before big matches, so-called strategists always investigate to devise a plan. Sim Sang-bo, narrow-minded and tired of the lecture, snapped. Damn it, Why are you mumbling all this crap? What's your point? Summarize it for me. Keep talking trash, and I'll smack you. Gusung-ah explained. Look, the reason you lost to Degun, you think it's because his fitness and technique were better than yours? No. It's because you lacked info. You knew nothing about him. But he knew plenty about you, thanks to No Manhwa. Therefore, Degun knew how to knock you out before the match even started. That's why you lost. Because you knew nothing about him, you couldn't do a thing when he started hitting you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Sim Sang-bo, bringing this up again, started posturing. Of course. If I had understood him, he would have been a dead man. Seung-ah mentioned his own goal. That's why I'm investigating Degun now to find a way to beat him. Sim Sang-bo was impressed and said, then thanks a lot. But why was it only a small pipe? The friend next to him grew increasingly suspicious, thoughts swirling in his head. He wondered, by doing that, can Sim Sang-bo really beat Degun? Clearly, he saw Degun fight with... Wait, that guy, Degun, how could Sim Sang-bo be his match? He's basically a monster, the friend thought. Degun looked at his opponent's stance. He muttered in surprise, this posture. The opponent ordered Degun, stay away from me. The protagonist replied, planning to use a lot of space? Is that an outboxer's technique? The opponent was caught by the protagonist, his face looking foolish as he replied, shut up, what do you know? His feet lifted, his whole body lunged straight toward Degun. However, one simple dodge was enough for the protagonist to leave his opponent disoriented. Other punches were thrown repeatedly, yet not a single one touched a hair on Degun. The thug tried his best, hoping to land a hit on the protagonist, but his weak arm strength combined with his slow speed made it completely ineffective. While dodging, Degun started to think, this style of attacking reminds me of someone. This time, the protagonist wasn't just going to dodge anymore. He prepared to counterattack. His feet moved rapidly forward, his whole body lifted, and a kick formed from that high stance, crashing straight into the guy's legs. Taking that brutal kick, the guy could only wince in agony. Our protagonist certainly didn't hold back anymore, unleashing a relentless counterattack. Moving from the legs, Degun switched his target, landing a direct hit to the face. The kick was so devastating the guy couldn't take it and collapsed, his face twitching uncontrollably. Baekho stared at the protagonist, looking pitiful and desperate. Sim Sang-bo observed the situation, silently admitting to himself that it was just like the time he fought him. The protagonist started taking off his jacket and declared to the group, if this were a PE class, I'm sure you'd all be doing different events. How interesting. But never mind that, he needed to focus on the main task. He tossed aside everything hindering him, walking forward with a provocative tone. Hurry it up, I'm not that patient. This time, our hero has truly locked into fight mode. He lunged forward, delivering a brutal slap straight to his opponent's face. It was so fast and powerful that the naked eye couldn't even track the movement of his hand. All the remaining thugs started getting worked up. They shouted in chaos, all of you, get him! A one-on-one fight will take forever. Immediately after that, a swarm of them rushed in to face him head-on, but were all knocked out cold. Our protagonist focused entirely on the fight, his techniques landing with absolute precision and devastating effect, leaving anyone he touched writhing in pain. The others didn't seem to give up, rushing at him like moths to a flame, desperately trying to take our guy down. They threw punches and kicks, but their moves were weak and sluggish, constantly being read by Degun. Every time he predicted their moves, he countered based on their weaknesses. Every counter sent an opponent crashing to the ground. Just as he was grabbing one guy by the head, another came charging in like a madman. Seizing the chance, Degun hoisted the guy he was holding, using him as a human shield against the incoming attacker. His legs didn't stop, already coiling to power up the next strike. His punch, combined with his lightning-fast footwork, was so intense that a single blow was enough to cave the guy's face in. There were still plenty of them left, constantly circling the protagonist, their bloodlust driving them. His fists were a lethal weapon that Degun utilized to the fullest. His fist speed was so fast that the trail of his strike left a red glow, like roaring fire. While he was focused on the fight in front of him, someone else crept up from the side to ambush him. A kick was launched, aiming to catch Degun off guard from a distance. However, he had anticipated it. A slight dodge was all it took to keep things under control. Right after dodging, our protagonist spun around and swept the guy's legs. The sweep sent his opponent sprawling onto the floor. His entire back slammed hard against the ground, a cry of pain escaping him. Once again, Degun raised his leg high, putting all his weight behind a vertical stomp. The damage was absolutely crushing. The guy on the floor was completely paralyzed, pinned to the ground, while the others watching nearby froze in fear. Still, those thugs were determined to fight to the end. raising their arms to take Degun down. Regardless, the protagonist quickly caught on to their movement pattern. Stopping them was child's play. Degun's massive forearm smashed straight into the guy's face, distorting his features and shattering his facial bones. The others were targets the protagonist couldn't ignore. He grabbed them and spun them around, his legs constantly raised high. It was a threat to the lives of everyone around. Every kick left the opponents terrified, looking completely beaten and pathetic. Baekho was shocked, watching the whole situation unfold from start to finish. Each one was taken down by the protagonist in a matter of seconds. One guy finally spoke up to express how he felt about our hero's actions. Unbelievable. The protagonist stepped forward, his tone full of curiosity. There's one left. Are you like the others? I have high expectations for you. The others didn't satisfy me. Sim Sang-bo watched the entire match, swallowing hard in fear, his mind racing. Is he really that strong? Or are those guys just too weak? Seung-ha cautioned Sim Sang-bo. You saw it. There's one guy left. You know who he is, right? Sim Sang-bo replied. Yeah, I've heard rumors about him. He's pretty good. Even Gu Seung-ha had to admit it. Apart from me, he's the strongest one in the P.E. class ranking. That guy was busy provoking the protagonist. Bring it on. Come show me if I'm just like those other losers. The guy told himself he would use a technique called Speed King to quickly close the gap and take him down. The protagonist on the opposite side was equally excited, surging forward to attack. Both sides collided head-on, full of tension. The tension was only felt by his opponent. Our guy remained completely calm, landing a punch straight into the other guy, blood splattering everywhere as his face was completely mangled. Not stopping there, the guy was thrown around by Degun and eventually left lying flat on the floor. Baekho looked at the guy, terrified. The damage was too severe, blood pouring out non-stop, leaving him completely unconscious. The protagonist brought his opponent down once more, saying, "Same difference. You're just like the rest of them." Right at that moment, a crowd came rushing in. The chubby Bong Ho Dong ran behind them, trying to interject. "Slow down, man. My hips hurt." Dong Min turned back, annoyed. "You pig, that's what you get for eating so much." No Man Ho was running, and felt a bit curious. "Dong Min, why are you in such a rush?" Dong Min immediately explained his theory that that guy, Lee Sung-ha, gathered those losers, posed as the leader, and called Degun out without telling us. Do you think he's up to something? Is it possible he's luring Degun into a trap? No Man Ho heard this, and gradually understood, nodding his head. Ah, I see. Bang Ho Dong pointed to the construction site. However, Dong Min stopped him. Wait, look over there. Seung-ha is on that side. Right after that, No Man Ho decided they should head up. Across from the building, Gu Seung-ha was still trying to analyze how to win. However, Sim Sang-bo cut him off. Alright, I get it. You guys just stand back and watch. I'm going to give him a beating. Sim Sang-bo left, and both Seung-ha and his friend were worried about how it would end. Sim Sang-bo walked while thinking to himself, it's just because those guys were too weak. I'll be different. I've been watching, and I understand that guy a bit now. He doesn't have any formal techniques. He's just good at using his senses. I don't think he's ever had any professional training. Sim Sang-bo had just reached the bottom of the stairs when he froze. In front of him, No Man Ho's group was approaching, their faces serious. Sim Sang-bo asked, "What are you guys doing here?" Sim Sang-bo replied arrogantly, "What's it to you, you bastards?" Over at the ruined construction site, the protagonist tried to grab the guy's head to interrogate him. Where is Gu Seung-ha now? The guy still refused. I don't know. Our hero hit harder. He slammed the guy's head down. You don't know, huh? The guy was still being a smartass, his eyes wide with defiance. Degun cut him off immediately. I don't need that kind of answer. If you don't know, go find out now. Noran Ho's crew kept closing in. Sim Sang-bo tried to probe him. Spit it out. What do you want? I don't have all day. No Man Ho cut straight to the chase. You're heading to find Degun, aren't you? Sang-bo suddenly burst into mocking laughter. Ha! You say his name with such affection, like a parent calling their child. Take a good look at yourself. Do you have any dignity left? What makes him so special that you follow him around like a stray dog? You guessed right. I'm on my way to meet Degun, and then I'm going to take him down with a boxing combo. This arrogant declaration made No Man Ho smirk. He curled his lip and replied, You're pretty confident, aren't you? But it's a shame that's never going to happen, because if you want to get to Degun, you're going to have to go through my dead body first. No Man Ho gave Sim Sang-bo a piece of advice. You'd better beg me for mercy before it's too late. No Man Ho's words made Sim Sang-bo boil with rage. He snarled, You bastard. You dare, Man Ho declared. Whether I dare or not, you're about to find out. I'm not the same person I am at school when I'm out here. Sang-bo adjusted his jacket, gearing up for the fight, his eyes fixed with a cold stare. Oh, is that so? Then get ready to take my blows. With that attitude, don't blame me when I beat you to a pulp. Dongmin suddenly felt uneasy. He turned to Manho. You left your bag at home, didn't you? Manho replied, Yeah. I didn't want things to get too bloody. So, that's the situation. No, Manho was unarmed. Dongmin worried for his friend, intending to jump in. If that's the case, the three of us will, but no Manho flatly refused. No, I'm going to fight him fair and square, one-on-one. This pen is all I need. Before the fight began, No Manho warned them. You guys head up there first. I'll handle him. Both Ho Dong and Dong Min were anxious, wondering if this was really going to be okay. Eventually, they followed No Manho's orders and started to leave. No Manho, you absolutely have to win. We aren't going to leave you behind. Everything was being watched by Seung Hun. Sim Sang-bo got into his stance, declaring with confidence, You don't stand a chance, you dog. Because I'm the one who's going to take you down. Right after his declaration, Sang-bo lunged forward. He moved with such speed and force that he closed the distance to Manho in an instant. Color me impressed. No Manho was slightly taken aback by his opponent and thought, He's fast. Regardless, he braced himself, eyes locked on his foe, ready to fight. Sang-bo had a cunning look in his eyes, darting them left and right. Then, a punch from Sang-bo flew straight toward No Manho's torso. This hit truly made No Manho feel the pain. He winced, gritting his teeth to endure it. Blow after blow followed. Sang-bo had become a savage. He rained punches down on No Manho. After a struggle, No Manho finally managed to push his opponent back, regaining his footing and shaking off the dizziness. No Manho steeled himself and surged toward Sang-bo. He planted his feet to launch an attack, but because he was a fraction too slow, Sim Sang-bo seized the opening to counterattack. The force of the punch sent No Manho reeling backward, his face bruised and stinging. But No Manho's fighting spirit ignited. He regained his posture and lashed out at Sang-bo with his arm in a flash. Using his pen as a weapon, No Manho struck out from all angles. Unfortunately, Sim Sang-bo was faster, so he hadn't managed to land a solid hit yet. Even while fighting, Sang-bo had the leisure to taunt him. What's wrong with you? Why do you keep stabbing at the air? Is this really all you've got? You're never going to beat me if you just keep playing defense. No Manho raised his arm, his eyes locked in absolute focus on his opponent. It looked like the moment had come. He was about to make his move. High above, Seung Hun watched the scene, his mind filled with judgment. What is he doing? Is No Manho really that weak? It's completely useless if he just keeps playing defense like that. Seung Hun watched the flurry of attacks and analyzed the arcs created by the pen. Conversely, Sang-bo kept throwing straight punches. Because the distance between No Manho and Sang-bo was so tight, before No Manho could strike with the pen, Sang-bo landed his boxing blow first. Sim Sang-bo looked Manho straight in the eye and said, You're just holding a pen, you can't do anything to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Sim Sang-bo was knocked down by No Manho's sweep kick. The move was so unexpected it made Sang-bo's face contort in agony. Because of that kick, Sim Sang-bo's leg was injured. He was trembling, his body swaying. As he managed to stand back up, his eyes were filled with anger, and his voice dripped with spite. Damn it, I knew you were going to use your legs. You weren't planning on using that pen to stab me at all. I anticipated this, and my fist is going to hurt a lot more than your little pen. However, Sim Sang-bo suddenly let out a startled yell when he looked at his hand. What is this? What happened to my hand? No, Manho replied, pointing it out. That's it. No Manho raised his arm, revealing a series of watches on his wrist. He declared to Sim Sang-bo, It might be my weapon. I'm a man who respects time. This right here is my weapon. Sim Sang-bo's eyes filled with pure rage, his teeth grinding together. You bastard, die! Manho took the chance to throw a kick towards Sang-bo. However, a cunning look reappeared in the other man's eyes. As he attacked, he said, When you kicked me earlier, did you really think I didn't prepare for it? That revelation left No Manho looking around in confusion. This guy, Sim Sang-bo, was truly dangerous. He threw a punch, and No Manho noticed it just in time, throwing his whole body backward to dodge. While he managed to evade the first blow, Sim Sang-bo landed the second one, connecting with No Manho's face. As soon as he hit No Manho, Sim Sang-bo grew even more confident, boasting, Even with a weapon, you're still nothing. Taking you down is child's play. Inside the building, Seung Hun and his friend were rattled when they discovered intruders. Dongmin looked around and asked, Hey, there are two guys over there? Ho Dong stared, but he couldn't see the main guy. Where's Degun? Why are there only two of them? Seung-hoon was surprised to see the two characters who had just appeared. Huh? How did you guys find this place? If you're looking for Degun, he's at the construction site. Ho-dong immediately turned to blame Dong-min. Damn it. You led me in the wrong direction. You're making me mad. I'm going to kill you. Dong-min tried to explain. You actually believe what that guy says? Regardless of who was right or wrong, Ho-dong went berserk, screaming, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Dong-min pulled out his phone. Let me call Degun and see. I didn't know Seung-hoon was here. I'm calling him right now. However, just as Dong-min pulled out his phone, Sunga's lackey lunged forward in a flash. He grabbed onto Ho-dong's shoulders, using them as leverage to lift himself up, his feet aimed to stomp. It turned out he intended to kick the phone away and call out Dong-min's name. The guy moved so fast that Dong-min was sent stumbling backward. Sunga's lackey shifted his momentum instantly. He unleashed a powerful kick that caught Ho-dong square in the chest, sending his bulky body crashing backward. The guy asked arrogantly, Why are you calling Degun? I'll take you all on. This guy is the athlete, Chez Roman. Ho-dong took a painful hit, and his face twisted with annoyance, spitting out, You damn dog. Chez Roman lunged forward, still spewing insults at Ho-dong. I won't repeat myself, you loyal dog. The arrogant words really got under Ho-dong's skin. He screamed, Who are you calling a loyal dog, you jerk? I'll show you my real strength. But Chez Roman immediately kicked up toward Ho-dong's face. He taunted, What are you rambling about? Ho-dong's huge face was being trampled by him, and it shook with intense pain. Sunga told his friend Sim Sang-bo that he had probably already taken that guy down, so they should get moving. However, Chez Roman arrogantly brushed it off. What are you worried about, you pig? One hit is all it takes. Back at the fight scene between No Man-ho and the others, things were still tense. Man-ho said it was time to end this quickly. Sim Sang-bo looked up curiously and asked, End it? And who's going to be the one to end it? Sang-bo's legs accelerated once more as he charged. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, declaring, Obviously, I'm the one who's going to beat you to a pulp and end this today. It was time for No Man-ho to use the pen in his hand effectively. The first strike whizzed past Sang-bo's body, but he dodged so quickly that the pen didn't leave a mark. But after dodging Man-ho's move, Sang-bo came charging in with his fist raised. Suddenly, Man-ho landed a kick right on Sang-bo's torso. However, the damage wasn't very high. Sim Sang-bo stood tall and scoffed. I told you, your kicks aren't even enough to scratch me. But right after he spoke, Sang-bo's face contorted in pain, and he dropped to the ground as if he had ingested something toxic. He was confused, wondering what was happening to his body, and muttered, Damn it, what was that? No Man-ho's kick had never been this powerful before. Seeing his opponent's confusion, he explained, This kick was different from the others. I didn't use my old trick of kicking with the top of my shoe. I used the power of the toe. The truth is, if you kick with the top of the foot, it doesn't really hurt much. But if you kick with the tip of the toe, it's like being stabbed. You're going to feel pain like you've never known. So, who do you think won this match? Sim Sang-bo tried to hold on, gasping, It's not over yet. As Sang-bo sat on the ground, No Man-ho intended to land another kick. Sang-bo cried out, Wait, hold on a second, wait for me. He was in extreme pain, begging for help. The fight finally ended, but No Man-ho also collapsed to the ground. He realized that even though he won, he was in so much pain that he couldn't move either. No Man-ho looked up and wondered, Ho-dong, Dong-min, did you guys find Degun? Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching, and an eggshell crunched nearby. A question was directed at Man-ho. What are you doing here? Finally, our protagonist appeared. He asked, What's going on? No Man-ho stammered, Nothing, nothing at all. Sunga was surprised by the situation and muttered, Incredible. He didn't expect No Man-ho to actually win. That meant they wouldn't get to see the match between Degun and Sim Sang-bo, but they did gain some very useful information. Well, that's that. Guess we'll be back next time. Sunga turned to leave, but saw his friend still frantically fighting, and said wearily, Are you still not done yet? The guy named Roman, after fighting for a while, shouted in frustration, I can't believe this pig. I've been smacking him around, and he still won't give up? Ho-dong remained stubborn, refusing to fold. He affirmed, I'm busy trying to contact Degun, just one more text. Sunga was getting impatient standing outside. He asked, Hey, are you going to finish this or what? The Roman guy was helplessly trying to drag the massive Ho-dong. No way. No matter how much I hit him, he doesn't even budge. Sunga stepped in, suggesting, What I mean is, you need to land one single decisive blow. He grabbed Hodong tightly from behind. He lifted the giant off his feet and showed his friend how it was done. It's gotta be like this. A powerful suplex slammed Hodong flat against the ground. Hodong's entire back and head suffered a heavy impact. Roman stood by, trying to make excuses. It's because that guy's body isn't normal, not because I'm weak. After taking Hodong down, they glanced over at Dongmin. There's one more. Roman ordered Dongmin to stand up straight. Sunga stood in the back, looking on with a judgmental gaze. It's true. Hodong's body is a bit of a freak of nature. Dongmin was terrified and tried to signal our protagonist via his phone. At that moment, another character appeared. He kicked the arrogant Roman hard. Just like that, Roman went flying backward, losing all control. As Roman went airborne, his face twisted with rage and he raised his fist, threatening, You. It didn't stop there. Roman was kicked again and again. These powerful strikes left him injured wherever they landed. A swift blow went straight to Roman's face, and blood began to spray. Dongmin was still in shock, staring blankly ahead. It turned out the one fighting was Lee Seung-hun. He glared at Dongmin. I didn't text you to let you know. Why did you come here? Dongmin's eyes widened as he replied. Why? Because I thought Dujun was in danger. Seung-hun immediately countered Dongmin's words. He doesn't need your help. Weaklings just get in the way, don't they? Dongmin was curious. He asked, Then where is Dujun? If you wanted what was best for Dujun, you had your answer. The protagonist himself appeared. I'm right here. Dujun arrived with No Man Ho in tow. No Man Ho asked anxiously, Dongmin, are you okay? Our protagonist looked around and asked, Things don't seem right. What happened before I got here? Dongmin replied, providing the info. Sunga showed up with a bunch of guys. Dujun didn't want to waste time guessing. He asked the other side directly. What is going on here? Sunga replied immediately. Nothing much. I've got about 10 of my guys at the construction site. I just wanted to fight you to get some info on you. Dongmin interjected, accusing him. You come to get info and you end up beating us up? Sunga furrowed his brows and said in a harsh tone, I'm being serious. I just wanted to learn about you this time. I'll see you later. I have to go now. Facing the opponent's attempt to leave, our protagonist immediately blocked him. Who said you could leave? You need to stay here and have a real fight with me. Sunga flashed a sinister smile and said, Now I understand why Dujun drives people crazy. Sunga broke into a sinister smirk, saying, Now I see why Pojin lost his mind over you. If you want to fight, I'm down. Anytime, any place, I'm ready to take you on. The atmosphere grew darker and more intense. A pile of cash hit the table along with the words, Is this enough? The other side replied. The others started whispering, planning how to split us up. Me hurried over and called out, Jia Ok. Jia Ok answered, I'm here. Wanoke was very curious. Did you pay the 53 protection fee? Dugong Myung confirmed. Yeah, but I haven't met Bak Suji yet. I had someone else deliver it to him. You know where he is, right? Why don't you go meet him and see for yourself? Wanoke furrowed his brow, thinking as he spoke. You know how it is. He's hard to get a hold of. Since the start of the year, Ju and Sang-soo had been sitting on a mountain of cash, talking it over. We've got so much money now. What should we do with it? Sang-gu replied, Obviously. I'm buying Wagyu beef. The chubby Sang-soo's mind drifted to the feast, imagining beef butchered fresh that day, grilled over charcoal, cooked just right, still a little rare. Me, sitting nearby and listening to the food talk, suddenly grew annoyed. Hey, Sang-soo, shut your mouth. Now is not the time to talk about spending money. Ju glanced at me and reassured him. It's just that guy Degun. Why are you so tense? He's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Sure, he's strong, but I trust Asura. He'll handle it. Ju spoke with such confidence. Jia had seen Asura before, and he knew what that meant. Jia's gut feeling wasn't always 100% right. Asura was just a pawn used to deliver money to Baek Suji. I already told you about Asura's skills before. It's all true. Ju tried to make Dugong Myung understand. Do you really think that guy would come here alone and take on all of us by himself? Sang-soo glanced at Ju and warned, Your mouth is cursed. Watch out. He might actually show up. A loud noise erupted from outside. Sang-soo quickly concluded, See? I told you. Go open the door. Kim Samuel walked into the room, his gaze sharp as he asked, Did you change your number? At the same time, the question was raised. Are you Samuel? Me was curious and started firing questions. What took you so long? Kim Samuel replied, Had a little dinner. We agreed not to touch the underlings. Me looked left and right, then said, Too bad it had to be on such an important day. Me tried to stay alert, probing the situation. But hey, he's not coming, right? I heard he's at Gusunga's place. Ju chimed in. Well, if Sunga is there, that's even better. Even so, Du Gongmyung was still very worried. The issue was whether Sunga could actually win. Ju tried to calm him down. I think it'll be fine. Even though he's in a lower grade, he's our age. Being half-blood, his physique is solid. A harsh truth to admit, but among us, very few could actually beat Sunga. Du Gongmyung observed the situation and asked, "What do you think? Who's going to win? Sunga or Degun?" Jia-ok's eyes grew frantic. The voices around him kept ringing in his ears. Look at that. Even Jia-ok doesn't know. Over at the construction site, the protagonist muttered, "How boring." Sunga, insulted by our lead, responded with an annoyed look. "What's that supposed to mean? I'm a professional boxer. I don't know why you're saying that, but this is a professional match. It's just in a tighter space than usual." Our lead's slipper suddenly went flying, finally landing right in Gusunga's hand. He was bewildered and shouted, "Are you messing with me? Throwing a slipper at someone? Ridiculous." Sunga was very confused, continuing to criticize the protagonist. "Are you trying to provoke me?" Right after those words, the other slipper hit Sunga in the face. After making contact, the slipper fell straight to the ground. The protagonist looked at his opponent and urged, "Talk less. Let's go." Sunga got into a ready stance, declaring, "Fine." Sung-hun stood outside, observing the entire fight, his mind analyzing the situation. His stance looks more like judo or boxing than wrestling. Will he win now that he has info on his opponent? Despite that, the protagonist spoke up again. "Looks like my provocation worked, huh?" Sunga readied himself, calling out, "Let's have a serious fight." While his opponent charged in to decide the fight, our lead just stood there, his posture incredibly calm. He told Gusunga to just stay calm and relax. No Manhwa, being a sports fanatic, quickly saw the issue and commented, "He's going in. Is he trying to use a takedown early?" Sunga's legs moved aggressively, his speed extremely fast. The protagonist scrutinized every detail of his opponent's movements. He saw him attacking from the left. No, that was a feint. So what was it really? Sunga's attacking stance was very hard to read. A bizarre posture. Degun watched for a moment, finally realizing it was a takedown technique. Sunga's arms were raised high, the direction of the attack surging forward. The protagonist's eyes locked onto his opponent. Every shift in movement was captured by Degun. All of Sunga's current moves were seen through by the protagonist and rendered useless. Sung-hun watched the fight and thought to himself, he's using that stance to trick his opponent into crouching to protect their lower body. Then he uses an uppercut to the face. Sunga looked at his opponent, extremely annoyed. The guy's arms were locked tight. The punches he threw were all tracked by Degun, who dodged them perfectly. Even though his moves weren't landing, Sunga was still eager to throw the next one. The series of moves until now made our lead think, "What the? I thought it was wrestling technique, but it's actually boxing." Gusunga had a wide variety of combat moves, all aimed at our protagonist. No Manhwa watched the fight, his eyes focused as he commented, "Height plus long reach. That's an amazing attack from a heavyweight boxer. Besides that, he's even using kicks. You can't take him lightly." Roman suddenly woke up, coughing, and Dongmin immediately shifted his gaze to him. Roman revealed the truth. "You think a wrestler is weak in a brawl? You don't understand anything." No Manhwa was surprised by the news. "Are you serious?" Roman confirmed that while Sunga was a wrestler, he also participated in MMA, so he was flexible and proficient in both boxing and wrestling techniques. Roman stood up from the ground, his face bloodied and fierce as he stepped forward, speaking arrogantly, "The ring isn't just about showing off strength. Lacking technique leads to failure. It's a shame Degun is just an amateur. He needs to try a lot harder." Just as he finished speaking, the image of our lead beating Sunga to a pulp reappeared, punches so powerful they seemed unstoppable. Sunga's face distorted every time it took a hit, his jawbone rattling with every blow. Roman watched in horror as Sunga got absolutely wrecked, his face frozen in pure disbelief. Cut to the dormitory. Suji was busy getting ready, makeup spread all over the table. After a quick wash, she focused on blow-drying her hair. Suji's eyes darted around. Suddenly, her phone lit up a text from her brother saying he wouldn't be home. The moment she saw it, Suji threw her arms up, cheering, "Freedom at last." She completely forgot she was only wrapped in a towel, which promptly slid right off onto the floor. Relaxing, she muttered to herself, "So, I'm all alone now? Should I hit someone up?" The name Degun popped into her head, and she got curious. No, wait, definitely not. Meanwhile, what was Degun doing? Back at the construction site, the brutal fight continued, with Degun and Sunga locked in an intense clash. Roman watched the brawl, his face pale with worry for his friend. Sunga was getting hammered, his face already becoming a distorted mess. He tried to keep his eyes wide to focus on Degun, but his vision was blurred. After taking such a beating, Gu Sunga was barely holding on. He clawed at the ground, trying to steady himself. Roman rushed over in a panic. "Sunga, you okay?" Despite the pain, Sunga gritted his teeth. "Yeah, I'm fine," he thought to himself. "Finally, I'm actually fighting him. Just as I thought, this guy is a monster." Sunga was on the back foot, yet he couldn't stop analytically judging the fight. His punches are pinpoint accurate. But they're still not enough to take me down. Hearing this, Roman asked, surprised, "Are you still just testing him with those punches?" Sunga regained his defiant posture. Standing tall before Degun, he declared, "I know I can't win just by trading punches. Let me tell you something, my expertise involves other techniques. It's not just about brute strength or durability. This is a technique that takes years to master. I started training when I was 9, and I've been at it for 9 years straight." Lee Seung-hoon, watching from the sidelines, called out his bluff. "You did the math wrong, man." Gu Sunga ignored him, determined to prove that he'd overcome years of hardship to master this. Dong Min stood there, confused. "Wait, he's a year older than us?" "No." Manhwa nodded. "That explains why he's so tight with the second years." Bang Ho Dong chimed in, adding to the gossip. "No wonder he looks a bit seasoned. Turns out he's got a year of physical development on us." Sunga continued. "Why compare me to you guys? I believe what you're saying is true. But honestly, Degun looks a lot more mature." Dong Min, ever the fence-sitter, immediately flipped. "Yeah, actually, you're right. He does look more mature, doesn't he, Norman?" Ho agreed. "I know, right? I feel like he's even more mature than my own brother." Degun, embarrassed, scratched his head. That's just because I drink plenty of calcium and exercise regularly. Let's not talk about that." He turned his gaze back to his opponent, his voice dropping. "Instead, I think I've figured out your technique." He had the guy pegged, and his words were clear and cold. "Is it a technique that deals more damage at close range? Even so, I'll take it." Sunga frowned, confused. "What are you planning?" Degun stated flatly, "I don't know why, but I want to beat you." Both of them started closing the distance. Sunga was caught off guard and asked, "You're willing to fight at a distance that favors me? I'm impressed by your confidence. I won't turn down the offer." Sunga tapped into his memory and prepared his moves. It was judo techniques designed to slam an opponent straight to the ground. Sunga reached out, giving everything he had to grab hold of Degun. However, things weren't going to be that simple. Degun's speed was overwhelming. Before Sunga could react, Degun landed a brutal punch square in the face. It looked incredibly painful. Sunga just wanted to scream, "Stop it!" They grappled, trading blows in a tense stalemate. Sunga tried his best to block Degun's strikes. Still, he never expected Degun to grab his face and squeeze. Degun's movements grew more ruthless, using his hands to keep Sunga off balance. Fear finally set in for Sunga. Deep down, he was panicking. "If I don't do something, I'm going down." His intuition about how this would end was spot on. He crashed to the ground after Degun's strike. Even while in agony, Sunga's eyes burned with resolve. He thought, "But for me, this is an opportunity. It doesn't matter who gets knocked down." Degun watched him closely and suddenly noticed something strange. Sunga didn't let Degun stand up. Instead, his legs moved swiftly, trying to trap Degun in a hold. Lee Seung-hoon, from the sidelines, saw what he was doing. "Whoa, he's got him in a leg lock." Degun watched every twitch of Sunga's legs. The moment he realized what Sunga was planning, he cocked his fist back. It landed straight on Sunga's battered face. The punch dealt massive damage. Sunga's face flushed red, and his limbs went limp. Taking advantage of the opening, Degun quickly broke free. He regained his balance, preparing for a follow-up. Sunga lay on the ground, staring up at Degun, terrified as he realized Degun was going for a knee strike. Degun charged in like a tyrant, flipping his opponent over. Sunga went spinning across the ground, his body slamming painfully against the floor. Thanks to his physical conditioning, Sunga managed to recover after being slammed by Degun. Sunga narrowed his eyes, thinking, "His reflexes aren't bad. I can't tell if he knows my technique or if it's just pure luck. I need to figure out if he actually understands what I'm doing or if he's just getting lucky." Degun stepped closer and said, "I really don't like fighting in public." Sunga ignored him entirely and braced himself in his fighting stance. He made up his mind. "This time, I'm using the technique for real to take him down once and for all." Sunga's legs moved slowly forward. Reading his opponent's intent, Degun observed every little detail. Sunga put everything into his approach, throwing punches. It looked like a simple strike, but Sunga was actually layering secret techniques underneath. He moved in a strange, circular rhythm, his style becoming increasingly bizarre. It looked like a simple punch, but Sunga was actually chaining hidden strikes together. He swung and struck in a bizarre, swirling motion. Roman stood on the sidelines, muttering to himself, "It's almost over. This is Sunga's ultimate technique." Sunga lay sprawled on the ground, his arms desperately clutching the protagonist's leg. Even our protagonist was curious about his opponent's intentions. What was he trying to do down there? And what kind of move was he planning to follow up with? The guy had a tight grip on the protagonist's leg, trying to hoist the man's entire body up, but things weren't going as planned. Sunga couldn't budge him at all. In fact, he ended up getting tossed away in agony. The moment the protagonist shook him off, he launched a fierce, direct kick. Roman watched from the outside, his eyes filled with fear and growing anxiety. How is Sunga? Wait, does that guy weigh over 200 pounds? Our protagonist mocked him. You just latched onto my leg out of nowhere. What? Were you trying to mop the floor? Degun and No Man Ho kept judging the situation. You've got to be kidding, is he putting on a magic show? Seung-hun was also surprised, realizing that the technique Sunga just used was his ultimate, the Yijitu. He couldn't figure out how the kid managed to pull that off. Sunga hung his head in frustration, muttering, "Mopping the floor? You're insulting me. That just proves you don't know much about these techniques." Sunga scowled and declared, "You've been countering me purely on instinct and physical reflexes, right? Well, then, I don't even need to study your technique anymore. This fight isn't a battle between experts anymore. If you're not an expert who uses these techniques, I've already won." The protagonist grew increasingly confused by the guy's ramblings. However, watching closely, Degun realized Sunga was attempting to use a T-lock. He was clearly determined to land a hit, his eyes radiating pure, dangerous intent. He fired strikes straight at Degun. The protagonist was surprised when the guy suddenly threw a punch, but Degun refused to let him act so recklessly. He drove a strike right into Sunga's gut. The impact made Sunga grit his teeth in pain. The confrontation between the two was becoming incredibly intense. A barrage of attacks flew back and forth without end. The protagonist kept up his relentless assault while meticulously observing his opponent. Suddenly, Sunga's arm shot upward. That move was instantly shut down by the protagonist. Degun swatted the arm away, and taking advantage of his opponent's off-balance state, he landed a solid punch square in Sunga's face. Watching from outside, Degun suddenly realized what was happening and shouted, "Gu Sunga." Is he pretending to use basic techniques while constantly switching them up? Seung-hun chimed in. He's doing everything he can to take Degun down, using every technique he's got. Sunga's arms strained to reach the protagonist's body and deal damage. However, Degun was precise with every move, shutting down every attempt Sunga made to close the distance. Just as the spectators observed, Degun was far too solid, making it impossible for Sunga to gain any leverage. Sunga reached out again, trying to snag the protagonist's leg. But every desperate attempt was met with a slap and a brutal counterattack from the protagonist. The more Sunga struggled, the harder Degun pummeled him. The protagonist grabbed Sunga's head and neck, swinging him around wildly. Dongmin watched in bewilderment, realizing the tables had turned on him. "No man, he's really done for." Ho nodded in agreement. But looking at the fight now, something still felt off. Even though he kept getting pummeled, he wouldn't let go of Degun. Sunga looked strange, and even the protagonist seemed to notice. He kept searching for an opening, even after being hit hundreds of times. His legs kept rising, straining to wrap around Degun's body. Finally, he managed to latch on like a gorilla. Once he got a grip, he was determined to hold on to his opponent with everything he had. At that same moment, our protagonist's legs buckled. Sunga's legs locked around Degun even tighter. They were now in a clinch, neck and neck. Park Dojin didn't quite grasp the situation, but someone explained that in Duitsu, this is called a lock. No matter how strong Degun is, if he doesn't know the technique, he's in real trouble. Sunga spoke up with newfound confidence. "Welcome to the floor." Seung-hun kept stressing the significance of this move. No matter how strong a lion is, if a crocodile drags it into the swamp, what can it do? Our protagonist countered, "And what do you think you're going to do?" The opponent replied with a sneer, "You think I'm helpless? When my opponent is lying on the ground, I have the upper hand." Sunga continued to gloat. "I'm an expert at every technique there is. I have hundreds of moves I can use from this position. Let's see if you can handle this." In the dim night, a phone started ringing for Baek Suji. Suji was surprised to get a call from this person. As soon as she picked up, she shouted, "Hello. What are you doing?" Yujok replied, "What's wrong?" After talking for a bit, Yujok added, "See you later. I'm coming to your place." Sunga bragged confidently, "I'm basically at the top of the food chain. I have so many devastating techniques to take you down easily. There are hundreds of ways I can finish this from here that you won't be able to handle. Just as Sunga finished his sentence, our protagonist lunged forward. He wasn't going to let the guy keep yapping. Degun raised his fist, sizing him up. What's your deal? Can you not tell up from down anymore? Gu Sunga was constantly being forced into a disadvantageous position by the protagonist, his face tense as he looked around. He was frantically thinking, damn it, I can't afford to get hurt. As the opponent was relentlessly pounded by Degun, the protagonist pinned him firmly to the ground. All the force and power from his arms were driven downward. Sunga was still clinging to a sliver of hope, but he knew if he lost his balance, the power of his strikes would fade. The protagonist's body kept shifting as they fought. Sunga steeled himself, waiting for the right moment to unleash his own techniques. The first step in his plan was to grab the collar, then reach for the elbow. Sunga's eyes darted around the protagonist, his gaze filled with malice. The final step of his plan was a kick to the head. Just as Degun's arm was raised, Sunga wanted to make him pay in pain. But everything was just in Sunga's head. Right now, the protagonist was clearly in control, raining blow after blow on his opponent. He was desperate, just needing one solid grab. Gu Sunga's eyes suddenly shifted, and he clamped his hand onto the protagonist's arm. That moment brought a surge of joy to Gu Sunga. Alright, yes. He did everything he could to hold on to the protagonist's arm. The protagonist felt it and grew annoyed, his eyes narrowing as he looked ahead. Degun's arm was still gripped tight by that guy. He had no intention of letting go. The protagonist didn't want this to drag on any longer, so he drove his fist straight into his opponent's face. The agonizing blow left Sunga reeling. His hands instinctively let go. He was panicked and terrified, thinking, I've let go, but this isn't right. If it keeps going like this, I have to change my stance. This time, Sunga twisted his body, planting his feet firmly against the protagonist. Degun sensed his opponent's intention, his eyes tracking him closely. He asked, You think you can knock me down? Keep dreaming. After every failed counterattack, this bastard Sunga would take hit after hit. His face was already covered in blood. The opponent's stamina was pretty good, so our guy focused on landing heavy, precise blows. Sunga's eyes flashed with bitterness as he glanced around. The protagonist didn't care about Sunga's gaze at all. Relying on his raw strength, he rained punches onto his face, left, right, left, right. The punches started moving lower. This frenzied assault suddenly filled Gu Sunga with a sense of dread. What the hell just happened? Dongmin, watching from the outside, couldn't understand it either. He asked in surprise. Couldn't he even use his techniques? No, man. Ho nodded in agreement. Degun is insane, even if he doesn't know much about technical martial arts. Lai Sung-hun, standing nearby, muttered, This fight isn't about technicians clashing. It's about raw power crushing the technicians. Degun doesn't need to use any fancy moves. He just uses his pure physical strength. Meanwhile, Gu Sunga was constantly trying to execute his martial arts techniques with incredibly fast, almost flawless movements. But Degun was quick-witted, instantly anticipating and blocking every move. Sunga's face was exposed, moving back and forth like a ping-pong ball right in front of Degun. The precision of our protagonist was so intense that, in Lee Seung-hoon's eyes, he didn't even look like a living being anymore. It was as if he had superhuman eyesight, like someone dangling a toy to toy with an animal. It was like a cat batting at a piece of fluff before crushing it flat. The cat picks up the fluff to inspect it, as if nothing happened. Lee Seung-hoon thought that, but didn't dare say it out loud. Wait, no, sorry, that's not quite the right comparison. Degun was more like a missile, a force of nature that no wall could possibly stand against. A missile using savage fists to shatter every wall, no matter how sturdy. He was a massive threat to Sunga. The protagonist tried to warn him, Hey, are you going to lie still or not? Sunga's bloodied face was gasping, unable to say a word. During those tense moments, our guy confidently asserted, I'm not done yet. Looking at Degun's finishing punch, Sunga seemed to realize his end was near. Oh no, the scene shifts to an apartment complex, with loud, chaotic sounds echoing through it. Monster, monster. The group of kids gathered around, shouting, Die, die, you monster. That was when Gu Sunga was 9 years old. Memories of his childhood flooded back. Sunga had been extremely frustrated, snapping back at them. I'm not a monster, and I'm not a monster's kid. The other kids wouldn't stop. They didn't just hurl insults, they started tearing at Gu Sunga's body. Hey, let me kick his legs. How can we keep him from getting away? The bullying continued, even as Sunga cried out, Don't do that. Sunga sighed in exhaustion. They pushed him so hard he fell backward, and their laughter echoed. Haha, he fell. I made him fall. Ha, In that moment, to be precise, Gu Sunga had let himself fall on purpose. He accepted the blows from those brats, and the insults too. Die, you monster. Take this. Suddenly, the sound of a bag dropping echoed, followed by a sharp shout. The kids froze, eyes wide with fear. Damn it. Bad luck. Run. The person who had just appeared angrily tried to grab them back. You better stop right there. This woman was outraged by the bullying. She shouted, seriously, you kids are acting like thugs at your age. Sunga stood up and tried to calm her down. Sis, I'm fine, she asked. Why didn't you fight back? You're big enough to win if you did. Why just lie there and take it? This girl was Ionshva, Sunga's older sister. She looked at her younger brother and advised him. You didn't do anything wrong. The fault lies with those who abandoned us. Come here. Sunga, are you okay? Young Sunga buried his face in her arms. Yeah, I'm fine. At that time, he explained to his sister that since his hands were weak, he couldn't feel the pain. I made him slow down and threw him off balance. His sister was surprised. She asked, who taught you that? Sunga replied, oh, I just thought of it myself. The scene shifts to a jujitsu gym. From that moment on, Sunga started going to the gym his sister frequented. By observing others, he learned a lot of things and could replicate them perfectly. Since he was born with a large physique, he could learn almost anything. The gym manager had to admit to his sister, honestly, I can't believe it. Does your family have some kind of special genes? Your brother's physique is amazing. Even the fitness coach acknowledged Sunga had an incredible build. His sister sat on Sunga, asking, do you have any other special techniques? Don't you dare give up on me. During that time, Sunga learned that even though he was the little brother, he was trained ruthlessly. He spent so much time training with others. He learned every technique, leaving none behind. When he fought opponents, he learned their moves and made them his own. He drew lessons from every fight and practiced endlessly. Day by day, the bricks for his wall began to improve in quality. A massive, sturdy wall. It seemed like no one could ever destroy it. It was solid and durable. Sunga's hand touched it. However, right now, everything about that wall was being shattered. He helplessly wondered, what happened to my wall? Who did this? The person shattering this wall was our guy. Sunga's emotions completely crumbled. He refused to accept the reality that it could be like this. The sound of a barrier breaking echoed. Stop it now. Despite the pleas, our guy was determined to destroy the wall, his arm heading straight for Sunga's face. Roman, standing outside, was worried. He couldn't hide his emotions and blurted out, Gu Sunga, wake up. Sunga's eyes suddenly widened, his hand darting out to grab the protagonist's collar. Sunga made a final declaration, my wall. I will never. Even though Sunga tried his best to hold the protagonist back, our guy effortlessly shrugged him off. He pulled back his fist with a final piece of advice. You should build a new one. This one really is terrible. The sheer brutality of the actions left Roman, standing on the sidelines, completely stunned. Dongmin and Norman were just as surprised. Sung-hun, on the other hand, was watching the fight with deep satisfaction. The scene grew dim. The construction site seemed to fall silent, replaced only by the sounds from the heart of the battle. Sunga had completely passed out. He had been thoroughly worked over by the protagonist. As he lay on the ground, his mind was racing. Does this mean I've been beaten? Footsteps rushed toward him. Joman called out in fear, Sunga, are you okay? Sunga immediately replied, this was the best match. Out of all the fights I've been in, I've gained some incredibly useful information. Roman stared at his friend, bewildered. I can't believe you're still thinking about gathering intel. After the fight, our hero and his allies headed back. They started chatting. Gu Sunga is weak. You said he was tough and durable, so how did he get beaten so easily? Ho Dong awkwardly tried to deny it. Did I say he was like a punching bag? Maybe. Sung-hun, having witnessed the fight, insisted. Gu Sunga was clearly superior to the average person. But Degun didn't just beat him, it felt like he was just playing around with him. Dongmin gestured wildly, full of praise. Degun finished it in just a few hits. Ho Dong chimed in, but he's still alive, isn't he? Norman looked at the protagonist and said, with Degun done, the obstacles and the problems with the freshmen have been solved. You're the boss of the freshmen now. Then, Big Brother Park Dojin suddenly interrupted. Does that mean we're the representatives now? Norman brushed him off. I wasn't talking to you. Why are you calling Degun representative? Sung-hun chimed back into the conversation. Degun, you know being the freshman boss isn't the end, right? This is only the beginning. This guy, Sung-hun, was always so cunning. He was intentionally provoking our hero to move on to the sophomores. But he added, let's discuss that tomorrow. In a classroom somewhere, the sky had turned pitch black. A patrolling proctor asked, Why haven't you gone home yet? The student turned around, terrified, and stammered, I dropped something. Night fell, and on the school grounds, female students could be heard talking. What should we do now? Karaoke? Just for a little bit? The girl in sportswear squinted at her friend, who was busy texting on her phone. She asked, Are you inviting any guys? Or what? When are you finally going to introduce me to someone? The girl in black replied, Invite someone? Are you crazy? Your standards are way too high. The girl in gray argued, There are plenty of handsome guys at Jurian High, don't hog them all for yourself. The girl in her uniform scolded them, Hey, be quiet, you're too loud. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. The girl in gray gasped, Whoa, is that the new student from your school? His proportions are to die for. The girl in the uniform replied awkwardly, No, that's Yu-Jok, but he shouldn't be around here. Why would he be here? Yu-Jok was still thinking to himself, wondering if Suji was at home alone. Remembering what Lee Seung-hun had asked, they seemed pretty close. So, you're not dating her, right? Yu-Jok looked away, feeling shy, and replied hesitantly, Of course not. We've known each other since we were kids. We're just best friends. Lee Seung-hun smiled politely. Haha, it's good that you know so much about her. You know Baek Suji isn't here right now, right? You should go find out why. Besides, can you tell me a few things about Baek Suji? Like what she likes, for example. Yu-Jok was taken aback. Why? Lee Seung-hun looked annoyed and snapped. Why are you being so chatty? Just shut up and do what you're told. If you follow me, it won't be to your disadvantage. You, me, and Baek Suji, the whole of Jurion, will be heading toward happiness. Returning to the present, Yu-Jok was lost in thought. Someone who talks like that is never a good person. It felt uncomfortable, but Suji wouldn't be in danger. Even Lee Seung-hun wouldn't do anything stupid enough to provoke Baek Su-chul. Just then, a voice called out from behind him. Yu-Jok? He turned around to see the two girls from earlier. His classmate, Lee Suzong, smiled and asked, What are you doing here? Her friend, seeing Yu-Jok, looked dazed and muttered, Oh my god, he's so hot. Yu-Jok was a bit surprised and answered awkwardly, Lee Su-Degun, right? I came to meet her. Lee Suzong's friend introduced herself eagerly. Hi Yu-Jok, I'm a friend of Suzong's. But you know what? Suzong is always telling me how handsome you are. Man, she was right. She wasn't lying at all. Lee Suzong turned red and hissed, Hey, shut your mouth right now. Yu-Jok gave a nervous laugh. Ha ha, thanks. Lee Suzong smiled bitterly and waved her hands, saying embarrassedly, Sorry, she just mistook you for someone else. But who were you here to meet? Her friend, standing behind her, cursed the idiot under her breath. At that moment, Baek Suji arrived. She was wearing sportswear, looking incredibly sexy. Her curves, her petite face, her big round eyes. Seeing the two girls, she asked Yu-Jok, confused, What's going on? You didn't say you were coming with someone else. Yu-Jok quickly turned to explain. I just ran into them while I was on my way to see you. Lee Suzong stiffened as soon as she saw Suji. She tried to act natural and smiled. Oh, hi Suji. Hey Suji. The friend, who still didn't have a clue, asked loudly, What? Who? Suji? Then, the friend shoved her hands in her pockets and sighed at Lee Suzong. Suji? I've heard that name somewhere before. But didn't you say she was your crush? What kind of relationship do they have to be meeting at this hour? And she's dressed way too provocatively. Oh, I remember now, Suzong. I think you mentioned her name before. Was she that queen or bee queen or something? Hearing this, Lee Suzong scolded her. Hey, shut up. Baek Suji, seeing this, leaned in and asked the friend provokingly, Hey, why were you whispering right next to her? Look at that attitude. Take your hands out of your pockets. The friend frowned, annoyed, and tried to fight back. Humph. Are you talking to me? Why should I do what you say? Suji didn't answer. She just stared right at her. That look was genuinely terrifying. The girl tried to stare back, but there was already a flicker of fear in her eyes. Lee Suzong, standing nearby, felt the atmosphere shift and worried a fight was about to break out. Yu-Jok saw this and told Baek Suji, I didn't come to see you for this. We aren't together, so don't worry about it. Let's just go over there and talk. He reached out to place a hand on Baek Suji's arm. She gently took his hand, then in a split second, coldly twisted it backward. Yu-Jok was caught off guard and cried out, Ah! Ow! Wait! What are you doing? That hurts. Baek Suji didn't care at all. She looked at Lee Suzong's friend and repeated, What are you doing? Are you deaf or something? Lee Suzung's friend felt incredibly annoyed and really didn't want to comply. She gently grabbed his hand, then coldly twisted it behind his back in a split second. Caught off guard, Yu-jok yelped, "Ah! Hey, watch it! What's your problem? That hurts!" Baek Suji didn't care at all. She looked at Lee Swung's friend and repeated, "What are you doing? Are you deaf or something?" Lee Soo-dagun's friend felt incredibly annoyed and didn't want to play along. But that look in her eyes was terrifying. Thinking that, she took her hand out of her pocket just like Suji said. Once that was settled, Suji turned around and pulled Yu-jok along. She told him to get moving, asking what was up. "If this is some nonsense, you're dead meat." Lee Swung's friend hissed through gritted teeth. She asked Lee Swung, "Who the hell is that crazy girl? Baek Suji? So what if it's Baek Suji? I'll call my guys to take care of her." Meanwhile, Lee Swung only had one thought in his mind. What's the real relationship between those two? As Yuju walked with Suji, she asked him, "So, what about my brother?" Yu-jok's eyes darted around, and he asked, looking flustered, Hey, I've been wondering. It's been a while since I met Bak Shui-u Quinn." Baek Suji answered honestly, "Yeah, I don't know where he went either. He just said he wouldn't be coming back for a while." Yu-jok frowned and pressed, "For how long?" Baek Suji looked thoughtful. "A month, 2 months, or maybe a year, I don't know." He didn't specify where he was going. Yu-jok continued, feeling awkward. "Is that so? More than a month is quite a long time. It's dangerous for you to be alone. I can help you with that." Before he could finish, Suji cut him off. "I was just saying, don't bring up Degun. Are you planning to ask my brother for protection? You're not that stupid, right? You wouldn't do anything that would drag my brother into this, would you? You said you wouldn't bring first-year problems into the 3rd year, right?" As she spoke, she turned around. That figure of hers really was enough to get anyone's heart racing. Yu-jok felt his veins pop with anger at her words. He gritted his teeth. Every other word out of her mouth was about Degun. Yu-jok gathered his courage and asked Baek Suji, "Hey, do you like Degun? You also said you didn't like Degun, but now you do?" Baek Suji's face turned bright red. She was too embarrassed to admit it. She lunged forward and hit Yu-jok in the chest, her voice clearly stumbling. What are you talking about? I'm telling you again. I don't like him." Yu-jok frowned and looked away. All right. I was just kidding. Don't worry. Degun is the top dog of the first years now, so what's there to worry about?" Baek Suji covered her mouth and thought to herself, "Oh my god, has Degun really moved up that fast?" Darkness had already fallen over the school. The bald security guard waved his hand. "All right, get home safely." The male student bowed politely and replied, "Yes, thank you, sir." Minsu walked home quickly, his eyes glued to his phone. He was calling someone. The phone started ringing on the other end. A girl with a slim build was working out. She picked up. "Hello? Minsu? What's up?" After listening to the situation on the other end, she nodded repeatedly. "Right, good. I'll check it out immediately and get Degun's feedback. I understand." With that, she hung up and kept running. A manager brushed her hair back, still talking to the person on the other end. "Okay, I got it. You're talking a bit too fast. Can you slow down a little?" Minsu scratched his head and his arm, stammering. "Haha, is that my role? All right, I'll do my best." The manager on the other side stopped her workout and started leaving. She reminded him, "Right, work carefully. I'll call you back later. Bye." The next day at school, everyone was whispering, "Hey, did you hear? Degun is the top dog of the first years now." Degun walked down the hallway amid curious stares, a few of which were filled with admiration. Suddenly, 2 male students talked to each other. "Hey, he's a great fighter, but he's not very smart." In the classroom, Kim Do-hyun stood with his hands on his hips, ordering another student to write on the board. "Make the font the biggest. It looks better, right? And remember to add the word cool at the end of Degun's name, too." Actually, no. Add something more interesting than just cool. But is the handwriting a bit slanted? Without realizing it, Degun had appeared behind Kim Do-hyun. He said quietly, "Erase it." Kim Do-hyun jumped and yelled, "Oh, Degun, when did you get here?" After that, Kim Do-hyun turned around excitedly. "Congrats on becoming the first-year boss. From now on, I'll help manage all the operations." Degun didn't really care to listen. "Hey hero, where's Lee Sung-hun?" Kim Do-hyun looked confused. "Huh? Lee Sung-hun?" Kim Do-hyun lowered his head, looking a bit disappointed. He lowered his voice. "He must be around somewhere. I'll call him right now." At Bang Ho Dong-gun Technical High School, Cha Jinggu said, "Finally, that guy has become the first-year boss." Jongman replied, "Isn't that obvious? I've never seen anyone as strong as him." Cha Jinggu agreed. "That guy is a damn monster." The cross-eyed, bald guy scratched his head honestly. I don't even remember how he beat me up that day. At that same moment, the hallway outside was extremely lively. Jiang Jinmo opened the classroom door and shouted, "Boss! A huge congratulations, you've become the new school boss." Degun felt a bit annoyed and signaled for Jiang Jinmo to keep it down. Jiang Jinmo felt a bit embarrassed and turned back to his buddies. "Hey, he's a bit busy, but we're close." Hey. Degun was talking to Lee Seung-hun, and he felt a headache coming on. Degun said slowly, "I told him to take the day off today. I don't know why he got dragged into this, but now it's our problem too. So, for today, let's just..." Suddenly, someone else interrupted. "Don't be too proud of yourself just because you became the first-year boss." Baek Suji walked in, arms crossed, and looking arrogant. She told Jiang Jinmo, "Don't stand in my way, suck in that gut, you fatty." Jiang Jinmo could only bow and retreat. She walked straight up to Degun and continued, "I heard you're the first-year boss now, so congrats. But you don't look very happy, do you?" "Oh, right. It's just the first-year boss. What's there to be happy about?" As she said that, she put on a look of disdain, but inside her head, she was telling herself, "Come on, keep the excitement down. If I ignore what he did, maybe he'll pay more attention to me." Contrary to Suji's expectations, Degun didn't care at all and replied to her. He continued his conversation with Lee Seung-hun. Baek Suji was naturally humiliated. She grabbed Degun by the collar and said, "Hey, you, are you ignoring me?" Baek Suji pulled so hard that several of Degun's buttons popped open, revealing his fair skin and collarbones that looked incredibly attractive. Baek Suji blushed and hurriedly explained, I didn't mean anything by that." Her mouth said one thing, but her eyes wouldn't leave Degun. Degun was surprisingly calm. He grabbed his collar and said, "It's fine. Damn it. I can't button it back up. The button is gone. But do you have anything else to say?" Baek Suji felt her heart racing. Even so, she crossed her arms and pretended to be normal. "Of course I do. Do you think I've got nothing better to do? You already know I'm the queen, don't you? You should have come to greet me properly after becoming the school boss." Degun didn't understand. He thought to himself, what kind of childish game is this? Lee Seung-hun laughed and said, "Usually when a first-year boss appears, it's tradition to go greet the second and third-year bosses, but I don't think Baek Suji is involved in that." Baek Suji looked away, embarrassed, pouting as she argued back, "Degun is like the king of the freshmen. Isn't it normal for him to come and greet me? I'm the queen to the freshman king, after all." Suddenly, Jiang Jinmo spoke up, "Hey, if Degun is the king, and Suji is the queen, what does that make their relationship then?" That comment made Baek Suji blush furiously. She lunged at Jiang Jinmo, hitting him while yelling, "Are you crazy, you useless idiot?" In reality, Baek Suji actually thought the rumor wasn't so bad. She pursed her lips, gathered her courage, and held her phone out to Degun, saying shyly, "Give me your number. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just asking because I might need to call you if something comes up." Degun asked in surprise. "Wait, what?" Baek Suji tossed the phone toward him in embarrassment, shouting, "Just give it to me already. Stop talking." Degun held the phone, confused, wondering, "Why am I the one who has to help you?" Bae barked back, "That's what freshmen are supposed to do." Lee Seung-hun chuckled at the scene. Once she was done, Baek Suji immediately headed back to class. She aggressively shoved Jiang Jinmo aside. Seung-hun asked Degun, "All right, ready to go?" Like Suji said, "You should go pay your respects to the seniors." Degun looked at his white shirt, then back at Lee Seung-hun. He wondered, "Can I really go looking like this?" Lee Seung-hun smiled. "It's fine. But this time, I want you to be sincere. Stop fighting like you're just playing around." Degun frowned, annoyed by that. He replied, "She klafta, playing around? Fine, I'll deal with this shirt and be back." In the hallway, everyone was talking about Degun. One person said, "Is that the freshman Degun? His build looks pretty good. But what's he doing on the second-year floor?" Another replied, "Probably here to greet the seniors." In classroom 152, two hands were pressed hard against a student's throat. Seeing the student's eyes glazing over and white foam bubbling from his mouth, bursts of laughter erupted around them. "Ha ha ha! Look at him. He's on his way to heaven, isn't he?" OJ stood there with his arms crossed and said, "This is the Nirvana Express. Going to heaven is nothing special. Let him go. It'll be hell if he actually bites the dust, so stop while you can." Right then, a pair of feet appeared behind them. Degun stepped in quickly, and the student guarding the door blocked him. "Hey, who the hell are you? Just a freshman, and you dare walk in here?" Degun immediately smacked him right in the face. OU Jock heard the commotion and turned around. Instantly, Degun landed a punch on his right cheek. The guy staggered back, swaying. Everyone in the classroom was stunned, paralyzed with fear. Degun adjusted his collar and asked, "You're a second year from the highway gang, right? I'm just here to say hello." A guy nearby shouted, "What do you want?" Degun looked over at the group sitting there and asked, "Are you his friends?" The student was furious, eyes bulging. "Damn it! What kind of greeting is that? Are you insane? How dare you?" The student raised his fist, but was immediately sent flying. Degun coldly kicked him across the room. Another guy in a white uniform saw this and cursed, "Oh sht, things are getting heated." He gritted his teeth and charged at Degun, fist raised. Degun swung his fist upward, landing a clean shot into the arrogant jerk's gut. With just one punch, the guy collapsed to the ground. Degun said coldly, "Shut your mouth if you don't want to get hit again. Someone like you is way too easy for me." OU finally managed to stagger to his feet. He wiped his mouth, coughing painfully, and looked like he was struggling. He glared at Degun and wheezed, "You're that brat, Degun, right? Do you have any idea who I am?" Degun pulled out his phone and read clearly. "Oh, a second-year student who gambles, cheats on tests, and uses violence. Wow. Quite the resume you've got there. What a total failure. And here you are, trying to bully others? I warned you about collecting protection money that day, yet you still chose to do it? Impressive." As soon as he finished, OU lunged at him, shouting, "Damn it, shut up. It's none of your business what I do." Degun decisively kicked OU's leg and grabbed his head. He used immense force to slam the jerk's head into the wall. Degun said loudly and coldly, "How dare you not listen to me?" OU passed out. Degun gave a cold smirk. You're weak as a slug. How are you so confident?" The bullied student watched in terror, thinking, "Wait, he's weak?" Degun looks at the bullied student and asks, "Are you okay?" The student was startled and thought, "What? Is he asking about me? Does he want to help me?" Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. He looked at Degun and whispered to himself, "Wait, should I feel proud of this? Is this vigilante justice?" Just then, another thug walked in, looking like a modern-day pigsy. He trotted in, calling out, "Oh you, get up!" Seeing everyone in the classroom knocked out, the thug shivered, but quickly composed himself. He pulled out a utility knife and charged toward Degun. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you brat. Why didn't you give a heads up before coming? I would have sharpened this blade for you." As the fat thug neared him, Degun casually grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it into the arm holding the knife, making him drop the weapon. Degun looked at him coldly and said, "Yeah, why would I need to report to you?" The fat guy struggled to stand up, looking at Degun, already exhausted without even landing a single hit. Seeing that, Degun charged in and didn't hesitate to kick him again. He barked, "You pig." The guy flew straight out the classroom door, coughing uncontrollably. Degun stepped forward slowly, standing before the fat guy to see what he'd do next. Meanwhile, the onlookers, sensing trouble, started shouting about a fight breaking out. That freshman boss even brought a junior from the third-year class. Before the fat guy could even stand up properly, Degun kicked him right in the face. Everyone froze, and the hallway fell into an eerie, unnatural silence. Degun turned to glare at the group of male students watching. "I only came here to say hi to the second years. You guys are a real pain, get lost, now." Lee Sung-hoon was moving through the hall as well. He thought to himself, being in a higher grade doesn't mean you have more power. Sometimes, you're bound to fail. He slowly walked up the stairs, seemingly curious to see how Degun had handled things. He pondered, man, what if Degun actually takes down the school's top boss too? Even if he's the famous Australian bee. If one person becomes an enemy to the whole school, they're going to have a much harder time than if they had allies. But what if he actually shows up? Even I haven't met him yet. Can Degun really pull this off? Degun, if you want to see a peaceful school, you'd better pull this off perfectly. Lee Sung-hoon peeked out. Degun was standing face-to-face with a group of second-years who were acting tough because of their seniority, and they were shouting at him. "What the hell are you doing, kid? Are you crazy? This is second-year territory." Degun didn't answer. He chuckled to himself. You little brats think you can actually intimidate me? I'm going to make you realize you're nothing but prey. It's my responsibility to clean up bullies like you." The student, not knowing his place, lunged at Degun. Degun's expression didn't change. He whispered, "The more aggressive you are, the faster you'll go down." He slapped the guy right across the face. Just then, another one charged in from behind. Degun spun around instantly and delivered an uppercut. That student collapsed, knocked out cold. Degun calmly headed into the next classroom. Loud crashing sounds erupted, and the room descended into chaos, filled with shouting. "Damn it! What is this dog doing?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the first student was sent flying out of the room. Inside, it was still frantic, with someone screaming, "Kill him! Surround him! Quick!" A series of thuds echoed for a long moment before going dead silent, and the last guy was tossed out of the room. Degun walked out of the classroom, completely unbothered. He checked his phone and muttered, "All right, that's the second year's done. Next up is Kim Samuel from the third year, huh?" He walked into the third year classroom and asked, "Which one of you is Kim Samuel?" Suddenly, a student grabbed a chair, ready to smash it over Degun. Degun effortlessly kicked him right in the crotch. A sharp, stinging pain shot from his gut to his brain. Seeing that, Degun followed up with a punch square in the face. "Man, my bad," he said. "I didn't really want to use that move, but the situation is urgent, so I had to use some Noran Ho techniques." Just as the chair wielder was kicked away, another student lunged with a weapon. Degun shot a quick glance at him. As the guy rushed in with a broom, Degun immediately threw a punch. The guy held up the broom, but Degun just delivered a clean punch right to his face. Another guy charged with a chair, but Degun dodged it easily. He stepped on the chair and asked, "Where is Kim Samuel? I don't want to waste any more time." But the idiot refused to spill. Degun, annoyed, slapped him hard. "You guys are such a waste of time." Degun looked around and asked once more, "You guys know Samuel, right? Tell me where he is." From behind, another moron who didn't know his limits rushed in with a fist. He yelled, "I already told you." Degun reflexively dodged the punch, shouting back, "Damn it. You guys are so damn annoying." With that, he slapped the guy hard enough to make him reel. The guy crumpled to the ground, no longer acting tough. Degun looked around, thinking, "It would be so much better if he just came to meet me himself, wouldn't it?" As he thought this, his eyes landed on someone lying on a desk. The fat guy was trembling, holding his phone, thinking, "Crazy, crazy, this is insane. I'm going to die because of this brat. Oh my god, what kind of person is he? I have no idea where Dugong Myung and the others went. Damn it." He texted Dugong Myung, "Where are you? There's a freshman here looking for you." Dugong Myung replied, "The hell? You serious?" The fat guy was about to type back, but he felt something strange. "When did Degun get right behind him?" Degun asked. "Who are you chatting with?" The fat guy stuttered in terror. "No one." Degun glanced at the screen and continued, "Is it Dudugong Myung?" The fat guy looked at Degun, stammering, Well, maybe." Degun saw the look on his face and knew immediately. He sighed. "You lunatic. If it's him, just say so. Why make it so complicated?" Degun threw an arm around the fat guy's shoulder and praised him. "Man, you should have just told me that from the start. I'd appreciate that. Now, this is perfect. Call all of them here. Hurry up." The fat guy was sweating bullets. He tremblingly replied, Okay. Could is greater than. Clear's throat is greater than. A little later, whispering could be heard in the first-year classroom. Minsu grabbed his phone and ducked out of the room. "Hello? You shouldn't be calling me while I'm at school, but is everything okay?" The manager on the other end replied, "Yeah, I wanted to talk about Degun. Are you in charge of the Yin group?" Just as he said that, Minsu suddenly shouted, "Hold on a sec." Dongbin and Bang Ho Dong walked in from outside, and seeing Minsu acting suspicious, they teased him. "Yo, who are you talking to? Your girlfriend? Ooh, look at you." Before Minsu could explain, they turned and walked away. Dongbin shouted, "Man, this room smells like trash. We need to do a better job cleaning up every time we come to school." No Man Ho followed behind, curious. "I wonder where Degun went." Minsu watched them leave, then went back to talking to the manager. He said, "Yeah, the next target is the second years, but he'll probably need more time, since they aren't like the freshmen." As he said this, Minsu kept looking around, afraid of being caught. He sighed and added, "Most freshmen hang out alone, so they're easy to deal with and save time. But the second years move in gangs. Their groups act like one giant body, working together to take down an opponent. Meanwhile, the Salo gang is moving together on the second floor." Dudugong Myung pulled the door open and stepped in. In front of him, a pile of people lay scattered on the floor, unconscious. Degun was sitting comfortably on a desk, having forced the fat guy to serve him. Degun saw Dudugong Myung and remarked, "You're late. Is it because of that money?" Dudugong Myung felt his blood boil when he saw Degun, and seeing his own men beaten unconscious, he gritted his teeth. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? You think you can just waltz into the second-year floor and not be afraid?" Degun answered coldly, "Yeah, so what? Anyway, don't just stand out there. Come in and let's talk." In the dimly lit scene, Seung-hun, standing behind them, suddenly spoke up. "Degun, can we talk for a second? You're going to greet the sophomores tomorrow, right? Do you want to assert your influence over the whole school without causing any chaos?" Degun slowed down to think about the question. Seung-hun, sensing an opening, continued to press him. Isn't that a bit strange? Degun. Don't do things that. Seung-hun seemed to be hesitating as he thought, his inner monologue trailing off. Do you know that in this world, there are always people who get stronger? Flashback to a time when a young boy once declared, "Hey, I'm going to become the school boss." That boy wandered around challenging everyone. Who's the big boss around here? Come out. Those words slowly began to attract attention. He loved fighting and would shout, "Who's next? Who else wants some?" After every class he greeted, he would try to establish himself as the school boss in every single fight. He would always try to crush his opponent, muttering, "I am the strongest one here." These actions were all meant to prove and showcase his own strength. That boy craved power, and all he knew how to say was, "Ha ha, I'm the strongest." To be precise, it was just like a young lion bragging after just reaching maturity, always wanting to win every fight, showing off his mettle, and instantly acting like the leader. Seung-hun looked at Degun's current upright posture and asked with curiosity, "But you're a bit strange. Even though your goal is to be the boss, why don't you want to show off your strength? There have been plenty of fights where you could have stepped up, but you prefer to stay in the shadows." Seung-hun delved deeper into his analysis. Mumbling to himself, he thought, "From another perspective, it's like you're trying to suppress your strength when defeating others. So I don't think your goal of being the boss is about bragging or showing off your power, but for some other purpose. If you want to defeat Yugen because of what happened in the past, you could choose to recruit him, to be on your side, because they love to fight, just like in those anime shows. But doing it this way, you might be on a secret mission." The protagonist stepped closer, placing a hand on Seung-hun's shoulder with a serious expression. "Just say what you need to say. You're rambling, and it's hard to follow." Seung-hun paid close attention to the protagonist's reaction, his eyes judgmental as he muttered, "Fine. I don't know what your goal is, and I don't want to know. Defeating the manager, Eugen. That's something we have in common." Seung-hun made an offer. "Can you read my notes for a second? I wrote down some help for you. Just consider this a Death Note style list." Right after that, Seung-hun handed the protagonist his phone with instructions. "This is your to-do list for tomorrow. You have one day." Degun stared intently at the phone, looking like he didn't quite understand what was happening. This guy, Seung-hun, always acted so intimidating. He warned our main character, "At the very least, tomorrow you have to fight Eugen from the sophomore class of Jurian High. This is your schedule." The protagonist felt like he was being bossed around, and he gave him an annoyed look. "What are you doing?" This guy, me, was walking with his lackeys, complaining irritably. Saving someone in trouble shows compassion. As a sophomore, this is the bare minimum I have to do. These guys were acting extremely serious, declaring loudly, "I'm going to teach these lunatics a lesson." Me pretended to be pitiful and interrupted. "Poor kid, just let him go." On the opposite side, the protagonist sat firmly, with his own crew behind him. Degun confidently challenged them. "Come on then." The chubby guy was suddenly shoved to the front by the protagonist, and he muttered in surprise, "What? What are you doing?" Degun instructed, "You go first." The protagonist's first opponent was this chubby guy, and he punched him hard, causing him immense pain. The air seemed to turn red upon impact, perhaps because he was so weak. After just one punch from Degun, the guy collapsed, clutching his body. The others charged in aggressively. "Don't stop me. Get out of the way. Why are you here and doing this?" But before the guy could stay aggressive for long, he was nowhere to be seen. The scene was chaotic as they crashed into each other. One after another, they tumbled to the ground. The protagonist used the strength of his arms to lift his opponent up, a move that made the guy pale with fear. After lifting him up came the earth-shattering punches. The protagonist hit his opponent left and right, leaving his body reeling. The others, standing further back, heckled their teammate. "Bodo, why are you just sticking your face out to take hits? If the path is blocked, just climb over the table." Following his teammate's advice, he immediately climbed onto the table. Our hero watched the whole thing from behind. He stuck his leg out to trip him. The guy was weak. He had barely been shaken by Degun when he tumbled forward, his face full of shock. The protagonist took the opportunity as the guy presented his face, punching him square in the jaw without a second of hesitation. The others still didn't know the meaning of fear. Seeing their teammate get beaten to a pulp, they only grew more eager to attack, but every single one of them was met with a harsh counterattack. The center of the fight was incredibly tense, while those standing on the sidelines could only watch with their jaws dropped. They tried to find a way out, but after running 2 steps, they shouted, "This way is blocked. Go through the back door." Terrified by the reality of the situation, the chubby guy ran for his life. So fast he couldn't even tell where he was going. As he ran, a head suddenly popped out, blocking his path right by the window. Panicking, They immediately changed direction, urging each other on. This way, this way. The chubby guy led the way. But after running for just a short distance, his face twisted in confusion. His eyes seemed to lock onto something terrifying. They were all sent flying backward, their bodies swaying before crashing down. The protagonist was still in the zone, hunting down every last one of them, his powerful grip dragging them along. The guy was so surprised he couldn't react. Another person tried to take advantage of the chaos to hit the protagonist with a chair, but his own teammate was in the way, and the two just looked at each other in panic. No, wait. In the end, because of their incompetence and Degun seeing through their every move, they ended up beating each other to a pulp. The last one was quickly floored by a kick from Degun. Sure enough, wherever our hero went, his opponents were bound to fall. His stride remained confident as he moved forward. The remaining army was still large. They gathered together, moving closer with their fists ready. Our hero glanced around to assess the situation. After a quick look, he charged in with full confidence. He launched himself directly into the heart of the battle. His arm blocks every move his opponent makes. Those guys have no teamwork at all. They're just tripping over each other. And in the end, they all get pummeled by our guy, Degun, until they can't even see straight. He's a total beast, clearing the floor from one side to the other, stomping through the whole mob. The intensity of his power was relentless. He fought as if he were merely teasing his opponents. A single slap to the leader left the follower dazed, completely unsure of what to do next. Another slap was delivered, a fair gift for both of the jerks in front of him. They were both left writhing in pain after receiving Degun's grand gift. The fight scene blurred as it happened. Our main guy was way too fast and decisive. Myung, standing on the sidelines, was sweating profusely, his eyes darting around in deep thought. Is he strong? It's more than just strength. What's truly impressive is that he knows how to cut off every path his opponents try to take. Whenever they think about making a move, he shuts it down right from the start. He keeps them locked in a one-on-one scenario, maintaining total control of the situation. Myung was spiraling, thinking to himself, even though he's just a first year, no way. It's impossible for anyone, at any age, to do this. He's fighting while simultaneously controlling the entire flow of the battle. It doesn't matter how many people are there, it's all the same to him. Anyone who gets close to Degun gets blown away in the blink of an eye. Outside the classroom, a massive crowd of students has gathered. It seems the protagonist's fight is drawing a lot of attention. Myung is still caught up in his own head, judging the protagonist. It's hard to believe a freshman could take down almost all the sophomores. That's insane. He decides he has to step in. He starts fishing around for something shady. He charges in, weapon in hand, thinking to himself that this isn't the best way to handle things, but it'll have to do. The first classroom is filled with a loud commotion. What? No Manhwa. No Manhwa is alerting the others. I just heard Degun is taking on all the sophomores by himself right now. Dongmin freezes in shock. What? Should we go help him out? They all start debating it. What? Are you serious? Those sophomores are tough. Someone else chimes in. But we're his best friends, right? Amidst the chaos, only Minsu observes calmly. As the three guys from No Manhwa's group take off, Minsu follows closely behind. Let's go help him. I'm coming too. Scene shift to classroom 6. Suji is twisting Jang Jinmo's hair while talking. If that's true, why are you still sitting here memorizing vocabulary? Jang Jinmo replies, dazed. Huh? What? Suji, I don't want to get involved between the freshmen and sophomores. I think he just wanted to say hi. Jin tries to explain, but Suji cuts him off immediately. Shut up, you pig. Suji orders Jiang Jinmo. Lead the way. We're going to help Degun. Even though he's being forced, Jiang Jinmo tries to resist. Wait, let me at least send a final farewell message to my mom first. The scene shifts to the sophomore classroom, number 3. Inside, it's a total wreck, courtesy of the protagonist. A pile of people is scattered on the floor, unconscious. The knife in Mi's hand suddenly slows down. His eyes are filled with fear as he faces our hero, his body completely paralyzed. He sees our guy as some kind of giant monster. What is this? Myung can't believe his eyes. He takes off his glasses and rubs them hard. But when he looks again, the protagonist is still right there in front of him. A muscular, imposing figure facing Myung head-on. Terrified, he starts muttering, Degun, what just happened? What are you? What is that all over you? The protagonist doesn't care about a word he's saying. He raises his fist and declares, I don't know what you're babbling about, but since you took your glasses off, it means it's time for a beating. A powerful blow lands straight on Myung's face. His frail body can't handle it, and he's sent flying backward. The students outside are frozen, stiff, Witnessing the scene, the protagonist's performance is truly impressive. In just a split second, he took down all the sophomores. Just then, the group of friends runs up. No Man Ho asks, "Did you finish already?" No Man Ho doesn't even need the protagonist to answer. Looking at me on the ground says it all. I can't believe it. Degun took down all the sophomores by himself? The protagonist brushes off the small stuff, looks at his phone, and says, "Talking to Dudugong Myung is done. Now, there's still Walk. I need to know where he is. I know you're close with him. I can't wait any longer." This time, Wanoke really has to face our hero head-on. Wanoke's heavy footsteps approach. He moves as if he can sense the disaster coming his way. On the other side of the classroom, No Man Ho has arrived. What is this? What just happened? Don't tell me Degun beat the entire sophomore class by himself? Seriously? All by himself? This guy, Sung Hoon, suddenly turns his head and says, "Oh, Man Ho and 2 others. I didn't think you guys would come today." Dongmin reacts sharply. "What 2 others? Where are you getting that from?" Sung Hoon seems to forget their names. Mumbling, No Man Ho, Dongmin, and an annoyed Dongmin has to set him straight. No Man Ho, Ho Dong, and Dongmin. While everything is a mess, Suji walks up, pushing No Man Ho aside to see where Degun is. Hearing the strange noise, Sung Hoon turns his head, thinking, "Why is she here?" After observing for a moment, he has a realization. I just figured out what she wants. Maybe I don't need to guess what she likes anymore. Suji just reaches the classroom door and freezes in place. She blurts out in surprise, "What? What on earth happened here?" No Man Ho turns to his buddies to discuss it. "Now that I think about it, didn't Minsu come with us?" Dongmin nods in agreement. "Yeah, you're right. Where did he go halfway through?" It turns out Minsu wasn't there because he was escorting the homeroom teacher to the scene. The teacher sees the brutal wreckage, his anger impossible to hide, his voice booming. "Degun, what on earth have you done?" Scene shift to the teacher's office. The teacher turns left and right, questioning the protagonist. "Are you a thug? You broke all the doors. You're in big trouble, kid." The protagonist stands there, listening to the scolding. "Don't make me call you in here again, got it? If you want to fight, go fight outside the school. Why act like a gangster here?" Minsu stands outside, listening to the conversation between the hero and the teacher. Feeling curious. A day after beating up the freshmen, nothing happened. Why is he getting a warning right after beating the sophomores? The problem is, the homeroom teacher doesn't know anything about the project. Things got less chaotic because I told the chairman to delay him, but I don't know what he actually did. Just then, Minsu stands outside, and a voice rings out. "Make way." Seeing this person, Minsu quickly bows respectfully. "Oh, yes, hello sir." Minsu realizes he has arrived perfect timing. The homeroom teacher is still strictly lecturing Degun. "You're so naive. You need money to defeat people. But you don't have a dime, you idiot. This isn't the age where you beat people with just muscle anymore." The homeroom teacher keeps nagging our hero, looking visibly annoyed. Someone like you would never think about the consequences. I can't even call your parents because you're an orphan." So annoying. The chairman appears, drawing everyone's attention. "Ah, chairman, you've arrived." The chairman looks ahead and gives instructions. "I have business to attend to." The teacher bows. "Hello, sir, chairman." The chairman ignores the teacher, only interested in asking about our hero. "Degun, it's been a long time. How are you? Are your studies going well?" The protagonist replies, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher is standing there, so embarrassed he's practically steaming. He doesn't understand a thing, looking up and thinking, "What is happening here? Wait, the 2 of them know each other?" The chairman's face turned stern. He caught the teacher's eye and instructed, "Mr. Lai, come with me for a moment." That order made Mr. Lai tremble. "Of course, chairman." Cut to the inside of the chairman's office. Mr. Lai was forced to keep his head bowed low, practically groveling. The chairman started lecturing him on teaching students with compassion. "Did you really think it was better to neglect him, instead of berating him like a dog just because he's broke?" Mr. Lai bowed his head and replied, "Yes, you're absolutely right, sir." As he bowed, the homeroom teacher felt a deep, burning resentment. "Damn it, who even is that guy? Gun Park." I did my research. He's an orphan with absolutely no family connections. How on earth could he know the chairman? The protagonist was standing right there in the room, hearing the chairman's voice loud and clear. "Treat Gun Park with a little kindness, okay? You understand what I mean, don't you? Only then will I consider you a human being." Mr. Lai nodded repeatedly. "Yes, sir. I've taken your instructions to heart." The chairman gripped the teacher's shoulder, his voice turning, threatening. "And what about that other matter I asked you about the other day? Mister, Lee hunched his shoulders and replied, "Ah, yes. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened." Gun Park stood there, soaking in the tension. He felt like something was off about this whole situation. Was his intuition right? The chairman's voice still echoed in Gun's ears. "All right, you can go now." Gun could sense it clearly. There was something deeply fishy going on with both the chairman and the homeroom teacher. After Mr. Lai left, the chairman turned to talk to Gun. "Gun, the first time you saw me was at that project meeting, right?" He made a direct offer to the protagonist. "Let's talk." Over in the second-year classroom, the students were still out cold. The scene was a total wreck. Min's glasses lay on the floor, and a panicked voice rang out. "Huh? My buddy? Gongmi? My fellow brother in arms?" But that brother was fast asleep on the floor. Jake G arrived and was shocked to see Min knocked out cold. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead were bulging. What the hell is going on? How could this happen? Kim Samuel stood in the back and claimed that Gun Park, a first year, was responsible. Jake was even more curious now. "Samuel, how come you're completely fine?" Samuel replied with a firm explanation. "Well, I stepped out." He tried to act as if he had avoided the trouble, painting himself as the good guy. "This is my fault. But you, where were you?" "A snake without a head is why this happened." Jake's expression was still incredibly tense, his voice laced with annoyance. "I think you know. I came back after witnessing the execution of Jiho." Kim Samuel grew even more intrigued. "Huh, so he planned this because he knew you'd be gone? I wonder which dog in our crew leaked that info to him." Jake turned cold, an aura of rage radiating from his body. Kim Samuel asked, "Where are you going?" As he walked away, Jake dropped a bit of life philosophy. Put yourself in someone else's shoes if you want to understand them. The protagonist was now dealing with a truly insane guy. The director spoke in a cryptic tone. "Using thugs to clean up thugs, that's Director Lai's idea, isn't it? Using delinquents to stop school violence. Don't you think that's a bit childish, Chairman?" However, his expression suddenly shifted, his voice turning sharp. "But it is interesting. This game actually gave me some fun moments. I almost forgot about this project since there weren't any special reports. Besides, I've been too busy lately. While I enjoy it, I'm also an ambitious man." He slammed his hand on the desk, asserting his life principle. "A man who wants to achieve great things in life has to rob and crush others. It's all to increase one's own value. You can do it if you do it quietly. A guy like you should understand what I'm saying, right?" The chairman pointed straight at Gun and gave an order. "Take them all down." The protagonist didn't care much for that nonsense philosophy. He had a practical question. "What about the broken door?" The chairman immediately reassured him. "Don't worry. Why are you even worried about that? Whose school do you think J-High is?" He pointed at the nameplate. It was the chairman's nameplate. Everything belonged to Choi Dong-soo. The faces appearing nearby all showed signs of anxiety. Footsteps were drawing closer. In the first-year classroom, the noise erupted once again. "Damn it." Dong-min was trying to stop Ho-kyung. "I told you not to eat." No Man Ho sat nearby, desperately trying to intervene. "Stop causing a scene," Dong-min complained. "Seriously, I have to go buy it." No Man Ho urged him anxiously. "Hurry up, class is starting." Following his friend's advice, Dong-min moved quickly to open the classroom door. However, as soon as he opened the door, a massive figure appeared before him. It was none other than Gu. His bulky frame left Dong-min stunned and speechless. Gu's face wore an incredibly annoyed expression, his eyes filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to devour his prey. Dong-min stood his ground in sheer terror, his eyes glazing over as he muttered, "Is that smoke coming from your body? You shouldn't be this hot-headed, should you?" Even though he tried to calm him down, Gu couldn't control his nature and threw a direct punch. The hit made Dong-min's face swell, and the blood rushing to his head turned his body bright red. No Man Ho and Ho-kyung witnessed the scene in the blink of an eye and rushed over, worried. "Dong-min?" Gu was still grabbing Dong-min's collar, teaching him some philosophy. Good karma brings good fruit, and evil deeds lead to evil retribution. The consequences of one's own actions are called karma. Ho-kyung grumbled. What the hell is this guy babbling about? No Man Ho sensed things were getting out of control and gave Ho-kyung a serious look. "Give me a weapon, quick." In an instant, they were armed and ready to face their opponent. Gu shouted firmly, "What I'm doing today is just karma, Gun Park. You bastards, how are you ever going to reach nirvana acting like this?" Ho-kyung was naturally weak and trembling as he asked, "No Man Ho, I'm actually terrified. Can we really win this?" "No Man Ho, he's a second-year boss. He's incredibly strong, but we have to do what we can. We'll attack him using Plan A, 2 against 1. As soon as they finished planning their strategy, they both charged at Gu simultaneously. No Man Ho was in a tight spot, forced to think carefully about how to deal with such a massive opponent. He'll probably focus on raw power rather than speed. Now, No Man Ho has figured out his next move. Wanoke quickly hoisted Bang Ho Dong into the air. With a brutal thud, he slammed Bang Ho Dong's massive frame against the ground without a shred of mercy. No Man Ho saw his chance while Wanoke was distracted. Gripping his weapon, he lunged forward, launching a fierce attack at Wanoke's back. A heavy, direct blow struck Wanoke's body. However, No Man Ho didn't feel any sense of relief after the strike. Instead, he was filled with dread. Oh no, this is bad. There's no way. Don't tell me. Wanoke stood up, sneering at No Man Ho. You really are an idiot, aren't you? Have you never heard of a body made of iron? No, Man Ho froze, realizing his attack hadn't done a single bit of physical damage. Wanoke's mouth twitched, and his eyes darted around, unfocused. He seemed to think the murmur he heard was from Bang Ho Dong. No Man Ho spotted an opening and prepared to strike, thinking that even an iron body has to have a weak spot somewhere. The plan seemed perfect, but Wanoke had already read him like a book. His hand clamped down hard on Norman's weapon. Wanoke's voice rang out, calm and cold. I'll take your knowledge, but I have to admit, you're not bad. Wanoke had read No Man Ho's mind. He knew he always targeted the one spot that would cause the opponent the most agony. Too bad for you. I'm not planning on becoming a monk anytime soon. Right after saying that, Wanoke smashed his fist directly into No Man Ho's face. The force was so immense that Norman was sent flying backward. As No Man Ho went down, Bang Ho Dong quickly scrambled to his feet, eyes locked forward. Wanoke's gaze immediately tracked his opponent's next move. He spun around, raising his arm adorned with prayer beads, chanting, "Reflecting on my prayers at the temple gates, my beads have finally reached nirvana." Wanoke's arm, wrapped in prayer beads, collided with Bang Ho Dong's steel-wielding arm. Wanoke declared that his prayer beads were harder than steel. Sure enough, it was true. The steel weapon in Bang Ho Dong's hand was knocked right out of his grip. Seizing the moment, Wanoke delivered a crushing blow straight into Bang Ho Dong's stomach. The agonizing kick twisted Bang Ho Dong's face into a mask of pain, his eyes bulging in shock. Wanoke wasn't done with his brutality yet. He raised his arm high, striking with swift, vicious force, driving it straight into Bang Ho Dong's back. By now, the pain was unbearable. Bang Ho Dong couldn't even lift his head anymore. That guy, Wanoke, kept muttering philosophical nonsense about karma and how debts would be paid through the law of cause and effect. He was heading straight for No Man Ho, believing that anyone connected to Degun had to die. No Man Ho reminded himself of the reality from deep within. He's not human. There's no way I can win against that. If I'm not careful, I'm dead for sure. No Man Ho's expression clouded with a sense of hopelessness. Life is so short, and there are so many weapons I haven't even used yet. Suddenly, a strange voice cut through the tension. What are you guys doing? Juri appeared, looking curious. Why are you just lying there? Seeing his friend, No Man Ho immediately warned her. It's dangerous. Stay back. Wanoke turned to talk to Juri. You're in the same group as Degun, aren't you? Juri didn't show a hint of fear and retorted, So what? You got a problem with that? Wanoke completely lost it, his rage spiraling. If that's the case, then you'll pay the price. Degun, No Man Ho cried out in desperation. Juri, run. Get out of here. Juri just stood there, confused by the warning. Juri, run. Suddenly, Juri leaned to the side, dodging just in time. That movement caused Wanoke's punch to miss its mark completely. It looked like someone had pulled Juri out of harm's way. The person responsible was none other than the main character himself. He had arrived just in time and successfully carried Juri to safety. Degun looked straight at his opponent and declared, So, you finally showed up, Wanoke? The scene shifted back to the schoolyard. The main character looked at Juri, checking on her. Are you okay? Juri was a bit rattled, replying, Yeah, I'm fine. Wishing he could carry her again, Degun gently warned her, I'm not carrying you for fun. It's dangerous, so stay back. That guy, Wanoke, was still shuffling along in his sandals, creeping closer to our main guy with a taunting remark. There you are, Degun. I've been waiting for you. You managed to take down my gang members, and even though I wanted to make your friend pay first, you're the one responsible for everything, and I just can't stand it anymore. Wanoke declared firmly, I'm sending you to see the King of Hell. Outside in the hallway, the news was spreading like wildfire. The freshman leader Degun and the second-year leader Gonza were fighting. It was unbelievable. Footsteps echoed rapidly as a crowd gathered. Kim Do-hyun walked up, curious, and asked, What's going on here? Facing the growing commotion, our main character addressed Wanoke. Everyone's going to misunderstand this. I hit you guys because you deserved it. I told you I'd do it if you guys tried to collect protection money again. While the main character was dealing with the situation, a voice whispered from somewhere, "Degun, don't let your guard down, that guy is incredibly strong." The main character looked around, curious. "Is that you? No Man-ho?" Sure enough, it was No Man-ho, hiding behind a door, his voice echoing a warning to Degun. "That guy, he's fast too. His speed and power are on another level. He's so good at taking hits that even weapons don't work on him." Our main guy knew what he had to do. He replied to reassure No Man-ho's anxiety. "I get it, but what are you doing over there?" Ask that. No Man-ho looked a bit dazed as he answered, "I can't move, so don't you dare ignore my advice. He's in a completely different league, not like the freshman we've fought before." Despite his usual confidence, the urgency in No Man-ho's warning made the main character take it to heart. Degun himself could feel that the energy radiating from this guy was different. Maybe he hadn't had the guts to face me before. Maybe it was because our main guy left the reason hanging. But one thing was clear. Wanoke was now in a state of hyper-focus. He kept gripping his prayer beads, his voice raspy as he declared, "I admit my ascetic practice hasn't been enough. I know I should forgive instead of being consumed by petty grudges against mere mortals. But this time, I cannot be lenient. Those who dare to touch what shouldn't be touched must bear the heavy burden of their karma. So, for you, Degun, this will be an unforgivable sin. There will be no mercy for you." Degun, ever confident, stood tall with a sharp, cool air as he replied flatly, "All right then, to see if you're just delusional about your power, I guess I should put it to the test, shouldn't I?" Wanoki's eyes turned cold and unblinking. Standing right in front of him is a gun, ready to fire. A strike so swift it's invisible, yet it packs enough force to send Jiaguk flying backward without a second thought. Jiaguk watches through the doorway, unable to hide his shock. What the hell? After taking a hit like that, there's no way he should still be standing, completely unscathed. The scene in Classroom 6 is still chaotic. Is Suji really stomping on Jiaguk's head again? Who is he fighting this time, and where? Jiaguk can't even study in peace because of these girls. He tries to respond to the second-year boss, Jijuk, but suddenly, he just snaps back at him negatively. "I still don't get it," he asks curiously. "What do you mean no? Are you trying to save him again? You saw those second years get taken down earlier, right? If it's Degun, he'll be fine," Suji says, though she's clearly worried. "You don't understand. This is different from what happened with Jiaguk back then." Old memories flood back to Suji, the time when members of the highway gang were attacked by Bang Ho Dongan High while they were out collecting protection money. That guy stormed into Bang Ho Dongan High and knocked out all their top-tier members. He's a total monster. Suji keeps worrying, muttering, "Looks like Jiaguk really loves money. I've always wondered if there was any way to stop him from fighting this match." Suddenly, Jin interrupts, talking about something completely unrelated to the fight. "Do you want a piggyback ride? I can carry you around the school twice." Immediately, Jin starts hauling Suji away. He's panting, exhausted, so heavy. Suji kicks and yells, quickly snapping at Jin, "Shut your mouth and keep running, you pig." The hallways flash by. Jiaguk stares at the scene, baffled, and starts judging the situation. What? Even after getting hit like that, he's still okay? This guy Jiaguk is still standing firm, even after what should have been a lethal blow from Degun. He speaks, struggling to catch his breath. "So, this is the move Park Dojin couldn't handle? Impressive, but it's useless against me." The protagonist stays silent, not bothering to explain. He just raises his fist and poses a taunting question. "Do you even know what Jiaguk means?" The guy named Jiaguk rotates his limbs, looking fully prepared. He stares forward and declares, "I am protected by the Buddha himself, so I will never be injured." Kim Do-hyun stands on the sidelines, stroking his chin in thought. With a body as hard as iron, will D-Gun's guns even work on him? An epic showdown between a second-year boss and a first-year. In the middle of his thoughts, Kim Do-hyun is rudely shoved aside. "Move. Let me see." It's the feisty Suji. She arrives, fuming. This is insane. They're actually fighting. Everyone's attention is locked on the center of the clash between our protagonist and Jiaguk. Dongmin equips himself with steel knuckles, sneaking up behind Jiaguk. He lunges forward, attacking with lightning speed. He shouts heroically, "Your divine protection is cute, but this is payback for that surprise attack earlier." But before Dongmin can land a hit, Jiaguk's roar stops him dead in his tracks. He lets out a massive scream. His emotions seem to be erupting. He curses at the fools in front of him. "I could have killed you back there. To me, you're just an ant. And I don't have time to waste killing something as insignificant as you. Soon, you'll realize that you're going to be wiped out along with this guy named Degun." Jiaguk slams his feet into the ground repeatedly, the sound echoing through the floor. That's his sixth sense. Rapid steps. Jiaguk is pouring all his strength and speed into a direct attack on our hero, his teeth grinding in pure rage. Our protagonist carefully observes every one of Jiaguk's movements, silently admitting that he's incredibly fast. Those punches and the speed of his strikes are brutal. He's punching as if he's unleashing 1,000 years of built-up fury. Jiaguk, standing on the sidelines, is even affected by the shockwaves, stumbling as if he's about to be blown away. Our hero isn't backing down either. He raises his lightning fists, his arsenal ready. Flipping the tables, Degun engages in a desperate do-or-die clash with Jiaguk. A lightning-fast, brutal punch lands square on Jiaguk's body. Jiaguk's face contorts in pain as he takes the hit. Seizing the chance while his opponent is struggling, our hero zeroes in on his target, Jiaguk's head. Once locked onto his target, Degun unleashes a relentless barrage of sniper and rifle-style punches. The power of the move shatters the window glass completely. Even so, Jiaguk is stubborn as a mule. That stiff body of his doesn't even flinch. His fists keep flying, fueled by pure frustration. He charges with a desperate look, trying to punch straight through the protagonist, but Degun's superior dodging always leaves him swinging at thin air. Jiaguk starts questioning himself. Why isn't my body taking damage? The protagonist stares straight ahead, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The fight is far from over. Our hero still has plenty of skills to show off, each one leaving his opponent reeling in agonizing despair. Jiaguk grinds his teeth, digging his feet into the ground to stay upright. The harder his opponent tries to hold his ground, the harder our hero kicks and punches. The attacks come in rapid succession, swinging from one side to the other. Finally, he delivers a strike to the center of Jiaguk's body. Kim Do-hyun, watching from the sidelines, mutters to himself, "There are so many, I can't even name all his secret techniques anymore. What kind of gun does he have left?" Lee Seung-hoon appears out of nowhere to discuss it with Do-hyun. "So, you're the one naming Degun's useless techniques?" Kim Do-hyun replies. "Yeah, but aren't those moves actually pretty solid?" Lee Seung-hoon immediately dismisses him. "I'm not so sure, but instead of using pistols or rifles, I think," while Lee Seung-hoon is busy brainstorming names, the fight remains incredibly tense. Our hero is trying to find openings in Jiaguk's fighting style to land a decisive blow. By some miracle, Degun's punch has enough power to lift his opponent right off the ground. Lee Seung-hoon calls this move the piercer. Once equipped with a spearhead, nail, or wooden stake, this weapon pierces the target at high speed. Jiaguk's eyes are filled with pure spite. Outside the ring, they are still trying to calculate the next move, as long as he uses it with those reinforced gloves at close range. No matter how hard the object is, our hero is determined to conquer it. Nothing in this world will stop him. Our protagonist refuses to back down or show mercy, looking like he's ready to fight to the bitter end. Everything is being pierced, and debris starts flying off as the brutality continues. The protagonist and Jiaguk suddenly stop after that last strike. Jiaguk's knees buckle, hitting the ground. Seeing his opponent weakening, our hero steps forward with even more confidence. "Where did your divine protection go? Did you really have the Buddha on your side? Or were you just confused?" Whenever anyone mentions the beliefs he holds so dear, Jiaguk's attitude turns hostile. "Don't you dare insult me." He doesn't stop, his hands straining to throw a Buddha palm strike. The protagonist watches, baffled by his intent. "Buddha palm? What the hell are you on about?" The protagonist suddenly grips Jiaguk's arm. He's clearly had enough, snapping, "I'm the one who decides if you get to keep going. How long are you going to keep up this fake monk act? If it's for real, you'd better pray for some divine protection, 'cause you're about to get beat a whole lot more." The scene shifts to an internet cafe, where people are grumbling. "Skipping school is boring as hell, and nobody here is man enough to mess with me." The thugs exchange looks, murmuring among themselves. "Has Samuel reached out to you yet?" When the other guy says no, things are exactly as Seung-hoon said. The outcome is clear. "Yeah, the moonlight is fading. What a shame. I should have been there to see that monk get his teeth kicked in myself." They try to calm each other down. "Don't worry about that. Just round up as many of the kids as you can. Or, actually, never mind. Also, make sure they bring something with them." The guy speaks into his phone, brimming with confidence. "Don't sweat it. Let's see what's good for causing some real pain." The protagonist's punches land with terrifying rhythm, his opponent taking every hit square to the face. Jiaguk's eyes burn with pure spite. He looks like he wants to tear the protagonist apart. But in the end, Jiaguk's intimidation is all talk. He keeps getting pummeled, blow after brutal blow. Seung-hoon and Do-ino stare ahead, jaws dropped. Even Soo-jin looks genuinely shocked. She thinks to herself, Jiguk, he can't even put up a fight. Jiguk is spiraling into despair, his mind screaming at him. No, I can't be brought down like this. I have a massive ambition, a goal I have to reach. Even as the punches rain down on his face, his resolve doesn't break. His eyes and his posture remind him of who he is. Who am I? I'm the third-generation heir, Jiguk, a man of status. Back before his birthday, his father asked, Jiguk, is there anything you want for your birthday? Absolute control over his own life, that's what Jiguk had. When asked about a gift, he thought for a moment and said, a Rolex Daytona will do. Just like that, he had it resting on his wrist. He always got what he wanted. He was a prince born with a silver spoon in his mouth. But then, one day, while showering, Jiguk looked down at the drain and frowned in disgust. Why is there so much hair? The pipes are clogged again. These maids are so unprofessional. After showering, he went to dry his hair, but he noticed even more falling out. A wave of unease hit him. Curious, he intended to find his father and ask him about it, but the question died on his lips when he looked at his father's thinning, empty scalp. In that moment, he understood. For a perfectionist like him, someone who had never known a single flaw, this was too bitter, too painful to accept. Don't mistake a shiny exterior for a throne. Day after day, Jiguk tormented himself over this flaw. Why can't I keep my hair? He felt completely powerless as the hair kept falling out in clumps. The floor was littered with his hair. Then, a glimmer of hope appeared in the darkness. News about a hair transplant service started trending online. The only problem was that it cost a fortune. But for a third-generation heir like Jiguk, money wasn't an issue. As soon as he read the news, he rushed to his father's room, shouting, Father! But the moment he entered, the first thing he saw was his father kneeling on the ground, surrounded by a group of suspicious-looking men. His father spoke, his voice trembling. Jiguk, you're home? I'm sorry. It seems like they're taking everything. The news hit him like a lightning bolt. The feeling of losing it all. To Jiguk, it was nothing short of a living hell. He needed something to lean on. That was when Buddhism became his only source of strength. He shaved his head. No matter how much it hurt, he immersed himself in the philosophy of nothingness. He finally felt a sense of peace in his mind. The fact that he was bald didn't bother him anymore. One cloudy day, Jiguk looked up at the sky, deep in thought, whispering Buddhist mantras under his breath. As he meditated on that philosophy, his fist clenched tightly. He declared, You are nothing but a tree. With that, he punched the tree with all his might, threatening it. Don't you dare be so full of life. Despite his Buddhist studies, his base, greedy nature still simmered beneath the surface. His inner thoughts screamed, I am Jiguk. Am I supposed to just accept not having everything I want in this life? No. I refuse to be poor. Time flew by, and he enrolled at Jurian High, a place where you could make money if you were good at fighting. Who could beat a guy with such desperate, hungry determination? After dominating the school, he made his money work for him, multiplying his wealth in the blink of an eye. He waited for the day he could return to his life of luxury. He thought that day would come soon. He was just biding his time. But in reality, everything had been shattered. Jiguk was left holding the broken pieces of his own delusions. And the one who destroyed his dream was the protagonist, Degun. Jiguk is seething at the protagonist's arrival, his eyes glaring with hatred until the moment he shows up. In the heat of the fight, especially against someone as strong as the protagonist, Jiguk tries to grab onto him to hold him back. But no matter how hard he tries, Degun shoves him away with a sharp, decisive motion. The protagonist stands still, watching him. Jiguk mumbles to himself, just a little more. If I can just make a bit more, it will all be over. Driven by his obsession with money, he struggles to rise, his massive body lunging to pin the protagonist down. However, Degun keeps his footing, instantly shifting his weight and using his legs as leverage to counterattack. Regaining his stance, Degun flips him backward, slamming Jiguk's huge body against the wall. The protagonist asks coldly, You still got energy to struggle? Jiguk replies, It's not just a little. I'm more full of energy right now than I've ever been in my life. The protagonist maintains a calm gaze and demeanor, speaking nonchalantly to warn his opponent that there's no need to be this reckless. If you're willing to return the money you stole and swear you'll never do it again, I'll forgive you. After all, I am a merciful person. However, this money-grubbing Jiaguo refuses point blank. He snaps back. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Taking money is a necessity for everyone. Meanwhile, shifting the focus to Hodong and No Man Ho, the two are watching the center of the fight in terror, whispering with trembling voices. Is he starting to talk crazy again? Oh, he's awake? After getting his limbs numbed by the protagonist, Dudugong Myung is now dragging his body over to watch the situation. Damn it, move over a bit, will you? Mi's expression suddenly shifts to surprise, muttering, Jiaguo, he's there. The image appearing behind Jiaguo is truly bizarre. Du Gongmyung thinks he has finally reached a state of nirvana and enlightenment. In this state, Jiaguo becomes even more confident in declaring war. I will make you understand the reason myself. The true divine intervention begins now. The complete nirvana realm. Dozens of arms, long and short, rise before the protagonist. Jiaguo calls this the thousand-hand technique. Jiaguo's fists and techniques start flying, but they absolutely cannot trouble Degun in the slightest. During the head-on confrontation with Jiaguo, our protagonist observes every move carefully, analyzing them in his head. Though he doesn't realize it, this is his state of total immersion. Du Gongmyung is an outsider, but he enthusiastically commentates on the fight through his broken thousand-hand Avalokitesvara glasses. Avalokitesvara, you saved all sentient beings with your 1,000 hands. It doesn't matter who you are, Degun. No matter how strong you are, how can you possibly handle 1,000 hands coming at you constantly? Mi shouts loudly. You're done for now. Ha ha. The remark immediately catches Suji's attention. She watches and thinks, I thought he was crazy before, but now it's actually serious. Although she doesn't know much about fighting, Suji can see the basic mechanics behind it. She critiques Jiaguo. He is simply flailing his fists as fast as he can, but even so, their speed is incredibly high. Precisely because of this high speed, our protagonist has to find the perfect ways to dodge, preventing himself from colliding with those thousand-hand Avalokitesvara strikes. Jiaguo punches for a while, seeing the opponent remains unfazed, and screams in frustration. You foolish mortal! Why haven't you reached enlightenment yet? Don't stick your nose into this. Regardless of how the opponent screams or punches, the protagonist keeps moving lightly back and forth, dodging every blow. Jiaguo's words ring in his ears. Everyone has always been quiet before my teachings. Don't you realize you're stripping away the peaceful lives of these people? The wind-tearing punches combined with Jiaguo's preachy voice sound like a song playing in the background. If it weren't for you, they could have internalized the concept of nothingness through my money collection. They would be able to advance toward enlightenment, toward the nirvana realm, and help me afford a hair transplant. After this nonsensical rambling, Jiaguo suddenly freezes for a beat, thoughts flashing in his mind. Damn, I let my true intention slip. Even me, watching from the outside, is left stunned by Jiaguo's true thoughts. A hair transplant? Du Gongmyung recalls what Jiaguo said earlier. You don't need hair. It's a symbol of suffering in the human realm. You'd be better off shaving your head. Du Gongmyung remembers every word perfectly. Didn't he say that? The protagonist immediately sees through his opponent's hidden inner self. So that's your real goal, huh? The protagonist's strikes become increasingly powerful. It's as if he wants to enlighten his opponent with his beatdown. On the outside, you act like you care about others, but on the inside, you're just satisfying your own greed. I heard that greedy people are prone to going bald. So it's true then. Mentioning hair makes Jiaguo lose his mind. Stop it. You don't know anything. Jiaguo's fists form the invincible fist. This technique is zeroing in on the protagonist. Despite what his opponent is showing, Degun remains nonchalant, answering Jiaguo's teachings. On the surface, you look strong, but beneath that shell, you are completely empty. An empty vessel, it's easy to destroy you right here in this fight. Jiaguo stubbornly looks up, declaring, I still have 999 hands left. As soon as he finishes speaking, the protagonist lunges forward and grabs Jiaguo's hands. He corrects him. Usually, a person only has 2 hands. A punch lands straight on Jiaguo's face. The protagonist wants to call out to him. Wake up already. Other punches follow that momentum, relentlessly crushing Jiaguo's body. This guy still doesn't want to give up on his own ambition. His thoughts scream, no, it can't end like this. Degun grips the opponent's arm tightly. An indescribable pain causes Jiaguo's eyes to shift. Jiaguo's face freezes, as if he doesn't understand what situation he has fallen into. He is facing something terrifying right in front of him. Paralyzed with fear, Jiaguo's teeth grind together incessantly. The protagonist has become absolutely ferocious, his powerful body and fists tens of thousands of times larger than an ordinary person's. Jiaguo stumbles back, asking, what the hell is this? Although terrified, the guy still tries to act tough. Whatever. The Buddha is still watching over me. Jiaguo's faith in the Buddha begins to fade when he looks at the protagonist's figure. His eyes sink deep into thought. No words or thoughts can escape him. A thunderous punch is unleashed by the protagonist. Heaven, let his soul find liberation. The blow strikes straight into Jiaguo's empty head. His face contorts in pain. The protagonist is determined to land a crushing final blow. It causes his opponent to collapse completely. Mi stands on the sidelines, calling out anxiously, Jiaguo! Everyone else witnessing this intense battle is shocked by the outcome. A text message appears on Degun's phone from Samuel. How is it going? He replies immediately. Just finished. He just took care of the X-gang. Sung-hun looks on with a shady expression, analyzing the situation. With Jiaguo defeated, the second years are washed up. Upon receiving the news, Kim Samuel mutters, all right, the third years are absent. Right now, at Jurian High, no one is stronger. The thrilling situations continue to unfold. Seung-hun hatches a scheme. Next, I can use B. Suji to lure out bitch Suok. Suji has witnessed the fight from the very beginning until the end. She couldn't hide her surprise and thought to herself, Gyo-kun, I can't believe he actually beat Jia Kwok. Just how strong is he exactly? Other female students swarmed around, cheering. He's so cool. His arm muscles are insane. His physique is just perfect. He's totally mesmerizing. He's definitely mine. Suji started getting annoyed hearing this, her eyes glancing sideways with irritation. She quickly stepped in front of the girls and raised a fist to intimidate them. Hey, why are you still hanging around? Get lost and go back to your class. The girls scurried away in fear. Suji had just had a run-in, but she was already feeling incredibly annoyed. She thought to herself, so annoying. That trashy group of girls is really getting on my nerves. The scene shifts outside. Lee Sung-hun trots up behind her and calls out, Hey there, Kim Samuel, the fifth member of the Salo gang. Hearing that voice, Kim Samuel shot back. What are you doing here? Lee Sung-hun started playing mind games. I bet you're really attached to the Salo gang. Don't you feel lonely now? Kim Samuel whipped around and glared at Lee Sung-hun. Don't talk such nonsense. You're making me sick. Lee Sung-hun, who didn't know what embarrassment was, kept pushing, determined to get what he wanted. You've been playing spy here for a while, haven't you? Samuel dismissed the question. Enough. I've already contacted the Holy Blood Gang. And? What about you? I'm talking about how you're going to lure Baek Soo-chul out. When Lee Sung-hun heard that, he gave a suspicious grin. Ah, that's probably easier than I thought. Baek Suji likes him. You get it now, right? Kim Samuel wanted to confirm the intel. He asked again. What did you say? Lee Seung-hun seemed to have a plan ready, his voice full of confidence. You know about the incident with Baek Soo-chul, right? Why is the Bangho Donggun Vocational School so afraid of Jurian High lately? Lee Seung-hun started analyzing it carefully. At the end of last year, Jurian High and Bangho Donggun High were the two most prominent schools in the Daejeon area. When a brutal gang war broke out, a shocking incident occurred. After that, the gangs operating within Bangho Donggun School suddenly disappeared. It wasn't just a simple gang fight. Baek Soo-chul and his 4 lieutenants caused that whole mess. Just those 5 people wiped out every single gang. Lee Seung-hun concluded that ever since that incident, the Bangho Donggun School hasn't dared to mess with Jurian High. Baek Soo-chul decided not to interfere, even if Bangho Donggun and Jurian fought. But what made him appear in that fight? It was just as I suspected. It's because one of the gang members was obsessed with Baek Suji and followed her all the way to her doorstep. Kim Samuel listened to the sequence of events and asked, So now you're planning to have Gyo-kun bring flowers to Baek Suji's doorstep? But would Gyo-kun even like Baek Suji? Lee Sung-hun, whose head was full of schemes, voiced his ulterior motive. Bring flowers to her doorstep? That sounds cute, and while it might be interesting, it's not enough. We need a bigger spark. Gyo-kun needs to go right inside her house. Kim Samuel heard this and felt things were getting sketchy, saying, Damn, that actually sounds more effective. However, Lee Sung-hun countered him, pointing out, No, it wouldn't be truly effective unless he gets into her bedroom. The scene shifts back to the familiar school. After the freshmen's shocking defeat of the second years, the school's atmosphere changed completely in just one day. Dongmin and Bang Ho-dong were stunned. Looking ahead, there was a huge line. What is this? Everything had changed, so much so that anyone could notice it immediately. Bang Ho-dong asked why they were lining up. The protagonist's influence had spread across the entire district. Alongside that, rumors were flying. Did you hear about what happened at Jurian? The freshmen beat the second years again. It's chaos. Those Jurian guys are tough. A battle school? What a load of nonsense. The scene shifts to classroom 1. No man Ho looked at his friends and asked, Why are you here? You said you were going to the store. Dong Min replied with a joyful expression. Do you have any idea what's going on right now? Bang Ho Dong added, All the first and second year students in school are being super careful around us. No, you know what I mean. It's all thanks to Gyo-kun. Bang Ho Dong said excitedly in front of the protagonist. We're the most powerful people in the school now. The protagonist scolded Bang Ho-dong. Why do you seem so excited about it? Bang Ho-dong knew he needed to backpedal. He replied, no, it's not that. Then what is it? Sorry, Gyokun, I won't cause them any trouble. Dongmin leaned in close to the protagonist and expressed, but Gyokun, the second years aren't just the Salo gang. There's the Holy Blood gang too. When did we stop seeing them, anyway? Bang Ho-dong, currently in a headlock, struggled to pipe up. Do you think they dare show their faces at school? Maybe they're too scared of Gyokun to come back. The protagonist spoke up, sounding tired. I don't have time to study anymore. It's better if they just leave on their own. As the protagonist prepared to study, Nono Manho approached him cautiously. Gyokun, I'm asking for real, your target is Baek Suchul, right? Dongmin was terrified at the mention of that name, but I heard Baek Suchul hasn't been to school for days. Nobody knows where he is, except for Baek Suji. So do I need to make Baek Suji spill the beans? Bang Ho-dong immediately countered Dongmin. If it were you, you'd definitely fail, that's for sure. Lee Sung-hoon popped his head out from somewhere, putting on a friendly act. What are you guys talking about? The protagonist asked in surprise. Where did you come from? The conversation continued at Jurian school. Lee Sung-hoon was offering advice to the protagonist. If that's the case, it's easy. You can just approach Baek Suji and ask her to tell you, right? Dongmin got annoyed and said, how could he approach someone who calls herself a queen, like her? I'm sure she'd torment you before you could even say a word. Bang Ho-dong nodded along while sitting nearby. True. Dongmin suddenly shifted his gaze toward Juri. Aren't you close with Baek Suji? Juri looked annoyed and raised a fist in refusal. Shut your mouth. I'm not doing it. Lee Sung-hoon clapped his hands, having just come up with an idea. Man, I just thought of something brilliant. Why don't we throw an outdoor barbecue party to celebrate Gyokun becoming the new leader? At the mention of food, Bang Ho-dong and Dongmin jumped up with joy. Exactly. That's awesome. A perfect idea. No Man Ho joined in on the party plans. A BBQ sounds great. We could get some training in too, right? But the protagonist shook his head, looking fed up. That sounds like a huge hassle. I don't want to. Dongmin and Bang Ho-dong kept throwing out food ideas. How about alcohol? Alcohol goes great with meat. Hey, Gyokun is looking at you. I think he hates that idea. Flashing back to when Degun was 20 years old, he was just a part-timer at a convenience store. A glass filled to the brim with booze, accompanied by his muttered words. In this life, you're the only friend I've got. The protagonist sipped his drink, feeling content. Alcohol was the only companion that helped him wash away the exhaustion of both mind and body. But back in the present, Degun is 17, a high school student. Remembering that time, his mouth watered for meat and alcohol. Sung-hoon's eyes began to scan the area, calculating the situation. He started stirring everyone up. Hey, we're students, so we can't drink. But if we're smart about it, we just need to make sure nobody catches us. So everyone has to come, no excuses. Our protagonist was still hesitant, thinking to himself, I think I need some meat to boost my energy. Should I go? Dongmin shot a look at Juri and said, Juri, you can't go because you have to study, right? But she quickly chimed in, I'm going too. Dongmin kept trying to make excuses. But you have practice. Regardless, Juri was determined. I said I'm going. Ho-dong chimed in, warning Dongmin, be careful, don't just eat it up. Dongmin replied with a nervous, yeah. So, what about Baek Suji? Sung-hoon smirked. He reassured them, don't worry, I'll call her. The sky began to darken, and everyone gathered at the barbecue restaurant, chatting and heaping praise on the plan. BBQ parties are the best. Dongmin looked around, amazed. I can't believe a place like this exists. Lee Sung-hoon really picked a great spot. At the grill, everyone was talking naturally. Why isn't Minsu here yet? He said he had stuff to do at school. That's a shame. Now only we get to enjoy this. Ooh, look at that color. It looks so good. Our protagonist had a fleeting moment of sadness, thinking to himself, so, still no alcohol? Eventually, he calmed himself down. That's fine. It's probably for the best since I'm just a high schooler right now. Suddenly, Ara spoke up. Degun, do you like meat? The protagonist just nodded along. Encouraged, Ara continued. Me too. We're so alike, aren't we? Juri couldn't let that slide. She cut in. As if anyone here doesn't like meat. It's a common hobby for all of us. Ara just gave a forced smile in response. Oh, really? Haha, I didn't know. Juri seemed annoyed by Ara's presence. She turned to Dongmin and asked, why did she come here? Dongmin just shook his head, confused. I don't know. Lee Sung-hoon invited her. The table got noisy. Ara offered, Degun, let me grill the meat for you. The protagonist immediately declined. No thanks. I can do it myself. Dongmin didn't want everyone acting cold toward each other. He nudged Juri. Hey, eat over here. But No Manho brushed it off. Forget her. It's great that we can just eat all this meat together. When it came to eating, No Manho seemed like a seasoned pro. He started lecturing. Dongmin. Ho Dong. This isn't the time to be worrying about that. We need to focus on this. It's a practice opportunity. Even with just grilling, Manho was meticulous. He showed them how to use both hands to grill properly. You have to watch both sides. It's the most basic thing you need to know. But while No Manho was busy grilling, Juri slapped his face. Open your eyes. Just give it here. I'll grill it. No, Manho, you're way too intense. Juri's attitude and words actually startled the protagonist into looking over. He shifted his gaze toward Ara. She was saying, I think it's done. Can I taste it? In reality, the protagonist wasn't looking at Ara. He was staring into the distance, thinking and predicting. Is that a bottle of alcohol? The table was still loud. Ara offered, Degun, eat this. Oh, thanks. Juri, seeing this, turned red with annoyance. She held out a piece of meat and said, Degun, this one is better. Here, open up. Dongmin reacted dramatically to the situation. Hey, that piece was supposed to be ours. Sung-hoon reassured him. There's still plenty. Take it easy and enjoy. Even so, Dongmin couldn't stand it. It's not about the quantity, it's just annoying. Dongmin looked up and asked, Oh yeah, what about Suji? Did you call her yet? Sung-hoon replied, she should be here soon. Just then, Suji walked in, wearing a skin-tight outfit, speaking with total confidence. Hey, why do you keep calling me non-stop? The queen can't be missing from the debut of the new king. I only came because I had no other choice. Dongmin was stunned, falling backward. Whoa, she actually came. How did you get her to come? Sung-hoon changed his train of thought, nodding to himself. Of course, she had no other choice. Sung-hoon had been silently observing the conversation with Ara. You know what? Degun even walked me home. What? How could he? Through that conversation, Sung-hoon realized that Ara was also into Degun. Back in classroom number 6, Sung-hoon had invited Suji, but she had yelled, A barbecue party? Why should I go to that? Sung-hoon tried to convince her. Well, it's just to celebrate Degun. Outwardly she refused, but Suji really wanted to go. Suji suddenly turned shy. Really? Why should I celebrate him? Sung-hoon, grasping her psychology, added, Ara from our class will be there too. As soon as she heard that name, Suji was on edge. What? Ara is a girl? Who is she? If she's in your class, is she someone special? Why is she coming? Sung-hoon replied slowly. Oh, it's nothing special. She just likes Degun. Sung-hoon was getting better at digging deep into Suji's psyche. Degun is focusing on studying English. Maybe they've been exchanging assignments. It would be more fun if you came too. Immediately after that, Suji decided, I'm going. That was the reason for Suji's current appearance. Suji stared at them with annoyance. What? Are they both sitting on either side of him, and they're sitting so close to him too? Sung-hoon pointed out. Suji, sit here. Ara waved at Suji in a friendly way. Suji replied curtly, Yeah. Hi. The other girl seemed very excited to keep talking to Suji. I'm Ara. Nice to meet you. Right from the moment she saw Ara, Suji pegged her as the naive, girl-next-door type. Even though she didn't like her, Suji had to admit she was pretty smart. I'm the biggest snob here. Juri asked curiously, Hey, is Suji okay? What's going on? Suji shot back. Oh, this is just an English book. I'm studying English. I think you'd know that. Provoked, Juri jumped up to prove a point. What kind of nonsense is that? I'm great at English too. Ara chimed in. Suji, are you studying English? Suji gave a bored smile and replied, Yeah, something like that. A voice rang out. Hey, why don't we have a drink? Sung-hoon, already prepared, answered, Oh, wait a sec. I'll bring it right out. Once he had everything ready, Sung-hoon announced, Everyone's here now. Let's raise a glass and celebrate. But drinking normally is no fun. I'm going to mix 8 different kinds together, just a little bit of each. There were mixed reactions to this. What a childish game, some said. Others thought it sounded fun. They all raised their glasses together to toast Degun as the new leader. Everyone took a drink, enjoying the buzz. After taking a sip, Ara felt a bit disappointed. She had been looking forward to it, but the drink tasted pretty ordinary. After finishing their drinks, everyone started checking in. I'm out. Me too. Same here. All gone. Has anyone checked yet? The protagonist asked Sung-hoon curiously. Did you actually mix all that stuff in there? Seung-hoon raised his hands in admission. Ah, my bad. Sorry about that. What a drag. An apology? Really? Juri suddenly sensed something weird. Suji looked strange, her face was flushed, and she seemed exhausted. Seung-hoon asked nervously, Suji, are you okay? Suji shouted, It's so hot. Seung-hoon tried to ask again, Are you sure you're okay? But he was immediately slapped across the face by Suji. I told you, it's hot. Everyone worriedly asked Seung-hoon. Are you all right? Suji looked possessed. She was struggling to take off her shirt. It's too hot. I can't take it anymore. She groaned, stripping off her top. Everyone stared in shock, stammering. Are you okay? Suji commanded. Hey Degun, you jerk. Yeah, you. Come sit next to me. Right now. As night fell, Ara started to feel dizzy. She called out softly. Degun? Degun looked over but didn't answer. Seeing he didn't respond, Ara tapped the empty spot next to her firmly. I'm talking to you, you jerk. Baek Suji sat with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her hand, her cheeks flushed, and her body burning up. She looked at Degun with a soft smile. Come on, sit next to me. Didn't you hear me? Come over here. Degun felt a bit tense. He looked away, thinking to himself, no way. I can't get involved with this girl. It'll only lead to trouble. Lee Seung-hoon jumped up, rubbing his eyes, checked the time on his phone, and muttered, They must be completely wasted by now. This is great. The chatter continued on the rooftop. At the same time, there was slight movement downstairs. A message popped up on a phone, notifying that all necessary procedures were complete. A second-year male student stood up, annoyed, and shouted, Suji, why are you flirting with him like that? Do you think you can just flirt with anyone you want? And hurry up and put your shirt back on. Baek Suji smoothed her hair, her body swaying rhythmically. She sighed. Hey, what are you rambling about? I'm just hot. Baek Suji ignored Juri completely, and boldly held up her glass to Degun. Degun, have a drink with me. Degun looked uncomfortable and covered his face. Minsu stepped in to save him, standing up and saying, Suji, let me drink that for you. Baek Suji glared at little Minsu and snapped, Get out of the way. Why are you always clinging to Degun anyway? And Degun, what's your type? Are you into smart girls? Ara, sitting nearby, felt her heart race. She was genuinely curious about Degun's type too. Baek Suji casually grabbed a book and said, trying to sound serious, Oh, I'm good at English too. Listen to this. Jujitsu, triangle choke, armbar. Before she could finish the page, Juri yelled, Hey, you're not even reading. That's just a list of jujitsu moves. Baek Suji pouted. I'm good at jujitsu too. Juri sighed. But you said you were reading an English book. Why are you reading that? Geez. Baek Suji didn't care. She turned to look at Degun like she wanted to devour him whole, arching her hot body and showing off her chest. Her eyes glistened as she whispered to Degun, Degun, do you want to spar with me? The winner gets to be the loser's slave. I'm definitely going to win. Juri couldn't take it anymore. She was afraid someone would beat her to him. She stood up, cracking her knuckles and saying, I warned you, Suji. You're dead meat today. This is so annoying. Stop acting all suggestive in front of me. Bang Ho felt his blood boiling too. He asked Dong Min, should I learn jujitsu too? Dong Min replied honestly, maybe I should just tell them now? Inside the school, there was a strange sound in the chairman's office. In had snuck in at some point. She scanned the documents over and over, thinking, nothing new here. But just to be sure, she took out her phone and snapped photos of the files. She thought, that's strange. The chairman's itinerary has changed since yesterday. I'll just take these and study them later. She quickly left the chairman's office, glancing around to make sure the coast was clear. She stepped out as if nothing happened. At the same time, Minsu walked up. He thought to himself, I heard something on the bug, so I came to check, but is that someone who wasn't in my data? He watched In's retreating figure with a question in his mind. What was she doing there? Should I tell the others, or just investigate it myself for now? Back at the old apartment, Baek Suji collapsed onto the table. Juri jumped, defending herself. It wasn't me. She just passed out like that. Ara leaned over to check, saying, I think she's asleep. She looks like she's just drunk. Dongmin jumped up in a panic. Hey, did someone put something in the drinks? Bang Hoi asked. Was it from what Lee Seung-hoon mixed earlier? Man-ho was confused and said, Wait, where did Lee Seung-hoon go? Bang Ho-dong noticed it too and agreed. Yeah, where did he go? Dongmin stood up and shouted, What? Did he just disappear? At the same time, by the door, Lee Seung-hoon was busy with his own task. He locked the door with a cable lock. On the rooftop, Degun remembered the bottle left nearby. Degun looked at the bottle in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Dangerous stuff like this should be handled by a mature guy like me, don't you think? My party is just getting started. He turned to the others and said, Hey, does anyone know where Suji lives? We should probably get her home. Juri quickly rushed over to help Suji. She blurted out, I'll take her home. Bang Ho Dong asked, Can you handle her alone? No, Manho expressed his concern too. I think she's pretty heavy. Yuri cast a cold glance at the two of them and muttered, Ugh. Look, I can't just hand this over to you guys. Bui leaned her full weight against Yuri. Yuri then shouted, Damn it, hold on to me tight. Bake Suji grumbled in response, Yeah, I got it. Suddenly, the look in Yuri's eyes shifted. Before her stood an entire gang waiting for them. The guy with blue hair chuckled. Whoa, what's wrong, sweetie? You drunk or something? You need a little help from Big Brother here? Yuri stumbled back in confusion, and No Man Ho, seeing this, immediately asked, Hey, what's going on? You all right? Yuri Masok waved off the blue-haired guy, saying, Forget it, be something. Just let them go. The blue-haired guy's expression fell as he replied, Oh, that's a shame. Got it. As soon as he finished speaking, several thugs stepped forward, brandishing sticks, and growled, We'll let the two girls go, but I guess these guys here can take the beating instead, right? No Man Ho, Bong Ho Dong, and Min Ho stood frozen, never expecting their night out to be cut short like this. Masok let out a mocking sneer. Huh. What a holy night this is. You guys having fun? But let me ask, is Degun drunk yet? That guy's wasted, right? Or wait, maybe not. He still looks pretty sharp. Degun, annoyed, feigned clumsiness and slurred. What's your problem, guys? I'm plenty drunk already, but I have no idea what you're trying to pull here. But did you really have to crash someone's party? That's pretty rude, don't you think? The blue-haired guy turned to Masok and whispered, He doesn't seem that wrong, does he? What should we do? Masok gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn, that Lee Eun-hyung. How hard is it to get one simple job done? Minho overheard this and shouted, The hell did you say? Lee Eun-hyung? So that guy really is on your side, huh? I knew that dog had something shady he was hiding from us. Masok sighed and scratched his head. Geez, you guys really are clueless. Humans are supposed to use their brains. Fighting fair and square isn't romantic. It's just plain stupid. All right, I'll give you two choices. Weapons or no weapons? No. Manho laughed. Honestly, if we're choosing weapons, I'm all for it, but you've also got to know how to manage the risk. With that, No Man Ho pulled a collapsible baton from his clothes. He continued, Just remember, using a weapon can sometimes backfire on you. All right, blue hair, that stick you're holding must be pretty expensive, right? Where'd you get it? The blue-haired guy looked up at No Man Ho and replied nonchalantly, Huh? What would you know about it? I stole it. No Man Ho chuckled, reaching behind him to grab a piece of meat with one hand. Got it. Then I'm more than happy to take you on. I better put up a good fight then. The blue-haired guy frowned. You dog, what kind of nonsense have you been spouting this whole time? Right after he finished, a piece of meat smacked directly onto his glasses. The blue-haired guy went ballistic, yelling, Damn it, what the hell do you think you're doing? No Man Ho assumed a fighting stance and replied, Come on now, pick up your weapon so we can settle this. He then gestured to Bang Ho Dong. You guys go help Degun. The blue-haired guy was so angry his veins were popping, and he sneered, What's this? A friendship as vast as the Pacific Ocean? Fine, I'll deal with this mutt myself. Masok, go kill that Degun, Masok shouted to the rest of the crew. Did you all hear that? Not a single one of you better let your guard down. These guys are blockheads, but they wiped out the entire middle school branch. Don't think of them as humans, treat them like wild animals and take them down. Degun gave a cold laugh. Humph. Talk is cheap. He set his drink aside and turned back to remind Dongmin and Bang Ho Dong. Hey, don't let Ara, Guri, and Suji get dragged into this. Dongmin replied firmly. Yeah, I got it. Degun thrust his hands into his pockets and strolled casually toward the thugs. He said, slowly and deliberately, And hey, if they aren't complete idiots, they'll focus on me, so don't get too excited and rush in. Masok, hiding behind his crew, warned them one more time. Remember what I said, you have to sink your teeth into him. Be precise and be careful. Degun untied his tie and said coldly, You guys made a bit of a mistake. Bringing weapons to a group brawl without even a strategy? That's cute, he finished, tossing his jacket and tie aside as he continued. I warned you. My fist strength changes depending on how you guys play the game. The thugs, infuriated, cursed. Damn it, look at his cocky face. Degun took a step forward, and they trembled slightly as they yelled, Damn it, There's over 10 of us with weapons, you punk. Degun couldn't care less. His gaze sharpened, and he replied in a chilling voice, I know, and that's exactly why I said I wouldn't let any of you off easy. Degun marked the 2 guys in the front as his first targets. With that, he lunged forward, executing 2 quick, clean strikes. The 2 unlucky thugs didn't even have a chance to counter before they were wincing in pain. Degun muttered, Geez, these guys are really stupid. If they're standing all bunched up like that, how are they supposed to swing their weapons? What a bunch of kids. The rest of the thugs still hadn't realized their blunder. Standing close together in a long line. Degun punched to the left, then the right, landing a heavy blow on each of them. He broke their formation in an instant. He punched one guy in the gut, and as another thug rushed in to swing a stick at him, Degun deftly knocked the weapon from his hand and landed a bone-chilling kick from his chin upward. Another thug charged with a club. Degun rose slightly on his toes, jumped forward, and sent the next guy flying with a kick. Masok saw his men falling one by one, his forehead glistening with sweat from the anxiety. Masok glanced worriedly at the other side. The blue-haired guy was losing his mind, screaming, What the hell are you doing, you dog? No Manhwa continued dodging blows, which only drove the blue-haired guy further into a frenzy. Damn it! Do you think we're filming a martial arts movie or something? Are you just gonna spend the whole time dodging? No Manhwa replied calmly. Oh sure, I've basically got the hang of it now. I'll finish this up gently, so don't you worry. The blue-haired guy, confused, asked, What? You dog? You think you've got my moveset down? No. Manhwa clicked his tongue. Tisk, tisk, nah. I was just checking if your gear was real or fake. That stick you're holding. It's the real deal, isn't it? I've been playing with you just to check the goods. The blue-haired guy froze, then swung with everything he had in the next second, cursing. You dumb dog. Suddenly, he stopped short. Wait, he thought. Didn't I hit him? Where'd he disappear to? Just then, No Manhwa struck, slamming his baton hard into the left side of the blue-haired guy's waist. The blue-haired guy roared in anger. Damn it, you dare strike from behind? He reacted by swinging blindly toward where No Manhwa had just hit him, but he swung at empty air again. Suddenly, a noise came from behind him. No Manhwa swiftly swung once more into the blue-haired guy's back, making him howl in pain. The blue-haired guy gritted his teeth, intending to whip around and strike back, but he suddenly realized a problem. His vision in one eye was blurring. He wondered to himself, could it be? Is the reason I can't see it because of the piece of meat he threw earlier? Damn it, that bastard is a real snake. He did that on purpose. No Manhwa smirked from behind. Heh, what's wrong? That blurry stuff in your left lens is just transparent grease from pork belly. It tastes good, but it's incredibly sticky. The green-haired guy snapped, swinging his club back while attacking and shouting, You cowardly piece of trash. So that's why you've only been aiming for my left side this whole time, huh? No Manhwa's mouth curled into a smirk. Huh, too late. As he finished speaking, he landed 3 swift strikes to the body, the head, the chest, and the crotch. The green-haired guy gritted his teeth in pain, cursing internally. Damn it, this bastard plays dirty. Meanwhile, Degun noticed that Bi and Yuri hadn't returned yet, and his mouth twisted into a very sinister grin. A second later, he lunged toward them and shouted, Sorry, but you guys are going to be our hostages. Yuri frowned and said, Hey, just because we're girls doesn't mean you can treat us like that. With that, she stood up and landed a clean kick straight to Maggio's family jewels, adding, You're nothing but a pathetic coward. Maggio was left speechless in shock. Yuri's kick had him reeling in agony. She grabbed him by the collar. She effortlessly lifted Maggio into the air before slamming him hard onto the ground. Her expression shifted, colder than usual. She glared down at him and said, You think girls are weak? Then, she looked over at Degun, who was in the middle of a brawl with some thugs, and said firmly, I need to go help Degun now. That guy, Maggio, suddenly reached for a club. Yuri hadn't noticed that Suji was still slumped on the ground, completely out of it. Maggio didn't care whose sister she was. He lunged at back Suji, ready to strike. He screamed, Damn you. Die. I don't care anymore. Tonight, either I win or we both go down. Damn it all. Just as he swung the club down, Yuri dashed over and threw herself in the way to take the hit for Suji. She gritted her teeth and glared back at that lowlife Maggio. He just looked at her with a twisted, sick grin. He sneered, Wow, you girls are just precious, aren't you? Are those tears? Tears of friendship? You're really moving me. Yuri grabbed Maggio once again and hurled him to the ground with force. With a piercing, resolute gaze, she told him to get lost. And I'll say it again, don't ever think you can do whatever you want just because I'm a girl. Meanwhile, the guy with blue hair was already down for the count. No Man Ho picked up a club lying nearby, turning it over in his hands and admiring it. Man, this is nice. Genuine high-quality gear really is on another level. From now on, I'm your owner. Thanks, blue-haired buddy. Having said that, he turned to look at Degun and let out a sigh. Anyone could see Degun was having a rough time, but it looked like he was about to wrap things up. Suddenly, a shoe came flying out of nowhere. Ara was standing right behind No Man Ho. She gasped, watching the shoe soar past. Degun quickly showed off his skills with his new club, doing a quick flourish to swat the shoe away. No Man Ho turned around and asked Ara, "You okay?" Ara finally snapped back to reality and replied, Yeah, I'm fine." No Man Ho nodded and went back to fondling his club. Tisk, tisk, it's just so beautiful. Then he asked Ara, "Don't you think this club is pretty?" Ara blushed and didn't answer, her heart clearly skipping a beat. Over by Degun, the chaos continued, with students relentlessly swinging clubs at him. Degun retaliated with a straight punch to the ribs. The student groaned in pain, but clenched his teeth, trying to hold on. Seeing this, Degun landed another punch, this time straight to the guy's face. Right then, another punk came charging in blindly with a club. Degun kicked him square in the stomach. From behind, another guy with shoulder-length hair rushed in, moving fast as a bullet. But Degun spotted him instantly and planted a fist right in his gut. The club fell from the guy's hand. Degun grabbed him by the head, ready to finish him off with a punch, when a voice boomed from the distance. "Stop right there!" Degun turned around. Juri was being held tight from behind by Maggio, who was pressing a box cutter against her. He shouted, "You move, and I'll slice her." He pressed the blade toward Juri's mouth, his eyes full of hatred as he threatened Degun. "Try me. Every move you make, I'll slice another centimeter off." Gangmin and Bang Ho Dong were frozen in total shock. Maggio whispered into Juri's ear, "Better listen to me if you know what's good for you, and I might just spare you. Stop struggling. You do anything stupid, and I'll carve you from your mouth to the top of your head." Suddenly, footsteps approached softly from behind. A hand gently grabbed Maggio's wrist. Then, another hand clamped around his throat. His arm was twisted backward, and his windpipe was gripped in a vice-like hold. Maggio shrieked like he was being slaughtered. The box cutter clattered to the ground. It was Lee Seung-hun. He had Maggio in a chokehold. Turns out, the guys who wear glasses are always the most dangerous. Lee Seung-hun leaned close to Maggio's ear and whispered, "Honestly, talking to you every day is just exhausting. You've crossed the line." Degun, still holding the other thug by the hair, was shocked to see Lee Seung-hun. "I thought you'd betrayed us," he said, "but I guess not." He glanced down at the punk in his grip and delivered a final, decisive slap that sent him flying. Degun looked at Lee Seung-hun with intense irritation. "Explain yourself. Right now," Degun demanded. Lee Seung-hun, still pinning Maggio down, waved a hand and tried to de-escalate. "Everyone, just calm down and listen to me. It's not what you think. Get it? The truth is, I lied about not having any ties to the Blood Saint gang. I'm sorry about that." Dong Min, seeing this, shouted furiously, "You son of a bitch!" Lee Seung-hun threw Maggio to the ground and offered a faint, awkward smile. "Quiet down and let me explain. Yes, I did cooperate with them. The plan was for them to attack you after you'd been drugged, but Suji ended up drinking that glass instead, didn't she?" Degun wiped the sweat from his forehead. He replied coldly, "You don't get to decide the plan and drag others into it like that. I can't trust you anymore." Degun brushed past Lee Seung-hun. Lee Seung-hun just wore that same nonchalant smirk as if nothing had happened and kept talking. "My bad. I didn't intend to trick you like that. That's really all there is to it." Degun walked over to Juri, who was sitting on the ground, reached out a hand to help her up, and asked, "Are you all right?" Juri replied, touched, "Yeah, it hurts a little, but thanks." Once she stood up, Degun looked around at everyone and added, "Well, at least everyone's safe." Meanwhile, Juri quickly went over to where Maggio was lying to let out some steam. She kicked him and yelled, "You piece of trash, rot in hell." Degun gave Lee Seung-hun a threatening look. "If something like this happens again, you'll be joining him in that pile." Lee Seung-hun just smiled and agreed. "Fine." Degun ordered him to clean up the rest of the mess. No Man Ho stepped in to stop Juri. "All right, that's enough. Calm down. Your wrist is hurt. You should go see a doctor. Leave him to me." Lee Seung-hun stood with his hands on his hips, checking on everyone. "Hey, you guys all okay?" Manhwa was busy admiring his newly acquired club. "Oh man, this feels so good. Let me check this thing out while I'm at it." Baek Suji was still slumped in the corner of the car, her face flushed from the heat, hair disheveled. Lee Seung-hun looked at Degun and suggested, "Degun, you're fine, right? Could you take Suji home? Juri's arm is hurt." Degun looked blankly and replied, Huh? Me? Without hesitation, he walked over to Suji and picked her up. He asked, "So, what's the address?" Juri saw this and anxiously shouted, "No, wait, don't do that. Let me take her home." Degun hesitated. "But your wrist is injured, isn't it?" Juri stammered quietly. "Well, yeah, but I just don't let Degun take her." At the same time, Dong Min and Bang Ho Dong sniffled and spoke up. I can take her home too." Juri looked at the two of them, realized they were completely untrustworthy, and firmly said, "Absolutely not." Lee Sung-hun gestured toward the door, urging Degun to go. "Degun, you need to go now. We can't stay here any longer. Night is falling, and it's getting quieter outside." Degun kept moving forward. Lee Sung-hun gave Degun the address and even pretended to be concerned, asking, "You're okay, right? Why do I feel so regretful about all those things?" Degun found it annoying. He replied, "Just let it go and forget about it." Lee Sung-hun didn't follow anymore and waved goodbye to Degun. At that same moment, a familiar figure appeared behind them. Lee Sung-hun turned back to see Yujok panting and calling for Suji. He asked, "Yujok, why are you here?" Yujok panted as he replied, "I heard Suji got drunk, so I'm here to take her home." Lee Sung-hun replied, "Not necessary." Hearing the voices behind him, Degun turned around. Lee Sung-hun quickly grabbed Yujok by the head and ushered him inside, while calling out to Degun, "Degun, don't worry, you go ahead." Finishing that, Lee Sung-hun turned to Jok with a dark expression and said, "Thanks for caring enough about Suji's drinking to come here, but Juri knows Suji's home address. You didn't need to come. You can go now." Yujok remained stubborn. "But I want to take her home. When Baek Suji is drunk, she gets rude. Strangers will have a hard time with her." Lee Sung-hun didn't want to hear another word, so he patted Jok's shoulder and said, "All right, go home and get some rest. You're starting to annoy me." Yujok looked confused and asked, "What do you mean? What exactly is bothering you?" Lee Sung-hun didn't answer. He just kicked Jok. Yujok winced in pain and slumped to the ground. Lee Sung-hun stood over him and continued, "I already told you. My leg is what's bothering me. Good thing Degun already took her away. You're just standing here like a scarecrow. I know you're worried about her because you've been friends since you were kids. But so what?" Ji watched Dagun's back as he carried Suji away. He gritted his teeth in anxiety. This is bad. Usually, when Suji is drunk, she wants to challenge people to jujitsu. If Degun takes her home in that condition, I'm sure that's going to happen. Ji just sat there, watching Degun carry Suji away, feeling helpless. Suji was drifting in and out of consciousness, catching a faint scent. She slowly opened her eyes. At first, everything was a blur, but then she looked closer and realized it was a shirt and a man's sturdy chest. Baek Suji's own chest was being pressed against him. She looked down at her thighs. Degun was touching her skin directly. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. Suji didn't know what to say. She looked up at him. It was Degun. She wondered to herself, "Huh? What's going on? Degun, why is he the one taking me home?" But from this angle, he's actually really handsome. Degun carried Suji through a small alleyway. Suji's face flushed red, and her thoughts were wandering. Why is he carrying me? Maybe I'm still dreaming? This is definitely a beautiful dream. People were staring at them. Degun glanced at the men watching them and muttered, "What are you all looking at?" Standing by the roadside, he hailed a taxi. Suji stirred slightly. She said, "Degun, I don't feel very well. I can't ride in a car." Degun just replied, "Hey, you're awake?" Suji turned red and didn't answer, pretending to collapse back onto his shoulder. The driver peered out and asked, "Hey, are you getting in or not?" Degun quickly replied, Sorry, we're not going." Suji thought to herself, "Oh no, please, don't leave me. I don't know if this is real or a dream, but I want this moment to last forever." Degun sighed, thinking, "All right, if you don't want to ride in a car, then so be it. I have no choice." He truly didn't intend to use this move, but what else could he do? Thinking that, he took a step forward, his eyes suddenly turning cold and sharp, and he dashed forward with incredible speed. This is called the galloping speed. The driver, after being rejected by Degun, muttered to himself, "Geez, I guess the girl didn't want a taxi." Driving down the road, a white shadow suddenly flashed past him. He stammered, "Wait, what was that?" The next second, he shifted gears and accelerated. The driver felt humiliated. He gripped the steering wheel and shouted, "Ha, you dare look down on this taxi driver? All right, you want to race? Let's race then. Who's afraid? I'll show you what 20 years of driving experience at 57 years old looks like." 2 minutes later, the car slammed into a roadside utility pole, and the hospital was in chaos. The emergency room team rushed the gurney inside. A nurse shouted, This man crashed into a pole while driving in a school zone with a 30 km/h speed limit. He's absolutely insane. Coincidentally, Min-soo was also at the hospital at that time and noticed something suspicious. He read the nameplate on the door of a patient room that said S. June. He thought for a moment. He felt like he had heard that name before. Inside the room, S. June was still on a ventilator. Jin Yi sat by his side, confiding in him. June, are you okay? You know Ara, my friend, doesn't know Degun anymore, the one I told you about. Ara said she likes him. Min-soo overheard the conversation inside and was stunned, wondering to himself, huh? S. June is Se-ina's younger brother? Min-soo felt tense. He thought, I'm screwed. I'm frozen. I can't make a decision on my own. Min-soo quickly took out his phone, his hands shaking. He thought he had to report this to Director Lee. At that same moment, Ina stepped out of the room. Min-soo was so shocked his eyes widened, and sweat began to roll down his cheeks. As night fell, the air grew colder. Degun looked at the house in front of him and sighed. Wow, this was hard to find. Where even is this place? Degun opened the gate and stepped inside. At that very moment, a follower spotted him. He took out his phone to snap a picture. The door opened, and Degun stepped in, saying, Excuse me, is no one home? Degun called for Baek Suji. Wake up, Baek Suji, we're home, Suji whined. Ugh, I can't walk to the bed. If I don't sleep now, I'm going to throw up. Degun frowned. Look, I don't care if you throw up or not. Saying that, he tossed Baek Suji onto the bed, leaving her there without even bothering to cover her with a blanket. As Suji lay on the bed, Degun continued. I have to go now. Finishing that, he turned to leave, not forgetting to add, Hey, but I can't believe you got that drunk from just one drink. Just as he turned away, Suji suddenly grabbed his collar. Degun lost his balance and fell. Baek Suji ended up on top of him. Degun looked at her, stunned, and asked in confusion, Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to eat me? Baek Suji's lips moved as she whispered, I want to do jujitsu. Baek Suji looked at Degun, her body burning up. She pinned him down with her legs, her hair falling loosely, looking incredibly seductive. She repeated, I want us to do jujitsu. The bedroom door suddenly slammed shut. Suji pinned the protagonist to the bed. Degun was completely caught off guard and stammered, What are you doing? Suji stared at our guy, pouting her lips as she replied, What else? Obviously jujitsu, I just said that. In their current position, Suji was pressed very close to him, their bodies touching, and she aggressively declared that whoever loses becomes the slave. Degun glanced at Suji and stated his position. Slave? What kind of era do you think this is? I'm not doing jujitsu, and I'm not becoming anyone's slave. Get off of me. Suji, being headstrong as usual, insisted. I don't want to. At this moment, I need to determine who's on top. The position Suji was holding was a clean belly, a posture that applies pressure by digging her knee into the opponent's stomach. She used that position, but she still seemed quite flustered. She asked Degun, Even now, you don't feel pain, do you? I wonder how long you can hold out. The only way you're getting out of here is if you surrender to me. The protagonist lay beneath her, his eyes filled with confusion as he thought, No choice now. I have to end this quickly. Dagun's arms gripped the legs Suji was using to pin him. He slowly used his strength to push her legs outward. However, everything seemed to be under Suji's control. Her eyes stared at him uncomfortably. Suji once again pressed her entire body against him. This time, she hugged Degun tightly under the bed. She whispered in his ear, Nice try, but that's not how you do it. She was clearly enjoying seeing the protagonist's counterattack fail, continuing to tease him with her words. It's simple. Just push my knees and legs away, and I'll grab you like this. Trapped underneath, our protagonist's mind was racing. It looks soft, but her grip strength is actually pretty strong. Sticking close without leaving any gaps is a high-level skill, too. Degun nodded, accepting the situation. He searched for a way to counter. If she wants to play, he'll oblige. The core is what he was looking for. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Degun heaved his whole body up with all his might. This move is called a bridge. It's a technique that uses core strength to lift the opponent up and create space. Core strength is crucial. The Degun of the past trained his body from top to bottom without neglecting a single thing. So, his core strength is far beyond the realm of an average person. At this moment, even Suji felt intimidated, thinking to herself, What kind of monster strength is this? The confrontation between the two continued. As for the next movements to create distance, Baek Suji made a mistake during the fight. Suji chose the method of hugging his neck even tighter. The moment she tightened her grip on his neck, she wouldn't have hands to touch the ground and would easily lose her balance. Suji's eyes widened as she fell for his sweet move. She followed it with her eyes, unable to look away. A specific description of this sweep move. It shifts the disadvantage to an advantage. Our protagonist could completely turn the tables. From the position of being on the bottom, Degun had become the one pinning Suji from above. The protagonist looked straight at Suji and teased, "Looks like I won, huh?" Suji lay underneath, her eyes resigned, unable to speak. The scene shifts to another location, where Sejin is surprised to bump into a classmate. "What's wrong?" Minsu shyly scratched his head and replied to Sejin, "Really? What a coincidence to see you here." "Oh, why am I here? I'm just here to visit someone. My dad has breast cancer, so Minsu still seemed very anxious. He looked for a way to leave quickly. Before leaving, he shouted back, "I'm busy, so let's talk another time. See you at school." Upon hearing that reason, Sejin felt something wasn't right. Dad has breast cancer? Right after getting out of his classmate's sight, Minsu picked up the phone to make a call, his voice urgent. "Sejin, the first-year Class 9 student seems to be targeting the chairman. I suspect she was admitted illegally." Upon hearing this news, the person on the other end's expression immediately tensed as they replied, "I have a schedule. I'll call you back later." The chairman was right there, watching. He glanced over inquisitively. "Something happened? You can leave now if you want." Sejin was hesitant and speechless, but as the chairman left, he still reminded her, "It's fine. Director Park is here with me today. Call me back tomorrow." Sejin nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." Scene shifts to a restricted area. The guy walking next to the chairman suddenly complimented, "That girl is pretty decent, isn't she? You take good care of him." The chairman laughed out loud with pleasure. "Haha, Director Park is clearly very." The other guy swayed, teasing, "Oh, that's not what I meant." The two men discussed the matter back and forth as they walked. "You've already seen so many things, haven't you? Then from now on, you will see a completely different world." The other guy excitedly replied, "Haha, is that so? You saying that makes me feel a bit nervous." While the two were walking, a voice stopped them. "This is a construction site. It's quite dangerous here, so access is restricted." The moment his path was blocked, the chairman sighed in annoyance. "It's just a formality. Don't worry too much." The guard seemed cautious, reporting to the internal department via his radio. "They're coming in." The guy walking next to the chairman stepped in, uncomfortably muttering, "Oh my, that's brutal. Should I really be getting this deep into this?" The chairman replied with a laugh, his words reassuring. "Haha. Director Park has always worked with corporations, so he's probably not used to things like this, right? At this moment, I want you to open your eyes a bit more, because just having money doesn't mean you can go anywhere you want. There are some things only the chosen few can enjoy, like pure masculinity, for instance, fighting just to win." The old chairman kept giving explanations. "I've laid out things like the rules. A fight is happening right in front of us. A barrier blocking the view resonated. Hey, what are you doing?" Director Park was also stunned by what he was witnessing. "Oh no, why is this?" The guard from earlier ran over to stop the fight, reminding them, "Are you all crazy? If you want to fight, go do it somewhere else." The guy who was just fighting left triumphantly, shouting back, "He's dead, thank me later." Someone as low class as him daring to come here. Not interesting at all. Director Park curiously asked the chairman, who turned to explain, "I just brought these hot-blooded boys together. It's a common occurrence here. What do you think of this appetizer?" Director Park gradually began to understand the issue. "Are you saying, this is what you meant?" The chairman directed the director's gaze forward and continued, "Oh, that's right, but it feels like you still don't quite get it. That right there is my fighter's lounge." Director Park's expression shifted to pure terror. The scene ahead turned blurry in his eyes. Echoing voices called out to Director Park. Sweat poured down his face, and his eyes widened in shock. The calling sound wouldn't stop. "Hey, hey, Director Park." The door in front of them slowly creaked open, and from inside, a piercing gaze seemed to cut right through to the outside. What emerged was a ferocious lion, his eyes bloodthirsty. Director Park completely lost his composure, his gaze vacant and trembling with fear. He couldn't even stand, his body collapsing to the ground without hesitation. Director Park couldn't hide his emotions at what he was witnessing. He shouted, "Hey, is anyone there?" The chairman standing next to him casually chimed in, "Ha ha, what are you talking about?" Just then, an arm reached out to offer support, followed by a concerned inquiry. "Are you all right, sir?" Director Park finally started to calm down. "Oh, thank you." The student who had just arrived helped the director up. "It's nothing, sir." Director Bach looked at the uniform the young man was wearing, his curiosity turning into a question about where he went to school. The student bowed respectfully and offered a greeting. Greetings, Chairman Lee. The chairman replied. It's been a long time. What was your name again? The student looked up and introduced himself. I'm Ham Soo-min, a third-year student at Jong High School. After that introduction, Chairman Lee finally remembered. Oh, it's Soo-min. You're the one running errands here, right? Soo-min curiously asked the chairman a question. Yes, sir. Are you heading to the lounge, Chairman Lee? The chairman shook his head. No, I need to meet someone first. You take care of things here. The student bowed respectfully once more as he watched them leave. Yes, please take care, sir. Director Bach kept glancing back as he walked, muttering, that kid, he was a high school student, wasn't he? Chairman Lee explained as they walked. Oh, I forgot to mention. I suppose so. The fighters I want you to meet are actually high school students from my school. Over on the other side. Soo-min ran over quickly to call out to Shu Hai-wook. Huh? What is it? Why do you look so terrifying? Indeed, the sheer power of Shu Hai-wook's muscular, rippling physique was enough to shock anyone who saw it. A knock sounded at the door. Director Kim, Na In-se is here. A voice from inside heard the knock and gave the order. Come in. Director Kim was excited when the door opened. Chairman Lee, why are you so late? As soon as the chairman entered, he replied, It's been a long time. Mr. Lee then spotted the stranger and asked, Who is that fighter over there? Director Kim quickly gave an order to the young man. You, get out for a moment. The chairman was even more curious upon hearing that. Why does it have to be such a secret? Despite the probing questions, Director Kim remained firm. I need some privacy. Suddenly, Director Kim changed his tone. Oh, but if Chairman Lee found out, he'd be so surprised, wouldn't he? The scene shifted to another location where Suji and our MC were still messing around on the bed. The protagonist was currently pinned underneath. His arms were clutching, Suji's arms tightly. The two of them were in a face-to-face position, extremely close. In this situation, our MC started thinking to himself, What the? I thought she was just all talk? She's better than I expected. Suji's entire body was pressing down heavily on Degun, looking incredibly determined and fit. Her large chest was even pressed right against the protagonist's face. Everything was so intense that our MC thought, she's got some serious strength too. Suji suddenly shifted her attack, thrusting her body at the protagonist with agility, her legs moving in a very swift motion. The protagonist quickly anticipated the attacks and reached out to block them just in time. Even though Suji was pinning him down, her legs couldn't land a solid blow. After her attack was blocked, Suji thought with hesitation, What? This guy can still block my moves? How is he still blocking so well? If I didn't know jujitsu, I should have won by now. They rolled around, and the protagonist flipped himself on top. Degun's shirt was suddenly ripped apart. Degun seized the opportunity in the scramble to widen his stance. The moment happened in a flash, and our MC had already grabbed Suji's hands. Suji panicked. What is this? The protagonist, on the other hand, was very pleased. Gotcha. He locked her up without a hint of mercy. Suji tried to resist, saying sarcastically, You're being a bit rough, aren't you? Our MC looked around and assessed the situation. I know what the key is now. Is it the blanket? The blanket appeared out of nowhere, leaving Suji confused. She thought to herself, You're right. But so what if you have the blanket? Don't tell me you're planning to. Indeed, our MC wasn't just planning on it, he acted immediately. Terrified, Suji yelled out, Wait! What are you doing? The protagonist was using the blanket to wrap up Suji's upper body, acting as if to reassure her. Calm down. Suji was flustered and panicked. But why are you doing this? After finishing the job, Degun stood up and said calmly, because if I didn't do this, we couldn't finish it. He had successfully bundled Suji up. The protagonist turned to leave. I'm going now, he said, ignoring her shouts of, Hey, let me go. As the protagonist stepped outside, he muttered to himself, Phew, it's so hot. Why am I sweating for no reason? Degun kept walking ahead with a confident stride. Suddenly, a shadow was watching him from somewhere, even using a phone to take pictures of our MC. This guy, Kim Samuel, kept asking himself questions after seeing the protagonist. He looks so well groomed. Why is he sweating when he hasn't done anything? Maybe that's why I managed to get a better photo. On the other side, a sound rang out. Shu Hai-wook, get ready. Just then, the notification sound on Soo-min's phone went off. The sender was unknown, and the message read, Hello, Ham Soo-min, third-year student at Jong High School. I have something to show you. I'm sending you some photos. Sungjin was completely shocked when he read those text messages. The name mentioned was Suji. It immediately caught Shu Hai-wook's attention. He snatched the phone. Curious, Shu Hai-wook stared intently at the photos. Soo-min pretended to be confused and blurted out, Wait a second. The source of these photos is unclear. I don't know who sent them. The man in the picture looks similar, but I don't know the full situation. Our MC's face and appearance were very clear in the photos. Sungjin tried to reassure him. Shu Hee-wook, don't jump to conclusions. I'll get to the bottom of this soon. Shu Hee-wook was visibly enraged, growling. How soon is soon? He even cracked the phone screen in his anger. He gave a command to Soo-min. Tell me everything now. The scene turned dark. In that room, Suji was still struggling to get out of the blanket. Her knees were bruised purple from the fight with our MC earlier. After a long struggle, she finally managed to break free from the blanket. She tried to call out in a loud voice, but when she looked around the room, there wasn't a soul in sight. She was bewildered. Did he leave that fast? Suji was dazed after the fight, muttering to herself endlessly. Could that jerk not have stayed a little longer? What is this? What's wrong with me? The scene shifted to another dark corner, with cigarette smoke rising up. Just as Perun was smoking, a subordinate ran over quickly to inform him, Senior, the match is about to start. You've been looking forward to this one, haven't you? The match against Bu Hyewook. Hyewook didn't want to delay any longer, so he replied, That's right. Let's go. The scene shifted to the center of the arena. The show's MC started the introductions. Let me introduce the fighters. Overcoming all obstacles, this man, who was as hot as a furnace, now just wanted to cool down, a true hellhound. His nickname is Lava, the challenger against the Moot Club. He was warming up, shouting, So hot, it's freaking hot. Hoon just walked up, his expression weary as he looked ahead and asked, Is he the one going up against Baek Si-woo? Director Kim quickly replied, Yeah, that's him. He's from Daegu. Confusion set in looking at Lava. Where on earth were his clothes? Director Kim stated bluntly. It's hot. What more do you want? Though, his skills are decent, so he should be fine. We really should have brought him along. The MC headed to the center of the ring, introducing him as the one who would face the horror of the arena, the King of Beasts. Director Park stood outside, looking dazed, his eyes darting to the chairman as he asked, Sir, are you talking about these fighters? Lava began to witness his opponent, the champion of the Moot Club. He muttered excitedly, Man, I'm popular. The Lion King Suho stepped inside. Lava hesitated, speechless, unsure what kind of guy he was dealing with. He timidly predicted his opponent, probably just like a lion. Sure enough, he was just like a lion. The power and aura radiating off him were incredibly terrifying. Lava felt tiny standing before his opponent, his eyes narrowing as he muttered in fear, This is a bit much. But still, you're just a regular guy, right? Right? This lion-like figure was none other than Baek Si-woo from the championship-winning Moot Club in the region. Even the MC froze when he saw Si-woo, his expression filled with astonishment as if seeing him for the first time. The MC tried to calm him down. Not me. You're fighting this guy. Lava still hadn't realized what he was about to face. He just smirked. Heh, idiot. Sungjin stood outside, observing the match, watching intently with a hint of worry, muttering his prediction. For real? Suji must have gone absolutely insane. All right, if he sees this picture, he definitely won't be able to stay calm. Especially you, Si-woo. Sungjin prepared to leave, speaking with a touch of attachment. But don't worry, I'm Ham Sungjin, a man with 10 years of delivery experience. Trust me. The MC took charge of the match, speaking before the start. There are a few things to note regarding confidentiality. I will explain now. As soon as the MC made the announcement, a powerful sidekick flashed through the air. It made the MC stiffen, standing paralyzed. Lava was too excited. He showed off by speeding up, shouting dismissively, That stuff doesn't matter at all. Han Bin, watching from outside, nodded to himself regarding Lava. He's fast. But his opponent was Baek Si-woo. However, things weren't going as expected. Si-woo's face was being smashed out of shape by his opponent. Lava's actions seemed extremely brutal. His stance and every movement were aimed solely at Si-woo. Director Park and Chairman Lee were surprised by this opening. The situation was beyond their predictions. Director Kim expressed his thoughts. Nice punch. Lava's feet moved with solid precision as he approached Si-woo, unleashing a flurry of punches from all sides. Not content with just punching Si-woo in the face, Lava landed a heavy blow to his lower body. He landed several accurate punches, his attitude turning cocky, his voice dripping with sarcasm. What's with this loser? Not even fighting back? Si-woo seemed a bit strange. He was just letting himself get hit. Director Park couldn't hide his emotions. He quickly judged, It looks like your fighter's condition isn't very good. That's life. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Even though Hoon saw the scene, his assessment remained objective. He's strong for sure, but that guy isn't the type to get hit so easily. Truth is, Si-woo isn't even focused on fighting right now. Lava, frustrated, kept badgering Siwoo. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Put your guard up. Every single time. Strange auras emerged. Siwoo was being engulfed in a thick, dark energy. There was something incredibly heavy surrounding him. Lava felt annoyed, turning his face away and shouting, "What the? Hey referee, are you kidding me?" Lava grabbed Siwoo's hair tightly, expressing his irritation. "Hey you piece of trash, you're not actually going to fight back? Do you think I came all the way here just to punch a sandbag? I fought in so many national matches to get here. People say you can fight until someone dies here." Lava continued to grip Siwoo's hair, his voice arrogant and oppressive. "You'd better be ready to kill or be killed to make this fight interesting, right? So if you want to live, get up and throw a real punch. I don't know why you're even allowed to fight here." A string of incomprehensible words spilled out. Siwoo had truly returned to the rhythm of the match, driving his fist straight into his opponent's stomach. Lava's face twisted in agony, saliva spraying out in a disgusting display. Both of Lava's legs buckled completely to the ground after Siwoo's violent punch. Quite different from his cocky, strutting demeanor earlier, Lava had to taste the dirt, blood dripping from his mouth, his body weakening. His facial muscles spasmed, in shock, unable to understand why he had collapsed so instantly. At this moment, Director Park didn't dare say another word. Chairman Lee spoke up. "You know, in the ancient Roman Empire, they put lions and men into the arena to fight each other. It was a place where you either ate or were eaten, a survival game or death." Given the current turn of events in the match, Lava was completely on his knees before Siwoo, which was a perfect opportunity for the chairman to add his philosophy. "Who do you think won?" Director Park hesitated. "Obviously." Just then, Lava slowly started to stand up, making excuses. "Just dropped my guard for a second. A hit like that is nothing. Is that all you've got?" Rockarm narrowed his eyes, his voice steady with resolve. "Fine then. From here on out, I'm not holding back." The guy's pace grew faster and faster, his fist cocked and ready, muttering under his breath, "I'm going to kill you." Shu Hyuk watched his opponent with a strange, contemplative look. A flash of light streaked by in an instant. Rockarm tried to unleash his attack, but Shu Hyuk didn't back down, throwing a punch that collided straight with the rock-covered arm. The force of the impact made it feel like the rock arm was about to shatter down to the bone. It hurt so badly that the rock armor flew off entirely, leaving him unable to continue his assault. Once Shu Hyuk got into his stance, his opponent was nothing more than a punching bag. Another blow landed squarely on Rockarm's chest. The punch left his opponent writhing in pain, his head lolling from side to side. The chest bones of this rockman started to crack. A relentless crimson glow radiated outward. Caught in this fierce barrage of strikes, Rocky couldn't take it anymore. Blood spewed endlessly from his mouth, and his body buckled, completely weightless. He was on the verge of collapsing entirely after those blows to his vital points from Shu Hyu. Shu Hyu moved in close, gripping Rocky's head with his hand. The guy seemed absolutely terrified, stuttering. Stop it!" Rocky tried to speak, hoping to salvage the situation, trying to say it wasn't necessary, but that didn't stop Shu Hyu. He just kept pounding away. Rocky tried to raise his arms to block the strikes, not wanting to take a direct hit to the face, but his bare arms weren't enough. He had no choice but to take Shu Hyu's blows head-on. Blood kept splattering from his battered face. Rocky's massive frame was sent flying without the slightest hesitation. The old chairman took this opportunity to explain. To a human, even a swipe from a lion can be lethal and life-threatening. In the arena, humans and lions aren't evenly matched. No one expects the human to win. They just watch the Lion King hunt because it's highly entertaining. The fight was incredibly lopsided. Shu Hyu had barely started, but Rocky was already unable to stand, lying broken on the ground. Shu Hyu curiously walked toward his opponent and asked, "What's your name?" The guy replied with a tremble, Rocky." Shu Hyu continued the conversation. "You asked me something earlier, right? The reason I'm here?" Shu Hyu suddenly opened up to his opponent. "I have a beautiful and adorable little sister. I'd do anything for her. Aren't you curious to see how beautiful she is? I'd love to show you, but unfortunately, you came here just to be beaten to death, right?" It was said that the brave gladiator drew his sword, but the moment he faced the lion, he took a direct hit, and he had no choice left but to face death. Rocky truly understood the danger he was in, whimpering and begging. "No, we don't have to keep fighting. I don't want to. Please, I'm begging you, let me go. Please." The situation was too dire. He was backed into a corner. He screamed, "Referee, stop the match. I'm really going to die. Get me out of here. Help me. I'll give all the money back. Take it all." But Shu Hyu grabbed Rocky's leg firmly, reminding him, I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen. You know, these matches pay really well. With this, I can finally buy some good food for Suji. Cut to early morning at the school. No Manho's group of friends were peeking around, making guesses. Is Daegu in class? Bang Ho Dong replied, probably studying again, right? As soon as No Manho entered the room, he froze in surprise. A crowd of students was lining up. Kim Do-hun, the guy who likes to act tough, stood in front of everyone and barked, get in line straight. The guy in the back, don't cut the line. Get to the end. Don't you dare come greet the king empty-handed. You hear me? Move quietly. No, man. Ho and Dongmin's jaws dropped. The king? Maybe Daegu is the one standing in line? Our protagonist was trying to write, but he couldn't find peace. His pen snapped, making him even more irritated as he shouted, Can't you tell I'm working? Stop bothering me. Get lost. At this point, our protagonist was officially the big boss of the freshmen and sophomores. Young was trying to push through, yelling, No, Daegu, you have to hear me out. Jiang Jin Mo immediately rushed over to stop him. Get lost. It's my turn. That guy Young Jong still tried to shout, Listen, it's nothing big, just a little something. Another figure appeared to push the people in line back. The noise was still deafening. I'm not talking about those collections, because we've even got a sophomore involved now. The female character who appeared grabbed everyone's attention. Young Jong tried to speak in front of the protagonist, so even the smallest bit of help is useful. That junior is gone, so we need to seize this opportunity. Right after that sentence, a kick landed straight on Young Jong's face, leaving his expression completely distorted. Dumo was also confused as to why Young Jong, who was being so desperate, was suddenly sent flying. Suji appeared with a harsh warning, Don't annoy me, get lost. Young Jong, who had just been kicked in the face, was visibly furious. You crazy bitch, what do you think you're doing? You want to die? Jiang Jin Mo stepped in, grabbing Young Jong by the collar. Damn it, this is my business, you prick. I should be the one kicking you. Suji came there mainly to see our protagonist. She spoke up. Hey, look at me. She tried to get close and pull on his shirt. Are you ignoring me? Our protagonist started to get annoyed. He took off his glasses and complained, I can't even study like this. Seeing Daegu's face after he took his glasses off, a thought crossed Suji's mind. What the hell? Why is he so annoyingly handsome? The protagonist tried to probe the situation. What's going on? Suji pouted and grabbed his hand. Because you were too wild yesterday. You broke the bed. Just one sentence from Suji, and the atmosphere around them shifted instantly. Jiang Jin Mo, who was arguing with Young Jong, couldn't help but turn his head. Dong Min and Bang Ho Dong looked like they were about to collapse after hearing that. Suji pouted and declared, You have to take responsibility for it. This suffocating situation made even someone fearless like our protagonist freeze up. Everyone else was stunned, silent by Suji's words. Jiang Jin Mo and Young Jong also stopped their argument to listen to what Suji was talking about. Dong Min and Bang Ho Dong were practically dead inside after hearing that. A few coughs cleared the tense atmosphere. No, man. Ho tried to break the tension with a cough, and the air, which had been tight as a violin string, finally loosened. The protagonist looked straight at Suji and asked, Hey, what did you just say? Bake Suji, you better watch your mouth. Suji looked around, still blaming our protagonist. I don't know. Take responsibility. Daegu was frustrated, yelling, Responsibility for what? Suji kept saying things that were hard to understand. That's not it. The blankets are wet too, they're hard to wash. You know? A fist clenched tightly in anger upon hearing the conversation between Suji and our protagonist. Sanjin was very angry, overlapping thoughts flashing through his mind. How could this happen? Stay calm, Ham Sanjin. Suji has always been a good girl. Sanjin remembered a moment from the past. As he was walking, a sweet voice called out, Brother. Sanjin was surprised. Is that really Suji? This memory was Suji from 10 years ago. The innocent little girl pointed and asked, Hey, are you buying ice cream? To Sanjin, little Suji was very adorable. She ordered him, Buy me one in 3 minutes. Suji didn't just order her brother around. She would also scold and hit him if Sanjin arrived late. Too slow. You want to die? To this day, Sanjin still holds onto the image of such a cute Suji. Seeing the situation unfold, Sanjin stood up, slamming his fists on the table, trying to keep his head clear. Calm down. That doesn't matter right now, and you can't just ignore the reason. Either. Degun, our protagonist, didn't seem to care much about Suji's words. He looked out the window, looking a bit confused as he asked a question. Yeah, the person who just walked out. But Suji blocked his gaze, constantly prodding. Where are you looking? Degun expressed his curiosity. Is someone like that really in our class? Suji tried to act tough, grabbing Degun by the collar. Don't change the subject. Even so, our protagonist stuck to his guns. I've never seen him before. Suji replied indifferently. Of course he's in your class, duh. Suddenly, Seung-hoon walked over. Excuse me. Dong-min really hated this guy, Seung-hoon. Seeing him appear, Dong-min immediately questioned him. You're not even in our class, what do you know? Seung-hoon just replied quietly. You guys are here too? Alright. Can you spare a moment? I have something to tell you. Oh right. Never mind, Degun. Our protagonist interrupted the conversation, annoyed. Why are you leaving me out? The scene shifted to a private classroom, where a shocked cry rang out. What? Seung-hoon confirmed again that the person from before was Ham Sun-jin, a third-year student. It seems the third years are starting to make their move. Dong-min was still lost. Huh? Why are the third years? Ho-dong stood there, assuming the third years were pretending to be first years. No way. He's been sitting in the back of the classroom? That's terrifying, right? Seung-hoon continued playing the role of an analyst, noting that it was all thanks to his plain appearance. He's Zhu Hee-uk's errand boy. That means they're gonna come here to stalk Degun. You could say he started acting up in his third year as well. To be exact, there's Bo-hook and 4 others under his command, known as the 4 Heavenly Kings. Ho-dong burst out laughing as soon as he heard that name. Wow, that sounds so cringy. Dong-min asked, just to be sure. Third years, right? No Man Ho also got a headache from the name. Oh man. Why call them the 4 Heavenly Kings? That's so lame. And according to Seung-hoon's explanation, they had been hanging out together since elementary school. Dong-min casually put his hands in his pockets, assessing the situation. Only 4 people? This shouldn't take long. Catching that guy, Bo-hook, should be a breeze, right? Degun, our protagonist, moved from his seat, his voice grave. Don't look down on them just because they have a cheesy name, or because there aren't many of them. After the reminder, our hero asked cautiously, do you know that Jurian is controlling the Zong district? Seung-hoon added more info. So, Bo-hook and those 4 guys mean there are 5 people controlling this area. Those 4 are completely different from the second-year students. Actually, fighting anyone up to this point has been different from the guys around here. Our protagonist suddenly asked out of curiosity, I have a question. When are the midterms? Seung-hoon replied, in 3 weeks. Why? Our hero responded urgently, I have to study for midterms. The first exam is really important. 4 guys or 40 guys, just let them come. Seung-hoon began to realize that our hero was actually quite the bookworm. Seizing the opportunity, he asked, Degun, if it's all right with you, I'll lend you my notes. When he got that offer, Degun was as happy as a kid on Christmas, speaking in surprise. Huh? You'd lend me something so important? You really are a good guy. I wanted to punch them quickly, but no, I want to study. This guy Seung-hoon was absolutely sinister. He acted kind on the outside but was scheming on the inside. I want to beat you too. I already kept the photo as bait. Who knows what they're doing now, or how things will turn out. The scenery gradually faded into darkness. Messages were sent, but there was no reply. Sun-jin complained, what are these guys doing? Damn it, they're really ignoring me. This guy is just talking nonsense. Sun-jin thought about telling Shu Hee-uk, but the thought was quickly dismissed. No, Shu Hee-uk is busy. I have to solve this myself. The street lit up through the night. Students rushed out, chattering noisily. Man, that last class was so boring. Want to go to the net cafe? No, I'm going to cram school. Huh? You just finished school, and you're going to another one? The other student sighed helplessly. You know how my mom is. That's rough. You're the same, aren't you? Is there anyone here who isn't studying hard? That's true. The education standards in this district have changed. Hanambai just left the cram school, walking in a daze. As soon as he moved a little further, he ran into a group of people gathering noisily. What the hell? These kids in this area have so much money. It's frustrating. It's because of you, you dog. How are you going to take responsibility for this? The bully's eyes were fixed on Nambe, looking like he had bad intentions. He shouted, Hey, 4 eyes. Black frames, white shirt, black pants, black sneakers. Yeah, you jerk. Nambe was a bit confused when he was called out. The ringleader was very confident, calling out to Nambai. Haha, look at him. His collar is buttoned all the way up. Must be a model student. However, as Nambe got closer, the ringleader looked scared. What? He's bigger than I thought. You play sports, huh? These guys kept talking among themselves in front of Nambai. This is our turf. This guy's kinda special. Another guy chimed in. Quit blabbering. Take his money. Nambe stood there for a moment, looking around blankly. The ringleader tried to demand something from Nambae. You heard me, right? Hand over the money. Or your iPad. Where are you looking? Turns out, those guys were trying to bully Sun Ji. The ringleader stood in front, trying to squeeze something out of Nambae. Are you deaf, you jerk? Don't you understand the situation? With that, a slap went straight to Nambae's face. How many times do I have to hit you to wake you up? However, at the second slap, Nambae blocked the guy's arm. He decided he wasn't going to take any more slaps. Contrary to his earlier appearance, Nambae gripped the ringleader's hand tightly, making him scream in pain as if his fingers were about to snap off. Nambae didn't hold back. He grabbed the guy's jacket with a fierce grip, pulling him in to deliver a devastating blow. Before the punch even fully connected with his chest, the guy was already puking his guts out. Nambae looked absolutely furious, his aura radiating pure violence. Nearby, the rest of the thugs were puffing on their cigarettes, watching with curious eyes. What's up with this kid? They sneered, closing in with intimidating threats. Are you crazy? Do you have any idea who we are? Nambae just adjusted his collar and replied. And Hagon's lackeys, right? You guys came a long way. What, you like exploring? Looks like the big boss finally showed up. He mocked the leader, adding, Your crew is way too loud. Don't waste any more time. Just beat him to a pulp. The goons, feeling emboldened by the order, replied, You got it. A heavy hand clamped down on Nambae's shoulder. The leader dropped his cigarette, grinding it into the dirt as he spat out a threat. That's how it is. Just cough up the cash and get lost. You little piece of trash. The group snapped. They charged at him in a frenzy, shouting to search him and kick him into the ground. Nambae didn't want any trouble, but the storm was already upon him. His eyes sharpened with resolve. As soon as they got within range, Nambae unleashed a swift strike, dropping the first guy to the ground instantly. The others weren't giving up yet. They lunged back and forth with brutal, wild swings. But their movements were sluggish, and Nambae read them like a book. He nailed each of them right in the face. The fight was fast-paced and intense. The thugs scrambled to get close, trying everything they could to corner Nambae. Brutal punches landed square on the guy in the blue shirt. More thugs kept pouring in, even after their buddies had been completely wrecked by Nambae. With his massive frame and calm, composed presence, Nambae attacked and parried with frightening efficiency. It was like they couldn't even lay a finger on him. As the tide turned and his opponents grew desperate, Nambae unleashed a barrage of savage blows. Every hit left their faces twisted in pain, blood spraying with every impact. Their bodies were sent flying backward. Their cocky, tough guy act had completely vanished, replaced by pathetic, wailing screams. The big boss shoved his girlfriend aside. Get out of the way, he barked, ignoring her frantic, Hey, stop. The poser reached for a weapon, puffing out his chest as he declared, It's fine. You've just poked a hornet's nest, kid. Nambae looked at the cheap weapon with pure contempt. Who needs a weapon? Only pathetic amateurs use those. The bastard charged at him, moving as fast as he could. He tried to close the gap and stab him, yelling, Shut up, you dog. But Nambae was ice cold, shifting his body back and dodging perfectly. The moment Nambae spotted an opening, he locked onto the guy's arm and buried a fist deep into his chest. The punch left the leader in agony, unable to hold back, drool pouring from his mouth. Nambae wasn't done. He swiped the weapon right out of the guy's hand. With his weak frame and inability to take a hit, the leader quickly lost his weapon, his body collapsing onto the ground, unable to stand back up. His girlfriend turned pale with fear, her legs shaking so hard she could barely stand. She was still trying to record on her phone, threatening him, I've got all of this on camera. I'm going to report you. As Nambae stepped toward her, she shrieked in terror. Don't come any closer. Stay away. Nambae didn't care to listen. He just reached out to smash her tacky pink phone. As she collided with him, the girl was so terrified that her knees gave out, and she slumped to the floor. Taking the chance, Nambae snatched the phone from her hand. He started scanning through the footage. He proceeded to delete everything on it. Suddenly, Nambae's eyes lit up, as if he'd spotted something. Come out, he called out. Sunjin stepped out, mumbling in fear. Did he find me? Nambae asked curiously. Han Sunjin, why are you here? Sunjin went into a defensive stance, shouting back. I should be asking you that. Why are you here? Nambae didn't even bother answering him. And the four heavenly kings, too? Nambae immediately told his friend not to worry. Sunjin pointed a finger, warning him. That guy doesn't have time to be going to extra classes. Nambae didn't want to drag this out. Just say what you want. Sunjin started rambling. It's urgent, so I'll skip the small talk. There's a first year we need to deal with. He's running the second years. Even without Shuhai Ux there, he's basically the boss of Jurian Serhai. You need to go there and teach him a lesson. Nambae shot him down immediately. I refuse. Don't come to me with this crap. Han Sun-jin was stunned by Nambae's indifferent attitude. Huh. About that. About school. Before he finally walked away, Nambae warned him. Sun-jin, I don't want to use people. Sun-jin was left fuming, his hands balled into tight fists. Damn it, I won't forget this. On his way back, Sun-jin kept grumbling and cursing. Damn it, and I thought he was such a friendly guy. Those other three are a handful, but I've got no other choice. I don't know much, but his skills are definitely the real deal. The phone's dark screen suddenly lit up with an incoming call, his face twisted in pure malice. He answered with a brutal tone. What? A call? Who is this? Why are you calling so much? I'm busy, he snapped, his voice harsh. Huh? All right. I'm busy. Just give me the class name. And how badly do you want me to beat him up? This arrogant guy was none other than one of the 4 heavenly kings, and Hagon. I'm not sure yet. At the school cafeteria, Bang Ho-dong and Dong Min strutted up to the food counter, speaking loudly. Ugh, I'm starving. Move it. I'm buying first. What should I get? Bang Ho-dong stood at the counter. Auntie, 3 sausage breads, please. Dong Min cut in. Hey, get 4. Don't forget Fat K is here too. Bang Ho-dong waved him off. Nah, I'm just getting 3. You buy your own. Dong Min cursed at him. You pig. You don't want to eat anymore? Nearby, 2 female students were watching the group. The girl with short hair asked, What's going on? Who's that guy cutting in line? The girl with black hair whispered, You don't know? He's a first year. The short-haired girl couldn't believe her eyes. Huh? A first year? Are you kidding me? The black-haired girl kept her voice low. He doesn't look like it, does he? But the kid next to him is even stronger. The short-haired girl kept watching them both. She clicked her tongue. Tisk. Why are third years so afraid of a bunch of first years? The black-haired girl leaned in closer, her expression turning tense. She whispered, Because they're tight with Kwon Degun. That first year is his right-hand man. The other girl's eyes widened. You mean that Kwon Degun? Yeah. The one they say is as ruthless as he is handsome. The girl with black hair laughs out loud. Hey, you're right. He's super handsome too. The girl with short hair joins in. Hey, he looks even cuter up close. Man, this is so frustrating. 2 boys walking past their table hear them talking about Degun. The one in the vest says to his friend, Hey, did you hear about this? Baek Sujin and that freshman already hooked up. Are they crazy? How could he possibly go up against Sujin? Meanwhile, Ham Sanjin is sitting not far away. He silently listens to them gossiping about Sujin. He remembers asking for help before, but they just brushed him off, telling him to stop spouting nonsense. Just thinking about it makes him furious. In the first year, Class 1, Lee Sung-hoon is holding court, talking about how there's another rival in the third year. I heard about this while digging up info on the 4 heavenly kings. It's the first time I've heard of this, too. Who the hell could it be? No Man Ho nods rapidly. Oh, first time hearing that too. Degun doesn't care. He stays focused on his books. Lee Sung-hoon continues. Anyway, there's someone named Chun Sim. Dong Min finally speaks up. Huh? What? Chun Sim? Bang Ho-dong rests his chin on his hand and repeats, No, it's Chun Sim. But doesn't that name sound a bit weird? Dong Min echoes him. Yeah, I think so too. Chun Sim, Chun Sum, sounds super awkward. No Man Ho sighs. Hey, stop making fun of people's names. Bang Ho-dong raises his hands in defense. Hey, I'm not making fun of it. I haven't said anything yet. Dong Min chimes in. Yeah, seriously. We just meant the name sounds kind of terrifying, that's all. It's too loud. Degun can't focus on studying. He turns to Lee Sung-hoon. Is that all? And then what? Lee Sung-hoon smiles. I just wanted to warn you so you'd be a little more careful, because someone like that actually exists. Back in the third year, Class 1, 2 boys look panicked. Hey, how are we supposed to retaliate? The 2 girls from the cafeteria earlier point at the boys and scold them. Ugh, pathetic. Can't handle it on your own, so you have to drag others in to save your skins? What a bunch of chickens. The 2 boys snap back. Shut it. Just because he's handsome doesn't mean you have to take his side. Then, changing their tone, they turn to someone else. Hey, neither Baek Sujin nor the 4 heavenly kings are here. It's just you. Chun Sim, you're the only one who can help us out. A guy with a massive build shifts slightly and replies, Is he that handsome? The 2 boys look at each other, then answer honestly. Well, he's got the looks, but he's not really my type. Chun Sim's voice rings out again. All right, keep talking. The guy suddenly looks at Chun Sim and smiles gently. By the way, Chun Sim, you look really cute today. As soon as he finishes, the chubby lackey of Baek Soo-jin rushes to the door and yells, "Hey, Chun-sim." He charges into the classroom and shouts, "Hey, I need your help. There's this freshman named Kwon Degun." Chun-sim can't take it anymore and snaps, "Hey, is it loud in here or what?" It turns out Chun-sim is actually a petite girl. She crosses her legs, turns around, and asks, "Who the hell is Kwon Degun? You guys are giving me a headache." The boy who had been standing in front of her gets up and asks, "Hey, are you done practicing your makeup?" Chun-sim waves her hand dismissively. Whatever, just go. I messed it up again anyway. Use a mirror or something." Ham Sanjin scratches his head, trying to suggest, "Chun-sim, can we talk for a bit?" Chun-sim answers casually, her eyes glued to her phone, playing a game. Ham Sanjin continues, "There's this kid named Degun. A notification dings on her phone. Chun-sim has won." Chun-sim is completely focused on her mobile game. Ham Sanjin feels a bit annoyed but can't do anything about it. She cheers. "Yes. Beat the level." She turns to Ham Sanjin and says, "Hey, why didn't you bring the 4 Heavenly Kings along? Go talk to Baek Soo-jin about it." Ham Sanjin scratches his head awkwardly. Well, you know Baek Soo-jin is really busy." Chun-sim sighs. "So, the 4 Heavenly Kings are busy too?" Ham Sanjin doesn't answer. Suddenly, Chun-sim changes her attitude and declares, "This won't do. I've got to teach that guy a lesson." She stands up and heads straight for the door, asking where he is. Ham Sanjin follows, looking confused. "Hey, wait. I don't think that's the best way to handle this. You should have a plan first." At the cafeteria, Degun is eating when the person opposite him keeps talking like a machine. "I have to find a way to deal with that person named Chun-sim. My gut tells me she's not someone to mess with. Do you really have the ability to convert the 4 Heavenly Kings? That's what everyone's saying." No Man-ho stares at Degun with an intense look. Degun chews his food and replies, "Hey, that sounds so ridiculous, I'm losing my appetite. What's the big deal? At most, it's just one punch and they're out, right?" Just then, he feels someone behind him. Degun turns around and sees a petite girl standing there with her hands on her hips, staring at him. Degun asks, "Huh? Who are you?" Chun-sim asks casually, "Are you Kwon Degun? You look pretty cute." Degun replies, "Yeah, that's me. But who are you?" Chun-sim introduces herself. "I'm Chun-sim from the 3rd year. Get up and follow me." All 4 of them stare at Chun-sim, looking completely skeptical. No Man-ho turns to Degun. "Hey, I thought Chun-sim was a guy." Degun finishes his last bite and just shrugs, not really caring. Seeing that no one is listening to her, Chun-sim yells, "Hey, are you guys ignoring me?" Degun puts his spoon down and stands up. Standing like a giant in front of her, Chun-sim looks a bit startled. She has to tilt her head way back to look up at Degun. She thinks to herself, "He's like a giant. He's huge." It's that familiar, secluded spot where countless fights have gone down. Chun-sim stands with her hands on her hips and yells at Degun, "Hey, are you that guy everyone's rumored to be talking about? Do you know I'm a 3rd year? You looking to get smacked?" Degun looks down at the little girl in front of him. He thinks, "I'm 20 years old, but she's so tiny, how is she shouting so loudly?" Chun-sim immediately points right at Degun's face and starts cursing him out. She's laying into him like there's no tomorrow. Degun just stands there and listens. He thinks the girl is pretty feisty. Seeing that Degun doesn't say anything, Chun-sim winds up to throw a punch. She yells, "Why aren't you answering me? Trying to act tough? Fine, here's a punch for you." Chun-sim puts her whole body into the swing, but suddenly, her small arm stops midair. She has to grab the lapel of Degun's jacket instead, then quickly pulls her hand back. She says, What was I saying? I was just testing you. Honestly, I don't care who I have to go up against." Degun doesn't even blink, just stares at the little girl standing in front of him, rambling like a broken record. I thought to myself, this is such a headache. Was she really testing me back there, or was I just out of reach? Chun-sim noticed that Degun was just standing there in silence. She snapped irritably, "Well, say something. If you keep acting like this, Kuang is going to be dead in no time." Chun-sim looked just like a tiny dog barking non-stop at a stranger. She yelled at Degun, "Look, I'm giving you advice because I'm worried about the freshmen. Why have you been silent this whole time?" Right after that, she suddenly felt a bit weary, touched her forehead, and sighed. "All right, never mind. That warning probably went a bit too far. I feel bad about it. Let's just leave it at that." Degun watched her, confused about what was going on, as Chun-sim turned to leave. Degun reached out and grabbed her wrist, asking, "What warning? Come back here. I have something to tell you." Chun-sim was standing pretty close to Degun. Suddenly, she felt her face heating up, and she started stammering. "Huh? What do you want to tell me? But just so you know, I'm not into younger guys. At the same time, someone wearing a snakeskin jacket was laughing to himself in the distance. Heh, what on earth is he doing? A mother and child walked by. The kid pointed at him and asked, Mom, who is that guy? The mother quickly warned, Honey, don't look at him. Degun leaned down and told Chun-sim, I want to know more about those 4 heavenly kings, or whatever they are. It seems like they're watching me. Bring them to me right now. Suddenly, a figure appeared nearby and shouted, Well, there he is. Quan Deg. Degun turned around. It was someone he knew. He asked, What is this? Why are you here? Gu Seung-hwa was silent for a long moment before saying, I learned my lesson from our last fight. You really are a master of combat. Degun stared at Gu Seung-hwa with a blank expression, having no clue what was going on. Chun-sim stood behind, arms crossed, and asked, Hey, what do you have to do with this guy? From behind, a bunch of Gu Seung-hwa's lackeys appeared. He started rambling. I watched you very closely and realized one thing. Standard moves won't work on you. Even though I'm not used to direct combat, I've prepared a secret technique more destructive than anything out there. With his lackeys standing behind him, he took a few steps back. Moving his feet quickly, he dashed toward his minions. The lackeys coordinated, grabbed onto him, and shouted to push him forward. Gu Seung-hwa used them as a springboard. He launched himself forward, flying straight at Degun. A second later, he was airborne, aiming both feet at Degun. Degun quickly pulled Chun-sim out of the way. Gu Seung-hwa's speed was insane, whistling through the air like a bullet. Degun nimbly dodged to the side. Just as Gu Seung-hwa's head flew past him, Degun raised one hand. Gu Seung-hwa frowned, thinking, Oh damn it, this is going to hurt. Degun landed a punch, knocking Gu Seung-hwa flat. Degun scolded, Ugh, what a pain. He turned to see Chun-sim had fallen onto the ground, crying with messy tears. That hurt so much, boo-hoo. Right then, the chubby guy watched from behind a large tree, looking extremely worried. Degun felt a bit guilty and reached out, saying, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Can you stand up? Chun-sim replied, Oh, it's not your fault, Kuung. I just got startled. As soon as she finished, the chubby guy rushed over. He yelled, Chun-sim, let's go to the infirmary. Chun-sim honestly replied, Huh? I'm fine. No need for the infirmary. Ham San-jin said anxiously, No way. If we don't clean that wound, it'll get infected. But can you even walk? Saying that, he didn't forget to glare at Degun. Degun stammered, No, it wasn't my fault. As he looked over, he suddenly realized this person looked familiar. He wondered, Wait, aren't you the guy who was in my class earlier? Without letting Degun say another word, Ham San-jin dragged Chun-sim away. He shouted at Chun-sim, You have to walk faster. At the same time, Gu Seung-hwa was still lying unconscious on the ground. Actually, he wasn't unconscious. He was just closing his eyes, waiting for Degun to beat him up. He was thinking, Damn, so that professional wrestling technique failed? What other move should I use? Should I just stay here and let him pummel me? Degun finally noticed Seung-hwa. He growled, Hey you, this is all your fault. Do you want to die? Gu Seung-hwa pretended to be unconscious, so nervous he was breaking into a cold sweat. Degun repeated himself, Hey, stand up. I know what you're doing. This isn't going to fly. Degun looked at the lackeys and told the others to get over here fast. Everyone lowered their heads. At that same moment, a young man outside the fence cracked a weird smile. He muttered, Well, I only came here to punish some bratty freshman. And Ha-jen sighed, looking hungry. Not bad, eh? But what's with that look in his eyes? It's a shame to have to eat someone so delicious. Just then, a teacher jumped out and shouted, Hey, you there. I'm a teacher here. What do you think you're doing? I came out because everyone said there was a very suspicious-looking guy out here. While speaking, the teacher pointed at An Ha-jen and kept scolding him. Suddenly, the teacher raised his voice. Aha, it's you, isn't it? No wonder you looked familiar. You're that guy who barely ever shows up to class, right? The moment he finished, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. A while later, the teacher woke up, finding himself lying on the ground. He sat up, looked around, and wondered, Why am I lying here? Seemingly remembering, he screamed, Ah, did that kid dare to hit a teacher? That damn brat. Evening arrived, and school ended. On his way home, Degun thought, It's all because of that crazy guy, Gu Seung-hwa. It's so late now, and I just wanted to get things over with, but for some reason, I had to listen to his explanation. A while ago, Gu Seung-hwa said, Do you know what's coming, Degun? You're going to face one of the 4 heavenly kings soon, so let me tell you this. Just then, Lee Sung-hoon appeared and asked, Hey, Degun, do you have your notebook? Degun's eyes lit up as he replied, Oh, yeah, thanks. Finishing that, he turned and said, "All right, let's talk later." Gu Seonghwa saw that and reminded him, "This is important information. I'll wait for you." Degun felt a headache coming on. He never thought this guy would actually wait until school was out. He even wanted to attack him with some weird technique. He was getting crazier by the day. Suddenly, there was a convex mirror nearby. Degun stopped to look at his reflection. He brushed his long hair and sighed. "Man, it's time for a haircut. I'm a student now, so my hair can't be as messy as it was when I was at the store. I have to keep it neat." As he was checking himself out, a young man suddenly came rushing in from behind. He immediately punched Degun hard. Fortunately, Degun dodged just in time. He stood his ground and glared at the guy before him. "Who the hell are you? What are you trying to pull?" And Hagen just stood there for a moment. Degun looked him up and down. Then, and Hagen finally turned back to look at Degun and burst into laughter. "Huh, me? Good luck guessing who your daddy is." Shadows blanketed the street. Degun stared at the madman in front of him without blinking. He tossed his bag aside and said, "You went out of your way to approach me, but you don't intend to tell me your name?" And Hagen laughed out loud. "Haha, you've got quite the imagination. I was just messing with you. Don't overthink it. Even if you knew my name, the outcome would be the same. Nothing's going to change." With that, and Hagen threw a kick right at Dagun's face, looking as manic and hyped up as someone high on drugs. The missed kick only made him more aggressive. He threw a punch at Degun, but he dodged it quickly. Degun studied his movement speed, a suspicion rising in his heart. Could it be? Is this guy one of the 4 marshals? And Hagen kept attacking relentlessly. Degun focused on evading for the time being. He thought, "Man, this guy doesn't look like a typical student, and he's alone. I shouldn't go too far and actually hurt him." Thinking this, and Hagen continued to rush at Degun like a madman. Degun thought to himself, "Damn it, this guy is attacking like he's trying to kill me." Seeing this, Degun hardened his expression. He planted one leg as a pivot and lunged forward, putting everything he had into a punch toward Hagen's face. He thought, "If you're going to come at me like you're trying to kill me, then I have no choice but to mess you up." At school, Yi Sung-hoon waved goodbye to a classmate. "See you. Thanks for your hard work today." The girl smiled back. "All right. Catch you later then." Yi Sung-hoon had only walked a few steps when he ran into some acquaintances. Gu Eunghwa and his lackeys were still standing there. He approached them and asked, "Hey Gu Eunghwa, school's out. Why are you still just standing here?" Gu Eunghwa replied, "Yeah, well, you see how it is. We're being punished, so we aren't allowed to leave yet." Yi Sung-hoon looked surprised. "Oh, punished? Who could possibly punish someone like you?" "Oh, wait. I remember now, you got in trouble and got punished by Degun earlier, didn't you?" Gu Eunghwa looked at his crew, then back at Yi Sung-hoon, and gave a dry laugh. "Humph. Why are you the only one standing? Is that how a leader acts? Tisk, tisk. I didn't think you were that kind of guy," Gu Eunghwa answered, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Well, I got punished to stand still in one spot. While the others are getting drilled, I'm just standing here wasting time. I wish I could just sit on a chair or something right about now." Yi Sung-hoon could only offer a strained laugh. He asked again, all right, so what was it that you and Degun were talking about for so long?" Suddenly, Gu Eunghwa's face went serious. He turned to Yi Sung-hoon with a dangerous look and said, "The 4 marshals. You want to hear about them?" At the same time, a few of the underlings whispered among themselves, "Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Seunghwa, just let us go." Gu Eunghwa ignored them and kept talking to Yi Sung-hoon. Yi Sung-hoon? The 4 marshals. In some places, they call them the 4 kings. They're all friends, and they all come from the same place. As Gu Eunghwa said this, the underlings couldn't take it anymore, got up, brushed themselves off, and started leaving. They waved goodbye to Gu Eunghwa, but he still didn't care. He was focused on telling Yi Sung-hoon, "From what I know, they first got famous because they were just too strong. But lately, I've been hearing that instead of just being strong, they're known for being ruthless. That's what everyone is saying." Gu Eunghwa's face grew more and more sour. He recalled a moment before, in a dark, deserted place. Oh So-dok, nicknamed the Purifier, was training with Gu Eunghwa's group. That day, they were sparring as they usually did. "We were training at a construction site. Gu Eunghwa had asked, 'Who wants to spar with the Purifier next?' Suddenly, out of the shadows, a member of the 4 marshals appeared and questioned them. 'Oh? What are you guys doing?' The whole group stared, having no idea who he was. Everyone looked confused. And Hagen continued, 'Geez, looks like you're trying to turn this place into an underground fighting ring, huh?' The underlings turned to Gu Eunghwa and asked, 'Who's this guy?' Gu Eunghwa replied, 'Oh, it's Justin Hagen,' and Hagen stepped closer to them. Gu Enghua said. This is the third floor, we're above ground. It's not an underground ring like you're saying. And Hagen laughed loudly. Haha, sure, but talking to you guys is boring as hell. Are you playing kindergarten games here? Hearing this, and Hagen's expression suddenly hardened. He asked arrogantly, So, which one of you is the strongest here? Gu Enghua was about to step forward, but Osodok blocked him. He scolded Gu Enghua. What are you talking about? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Then, Osodok turned to look at Hagen and introduced himself. Osodok. This isn't school, so I'm the strongest one here. And Hagen chuckled with delight. Heh, nice name, kid. As soon as he finished, Hagen stepped lightly over some iron bars. Osodok understood the situation immediately. He sighed, Geez, even if you're a senior, I'm not going to go easy on you. Business is business. And Hagen laughed again. Heh, that's good. Kid, you talk cute. Alright, let me show you what an underground fight is really like. Gu Enghua said anxiously. I told you, we're above ground. Seeing this, another guy pulled Gu Enghua's arm and said, Forget it, Gu Seunghua. Meanwhile, Osodok's eyes didn't leave his opponent for a second, and Hagen looked at Osodok and gave a cold smile. Well, you don't look like an easy target, do you? This might be good. As soon as he finished speaking, Osodok launched his attack, and Hagen said with a look of surprise, Whoa, is this called Sapo? He looked incredibly excited. Osodok kept attacking in Hagen's face, but didn't land a single hit, and Hagen just dodged left and right, laughing and mocking. Man, this is actually pretty fun. And Hagen leaned down, grinning with anticipation, and muttered, Come on, kid, kick. Osodok lunged toward Hagen with his fists flying like a madman. He growled in frustration. Damn it, if I missed this time, but as soon as he spoke, his punch missed again. And Hagen effortlessly dodged every one of Osodok's attacks. Gu Enghua, standing to the side watching, muttered, He dodges really fast. I've never seen that dodging technique before. His whole body moves like it's made of liquid. But is this really a technique? Or is he just playing with his opponent? Osodok hadn't been able to touch a single hair on Hagen's head the whole time. He shouted in irritation, Damn it! No way! Stop moving, you bastard! Suddenly, the look in Hagen's eyes changed. He gave a twisted laugh, thinking to himself, Oh, getting mad now? Good, let's wrap this up. In the next second, a circular blur of motion appeared before his eyes, and Hagen seemed to transform into a giant python, wrapping himself around Osodok's arm. And Hagen held Osodok's arm with one hand, put the other on his shoulder, and twisted. Osodok let out a cry of pain. Ah! The scream from Osodok startled Gu Enghua's group, and Hagen laughed like he'd just won the lottery. Aha! What's wrong? Did something pop out of place? My bad. That must really hurt, right? But you should change your name to Warhorse Orthodox. It suits you better. Having said that, he looked around and asked, Well, anyone else? Are you just going to let him fight alone? Where did everyone go? The fight isn't over yet. Gu Enghua saw this and whispered to his comrade, Damn it, we have to find a way to stop him. Thinking, he acted. Gu Enghua stepped up and told Hagen, Wait, stop the fight. And Hagen didn't care and retorted, I don't want to. I still want to play a bit more. Gu Enghua continued, If you keep going, someone is going to get hurt. And Hagen didn't pay any mind. He took a step forward, darted toward Osodok at blinding speed, and shouted, Well, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Play with you kindergarten brats. Osodok saw it and lunged to block him. Don't do that. And Hagen glanced behind him, seeing Gu Enghua also chasing him. He tapped one hand on the ground, seemingly changing targets. In a flash, he was back to being like a giant python, coiling around Gu Enghua's body. He whispered into his ear, Gotcha. Hagen hugged Gu Enghua tightly and laughed. Caught you. Gu Enghua was being choked almost to death by Hagen's grip. At that moment, everyone rushed out to stop him. Hey, let go. And Hagen grinned triumphantly. He warned them, If you take one more step, I'll tighten my grip. Get back to where you were. If you insist on coming any closer, I can't guarantee this guy makes it back in one piece. The rest of the brothers froze, cursing under their breaths. Damn this bastard. Seeing their pathetic faces, Hagen laughed. Haha, a bunch of cowards. If it were me, I would have charged in already. Friends are supposed to help each other out, right? Gu Seunghua heard that much before passing out. When he came to, he was shocked to see everyone lying scattered on the ground. He realized with horror that this was the first time he'd ever felt the true lethality of a fight against one of the four marshals. Back in reality, Seonhwa warned Lai Sung-hun. His name is Unhagen, one of the four marshals. Lai Sung-hun didn't seem to care. He was too busy wondering why the guy was standing in such a weird pose. He blurted out, "Are you addicted to sharing your life story or something? Why are you telling me all this?" Gu Seonhwa continued, "Man, you know, I used to think that a guy like me, or rather, all of us would be in agony if we got hit by someone like Gun Dong-gun. But somehow, the pain just disappeared. We honestly have no idea what move he used. We really, really want to know." Lai Sung-hun pondered for a moment, then gave a cold laugh. Sounds like you want to team up with Gun Dang-gun, huh? Gu Seonhwa kept talking. "I'm sure you know the four marshals among those four beasts." He was cut off by Li Sung-hun. "Forget it. I'm done listening. My head hurts." At the neighborhood, Gun Dang-gun dusted off his arm. Blood had already dripped to the ground, and Hagen was clutching his bloodied mouth. Gun Dang-gun asked, "What do you think you're doing? That doesn't work on me." And Hagen glared at Gun Dang-gun with bitter resentment. He couldn't believe it. Gun Dang-gun rolled up his sleeves. He was completely unscathed. Not a single scratch on him. He asked, "Who the hell are you, anyway? I still haven't punched your mouth shut, so why aren't you answering me?" And Hagen spat blood to the side. Gun Dang-gun warned him, "Look, I'm running out of patience. If you don't talk, I'm going to keep going." The scene shifted to the school. Looking at the image on the phone, annoying voices echoed. What is this idiot trying to do? Does he want to fight outside? Baek Soo-jin was overflowing with aggressive energy, letting it all out. Damn it, he should be teaching him a lesson at school for everyone to see. Didn't he say he was going to teach him a lesson to demand justice? Let's see. Near the school. Once he pinpointed the target was near the school, Sumin scrambled, running as fast as he could, declaring he had to stop him first. Sumin's waddling run looked incredibly unsightly. It really drew the attention of those around him. Lee Sung-hun stared at him and asked, "Who's that?" "Hamjin. Why is he in such a hurry?" Lee Sung-hun was always deep in thought, analyzing everything. It seemed like he was slowly piecing things together. After understanding the situation, Lee Sung-hun started running in the same direction Baek Soo-jin was heading. Seon-ga was lost, reaching out his arms. "Lee Sung-hun, where are you going?" Lee Sung-hun just shouted back a direction, "Follow me." Although it felt strange, and he had many questions, Seon-ga tried his best to keep up with Lee Sung-hun. Both of them were running, stunned by Sumin's speed. That short guy can run that fast? And why are we even running like this? The scene shifted to a deserted neighborhood where the sound of questioning never stopped. "Who the hell is your daddy?" And Hagen was feeling very frustrated. The insults were ridiculous. "I'm the one who should be asking that. What kind of dog are you?" And Hagen kept staring straight at our protagonist, analyzing his body movements and his striking style. "Are you really a first-year student? It's not a big deal to lose to a first year, but you don't look like one at all." Hearing this, Gun Dang-gun felt a bit uneasy, thinking to himself, "What? Is he questioning my age? But there's no way he knows about the project, right?" It was true that this physique and strength were a bit much for a first year. If he compared himself seriously to those 6-year-old world-famous fighters, Gun Dang-gun concluded there wasn't much difference. "So I'm probably just average. I won't get found out, right?" And Hagen kept probing for information. "Which hole did you crawl out of?" The protagonist tried to calm his nerves. "Stay calm, nothing to worry about. Just don't get hurt. One hit to end it." Gun Dang-gun stepped closer to Hagen, his fists clenched in total resolve. And Hagen didn't fully grasp the danger, opening his mouth to speak. "Whoa, your stance looks pretty imposing." "Oh yeah, your eyes." This Hagen guy intended to strike at the protagonist's eyes. His face set with determination, teeth gritted hard. But his slow strike was quickly intercepted by our lead. A lightning-fast punch landed square on the guy's face. His weak frame wobbled before collapsing onto the ground. The protagonist turned his head coldly and asked, "Were you trying to say something just now?" "What was it?" Faced with the protagonist's question, the guy could only collapse in pain. Right then, Sumin finally arrived. Seeing Hagen lying flat on the ground, he was in a state of shock, screaming in disbelief. However, Sumin quickly noticed Gun Dong-gun staring right at him. The remnant scene was a bit tense. Sumin panicked, asking himself, "Don't tell me he lost." Along with Sumin's arrival, Lee Sung-hun and Seon-ga both appeared. Seon-ga was genuinely stunned to see that the person sprawled on the ground was none other than Hagen. The four marshals. He managed to beat Hagen of the four marshals. The scene changed to another location, where a shooting game was playing out intensely. In a flash, the snake on the screen was taken down by rapid, accurate shots. The girl, Chun-sim, cheered. "Haha, too easy." Finally, some stress relief. In her mind, she kept thinking of our lead, muttering, "I almost went crazy, just because of that first-year brat. But he's a junior anyway, and I'm a senior, so I shouldn't be petty with someone younger. I guess thinking like this makes me a mature adult, right? Hamsum Jin isn't mature enough to think like that. Calling the four marshals to fight a first year? Is he trying to kill someone, or what?" While gaming, Chun Sim didn't forget to pass judgment on outside affairs. Doesn't he know how strong the four marshals are? The scene faded to late evening, and the lights had long been extinguished, and Hagen was still lying on the ground, showing no signs of waking up. The protagonist pointed at him. "Is this guy really an Hagen from the four marshals?" Gu Seonga nodded in response to the question. "Yes, that's right." Our lead felt annoyed. He quickly approached Unhagen and said, "Hey, get up. Are you planning on sleeping here?" But the moment Gun Donggun's hand touched Hagen, a cobra's tail suddenly wrapped tightly around his arm. He looked absolutely ferocious. Hagen really is a dirty player. He took advantage of the protagonist's momentary lapse in focus to grab his arm, a move so aggressive it made our guy change his expression. At that exact moment, the protagonist felt like a giant snake was slithering across his face, covered in disgusting, slimy secretions. Even so, Degun was determined to shake off that venomous snake with his bare hands. He threw the guy off with force, but this time, Hagen didn't go tumbling down. He found his footing and steadied himself, a thrilled look on his face as he scoffed, "Nice reflexes." Our hero was getting fed up with the guy. "Are you finally snapping out of it?" Hagen looked at him with a blank, clueless expression. "Snapping out of it? Oh, I get it now. Damn it." The madman kept clawing at his hair, his face turning dangerous as he insisted it was just the side effects of the drugs. Sunjin stood back, his face etched with worry. "And Hagen? Seriously? I told you to take care of him at the school. Why didn't you listen to me?" This nonchalant attitude actually caught Sunga and Sunghun by surprise. Annoyed, Hagen snapped at Sunjin. "Hey, pig, watch your mouth. You think picking a fight requires a specific venue? If you're so worried, do it yourself." Sunjin started trembling, sweat beading on his face as he looked on. "The drugs. Are you on drugs?" Hagen went wild, ripping at his hair again as he replied, "Obviously. You didn't know? You're so naive, kid. I use them whenever I face someone too strong. This guy isn't just some average freshman. He's not a light snack. He's the main course." Hagen kept his eyes locked on our hero, sizing him up. "So, this freshman isn't a pushover, got it." Suman glanced around and confidently declared, "In that case, hurry up and finish him. Look at how your friends got wrecked. Stop hesitating and land a preemptive strike." Getting bolder, he spewed nothing but arrogant nonsense. "These freshmen are so disrespectful. Show them why the four marshals of the third year are feared." He even had the audacity to point a finger right in the protagonist's face. "You're a dead man." The protagonist didn't even bother looking at him, his eyes fixed on Hagen as he thought, "He's finally serious now. He's definitely different from before. He looks more focused, but something feels off." Still, the protagonist was ready to find out. The battle escalated, with our guy unleashing heavy, thunderous punches in a straight line. Hagen's eyes showed absolutely no sign of fear. He remained arrogant, his guard high. As the protagonist's punch flew straight toward him, Hagen's arm snaked around it, locking it tight. He felt triumphant, thinking he had finally restrained our hero, but Degun's raw power was not to be underestimated. He challenged his opponent. "Let's see how you dodge this one." A punch landed dead on target. Hagen's grip was like a python trying to crush our hero's arm. It was vicious and incredibly strong. This exact technique was what made others shrink away in terror. It was the same move that had dislocated the shoulder of the previous captain. The moment the opponent raises a fist, Hagen circles from the outside in, pressing down hard on their shoulder with all his weight. However, for our hero, things weren't that simple. He drove a punch straight into Hagen's face, unlike the other opponents who had been pinned down. The unexpected blow left Hagen stunned, his eyes rolling back. The tide of the battle shifted instantly, and Hagen went flying backward. Even so, he struggled to resist, fighting to stay upright. Hagen's eyes were filled with pure spite. Damn it, that didn't work either? Even when I anticipated it, I couldn't react in time. But then he thought, wait, what? I failed before because I was off the drugs, but even now, is his speed and reaction time faster than mine? That's hard to believe. Seunga watched from the sidelines and remarked, is he trying to use that move again by staring at Degun's arm? I think he doesn't just want to win. He wants to make sure Degun can never fight again. Seung-hun added, though he didn't seem to be doing anything. The fat guy, Suman, tinged with arrogance again. Huh, you guys are so naive. You don't know anything. Well, you are just kids. Wanna know? Let me tell you. Just as everyone was ready to listen, Sunjin mocked him. Actually, Never mind. Sunga, frustrated, screamed. What was that? Why won't you just say it? Seung-hoon noticed the outburst. Seunga was on a knowledge-craving rampage again. Meanwhile, Sunjin remained confident, thinking that Hagen's current power and physique had transcended that of a normal human. Why? A freshman could never understand what it means to be in the zone. Hyper-focus, hyper-awareness. Brain potential exploited to the max. Not just the mind, but physical strength far beyond the norm, reaching the absolute peak of human capacity. In this state, senses become incredibly sharp. Time seems to slow down, and everything around him becomes as clear as a motion picture. A film reel shifting steadily through Hagen's movements. Everything felt like flipping through frames to perfectly capture the exact moment he desired. In this very fight, our hero also began to feel the rhythm of Hagen's movements unfolding before him. He silently asked, "Is this what they were talking about?" The opponent's wrapping arm attacks seemed endless. Hagen was doing everything he could to block the protagonist's strikes. His eyes burned with unwavering determination. Hagen's arm movements were truly skillful, flowing with strange grace. To our hero, it looked just like a giant python coiling around him. But unfortunately for him, our hero knew no fear. Degun had nothing but raw confidence and ability, his eyes focused, his arm reaching out to snatch his opponent without a hint of mercy. The two sides faced off in intense silence, arms clashing repeatedly. Suddenly, Hagen's arm coiled tight. Our hero's hand was caught in the loop. Hagen shrieked with joy. "Got you!" The protagonist wasn't about to let the situation drag on. He yanked his arm back hard. Hagen, seeing this, wouldn't give in, his whole body bracing to cling onto the protagonist like a leech. "If I can dodge that, I'll smash your head in," he thought. Punches were thrown one after another. Unfortunately, Hagen had seen this move before. He dodged perfectly and laughed loudly. Missed. And now for the arm. The swirling arms lashed out, binding tight. But our protagonist's raised arm refused to submit. He unleashed a counterattack that forced his opponent to dodge frantically. The landscape of the fight kept shifting. Hagen was still smug, seeing that our hero hadn't managed to land a clean hit on him yet. Missed again. The protagonist looked him dead in the eye and said calmly, "You're clingy as a leech. So annoying. Always sticking around, hanging onto my arm. You're even more of a pain than Sunga. Sunga's just standing there, and she's already getting dragged into this." And that's not all. The guys on our side noticed something else too. The way he moves, his reaction time, his vision, and even his raw physical strength, it's completely different from before. Is he actually in the zone? Lee Seung-hoon wondered, trying to wrap his head around it. In the zone? Sumin was genuinely stunned, eyes wide. Wait, what? Is that really just a freshman? Degun kept talking. It wasn't something that just appeared. He'd been in that state for a while now. Hagen was getting fired up. Oh yeah? Keep talking. The protagonist didn't hesitate, speaking continuously. You've been trained to utilize it in so many different ways. Thoughts raced through his mind, he could clearly feel it now. There's a real difference. Hagen cracked his wrists and ankles, taunting him. Why'd you stop talking? The protagonist couldn't stop thinking, his head starting to ache. You're really different. This is all too complicated. I don't even know what to call it. Let's settle this with a real fight then. The screen says, player defeated. He let out a frustrated shout he lost? That made no sense. What kind of crazy game is this? He slammed his hand down. Chunsim really couldn't accept the result. She was fuming and pounded on the desk. She wasn't just hitting the desk, she was screaming too. Take that! Take that! A man appeared from behind and spoke up. Oh man, damn it. He looked at Chunsim's attitude with pure disdain. It's not like you're a bunch of stray dogs barking your heads off, right? Shut your trap and just go play. That comment made Chunsim whip her head around to look at the guy. Our main guy kept walking forward. He smoothed his hair back, looking completely confident, and said, just compare it to reality. Then you'll know. Sunga winced, her expression showing how uncomfortable she was. What? Compare it to reality? The look in Hagen's eyes started to change, his grin turning into something terrifying. Hagen challenged him to try and see if there was any real difference. The protagonist waved his hand dismissively. If you're clueless, just come at me with everything you've got. The protagonist's confidence was really getting under Hagen's skin. You little brat, he spat. We'll talk later. Taking the bait, and Hagen stepped forward with a relaxed, mocking attitude. Fine. That guy was as bloodthirsty as a hunting dog, his legs moving fast, his posture impossible to ignore for anyone facing him. His hands moved back and forth, looking for a way to pin his opponent down. Hagen lunged forward excitedly, his eyes locked on the protagonist's position. He started to say, I prefer action over. But before he could finish, The protagonist landed a clean punch right to his face. This punch was a total breakthrough. It sent him flying back. Still, Hagen stubbornly resisted, his face twisted in anger. He stood there for a moment, unable to understand what just happened. Why did I get hit? He was so fast that Hagen was completely dazed, unable to comprehend or even see the movements he just made. Suman gasped, "Anon, you actually let a freshman make your nose bleed? Don't lower the standards of us seniors." Hagen barked back, furious. "Look closely, you pig. You lost to a freshman." Right at that moment, Hagen's jaw was about to take a heavy hit. He was quick enough to dodge the danger, but the protagonist's attacks were getting more intense. It left Hagen gasping for air, his eyes narrowing. He never expected Degun to be this strong. The barrage of attacks was relentless, never giving him a second to breathe. Thoughts raced through his head. I have to find a gap. Even though he understood how the protagonist was attacking, Hagen was forced to dodge continuously, looking ragged. He cursed under his breath. What the hell? How did this jerk suddenly get so fast? Hagen's plan to suppress him started to form. He just needed to find an opening to grab him. His eyes lit up like floodlights as he wrapped his arms around, trying to lock onto the protagonist's legs. Hagen lunged and grabbed Degun's leg. He was as happy as a kid with a candy bar, laughing. "Heh, finally caught you." Too bad the protagonist didn't like having a leech stuck to his leg. It was just plain annoying. He kicked Hagen away. The kick made Hagen furious. The embarrassment was clear, his face turning bright red with shame. Sunga and Lee Sung-hun watched the fight closely, from start to finish. The protagonist approached Anon's position. He looked incredibly confident and calm. The situation was getting dangerously intense. Hagen couldn't shake the feeling that something was really strange. The protagonist goaded him. "What's wrong? Fight me properly. I need to confirm something." Hagen looked like he'd been dragged through the dirt. Blows rained down on him. His body shifted under the pressure, his fists flying wildly with aggression. However, his punching speed couldn't match the protagonist's movements. Degun closed the distance, leaving Hagen stunned and frozen. Degun watched that punch with surgical precision, keeping his eyes on the target. Seeing the opening, he drove an uppercut straight into Hagen's jaw. Again, he dodged Hagen's punch with lightning speed. Hagen gritted his teeth, stretching his neck up, arms wide, desperate to smash the protagonist's nose. But there was no way Degun was letting that happen so easily. He struck fast, hard, and accurately, landing the first blow. It was that perfect timing that meant Hagen couldn't help but take the hit. Even though his face was getting smashed in, Hagen still tried to use his twisting arms to snake around and grab the protagonist's arm. He lunged wildly at the protagonist's dangerous hands. Both threw punches. But in terms of speed and positioning, the protagonist had the edge. He shifted his arm, grazing Hagen's nose. That punch sent Hagen flying back again. Blood started to splatter, and the sound of crashing filled the room. After landing the hit, the protagonist stood perfectly calm. Suman stared in disbelief. What on earth? And Hagen, even while in the zone, is being pushed back? Hagen himself couldn't believe what was happening, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what is this bullcrap? I threw the punch first. Why did that dog hit me first? Even in a hyper-focused state, it felt like rock, paper, scissors. Hagen was confident he could predict what his opponent would throw. His vision and reactions were supposed to be razor-sharp. But it was the complete opposite. He was clearly in the zone, yet he couldn't win even once. Facing Degun's sheer dominance and ferocity, Hagen's confidence crumbled. Rock, paper, scissors with that guy? Sunga, watching from the sidelines, couldn't deny the reality. Looks like this match belongs to Degun. Lee Sung-hun agreed. Yeah, I've noticed it a few times already. Even when Hagen predicts the move, there's nothing he can actually do. Just then, Sung-hun's neat collar was yanked askew. Sung-jin snapped at them. You guys don't know anything, so stop acting like you do. You think you're so smart? Damn it. Yeah, real smart, aren't you? The more he thought and witnessed the intense situation, the more frustrated Sung-jin became. Tch. Life doesn't follow a grading curve. He signaled to Song-sung. Just watch. And Hagen's real weapon isn't his fists. The real terrifying weapon was something else. Hagen was trying to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself, so what if he saw my punch coming? The problem is, even if you see it, you get hit before you can react. But at least I saw the most important thing. He remained determined to creep toward our main character. Degun's eyes narrowed, his expression deep in thought. Did I misjudge him? Hagen twisted his body, his hands wringing together as he tried to pull a trick. He thought more carefully this guy's punches were faster than his. Right. So Hagen had a specific plan after his initial failures. This time, he was going to play a game of rock, paper, scissors with the hero. Degun's expression shifted suddenly, as if he'd realized something. The clash between them turned tense once more. Both sides lunged at each other as if they wanted to devour one another. Just as planned, Hagen used rock, paper, scissors in an attempt to quickly grab Degun's hand. Sure enough, throwing paper was more effective than rock. In that intense moment, Hagen managed to grab our hero's hand. With aggressive left and right tugs, Hagen's eyes rolled back until only the whites were visible, a sight that would terrify anyone. He stayed locked onto the protagonist's movements. The punch our hero threw was the one thing Hagen wanted to block most. But things weren't going to be that easy. Degun saw through this dirty trick instantly. He whipped his arm back with all his might and delivered a punch straight to Hagen's face, drawing blood once again. The punches only increased in lethality. They weren't getting any lighter. The hero lived up to his reputation, delivering strikes that sent his opponent collapsing in agony. Facing the punch head-on, Hagen spat blood, leaving streaks across the floor. Degun warned him, "I told you not to grab me." How annoying. The pain on Hagen's face kept piling up. He thought his detailed plan would be enough to capture the hero. Who would have thought he'd only bring this suffering upon himself? Songa felt the rapid pace of the fight. Ignoring the fact that he'd been grabbed, he unleashed a full-force punch. Suin's face was full of surprise, his eyes wide, speechless. After fighting for a bit, the hero moved closer to Suin and instructed him, "Hey, wake him up and drag him out of here. Take care of your friend. If he stays knocked out too long, he'll die." Ending this strange fight, Degun walked away with a feeling of boredom. There was nothing left to watch. However, it wasn't over yet. Winding trails appeared across the ground. Hagen was waking up with a cowardly scheme in mind. He lunged quickly toward the hero. People around shouted in panic, "Hey Degun, watch your back!" The shout made our hero curiously turn his head. No sooner had he turned than the bastard Hagen latched onto him in a truly pathetic display. He was still having a blast, laughing his head off. "Gotcha, huh? You said if I stayed out too long I'd die, so I guess I'd better die trying." Hagen's words revealed his sheer insanity. Sunga and Sung-hun looked on, even more curious about how the fight would unfold. Sumin took the opportunity to comment on Hagen again. "And Hagen's nickname is the Anaconda. It's not just because the names sound similar." Sumin intimidated Sang-un and Siona. "You guys are smart. You know what that means, right? What happens if you get caught by an anaconda? An anaconda coils around its prey. The more you struggle, the tighter it squeezes. You won't be able to move. And eventually, you'll just be eaten alive." In this situation, the bastard Hagen was still trying to cling to the hero's back. As Sumin noted, and Hagen's supple and firm body was just like a giant anaconda. Prey that gets coiled never escapes. Namil tried to act cocky while things were quiet, but his words were quickly cut off by Sung-hun. "I've seen it. I've seen it before. A giant anaconda coiled around a leopard. You'd think the leopard would have no choice but to be eaten. But if you look from another angle, the snake's neck had already been bitten through by the leopard." So, Sung-hun confidently pointed ahead and told Sung-jin, "Watch closely. The python Hagen is in trouble. His body is being dragged around by the hero in agony. I don't even know if he'll keep his head on straight." Degun's massive arms easily inflicted damage the moment they touched the opponent, sending blood flowing in streams. Hagen's neck was really not in good shape right now. Even looking at it made Sung-jin anxious. Our hero had the giant python Hagen completely by the throat. Seeing this, Sung-hun looked even more smug. "Like I said, the python's head has already been bitten off. Degun has more than enough strength to force him to the ground." The hero stepped closer to Hagen and warned him, "You really want to cross the line, don't you? Since I already let you go once, you should have known better and stayed down. Why are you so desperate to throw your life away? Guess I have no choice but to cross the line myself." The scene became even bloodier. Songa realized the hero had crushed the guy's collarbone. At that rate, it wouldn't just be an issue of not being able to fight right away. It would be a semi-permanent injury. I almost gave up at that point myself. Seon Hoa really has a temper. Sumin was acting all confident just a second ago, but now she's cowering no way. The male lead calls her out. "Still just standing there? Aren't you going to go look after your friend?" Scene shifts to the arcade. A hand presses down on someone's head, followed by a threat. "You've got a big mouth yourself, so how do you have the nerve to lecture others like that?" The others start getting agitated, shouting, "Hey, you're hurting him." Another guy intervenes. "Do you even know who that is? You trying to die?" A tall young man is currently backing up Chun Sim. Besides, she's a cute puppy, so a little barking is fine, right? The guy is terrified, stuttering, "Yeah, you're right. Please, just spare me this time." The white-haired youth turns to Chun Sim. "Right, Chun Sim?" She's fuming. "What did you say? Calling me a dog?" Her friend laughs, teasing her. "I just meant you're as cute as one. Anyway, Let me handle these guys for you. You just need to say the word, and I'll send them packing. This big talker is none other than 4th Marshal Bae-ul. As the scene fades to dark, the thugs who were just mocking Chun-sim are now bowing their heads in unison. We're sorry for the trouble. Chun-sim stood there with her backer, sitting with an imposing air, her words sounding like a command. Ugh, fine. I'll let it slide this time. The group, still terrified, answered promptly. You understand, right? Chun-sim didn't want to make things difficult for them. You've worked hard. Get going. However, she still had one request. Wait before you leave. Look at this first. Chun-sim showed them a gaming leaderboard on her screen. They still didn't understand what it was. The girl bragged, "This is my record." They just looked at her, blankly. Yeah? So? Any problem with that? Chun-sim said loudly. Don't you see the #1 spot? Hearing that, they finally realized what they needed to do. Their hands clapped frantically. Wow, that's amazing. #1, you're so talented. Chun-sim soaked in all the praise, feeling satisfied. All right, go on. The group bowed repeatedly. Yes, we were rude. We wish you a good evening, miss. As soon as they left, they started breathing a sigh of relief, whispering about how they almost died. Is that Jum Rong, one of the 4 marshals of Baeul? I heard his hands are soaked in blood. Baeul reached out to pat Chun-sim's head and said, Chun-sim, calm down. I already told them to go buy what you like. The head pat made the girl uncomfortable, and she snapped, Don't touch my hair. Was it really following orders? A guy walked over and said, I've bought the drinks. Ewell saw him and gave a short command, leave it there and get lost. Seeing the drink, Chun-sim puffed up in annoyance. Hey, why is this plain milk? I told you I wanted strawberry milk. Ewell explained that plain milk had higher nutritional value than strawberry. Regardless, Chun-sim still wasn't pleased. She gave him a suspicious look. Are you saying you want me to drink this to get taller? Ewell was at his wit's end with this girl. He gave a dismissive reply. Did I say that? Chun-sim still wanted to bicker about it. Oh, don't you dare try to run. The two of them teased each other. Sorry, Chun-sim, I don't want to get my head cracked open. Just let me go, please. The scene shifted outside to the streets, where whispers could be heard. Really? Seriously? How annoying. Everywhere you go, people are just talking about that first year. Chun-sim expressed her frustration in front of Ewell. Ham Sun-jin, that guy's such a pain too, begging to join the 4 marshals and all that nonsense. Tell me, how could a first year be a match for you guys? What's the point of acting like that? After hearing Chun-sim's story, Ewell finally pieced together the gossip in the group chat. Chun-sim gestured firmly and said, That's why I went and got angry at him directly. Ewell asked, surprised. Wait, you actually met that first year? She nodded. Yeah, he seems like the type who doesn't know his place. I warned him not to get cocky. I heard he was handsome, so I went to see for myself. He actually looked pretty good. That piece of info piqued Ewell's curiosity even more. He grabbed Chun-sim's arm and pressed for details. Chun-sim, what are you saying? He's handsome? Really? More handsome than me? What about his height? Is he tall? The girl felt creeped out by this barrage of questions. She shook Ewell's arm off. What's wrong with you? Let go. I'm trying to take a call. Chun-sim picked up the phone. Hello? Yeah. Suddenly, after hearing more, the look on her face changed. It turned out to be Suman on the other end. He was talking about something, and as she listened, Chun-sim nodded frantically. Yeah, okay. Ewell stood nearby, completely confused about what was going on. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Chun-sim's facial muscles tightened, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Beside her, Ewell was still very curious, his gaze following every word and action of Chun-sim. The night sky grew dimmer as a scene in a different location appeared, with figures creeping around from somewhere. This was Suji, trying to observe the situation. Let's see. Park Jury. After a while, she spotted Jury. Jury was intently looking at her phone, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. Suji wondered about the other girl's whereabouts. She didn't come to school, but went to the training room instead. Well, her arm is in a cast, so she shouldn't be training. Suji thought back to that day. She constantly blamed herself, thinking that no matter what, it was her fault things ended up like this. I'm already here. What am I supposed to say now? Many questions flooded Suji's mind. Are you okay? Or should I say thank you? I'm not good at these kinds of things. Just as Jury was sitting inside, she spotted a shadow lurking outside the door. Fast as a gust of wind, she rushed to corner the spot where Suji was hiding. A voice echoed out, Bake Suji. A firm grip made it hard for Suji to move. Jury pinned the other girl against the wall, her face showing a determination to interrogate her. Suji, suddenly trapped against the wall, widened her eyes in confusion. Hey, what are you doing? Juri kept pressing her. Tell me, what did you and Degun do to break the bed, huh? Suji's lips pursed, hesitating over the issue. You already know what happened, so why ask? What do you mean by what we did? This vague, misleading answer only made Juri freeze up even more. Are you dating Degun? What kind of relationship do you two have? Suji kept bringing up the story, that it was just on the bed that day. They were just wrestling around. Suji was the only one blushing, while the guy didn't even care. Yet, she kept going around spreading rumors that it was that kind of relationship. Suji provoked anger from Juri, leaving her speechless. Juri warned Suji, "Don't you dare think lightly of your relationship with Degun." Ignoring the warning, Suji haughtily replied, "That's my business." Juri looked ahead, worriedly addressing the current dilemma. Suhuyapa, if things keep going like this, he and Degun could end up fighting at any moment. If that happens, who are you going to support? Faced with this tough question, Suji's confusion was evident, and she couldn't come up with an answer. The scene shifted to the hospital room. Chun Sim just arrived and started shouting, "Hagen, why did you end up like this?" Outside, Ayol was inquiring about the situation from Sun Jin. "Is that first year the guy you mentioned before? Seems like he's quite the little pest, isn't he?" Sun Jin said angrily. "I already told you, this isn't a normal situation. The 4 marshals need to step in." Ayul ignored Sun Jin's opinion and casually answered his phone. "Hello? Yeah. Has Han Nambai contacted Ham Sun Jin yet?" Upon hearing that name, Sun Jin jumped up. "What's this about Han Nam? Bei isn't picking up my calls." Eyul continued speaking into the phone. "Oh, is that so? He called, but you ignored him? Well done. Don't speak so casually in front of the person involved like that." "Oh, it's nothing big, just keep ignoring him." Bei was still curious. "What's going on?" Before he could finish, Eyul hung up. Ham Sunjin asked angrily, "Eyul, you told him to keep ignoring him? What are you planning?" The guy is still clueless about the situation, acting arrogant. "Kill him. I'll kill whoever made Chun Sim cry." His bravado actually makes Sung Jin nervous and cautious. A ringtone cuts through the tension. Sung Jin suggests, "Hold on, I gotta take this call." The big guy looks incredibly shady right now. "Hello?" he whispers. "What's going on? What wind blew you our way to call first?" Curious now, aren't you? Must be feeling like something's not right." The caller is Hanambe. He reminds Sung Jin, "Forget the personal stuff, just tell me what's going on." The big guy immediately seizes the chance to vent. Chun Sim's crying her eyes out over here. These freshmen are acting like big shots, and us juniors can't even get comfortable anymore. The school atmosphere is totally ruined, to the point where we can't even use the cafeteria as we please. It's a disaster. In the middle of this urgent report, Han Sung-jin chimes in, "Oh, by the way, what kind of bread does Chun Sim like again?" Basically, it's all one guy's fault, that freshman, Jo-gun. Hanambe listens and finally gets the picture. "Got it, I'm hanging up." Han Sung-jin is a guy who exaggerates everything, and he's silently calculating. As expected, Chun Sim is the center of the 4th Marshal's attention. I might have stretched the truth a bit, but what other choice did I have? Meanwhile, after the call, Ha Nambai enters the classroom, looking stunned. A message pops up. An Hagen was defeated by that guy. This is no ordinary matter. This pencil case suddenly becomes the focus of Ha Nambai's next move. He is determined to bring this pink pencil case with him. Cut to the next morning at school. Inside, Class 8, freshman year, gasps of surprise erupt. "No way." Sung-ah nods. "It's exactly what you heard. Jo-gun actually won." Sung-ah is a master analyst, and his words are always meticulous. He targeted the collarbone to break the R-key strike. It looks like he's going to be in pain for a while. Others start chiming in. An Hagen finally got what was coming to him. He was limping around with a shoulder injury and everything. "We should have seen that. Seriously, he should have gotten his head smashed in a bit more." Another friend asks, "Hey, Gu Sung-ah, you've fought him before, right? How are you still alive?" Sung-ah thinks about it, still baffled. "I'm wondering that myself, honestly. At the time, I actually thought it was worth a shot. Looking back, that was completely insane. We need to watch Jo-gun's fights and do more research. My sister said she'd be back early, so I'll ask her." The other friends are super excited. "Seung-hwa is coming back to Korea? Can we come over to your place too?" Sung-ah quickly warns them, "She's definitely going to make us do high-intensity boxing training. You guys sure you can handle that?" At the mention of that, the group goes silent. They all start picturing it, then simultaneously reply, "It's fine. Both my arms are fine, and my legs too. At worst, I'll only lose one. No big deal." Seung-hwa would be helpless against this level of stubbornness. Why do you guys even go that far? Meanwhile, in classroom 1, even though they don't even know English, voices are rising. The fourth marshal On Hagen has been taken down. Jin looks shocked, eyes wide. Are you serious? You just heard about it and he's already handled? Is that even true? No Man Ho looks at his phone, skeptical. Is this guy really On Hagen? The protagonist sees him taking photos and confronts Lee Seung-hun. What the? Why are you taking pictures? Lee Seung-hun makes an excuse. Just for memories, man. Stories about our main characters' fights are always the talk of the town. Dongmin adds, I guess the fourth marshals aren't that scary after all, huh? The rumors were just blown out of proportion. It's nothing special. Lee Seung-hun quickly corrects him. You only say that because you haven't seen it. On Hagen isn't some average-level guy. It's just that Jogun is way too strong. Bang Ho-dong boasts, is that so? If they want to come, let them come. Jogun will wipe them all out. Suddenly, a shadow appears outside the window. Our main character quickly senses something and glances over. While writing, Jogun pauses and thinks. He clearly sees On Hagen as a complex, troublesome individual. That attack was dangerous, beyond the standards of a simple fight, a level of technique that triggers an illusion. If he's like this, what level are the other fourth marshals at? I'm genuinely curious. The door slowly creaks open, and feet step inside. Ha Nambai stands there, stiff as a board. He hasn't been to school in a while. Everyone in class is gossiping loudly, except for Jogun, who is focused on his studies. Suddenly, he feels something off and looks toward the window. He wonders, what is it? Is someone watching me? Jogun dismisses it and goes back to his work, muttering, probably nothing, just my imagination. Chun-sim is standing outside, her heart pounding. She panics. Damn it, almost got caught. She gathers her courage to look back, reaches her hand up to the window, and then peeks her little head over. Jo-gyun is still studying hard. Chun-sim thinks to herself, that's the freshman who beat Hagen? Did he do something? Did he play dirty? Did he sneak attack from behind or use some kind of trick? Regardless, I'm sure he played dirty. What a jerk. I'm going to beat him to a pulp. With that thought, she peeks at her opponent one more time, then crouches back down, leaning against the wall. She sighs. Even though Hagen said he's fine, there's no way this is okay. I don't know why that freshman is targeting the four marshals, but they shouldn't be fighting so that these regrettable things don't happen again. It's a good thing everyone is busy and couldn't make it to school today. Is there anything I can do? Chun-sim thinks for a while, then reaches her hand up to the window again, followed by her head. She bites her lip, determined. I really want to go in there and give him a piece of my mind right now. Just then, Chun-sim froze. Seeing Degun's desk empty, she panicked and wondered, wait, where'd he go? Right at that moment, Degun was standing right at the classroom door. As he poked his head in, Chun-sim jumped, completely caught off guard. Her first instinct? Run for it. But the moment she took a step, her feet suddenly left the floor. She kept rising higher and higher off the ground. Degun, having closed the distance without her noticing, was lifting her effortlessly into the air. The pepper girl turned around and snapped, Hey, what do you think you're doing? You got something to say? Degun just looked blank, thinking, seriously? This girl was the one spying on me, right? He retorted, Hey, that's my line. You got something you need to tell me? Chun-sim shot him a glare and stammered, I do not. Seeing Degun just standing there, she yelled again, Hey, you, I'm serious, put me down right now or I'll kill you. Degun's face turned serious. Me? I'm not dying anytime soon. And if you've got nothing to say, then stop spying on me. Got it? Chun-sim's face flushed red as she shouted, What? Who do you think you're talking to? What's with that tone, like you're talking to a junior? I'm your senior, you jerk. I'll beat you up. As she spoke, she tried to kick Degun, swinging her legs behind her. Unfortunately, her legs were too short to reach him. She softened her tone, grumbling, If my legs weren't too short to reach you, I would have taken a guy like you down in a heartbeat. As soon as she finished, Chun-sim's feet touched the ground. She looked around, bewildered, mentally prepping to make a run for it. Degun smirked. Yeah, talk is cheap. Meanwhile, at the school gate, a handsome guy with platinum blonde hair named Yoon walked in. He gave a faint smile. Man, it's been a while. He rubbed his head sheepishly, muttering to himself, Geez, I wanted to see Chun-sim right away. But I'm here to take out that freshman. He shrugged. Whatever, I can handle the killing later. I've got to go see Chun-sim first. At that same moment, Degun was still talking to her. He reminded her, I'm only saying this once. If you don't take me to meet the four marshals before he could finish, Chun-sim suddenly shrieked. Hey, wait a second. She stared at her phone screen, looking visibly panicked. What was she thinking? Why did he have to show up at school now? Chun Sim's hands shook as she read the message. Chun Sim, where are you? I'm at school. She took a breath, looked at Degun, and asked, Hey, are you really that desperate to meet the four marshals? She didn't wait for his answer, grabbing his wrist and pulling him along. If you're that eager, then follow me. Move those feet. She dragged Degun down the hallway. Dongmin poked his head out, looking excited. Whoa, what's going on? Whatever. Chun Sim looked ridiculously cute, but she was sweating. Man, what is that freshman planning? Why is he dragging Degun away like that? Behind the wall of the equipment room, a tense Chun Sim stood in front of the door and locked it tight. Degun called out from inside, Hey, what's this about? Why are we here? And what about the four marshals? Chun Sim stammered. Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, we have to be here. I already talked to them, so just wait a bit, okay? Degun sighed at her behavior. We're just hanging out here? Chun Sim replied anxiously. Well, yeah. If you get into a fight in class, people will try to stop you. Isn't this place better? You've never fought before, right? You're clearly a newbie. It's fine. Just wait here. Degun looked at her, saying nothing, a hint of suspicion glinting in his eyes. Chun Sim tried to play it cool. She continued, Hey, you don't know how to fight, which is exactly why I'm here. I know a thing or two because I've been in a few scraps. Street fighting, right? It's really important. She was so busy rambling she didn't notice Degun stepping closer. He stood right in front of her and said, You're looking pretty suspicious, kid. Chun Sim shrank back, terrified, but still managed to snap. Hey, I'm older than you. Watch your mouth. Degun leaned down, face to face with her, his eyes looking different. He smiled lightly. I think I know why you brought me here. Cold sweat started to bead on Chun Sim's forehead, her voice trembling. What are you talking about? Degun answered casually. After locking me in here, you're going to call the four marshals to come jump me, right? If that's the case, you don't need to hide it. That actually saves me the trouble. Chun Sim's face went blank, looking completely shell-shocked. Degun stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked inside. He added, Just tell them to hurry up. I'm getting bored already. Chun Sim rubbed her hair, forcing a laugh. Haha, you caught me? I guess you're not as dumb as you look, huh? As she spoke, she covered her mouth and smirked, thinking, You idiot. I locked you in here so you wouldn't find the four marshals. She opened her phone again, whispering to herself, Okay, I just need to stall for as long as possible. She kept switching her gaze between her phone and Degun, wondering, Man, what am I supposed to do with him all by myself? Just me and him in the gym storage room. Wait, when you put it like that, isn't this whole situation a bit weird? No, we're perfectly innocent. Calm down, calm down. What do I do now? Degun sighed. Man, I should have brought a book. What a waste of time. Hearing that, Chun Sim spun around. Reading? You want me to teach you something? Over at the first year, class 3? Yoon stood by Chun Sim's desk, sighing. Man, where'd she go? Such a shame. Just then, 2 other guys ran in, shouting, Whoa, Yoon, you're here. You here to teach that freshman a lesson? Yoon didn't seem to care. What are you talking about? Where's Chun Sim? The 2 guys scratched their heads. They didn't know either. That's when the fat guy appeared. Ham Sanjin said, Chun Sim went to meet the freshman. His name's Kun Degun. Yoon asked, Meet him? Why? And that kid's in class 1? As Yoon turned to leave, a massive figure walked through the classroom door. The 2 guys started yelling again. Holy crap, Hanambi's here too. Hanambi and Yoon stood face to face, not saying a word. Yoon frowned, looking puzzled. Hey, why are you here? I told you to forget about it. You should just go off and study what you like. Hanambi didn't answer. He looked into the classroom and said, Looks like Chun Sim isn't here either. The giant turned to leave, but a hand shot out and grabbed his collar. He quickly swiped the hand away. Hanambi spun around to grab the hand back, their palms clashing. Yun stared at Hanambi without blinking, a smirk playing on his lips. Leave this to me, Hanambi. So, why don't you just stay in class, yeah? Hanambi braced himself, pushing back. He retorted, No way. Teaching the freshman a lesson is my job. Yun shoved Hanambe in return. He said thuk. Oh yeah? Fine. You want to fight? Hanambe replied, Cut the crap. You're just wasting my time. The 3 freshmen stood by quietly, watching. Just then, the 2 let go of each other. Yun, still stubborn, said, Fine. I'll handle the freshman. You take care of his group, all right? Hanambe stood his ground. Not a chance. Yun flew into a rage and shouted, Oh, so that's how it is? Let's fight then. Bring it on, I'll take you down right now. Hanambai remained calm, his expression shifting suddenly. He warned, Hey, quicksand, are you looking to sink? Yoon smirked. Oh, you want to play that game too? Looking pretty serious, aren't ya? How about we decide who gets to take on the freshmen with a game of rock, paper, scissors? The two freshmen asked each other. Wait, rock, paper, scissors? What a joke. Is this really how the four heavenly kings act? Ha Sanjin stood by watching, thinking that while it didn't seem like a big deal, this rock, paper, scissors game they played when risking the quicksand was different from the normal version, and quicksand here meant doing something that leads to disastrous consequences. Are these two really fighting over this? It's an endless tactical game, sizing each other up, reading moves, and striking with lightning speed. I'm honestly dying to know which one of them is stronger. Inside freshman class 1, Kim Mi-young Degun walked in, looking hyped. He shouted, "Hey, is Degun in here?" As soon as he stepped inside, Dongmin was waiting and replied, "No idea. He just left." Kim Mi-young Degun frowned and asked, "You know where he went?" Dongmin replied coldly, "Beats me. I'm not telling you. You're just here to extort protection money again, right?" Kim Mi-young Degun turned icy. "Watch your mouth, kid. You want to die? You're just Degun's little lapdog. You think you're something special?" Dongmin glared. "Who are you calling a lapdog?" Jiang Jin Mo popped out of nowhere, laughing. Whoa, relax. No need to fight, boys." Jongbin turned to Mi-young Degun and said, "All right, quit pestering Degun." Kim Mi-young Degun snapped, "Damn it, I told you that's not it. I actually have something important to say," Dongmin argued. "You're lying. You're just here on Bake Suji's orders, aren't you?" Just as he said that, a voice called out from outside. Everyone looked over. A student remarked, "Wow, Degun isn't here. What a shame." Two arrogant upperclassmen strolled in, looked at Dongmin's group, and said, "Hey, we're here to keep an eye on you lot. All of you just sit tight and behave. You're gonna get a lesson real soon." Kim Mi-young Degun turned around and retorted, "What are you yapping about, you mutt? Stop the nonsense and get lost." The student in the jacket was shocked. He lunged forward, pointed at Kim Mi-young Degun's face, and barked, "What did you say? Say that again. We're juniors. You disrespectful freshmen need to be taught a lesson." Kim Mi-young Degun laughed. "Haha, I know you're juniors, but you'd better get out of here before the freshmen beat you to a pulp. That's my warning." The junior couldn't take it anymore, rolled up his sleeves and yelled, "Damn it, I'm gonna wreck you." His friend pulled his arm, advising, "Stop, man, I'm begging you. They'll be here any second. Just hold it in." The other junior snarled, "You're not embarrassed by what these freshmen are saying? I can't take it anymore. Aside from Degun, these guys are nothing." With that, he charged at Kim Mi-young Degun from behind. He yelled, "Shut that trap of yours. I'm gonna re-educate you." Kim Mi-young Degun looked strangely calm and muttered, "How pathetic." He took a single step forward, making the junior miss, then quickly pivoted behind him. Kim Mi-young Degun delivered a clean kick right to his face. The student went flying from the back of the class all the way to the front. The student in the white shirt watched in shock. Kim Mi-young Degun just shoved his hands into his pockets and said, "I told you. That's what happens when you think I'm useless. I am the white ghost." Bang Ho Dong, watching from the side, whispered to Dong Min, "Crap, I forgot he's a total boss. Who told him to take so many hits?" Dong Min sighed. "Yeah, but isn't it a bit cheesy to shout out your skill names in a fight?" Kim Mi-young Degun walked up to the remaining junior and shoved him. This jerk too. If you don't want to die, get out of my sight." Just then, a large figure appeared at the door. The freshmen don't seem as polite as the rumors suggest, do they? Kim Mi-young Degun glanced over. "Huh? Who the hell are you?" Hanambe stood in the doorway, his physique massive. He said slowly, "All right, you all need to be re-educated." The guy in the white shirt beamed at the sight of him. "Whoa, Nambe, you're here." Kim Mi-young Degun asked, "Wait, what? Who?" Without waiting for an answer, Kim Mi-young Degun charged, "I'm already annoyed just looking at guys with glasses. Fine, before I deal with that white shirt kid, I'll take care of you first." Jin was rubbing his chin, thinking, "Wait, Nambe. Nambe. That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Ah, I remember." When he turned back, he was stunned. Kim Mi-young Degun was already lying unconscious on the floor, not a sound made. Dongmin and Bang Ho Dong jumped back in shock. Dongmin looked at the man in front of him and gasped, "It really is one of the four heavenly kings, Ha Nambe." At the same time, from behind the tool shed, someone called out, "Where's Kun Degun?" Yun kept calling Chun Sim, but the line just kept ringing. He couldn't get through. He wondered, why isn't Chun Sim picking up? Suddenly, Yun's gaze darted toward the tool room. He narrowed his eyes. Something smells fishy. Back in freshman class 1, Ha Nam-bai still stood there, staring down the loud freshman, Kim Mi-young Degun, who was clearly irritated. Educate us? Fine. Then I'll kill you first. True to his word, Kim Mi-young Degun lunged at Ha Nam-bai. Ha Nam-bai didn't even blink, thinking, such a reckless kid. With that thought, he swung his fist into Kim Mi-young Degun's face. Before he could even scream, he hit the floor unconscious. Dongmin stood frozen in fear. He and Bang Ho-dong stared at Ha Nam-bai. Ha Nam-bai said slowly, "Back when I was in school, I never even dared to step on the shadows of my seniors.